62 Chapter 60, Bearing Bramble and Asking for Forgiveness. 1. The company's executives had obviously also gotten the answer, and they couldn't help but speak at the same time. Chairman Ling, is the boss of Paradise Corporation really Xia? Can we make contact with him directly? Chairman, since Xia has already agreed to work with him even though it has been temporarily stopped due to Hedong's personal reasons, now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, we can still continue working together. Yes, Chairman Ling. If we can establish a long-term supply relationship with the Paradise Corporation, our company will definitely be able to take down the Ming Hao restaurant in one fell swoop. Chairman Ling. All right. Be quiet. Ling Xiaotian furrowed his brows and said loudly, "Why are you all so noisy? Do you think this is a wet market?" The moment Ling Xiaotian was enraged, the company's higher-ups and managers immediately fell silent and shut their mouths. For a moment, the meeting room became very quiet. Meanwhile, Ling Xiaotian tried his best to adjust his expression and make it gentler. He then looked at Ling Qingxue and squeezed out a smile, saying, "Qingxue, I was deceived by others and blamed you wrongly. Please don't take it to heart." Ling Qingxue pursed her lips and said after a moment of silence, "Dad, I know what you want to say. But I've told you before that the production of Ruofei's new vegetable product is still very low. He chose to cooperate with us because of me. Now he has signed a supply agreement with the West River Moon Club. I know that. But aren't you his classmate? Can you discuss with him, even if it's just a small portion, it'll be good enough for us to use it in an emergency." Ling Qingxue revealed a meaningful look and said, "But Ruofei's vegetables still can't provide the test report from the authorities. At the moment, he doesn't have his own planting base." Ling Xiaotian laughed bitterly. "Qingxue, don't say such things in a fit of anger. I know you're still angry with father. However, this cooperation is very important to our company. I hope you can look at the big picture and help the company tide over this crisis first." Ling Qingxue let out a soft sigh and said, "Actually, Ruofei already said on the phone that although the supply of vegetables is tight, I can still squeeze out some if I need it. But you have to talk to him personally." Ling Xiaotian hurriedly said, "I should. It should be. Qingxue, let's not waste any time, let's go over now." It was unprecedented for the boss of a restaurant chain to rush to see a young man for dozens of caddies of vegetables every day. This showed that the difficulties that Ling GF&B was currently facing weren't small. Furthermore, the appearance of Paradise vegetables was so stunning, which was also an important reason why Ling Xiaotian placed so much importance on it. Ling Qingxue said calmly, "Father, Ruofei has another condition. When we go to negotiate, we must bring this manager, he." After she finished speaking, Ling Qingxue glanced at Hedong in disgust. Hedong also seemed to have somewhat recovered from the shock, and he asked warily, "What does he want to do?" I don't want to see him." Ling Xiaotian frowned. He had always had a good impression of his old comrade's son. He was good-looking and had good work coordination skills. In order to repay his old comrade's kindness, he had been nurturing him on purpose. He even had the intention to matchmake his daughter with him. It was just that today's matter had let Ling Xiaotian see another side of Hedong. This side of him was so unbearable that Ling Xiaotian could not help but sigh. "Xiaohe, this matter was caused by you. It's reasonable for them to ask you to go to their house and apologize." Ling Xiaotian said in a low voice, this matter is settled. We will leave in 10 minutes. Old Hong, go get the car ready. Old Hong, the head of the group's office, quickly agreed and arranged for a car to go. 10 minutes later, Ling Xiaotian and Ling Qingxue walked out of the building and got into a black Mercedes-Benz. He Dong, who had lost his soul, also got into the car with a tearful face. The car started and headed straight for Xia Ruofei's holiday villa in Chongping. When he received a call from Ling Qingxue, who was still on the way, Xia Ruofei was preparing dinner downstairs. So he stopped what he was doing and tidied up the living room a little. When the sky was about to turn dark, the black Mercedes-Benz of Ling Ji restaurant arrived at the holiday villa. This was Xia Ruofei's first time meeting Ling Xiaotian. Because of what had happened last time, he did not have a good first impression of this tall, middle-aged man. However, Ling Xiaotian was Ling Qingxue's father, so Xia Ruofei still gave him some face. He walked up to Ling Qingxue and exchanged a smile with her. Then, he greeted Ling Xiaotian with a smile, Uncle Ling, how are you? As for He Dong, who was timidly following behind Ling Xiaotian, Xia Ruofei completely ignored him. Ling Xiaotian laughed heartily and said, hello. Little Xia, I've heard Qingxue mention you before, but I've never had the chance to meet you. I'm sorry for believing what I heard about the cooperation last time. Ling Xiaotian did not hide anything from the start and chose to be direct. This made Xia Ruofei have a good impression of him. Xia Ruofei smiled. Uncle Ling, Qingxue, let's talk inside. After he finished speaking, he made an inviting gesture and led the group into the villa. In the living room on the first floor, everyone took their seats according to their status. He Dong was the last to sit in the living room, not knowing whether to stand or sit, his face alternating between red and white. When Ling Xiaotian saw He Dong's cowardice, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. He said in a Ling Xiaotian hurriedly said, deep voice, Xiao He, quickly apologize to Ruofei. He Dong opened his mouth and looked at Xia Ruofei again with a trace of resentment in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak with difficulty, Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said to Ling Xiaotian, Uncle Ling, there's no need to apologize. I don't need it. Then Ling Xiaotian looked at Xia Ruofei in confusion. Since he didn't want He Dong to apologize, why did Xia Ruofei specifically ask He Dong to come here to see him? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Uncle Ling, I already know why you're here. Actually, I didn't intend to push the Taoyuan vegetables to the market so soon. It was Qingxue who strongly encouraged me after she tried these vegetables once. What do you mean by encouraging? That's encouragement, okay. Ling Qingxue pouted and rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei. Qingxue, don't interrupt little Xia. Ling Xiaotian said. Xia Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue in amusement and continued, in short, it's because of the clear snow that the peach garden vegetables appeared in advance. I even discussed the details of the contract with Qingxue. Ling Xiaotian hurriedly said, little Xia, we were wrong in this matter. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Uncle Ling, that's not what I meant. I'm actually quite an easy person to talk to. When I was discussing the collaboration with Shi Jianyue, I intentionally left some leeway because I was the first to agree to Qingxue. Xiao Xia, I'm really grateful to you. Ling Xiaotian said with great joy. Uncle Ling, I'm not done yet. Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, this time, it's all because of He Dong's personal revenge. We're all adults, and we need to be responsible for what we've done. Xia Ruofei glanced at Hidong coldly and said. So, the only condition for us to restart our cooperation is for Lingji Restaurant to fire Hidong. 63 Bottom line of principles. 1. The dejected Hidong exploded when he heard this. He shouted at Xia Ruofei. In exasperation, what? You wish? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to fire me? He then turned to Ling Xiaotian and said, Uncle Ling, you must not listen to him. Even though his paradise vegetables is praised so highly, it's just a rumor. We've never seen it in real life. Moreover, he just admitted that there's no authoritative test report or planting base. Ling Qingxue looked at Hidong in disgust and said sarcastically, during the company meeting just now, I think you were the one who praised Taoyuan vegetables to the heavens, right? We didn't say anything. Hidong was instantly at a loss for words. He could only hope that Ling Xiaotian would be considerate of their past relationship. He knew that if it was anyone else, Ling Xiaotian would definitely agree to Xia Ruofei's conditions without hesitation. However, Hidong was the son of Ling Xiaotian's old comrade. Moreover, he was the son of his former class monitor, who had saved his life. That was a different story. As expected, Ling Xiaotian said to Xia Ruofei with a troubled expression, Xiao Xia, I know that Hidong is in the wrong regarding this matter. I've already severely criticized him in the meeting just now. I can ask him to apologize to you sincerely. Firing him. Isn't that a little too serious? Xia Ruofei revealed a faint smile and said, Uncle Ling, an apology doesn't always work. At least this time, I hope to see the sincerity of Lingji Restaurant. Xia Ruofei paused for a moment before he continued, and I don't think firing him is a serious matter. The incident this time has already made it clear that he doesn't care about your company's interests at all. He's acting recklessly for his own selfish reasons and has set up obstacles for this cooperation. I don't think any company will be able to accept such a person. Ling Xiaotian smiled bitterly and said, Little Xia, Hidong was just being silly. Can you be the bigger person and forgive him this once? Or can you change to another condition? Ling Qingxue saw that her father was pleading with Xia Ruofei and could not help but frown. Dad, Ruofei is right. The company has its own rules. Based on what Hidong did, he should have been fired long ago. 819 Hidong also became anxious when he heard that and called out, Ling Qingxue, what do you mean by this? When did I break the company's rules? In that situation, he didn't have a test report. And didn't have his own vegetable base. I asked a few questions and even hit him. How could I agree to sign this contract? Ling Qingxue pouted and said, Don't say those grand words. You know what you're thinking. Qingxue, can you just stop talking? Ling Xiaotian said helplessly. At first, he had wanted to match Ling Qingxue with Hidong, but now he saw that Hidong seemed like a piece of mud that couldn't be supported on a wall. Moreover, Ling Qingxue and he were like fire and water. Ling Xiaotian's little thoughts had long faded. However, Hidong was the only son of the former class monitor, so he definitely wouldn't kick him out of the class. Thus, he muttered to himself for a while before saying, Xiao Xia, can you just do this for uncle Ling Sake? Hidong, Uncle Ling, Qingxue has told me about the relationship between Hidong and your family. Xia Ruofei said calmly, but I'll still say the same thing. We're all adults. We should be prepared to bear the consequences of our actions. Xia Ruofei glanced at Hidong and ignored his venomous gaze. He then said to Ling Xiaotian, besides, we're already giving Uncle Ling face by sitting down and talking today. If I didn't give him face, my partner would not be Shijianyu Club but Minghao Restaurant. At that time I had enough reason to do so, and I believe that the Minghao Restaurant would be very willing to cooperate with me. Ling Xiaotian's expression changed slightly. He knew very well what it would mean for Ling Ji Restaurant if Xia Ruofei and Minghao Restaurant were to work together. Xia Ruofei stood up and said, Uncle Ling, please wait a moment. I have something to show you. Xia Ruofei then walked up the stairs. Ling Qingxue looked at Xia Ruofei's back, her eyes filled with tenderness. After this reunion after so many years, she realized that the image of Xia Ruofei in her heart had not faded at all. On the contrary, her girlish feelings seemed to have been elevated again. It was no longer a hazy love. In comparison, in Ling Qingxue's mind, the ugly Hidong was not even worth a piece of when compared to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei quickly returned with a document and handed it to Ling Xiaotian. Uncle Ling, you can open it and take a look. Ling Xiaotian asked in confusion, what is this? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I signed a cooperation agreement with West River Moon Club, but because my company is still registered, this is only a draft agreement. It will take some time for the official contract to be signed. This? I don't think it's appropriate? Ling Xiaotian said hesitantly. It's fine. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he opened the document and took out the agreement. He flipped through 2 pages and passed it to Ling Xiaotian. He pointed at one of the terms and said, I asked President Xing of West River Moon to add this. Do you still think I didn't give you face? Ling Xiaotian's eyes narrowed, because he saw an exclusion clause on it, which was that the Taoyuan Vegetables, which was the agent of the West River Moon Club, could not have any form of cooperation with the Minghao Restaurant and its associated companies. Looking at this clause, Ling Xiaotian couldn't help but be slightly moved. That's right. The other party was definitely full of sincerity. He had already done it to this extent, yet he still dared to say that he was not giving him face. Although Ling Xiaotian knew that this was mostly for Ling Qingxue represented Ling GF and B. Ling Xiaotian said with emotion. Little Xia, I didn't expect you to be so broad-minded. On behalf of Ling GF and B, I thank you. Ling Qingxue, who was standing at the side, also saw this clause. She knew that Xia Ruofei had added this clause for her sake. She could not help but feel sweet in her heart. Xia Ruofei smiled but did not say anything. Ling Xiaotian knew what Xia Ruofei meant. He sighed and said, Xia, let me go back and consider this matter. Ling Xiaotian obviously knew that Xia Ruofei would not give in, so he did not plead for Hidong. However, he couldn't make up his mind, so he could only put the negotiations on hold. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Sure, as long as you agree to my only condition, all the cooperation can start immediately, and it will be according to the plan that I have discussed with Qingxue before. Dong saw that Xia Ruofei refused to give in and wanted to kick him out of Ling Ji Restaurant. The resentment in his heart grew. He glared at Xia Ruofei with red eyes as if he wanted to eat him up. However, Xia Ruofei ignored him and took a sip of the tea. Ling Xiaotian sighed to himself and stood up. Little Xia, we'll go back first then. Alright, I'll send you guys off. Xia Ruofei said with a warm smile. Ling Qingxue wanted to stay for dinner, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. Since Ling Xiaotian was here, Xia Ruofei naturally could not brazenly invite Ling Qingxue for dinner. So, everyone left the house with their own thoughts and came to the villa's courtyard. Before Ling Xiaotian got into the car, Xia Ruofei said meaningfully, "Uncle Ling, I personally think you can report this matter to your former squad leader. I believe that a veteran who is willing to sacrifice his own life for his comrades must have his own principles and bottom line in his heart." He Dong's heart trembled when he heard Xia Ruofei's words. His face was ashen. He knew his father too well. Ling Xiaotian also nodded his head thoughtfully and said, "I understand. Thank you, little Xia." Ling Qingxue turned back to look at Xia Ruofei reluctantly before she got into the Mercedes-Benz. Xia Ruofei waved at the car and watched them leave. 64 Spatial Fish Pond. 1. The next day, Xia Ruofei woke up early and had a simple breakfast. After waiting for the people from the West River Moon Club to transport the Taoyuan brand vegetables, he returned to his bedroom, took out the spirit map scroll, and entered the medium. After 2 evolutions, the spirit map space had expanded by 4 times and was much more spacious. Xia Ruofei could now use the space to do more things. He first checked the nameless plant. After picking 5 petals yesterday, there were still no new ones today. It seemed that the growth cycle of the petals had not shortened. However, today was only the 2nd day. It turned out that new ones would grow every 3 days, so he would have to continue observing tomorrow and the day after. Then, Xia Ruofei looked at the succulent mother plant. Due to the acceleration of time, the overall environment had become much better. After the evolution of the realm, the succulent mother plants were growing well, especially the ones he had bought online. They had completely recovered and were even larger than before. They could be cut again at any time. The succulent plant that Xia Ruofei had chosen to be the mother plant had basically grown to the size of an adult plant. It would not have any problems with cutting. Xia Ruofei took out the flower petal solution that he had concocted last time and watered each of the succulent mother plants. Then, he went to the vegetable field. In the innermost circle of the space, which was the space where Xia Ruofei had first obtained the spirit map scroll, there was a neat row of vegetable fields. Further out was a large ring-shaped empty space. This was the space that had been expanded after 2 evolutions. Looks like I'll have to plant more things. Otherwise, it'll be a waste of land. Xia Ruofei muttered to himself. Xia Ruofei paid special attention to the cabbage that had been soaked in the petal solution. He realized that their growth was much better than other vegetables. They could be harvested in just 2 days. From the outside, they looked more lively than the ordinary vegetables in the space and looked very attractive. Xia Ruofei decided to just pick the ripe cabbages. However, Xia Ruofei did not use the petal solution again. The production of the flower petals was limited and the planting cycle in the interspace was so short. If he used it every time, it would consume a lot of energy. The petal solution was mainly used for large-scale planting in the outside world, so that the quality of the vegetables planted in the outside world would not be lower than that of ordinary vegetables in the space. After finishing the vegetable field, Xia Ruofei finally came to the small pond. This was a new item that had appeared after the 2nd evolution. Although it was called a small pond, it was actually twice as big as the spirit pool that Xia Ruofei had when he first obtained The spirit map space. However, there seemed to be a spring at the bottom of the spirit pool. Every time Xia Ruofei entered the spatial spirit pool, the water would be replenished after a certain period of time. Hence, the water level in the spiritual pool would remain the same. The water in the pond was obviously drawn from the spirit pool, which meant that the water in the pond did not have any regenerative function. Xia Ruofei walked around the 2-meter-wide pond and made a decision. Expand the area of the pond. He had been thinking about raising some fish and shrimp in the space the day before, but the pond was a little small. If he were to use it to raise fish, the capacity wouldn't be large. Besides, Xia Ruofei also wanted to test the regeneration speed of the spirit pool water after it was drawn into the pond. He went back to the spirit pond, took a hoe and a shovel, and went to the pond. In this space, Xia Ruofei had to rely on himself for everything, and he was already used to it. Moreover, he was now absorbing a petal every 3 days. His physical fitness had been greatly enhanced, and doing some physical work was nothing difficult. Xia Ruofei started to get busy. He didn't expand the pond immediately. Instead, he started to dig from the ground beside the pond. He first used a hoe to dig and then used a shovel to shovel the soil to the side. The soil in the interspace was relatively soft, so it was quite easy for Xia Ruofei to sit on it. After a few hours of hard work, Xia Ruofei had dug a round pit with a diameter of 5 meters and a depth of 2 meters beside the pond. The pit was only a dozen centimeters away from the pond and the ground was slightly lower than the pond. Xia Ruofei wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked over to dig a hole in the pond. The water in the pond immediately flowed into the hole. At the same time, the water in the spatial spirit pond at a higher altitude started to flow towards them. After waiting for an hour, the pit that Xia Ruofei had dug was filled with the spiritual pond water. However, it was only about half a meter deep. It was connected to the naturally formed pond and looked like a huge peanut lying on the ground. The water level of the spatial spirit pond had dropped by more than a meter. If it wasn't for the fact that its water level was lower than the exit, the water would have continued to flow into the pond. However, Xia Ruofei also saw that the water in the spatial spirit pond was slowly recovering. It seemed like there was a spring at the bottom of the pond. As the water level in the spirit pool recovered, the water level of the spirit pool and the pond would eventually be equal. Xia Ruofei was planning to open up a fish pond in the realm. Of course, he didn't need to do it on a large scale in the early stage. After he excavated the pond, it should be enough. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not stay in the origin space and wait for the pond to store water. He immediately left the spirit map space. After returning to his bedroom, Xia Ruofei first turned on his computer to check the Taobao platform. He realized that the customers had all received the goods that he had sent out last time. The reviews of the products were all positive, and many people asked when the new products would be available. Xia Ruofei opened his order for the flower pot and checked the delivery. He realized that the package had already arrived in Sanshan City and should be received by tomorrow at the latest. Now that the space had evolved twice, the flow of time was 20 times faster than the outside world. With the help of the petal solution, the cutting would be ready for sale in 3 or 4 days. So he hung a notice in the shop's eye-catching position, telling everyone that the new goods would be on the shelf on time at 8 o'clock in the morning 5 days later, and everyone was welcome to buy. At that time, After withdrawing all the money that the customers had received from Taobao into Alipay, Xia Ruofei got up and went downstairs to the villa's backyard to check on the progress of the cabbage seedlings. After gently removing the plastic sheet covering the nursery, Xia Ruofei was pleasantly surprised to find that 90% of the seeds had already sprouted. This speed was several times faster than the data he had obtained from the research. At this rate, the seedlings could be planted in 3 to 5 days. This discovery gave Xia Ruofei more confidence in the petal solution. He carefully covered the plastic sheet again, then took out his phone to look at the time. He found that it was only 9 o'clock in the morning. Although he had been busy in the space for a few hours, only a short time had passed in the outside world when time was 20 times faster. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and decided to drive to Chongqing County. First, he was going to buy a batch of fish to raise in the space fish pond. Second, now that the space had expanded so much, he also wanted to go to the market to see if he could plant something with higher economic value. Xia Ruofei took his wallet, walked out of the villa, and drove straight to Chongqing County. After parking his car near the seafood market in the county, Xia Ruofei strolled into the bustling market alone. However, he was not in a hurry to buy it. Instead, he strolled around the market first. When he saw buyers and sellers chatting, he would go over and listen to them to understand the situation. After walking around for a while, Xia Ruofei had a general understanding of the aquatic products market. Not only did they sell all kinds of ornamental fish and edible fish, but they also sold all kinds of young fish. There was a wide variety of species. Xia Ruofei knew that he had come to the right place. He should be able to buy what he needed here. Xia Ruofei found a shop that looked quite big and walked in. On both sides of the store were rows of large glass water tanks with all kinds of ornamental fish. A chubby man came up to them and asked enthusiastically, "Boss, are you here to buy fish?" Xia Ruofei looked around the shop and said, "You sell ornamental fish? Looks like we're in the wrong place. I'm here to buy some fish." Then, Xia Ruofei turned around and prepared to walk out of the store. The fat boss quickly stopped him and said, "Boss, don't be in such a hurry to leave. We also sell fish fry here, and they're all very high quality ones that were bred in an environment that imitates the wild. What kind of fish do you need? How much do you want?" Xia Ruofei said, "Just grass carp, carp, and chubs, mainly grass carp. I don't need too much if I don't overdo it." When Xia Ruofei was shopping at the seafood market, he used his mobile phone to do some research. He found out that these 3 were the most common edible fish and could be mixed. The space fish pond had just been opened, so it was the most suitable to raise these common fish. "Yes, yes, yes. We have these fish in stock." "How much do you need?" the fat boss asked. Xia Ruofei made a rough estimate based on the information he found and said, "There are about 500 grass fry, and 100 of each of the other 2 types. Generally speaking, a fish pond could store about 8,000 to 12,000 fish per mu. The fish pond in the interspace was only 20 to 30 square meters, so 500 to 600 fish should be suitable. However, the space was different from the outside world. Perhaps the breeding density could be higher. If that was the case, he could just add some more in. The fat boss smiled and said, "That's not a lot indeed. According to the rules, we need at least 5,000 fish to be considered as wholesale. But since it's fate that we met, I can give you the wholesale price. How about 1.50 yuan per fish? Our fish are all bred in an environment that imitates the wild environment. This price was similar to the one Xia Ruofei had just found. Out. Hence, he nodded and said, "All right. Let's take a look at the baby fish first." "All right." The fat boss led Xia Ruofei to the inside of the shop and pointed to a row of large fish tanks. These were just transported from the seedling base today. A few hundred fish isn't much, we can just take them from the store. Xia Ruofei took a look. These fish were generally 2 to 3 centimeters long. They were arranged neatly and had the same color. The fish looked clean and shiny. He nodded. The fat boss wasn't lying. The quality of the fish fry should be good. Xia Ruofei reached out and stirred the fish in the fish tank. The fish swam away quickly after being disturbed, and their reaction was very fast. Xia Ruofei had an idea and said, "Boss, the fish fry are pretty good. I have a large plastic bucket in my car. Please wait a moment. I'll drive the car over." All right. The fat boss responded. Xia Ruofei returned to the parking lot and drove the pickup truck back to the fish fry shop. He took out a few large plastic buckets from the truck and brought them into the shop. The fat boss had already found a worker to wait there. Xia Ruofei started to fish for the baby fish as soon as he entered. 500 to 600 fish was not a lot, and they were all caught in no time. Xia Ruofei paid the total of 900 yuan in cash. Recently, the West River Moon Club had been paying him 600 to 700 yuan a day, so Xia Ruofei had plenty of cash. The fat boss enthusiastically helped Xia Ruofei move the plastic bucket to the pickup truck. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to get into the car and leave, the shop assistant rushed out and said to the fat boss, "Boss, that red dragon seems to be in a worse condition. I'm afraid it can't survive." The fat on the fat boss's face couldn't help but tremble a few times. He showed a pained expression and said, "Motherfucker. I've suffered a huge loss this time." Xia Ruofei asked, curiously, "Boss, what happened?" The fat boss said dejectedly, "Hey. Don't mention it. I bought a red arowana a few days ago. I wanted to raise it for a while and sell it for a good price, but I didn't expect it to get sick in just 5 or 6 days. Now, I don't think it will survive today. I have to hurry over and see if there's any other way." Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He was not in a hurry to leave and followed the boss back into the shop. The red arowana was kept in a separate fish tank and was about 25 centimeters long. It could no longer maintain its balance and floated in the fish tank on its last breath. The red surface of its body was slightly black and had no luster. The shop assistant said anxiously, "Boss, it hasn't eaten for 2 days. Salt and penicillin have no effect. What should we do?" The fat boss was in a bad mood and said, "How would I know what to do? I'm not a god, how can I possibly save it?" Then, the fat boss waved his hand and said, "Forget it, just admit that you're unlucky. Let's just treat it as that 8,000 yuan went down the drain." Xia Ruofei looked at the dying red arowana and suddenly said, "Boss, how about you sell this red arowana to me?" The fat boss was stunned for a moment and said, "This fish is dying, it's useless even if you buy it. I'm doing legitimate business, I can't do things that cheat people." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "He's not dead yet, is he? I can't have it even if I die. To tell you the truth, boss, I heard that red arowana tastes good either steamed or fried. I've Wanted to get one for a long time to try, but the price is too expensive. Now that your fish is dying, why don't you sell it to me at a lower price? You can reduce your loss. The fat boss was speechless. Red arowana was a high-end ornamental fish with auspicious meanings, especially favored by businessmen. In Hong Kong and Macau, a good red arowana could be sold for millions or even millions, and this man wanted to buy it and kill it to eat. However, the fat boss couldn't care less. At least Xia Ruofei was right. If he didn't sell it, the red arowana might die today. It would be worthless then. If he sold it to Xia Ruofei, he could at least make up for the loss. As for what Xia Ruofei bought it for, it had nothing to do with him. After careful consideration, the fat boss nodded and said, "Little brother, I can sell it to you, but you've seen the situation of this fish. You can't go back on your word after buying it." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Of course. Boss, give me a price. Don't set it too high. I can't afford it if it's too high." The fat boss pondered for a moment and tentatively said, "How about 2,000? Little brother, I bought this fish for 8,000 yuan. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and was too lazy to bargain. The main thing was that the red arowana was about to die, and bargaining would waste time. He nodded and said, "Deal." Xia Ruofei took out 2,000 yuan and handed it to the fat boss. The fat boss also let out a long sigh of relief. Although he lost 6,000 yuan, he finally sent this god of plague away, and it wasn't like he lost everything. He made up his mind to never enter the arowana again. He was scared of her just once. The fat boss gave Xia Ruofei a small plastic water tank and carefully transferred the red arowana into the tank. Xia Ruofei walked out of the store with the water tank and placed it on the mat of the front passenger seat of the pickup truck. Then, he said goodbye to the fat boss, got into the car, and left in a hurry. The fish could not hold on for much longer. Xia Ruofei drove very fast. After leaving the county, he found a place where there was no one and parked the car. Then, he used his mind to enter the spirit map space and took out a mineral water bottle. The bag contained the flower petal solution that he had prepared. He had originally planned to send it to Hu Zi's mother, but he had been busy for the past 2 days and had not had the time to go over. Now, it came in handy. Xia Ruofei unscrewed the bottle cap and poured 2 spoons of the petal solution into the plastic water tank. Then, he stared at the red arowana in the water tank, feeling a little nervous. The reason why Xia Ruofei was so nervous was because red arowana was extremely valuable. It was one of the best ornamental fish. If he could save this fish, he would definitely make a lot of money. Of course, Xia Ruofei knew the value of the red arowana thanks to a comrade from the recruit company. That comrade from Jiangsu and Zhejiang province was a true blue rich second generation. His father raised a red arowana and it was said that he spent more than 1 million to buy it. This fellow bragged to his comrades all day long and told them a lot about the red arowana, so Xia Ruofei had a deep impression of it. However, Xia Ruofei was recruited into the Lone Wolf assault team not long after he was dismissed. He did not have much contact with this comrade of his. He heard that he retired from the army and went home to help his father do business after 2 years of service. I wonder how this interesting guy is doing now. When Xia Ruofei saw the red arowana, he could not help but think of his comrade. However, this thought only flashed through his mind as most of his attention was focused on the dying red arowana. Under Xia Ruofei's nervous gaze, the red arowana, which had been motionless for a long time, opened its mouth slightly and then swayed its tail gently. "There's hope." Xia Ruofei revealed a look of joy. Sure enough, after a while, the red arowana seemed to have recovered. A lot. Its tail swayed even more, and then it twisted its body, regaining its balance and no longer showing the state of turning white. Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. The petal solution was indeed effective. However, Xia Ruofei felt that the red arowana was still recovering a little slowly, so he unscrewed the cap and dripped another drop of the petal solution into it. The red arowana was like a cat that smelled the fishy smell. It swam to the spot where the petal solution was dripped in and lifted its head out of the water with its mouth wide open. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. This little guy was quite smart. He didn't hesitate any longer and dripped a few drops of the petal solution down. The difference was that this time, he directly dropped the petal solution into the red arowana's mouth. The red arowana swallowed the petal solution in big mouthfuls, and its spirit recovered quickly. The scales on its body gradually became lustrous. Xia Ruofei stopped after dripping more than 10 drops of petal solution. He tightened the bottle cap and could tell that the red arowana had fully recovered. The red arowana couldn't wait for the petal solution, so it swam around in the plastic water tank unhappily. Its tail was so powerful that it even splashed water. If the fat boss saw this, he would be shocked. Was this still the red arowana that was so sick that it could die at any time? Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to go home. Instead, he moved the plastic water tank with the red arowana into the spirit map space. Then, he opened the door and got out of the car. He climbed into the back of the car and saw that there was no one around. He also put the plastic bucket with the 600 fish fry into the spirit map space. Then, Xia Ruofei got into the driver's seat, picked up his phone, and did some simple research. He had always had an idea to simulate a natural ecosystem in the spacefish pond. He didn't need to use any artificial feed when breeding fish, including this red arowana. He was going to use this method to breed it. Xia Ruofei searched for relevant information. The idea was indeed feasible. However, most people did it in places like reservoirs and small lakes. Very few people did it in small fish ponds. Xia Ruofei was still very confident. After all, he had the spirit map space and the petal solution. After looking for information, Xia Ruofei knew that he had to build a complete ecosystem in the spacefish pond. There had to be seaweed, plankton, small fish and shrimp, and so on, so that they could form a complete ecosystem. What should he do? Xia Ruofei furrowed his brows as he pondered. Suddenly, he remembered that there was an abandoned pond on the way to the holiday villa, and an idea came to him. However, before he used his idea, Xia Ruofei had to verify something. So he put down his phone and started the car, driving towards the holiday villa. After he got home, Xia Ruofei jogged upstairs and locked the door and windows. Then, he entered the spirit map space. He didn't check the plastic water tank with the red arowana and the buckets of fish. Instead, he picked up his hoe and shovel and went to the big fish pond he had dug up. The water level in the spirit pond had already recovered, and the pond's water level had risen to around 1.5 meters, which was the same as the water level in the spirit pond, so the spring water didn't come out anymore. Xia Ruofei estimated the distance with his eyes, then picked up the hoe and started to work. 2 hours later, a straight ditch appeared beside the pond. The ditch extended all the way to the invisible membrane at the end of the space. Xia Ruofei dug a hole in the pond with his hoe. The water in the fish pond started to flow out through the hole and into the ditch. Xia Ruofei picked up a fish from the plastic bucket and threw it into the ditch. The fish immediately followed the flow of water. Xia Ruofei followed the water flow and soon reached the end of the small space. Xia Ruofei stared at the ditch nervously. The water passed through the space membrane without any resistance and flowed into unknown space outside. As for the young fish, it was as if it was blocked by an invisible wall, struggling against the light green membrane. Yay! Xia Ruofei called out happily. His guess had confirmed that the Swan Ni's pool of water was a product of the space itself. The light green membrane did not obstruct it at all, and since the Fry and him were both outsiders, they were blocked by the space membrane. Xia Ruofei guessed that the area outside the membrane was still within the spirit map space, but he would have to wait for the space to evolve again before he could see it. Therefore, the pool water should still be in the spirit map space, and it might even have seeped into the ground and gathered at the spring eye. In this way, Xia Ruofei could change the water in the pond at any time. Although the water in the spatial pond had a strong purifying ability and was extremely clear without a trace of impurities, Xia Ruofei was worried that the fish would not be able to survive and grow for a long time if the water was still. But now that the water could flow away, Xia Ruofei could change the water regularly. He scooped up the fry, then jogged back and threw the fry into the bucket. Then, he used a shovel to shovel the soil to block the gap in the fish pond. Then, Xia Ruofei started to get busy again. He moved the soil that he had just dug out between the pond and the fish pond. He increased the height of the mini stream and finally made a small dam at the junction of the stream and the fish pond. Xia Ruofei blocked the dam and the water level of the mini stream started to rise. The spiritual pond and the fish pond were completely separated. Xia Ruofei had gone through so much trouble just to ensure that the spirit pool water was clean. Still, although the purifying ability of the spiritual pond water was very strong, Xia Ruofei did not want the water that he usually drank to be mixed with the small fish, shrimp, and plankton that would go upstream in the fish pond in the future. With this simple dam, the spirit pond and the fish pond were isolated from each other and would only be connected when the water was changed. When the water was changed, the water flowed outward, and under the impulse, it was basically impossible for the creatures in the fish pond to enter the spirit pool. After finishing all this, Xia Ruofei could finally implement his plan to create a space fish pond. He left the spirit map space, hid the spirit map scroll, and quickly went downstairs. He drove a pickup truck straight to the abandoned pond. Soon, Xia Ruofei drove to an abandoned pond about 1 kilometer away from the villa. Out of his habit as a Special Forces member, Xia Ruofei observed the pond the moment he got out of the car. He realized that the pond was indeed abandoned. There were weeds growing around the pond, and there was a simple shed not far away with a big hole in its roof. It was on the verge of collapse. It was obvious that no one had lived there for a long time. Then, Xia Ruofei looked around to make sure that there was no one around. He then slowly walked to the pond and squatted down. Xia Ruofei put his hand into the pond and tried to contact the spirit map space with his mind. Then, he tried to give instructions. In an instant, Xia Ruofei felt the water in the pond, the mud at the bottom of the pond, and a large piece of seaweed disappear into thin air. The next moment, they appeared in the spirit map space and fell into the spatial fish pond according to his instructions. Of course, due to the size of the pond, losing one piece would not cause the water level to drop significantly. Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. This method was indeed effective. It was so much more convenient after the space had evolved. Xia Ruofei had a plan in mind. He immediately did the same thing and continuously took the water, mud, and algae from the abandoned pond into the spatial pond. It contained a large amount of plankton, small fish, shrimp, aquatic plants, and so on. It would definitely form a complete ecosystem in the space spirit pool. After a few dozen times, Xia Ruofei could feel that the bottom of the fish pond was covered with a thick layer of mud. He knew that it was about time. So he stood up and quickly returned to the car, driving back to the holiday villa. As soon as he got home, Xia Ruofei rushed to his bedroom, took out the spirit map, and entered the medium. Xia Ruofei immediately appeared beside the spatial fish pond. Now that his connection with the spirit map space was getting closer, he could control himself to appear at a certain location in the space. The space fish pond was now very different from how clear it had been before. After the mud and algae were absorbed, the fish pond became very muddy. However, Xia Ruofei knew that this was only temporary. The purifying ability of the spiritual pool was so strong that it should be clear again soon. The small fish and shrimp in the abandoned pond seemed to have realized that the environment had changed. They were very excited about the spiritual pond and swam around in the space fish pond. Xia Ruofei's consciousness had a connection with the spirit map space, so he could even feel the little loaches in the mud wriggling around and a small turtle hiding in a cluster of algae. The pond in the interspace was full of life. Xia Ruofei was relieved. He believed that a stable ecosystem would be formed soon. Then, his fish would be living in a wild environment. Moreover, it was several levels higher than the wild environment. After all, this was the interior of the spirit map space, and the quality of air and water was many times higher than the outside world. However, Xia Ruofei felt that the number of fish and prawns in the pond was still too small. After all, the pond was abandoned and Xia Ruofei had only randomly taken the mud from the pond and brought them into the medium. However, this problem was easy to solve. He could go to the market again, buy some small fish and river shrimp, and throw them into the space fish pond. The biggest purpose of this trip was the plankton in the mud and water, as well as the algae in the pond. Xia Ruofei walked around in satisfaction and came to the plastic bucket that contained the fish. He took the mineral water bottle that contained the petal solution and poured a little into each plastic bucket. The fry in the plastic bucket immediately started to writhe. It was obvious that the petal solution was very attractive to them. After Xia Ruofei poured the solution in, he did not care about the fish fry anymore. He let them absorb the petal solution in the plastic bucket. He went straight to the plastic water tank. The red arowana had fully recovered and was swimming happily in the plastic water tank. The scales of the red arowana were very large, and each one was very neat and bright. The gills had begun to show spreading hair color. The range was not very large, but the orange-red color was very rich and pure. Xia Ruofei was very happy. The red arowana was still in its infancy and would go through several stages of hair color in the future. In the end, the whole fish would be red. The darker and darker the red, the more valuable it would be. This red arowana should have the hair color of a first-stage arowana. The color was already so rich, which meant that it was of a good species. With the various nutrients in the space and the time flow that was 20 times faster, Xia Ruofei would be able to harvest a valuable red arowana very soon. He thought about it and decided not to keep the red arowana in the water tank. The conditions in the space were unique, and it would be more beneficial for the red arowana to grow in a simulated wild environment. However, he couldn't keep it in a big fish pond either. Red arowana were fed with small fish and shrimp. If it was left in a big fish pond, the baby fish wouldn't survive. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and decided to dig a small pond next to the big fish pond to raise the red arowana. Xia Ruofei picked up the hoe and shovel and started to work. More than an hour later, Xia Ruofei, who was sweating profusely, looked at the 2-meter-wide pit he had dug with satisfaction. Other than the pit, Xia Ruofei had dug 2 more water diversion tanks. One was used to draw water from the big fish pond, and the other was used to drain water. Xia Ruofei dug out some mud and algae from the big fish pond, then filled the small fish pond with water. After resting for a while, Xia Ruofei released the fish for more than an hour. They should have absorbed all the petal solution by now. He carried the plastic bucket to the big fish pond and used a water ladle to scoop out the fish and carefully poured them into the fish pond. It was not until all 600 fish had been placed in the big fish pond that Xia Ruofei let out a long sigh of relief. The matter of the space fish pond was finally settled. Then, Xia Ruofei carefully placed the red arowana into the small fish pond and poured some petal solution into both fish ponds. He then left the spirit map space with a peace of mind. Back in his bedroom, Xia Ruofei kept the painting close to his body and looked at the time. It was still early for lunch, the 20 times time flow in the spirit map space was so practical. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to drive to the seafood market in Chongqing County. There were many stalls selling small fish and prawns at the entrance. As many people would buy them to feed their fish and cats, Xia Ruofei bought 2 plastic buckets of fish and prawns and placed them in the driver's seat. On the way back to the villa, Xia Ruofei put the 2 buckets of small fish and shrimp into the spirit map space and placed them in the 2 fish ponds. In this way, the ecosystem of the 2 fish ponds was basically completed. Soon, it would be self-sufficient and he would not have to worry too much. At most, he would pour some petal solution into the young fishes and red arowana to absorb from time to time. It was already noon by the time they arrived at the villa. Xia Ruofei's phone rang just as he was about to make lunch. He took it out and looked at the caller ID. It was Ling Qingxue. Xia Ruofei smiled and answered the call. Are you Ruofei? My dad has fired He Dong. The moment the call connected, Ling Qingxue said excitedly, I won't have to see that annoying face again. Hee hee. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, oh, really? Uncle Ling made a decision so quickly? I thought he would hesitate for a few days. After the brief interaction yesterday, Xia Ruofei could tell that Ling Xiaotian was a very loyal person. He Dong was the son of the old class monitor who had saved his life. It would be very difficult for Ling Xiaotian to expel He Dong. Ling Qingxue said, how can I not hesitate? My dad probably didn't sleep last night. His eyes were bloodshot when he woke up in the morning. He was also restless this morning. He went into the study room to give Uncle He a call, and when he came out, he made the decision to fire He Dong. So it's like this. It seems that the old squad leader didn't lose his soldier's character. Xia Ruofei nodded and said. Ling Qingshui hesitated for a moment before saying, but Ruofei, my dad is calling some of his close friends. He probably wants to arrange a job for He Dong. You won't be angry, right? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, why should I be angry? I only asked Ling's F&B to fire He Dong. As for Uncle Ling finding a job for He Dong, that's his own decision. Why should I be angry? To be honest, if he didn't do this, he wouldn't be called Ling Xiaotian. Ling Qingshui stuck out her tongue and asked, you're making it sound like you know my dad very well. Xia Ruofei laughed. There are some people who don't need to be in contact too much. Sometimes, you can tell what kind of person they are with just a few words. Yo. He even appreciated my dad's talent. Ling Qingshui chuckled. That's right. Xia Ruofei said casually, then continued, speaking of which, the main reason I asked to fire He Dong was, because you were so annoyed by his pestering. So, I might as well use this opportunity to drive this fly away. As for which company he goes to work at, what does it have to do with me? To be honest, Xia Ruofei didn't care about He Dong at all. To Xia Ruofei, He Dong was no different from a fly. When Ling Qingshui heard this, she immediately said happily, so you care about me that much? Xia Ruofei patted his forehead and quickly changed the topic. Well, Qingshui, let's talk about the cooperation. Ling Qingshui pouted and snorted. She was unhappy with Xia Ruofei's behavior of retreating after a single touch. However, she still said unwillingly, your request has been met. My dad said that he will personally go over to you in the afternoon to sign the contract. Are you satisfied? Xia Ruofei chuckled. Tell him not to come yet. My own company will be registered soon, and I'll sign it directly under the company's name. Otherwise, I'll have to change the contract again. Isn't it better to get everything done in one go? But our company is in urgent need of your Taoyuan vegetables. Ling Qingshui pouted and said, I can't even wait a day. Xia Ruofei laughed. We won't delay the supply of vegetables. Tell Uncle Ling that you can send someone to bring the vegetables tomorrow. We'll follow the quantity and price we agreed on last time. This is more like it. Ling Qingshui chuckled. Then I'll bring a car over to transport the vegetables tomorrow morning. Ah? You're coming too? Xia Ruofei asked subconsciously. Humph. Why? I don't welcome you? Ling Qingshui snorted and asked. That's not it. Xia Ruofei said hurriedly. But you're a big manager and you're so busy. You don't have to do such a small thing like pulling the vegetables, do you? I'm coming. Ling Qingshui said, you still owe me a meal. Prepare well tomorrow. I'll have lunch at your place. Xia Ruofei groaned in his heart. It seemed that this girl was prepared to stay here the whole morning tomorrow. He had so many things to do every day, where would he find the time to accompany her? However, since Ling Qingshui had asked for it and he did owe her a meal, Xia Ruofei could not reject her and could only agree with a bitter smile. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei called President Xing of the West River Moon Club and informed him about the cooperation between him and Ling Ji. This was what the two of them had agreed on back then. Moreover, the target customers of Ling Ji Restaurant and the West River Moon Club were completely different. Moreover, the supply volume was not high, so there was no need to worry about the loss of high-end customers. People with money and status ate in a different way. Even if the ingredients were also Taoyuan vegetables, the club members generally wouldn't lower their status and spend in such a public restaurant. Therefore, President Xing was not unhappy. Instead, he teased Xia Ruofei over the phone and said that he would arrange a one-stop service for Xia Ruofei the next time he went to Shijianyue. President Xing was in a good mood after hearing the popularity that Taoyuan vegetables had brought to the West River Moon Club. Xia Ruofei made lunch for himself. When he was done with the dishes and was about to go to the backyard to look at the cabbage seedlings, he received a call from the courier. It turned out that the small flower pots, succulent plants, and other things he had ordered had arrived. Xia Ruofei was a little surprised. He had thought that he would only receive it tomorrow. Since he had received it today, it would be for the best. After all, Ling Qingxue was coming tomorrow morning. And she probably wouldn't be able to do much. Hence, Xia Ruofei drove non-stop to the express delivery point in Chongping County to pick up the goods. The huge box almost filled the entire car. After driving back to the villa, Xia Ruofei made sure that there was no one around and put the big box into the spirit map space. Then, he quickly went upstairs to lock the door and windows, took out the spirit map scroll, and entered the space with a thought. In the boundless space, Xia Ruofei opened the box and took out a few hundred plastic flower pots and a few large fiber bags filled with succulent plants. Different species of succulent plants had different requirements for their materials. Xia Ruofei bought a large bag of each type of succulent plant that he currently had. Then, Xia Ruofei began the second cutting process on the succulents. With the experience from the first time, Xia Ruofei was even more familiar with the route this time. It was still the Buck and Strider 888 and military dagger. The only difference was that Xia Ruofei was terminally ill the last time. Now, not only had he recovered, but he was also much stronger than when he was at his peak. Naturally, his work efficiency had also increased. More than 5 hours later, more than a dozen pots of succulent mother plants were scarred and looked miserable, while more than 180 pots of small succulents were next to them. Xia Ruofei took out the flower petal solution that he had concocted and sprinkled some on each wound on the mother plant. Then, he diluted the flower petal solution again and mixed it with the spirit pond water in the watering can. He watered every pot of succulents. Xia Ruofei dusted his hands in satisfaction. He picked up the bottle of spiritual pond water and gulped down a few mouthfuls of water. Suddenly, he felt refreshed and all his fatigue disappeared. Next, he just had to wait a few days, and these little succulents would be put on the shelves for sale. That would be another income of more than 100,000 yuan. The next day, Xia Ruofei woke up very early and entered the spirit map space. He prepared all the vegetables that were to be provided for the 11jiang Moon Club and Lingji restaurant. He also made a mark on the vegetable basket and sprinkled some spirit pond water on each basket to maintain its freshness. He then went to the garage on the first floor and took out all the vegetable baskets. After doing all this, Xia Ruofei went to the kitchen to heat up a glass of milk and a few pieces of bread for breakfast. Not long after breakfast, Xia Ruofei heard the sound of an engine from outside. He walked out of the villa and saw that the small truck from the West River Moon Club had arrived first. The purchaser was already familiar with the place. He greeted Xia Ruofei, and the two of them led the two workers into the garage. The vegetables for Shi Jianyue and Ling Ji were distributed separately. Xia Ruofei asked the workers to carry all the vegetables out of the clubhouse, weighed the weights, and paid. Soon, the small truck from Shi Jianyue clubhouse carried Taoyuan vegetables out of the villa. Xia Ruofei had an extra 6,000 to 7,000 yuan in cash. The club and Ling's restaurant would bring in more than 10,000 yuan of income every day, which was about 300,000 yuan a month. Including the succulent plants, Xia Ruofei could deliver a batch of goods every half a month, which was about 400,000 yuan a month. In total, Xia Ruofei's monthly income was at least 700,000. This money-making speed was terrifying, but it seemed that he spent money even faster. Xia Ruofei estimated that even if he spent a month's income on jade, it might not be enough for the spirit map space to level up again. After all, the last evolution had consumed nearly 500,000 yuan of jade. Xia Ruofei strolled around the courtyard for a while, before the second batch of guests arrived. A white truck and an orange Porsche 911 drove into the courtyard one after another. "Are you Ruofei?" Ling Qingxue called out happily after she got out of the car. She quickly walked towards Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei's eyes suddenly lit up. Ling Qingxue was wearing a short leather jacket with a plaid shirt, tight, fitting jeans, and beige wool boots. Her figure was curvaceous, and her long legs, which made countless men's imagination run wild, were tight. She was full of youthful energy. This was very different from how she usually dressed, which made Xia Ruofei lose his focus. Ling Qingxue's heart was filled with sweetness, and at the same time, her face flushed red. "What are you looking at? Are there flowers on my face?" Xia Ruofei quickly looked away, embarrassed. He laughed awkwardly and did not know how to answer. Ling Qingxue chuckled and glanced at Xia Ruofei flirtatiously. She said softly, "Dumbo." At this moment, a woman in a black business suit got down from the small truck. She walked over with the driver and a worker. When she saw that Xia Ruofei was very humble, she bowed slightly and greeted, "Good day, Mr. Xia Ruofei, this is Manager Su from our procurement department." Ling Qingxue introduced. She used to be the deputy manager of the procurement department. It was obvious that this was He Dong's successor. For the procurement manager to personally visit him for the first time to pick up vegetables, to a certain extent, it also reflected the importance that Ling Xiaotian attached to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled gently and said, "Hello, Manager Su. The vegetables are all prepared, there. In the garage, you can get the workers to move them." Okay. "Thank you, Mr. Xia," Manager Su said quickly. It was obvious that Ling Xiaotian had given him instructions before he came, so Manager Su knew that Xia Ruofei's paradise vegetables was of great importance to the company. Hence, his attitude was also very respectful, forming a sharp contrast with He Dong's domineering attitude the other day. Soon, Manager Su brought the driver and workers to move the 6 baskets of vegetables to the villa's courtyard. Manager Su's expression was full of excitement as she said to Ling Qingxue, this paradise vegetables really lives up to its reputation. I've been in the procurement business for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen such high quality and good-looking vegetables. I believe that these famous paradise vegetables will definitely restore our flagship store's business to its original state, or even better than before." Ling Qingxue smiled and said, Big Sister Su, I've already told my dad that Ruofei's vegetables are the best medicine for our company to get out of trouble. But that stubborn old man didn't believe me, or else why would he go through so much trouble? Ling Qingxue should have a good relationship with Manager Su, so she didn't hold back when she spoke. However, as a subordinate, Manager Su also felt a little embarrassed when she heard Ling Qingxue say that about the chairman. She pursed her lips and smiled, not daring to respond. Soon, the vegetables were weighed by the pounds. Then, the price was calculated according to the price of 50 yuan for spinach and eggplant and 30 yuan for the other 4 vegetables. The total was more than 4,500 yuan. This price was almost half of the price given to the Moon Club in Shijiang. Furthermore, they provided 2 more kinds of vegetables. Xia Ruofei was definitely very generous. Manager Su had also brought cash over and paid the money on the spot. Then, she instructed the workers to load the vegetables into the truck and politely bid Xia Ruofei farewell. She left the holiday villa with the small truck. After Manager Su and the others left, only Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue were left in the villa. Ling Qingxue smiled at Xia Ruofei and said, All right. Now that we're done with work, there's only the 2 of us left. What do you plan to do with me? Ling Qingxue even blinked at Xia Ruofei cutely. Looking at Ling Qingxue, who had obviously dressed up, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little tempted. A long-legged beauty like Ma Yinlong was standing in front of him, looking at him with her beautiful eyes full of love. She didn't hide her love for him at all. As long as it was a normal man, he wouldn't be able to help but feel moved. However, Xia Ruofei asked himself honestly. Even though he had a good impression of Ling Qingxue, it was far from the level of liking her. Moreover, Ling Qingxue had been hiding her feelings since middle school. At that time, Xia Ruofei had no impression of Ling Qingxue at all. If he were to go with the flow now, Xia Ruofei would feel that he was lying to his feelings. Thus, he touched his nose awkwardly and said, Why don't you walk around or go into the house to watch TV while I prepare lunch? Ling Qingxue chuckled and said, It's only 8 o'clock now. Why are you preparing lunch so early in the morning? Do you want to stay in the kitchen for the whole morning? Xia Ruofei laughed in embarrassment. Without waiting for Xia Ruofei to reply, Ling Qingxue continued, I want to see the sea. You'll come with me? Ah? Okay, Xia Ruofei said. Drive your car. Ling Qingxue said happily. Then, she graciously hooked her arm around Xia Ruofei's and stuck her body close to him. Even though he was wearing a lot of clothes in the winter, Xia Ruofei could still clearly feel the softness and elasticity of his arms. His body could not help but stiffen for a moment before he walked unnaturally towards the pickup truck. Xia Ruofei's rented villa was about 3 kilometers away from the beach. It would only take a few minutes to drive there. The 2 of them did not speak after they got into the car, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Xia Ruofei said, let's listen to some songs. All right. Ling Qingxue said with a faint smile. Xia Ruofei turned on the radio and a song started to play. You love it when I take you to see the sea, don't worry, relying on is love. Your happiness is the boat, I am the sea, I will send you to the future. The radio was playing Lu Yi's Take You to See the Sea. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Wasn't this too appropriate? The 2 of them drove to watch the sea. Coincidentally, this song was playing on the radio, and the lyrics were so explicit. Ling Qingshua's face also turned red. Then, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. She turned to look at Xia Ruofei with a red face. Xia Ruofei said awkwardly, I'll change the channel. I don't want to. This song is quite good. I like it. Ling Qingxue said with a smile. All right then, Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. Under Lu Yi's singing, neither of them spoke. Ling Qingshua's face had a hint of shyness and seemed to have a hint of sweetness. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, sat upright and still, focusing on driving. The atmosphere in the car was really ambiguous. Fortunately, the journey was not far. A few minutes later, the pickup truck stopped by the side of the road. The beach was just in front of them, so they could only walk there. The two of them got out of the car, and Ling Qingxue ran towards the beach like a child, her leather boots kicking up clouds of sand. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene and quickly chased after him. Very quickly, the two of them arrived at the beach. Ling Qingxue was extremely excited. If it wasn't winter, she might have already rushed into the water. The ocean breeze blew against Ling Qingshue's face, causing her hair to flutter. Under the warm winter sun, her delicate face looked even more beautiful. The two of them walked along the coastline, and the sound of waves rang in their ears. In front of them was the boundless blue sea, which made them feel relaxed and happy. The two of them chatted as they walked. They talked about their past in junior high school. They were in the same grade but were in different classes, so they naturally had a lot of interactions and some common friends. For example, when Xia Ruofei mentioned the literary performance in the first 3 periods, Ling Qingxue was very excited and said that she had a solo dance. She even asked Xia Ruofei if he remembered the girl who had danced Swan Lake. Although Xia Ruofei's impression of him was vague, he was not stupid enough to tell the truth. Naturally, he nodded repeatedly. Ling Qingxue, on the other hand, was very familiar with some of Xia Ruofei's basketball games in middle school, as if the scenes of that time were still vivid in her mind. They talked as they walked, and the distance between the two seemed to have closed a lot. After walking for about half an hour, Xia Ruofei saw that Ling Qingxue was a little tired, so he said, Qingxue, there's a rock over there. Let's go and sit down. I'm taking a break. Ling Qingxue replied, all right. The rock was a little steep. Xia Ruofei took the lead and jumped up easily after a few steps. His strong figure made Ling Qingshue's eyes a little blurred. Xia Ruofei turned around and extended her hand towards Ling Qingxue. She smiled and said, what are you thinking? Quickly come up. Ling Qingxue came back to her senses and smiled sweetly as she reached out to grab Xia Ruofei's big hand. Xia Ruofei felt that Ling Qingshue's hands were very soft and smooth. He could not help but feel a little excited. After calming himself down, he gently pulled Ling Qingxue up. Then, Xia Ruofei held Ling Qingshue's hand and climbed up with her. The two of them sat down at the highest point of the reef. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue faced the vast sea. Below them was a cliff that was more than 10 meters high. The cliff was grotesque and craggy. The waves hit the rocks, making loud sounds and splashing water. Even on the rocks that were more than 10 meters high, one could feel the dense water vapor. In such an environment, one's mood would suddenly become cheerful. The two of them sat there for a long time without speaking. After A long time, Ling Qingxue said softly. Ruofei, we talked about so much about the school just now. Now, tell me about your army. I want to hear. The army. Xia Ruofei's eyes were filled with reminiscence. After a long while, he said softly, then let me tell you the story of a comrade. His name is Lin Hu. And he was born in a small fishing village, not far from here. He and I were soldiers of the same year, and we were brought to the army on the same train. Many things about the lone wolf commando team were confidential, but the fight with international drug dealers in China was not so sensitive. Central TV even sent reporters to interview the team and broadcast a documentary, but it was only after the military security department removed the secret. That was why Xia Ruofei was describing the battle that had left a deep impression on him. The warm winter sun was a little dazzling. Xia Ruofei looked at the sea in front of him and told the tragic story in a very low voice. In a trance, he felt as if he had returned to the wet jungle, where poisonous snakes and insects were everywhere. The crisp sound of gunfire broke the silence of the jungle. The Lone Wolf Special Forces and the international drug trafficking gang were engaged in close combat, and bullets flew past them. Blood Wolf. Be careful of the sniper. Xia Ruofei had just heard his comrade, in arms, Hu Zi's roar when he was pushed away by a strong force. He rolled a few times involuntarily and hid behind a rock. Xia Ruofei snapped back to reality and turned around. He saw that Hu Zi, who had pushed him away earlier, was lying on the ground. The large-caliber sniper bullet had pierced through his thigh and blood was gushing out like a fountain. Hu Zi! Xia Ruofei shouted in grief and anger, and was about to rush forward to bandage Hu Zi. Don't come over. The enemy sniper is watching us. Hu Zi shouted. At the same time, a pair of big hands held Xia Ruofei tightly in place. It was the Commander Guozhan who was commanding the battle at the side. Wolf King. Xia Ruofei's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted, the wolf's artery is injured. It'll die if it's not treated in time. As a Special Forces elite, Xia Ruofei naturally knew that this was the most commonly used method of snipers: surround the point and hit the reinforcements. They kept the wounded alive and waited for their comrades to rush up and treat them. Then, they would use the sniper rifle to take down them one by one. However, the person lying on the ground was his best brother and comrade. Xia Ruofei had lost his usual calmness. Without waiting for Guozhan to speak, Hu Zi, who had already lost a little too much blood, said weakly, Bloody Wolf. Ruofei. Don't come over. Don't come over. You coming over is meaningless. Except to die. Listen to me. Don't come over. Xia Ruofei clutched the grass on the ground tightly, his eyes bloodshot. Hu Zi was bleeding non-stop, and the sound was getting weaker and weaker. Finally, the enemy sniper lost his patience and another sniper bullet hit Hu Zi's chest. He groaned and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Are you Ruofei? Help me. Take care of my mother. And my sister. Hu Zi used the last of his strength and turned to look at Xia Ruofei as he spoke with difficulty. A man's tears would not fall easily, but they had not reached a sad point. At this moment, Xia Ruofei's tears were rolling down his cheeks. He said in a hoarse voice, Hu Zi. In the future, your mother is my mother. When Hu Zi heard this, a gratified smile appeared at the corners of his lips, and he slowly closed his eyes. Huzi, Xia Ruofei wailed. The sea breeze blew and Xia Ruofei felt a chill on his face. As he spoke, 2 lines of tears had unknowingly flowed down his face. Ling Qingxue was already leaning on him, her soft hands holding his big hands tightly, as if she wanted to give him strength. 71. You have to take responsibility. 1. Ling Qingxue didn't say anything. She just held Xia Ruofei's hand quietly. She could feel the sorrow and helplessness in the heart of the man beside her when he was telling the heroic story. So he had gone through so much in the army all these years. Ling Qingxue thought to herself. At the same time, she felt her heart ache. The Prince Charming of the past seemed to have become different. After being tempered by blood and fire in the military, he was more manly now. This feeling was especially strong when Xia Ruofei used a low voice to describe his life and death experiences with his comrades. Xia Ruofei calmed himself down and wiped his face with his hand. Then, he said, I'm sorry. I just remembered something from the past. Ling Qingxue smiled and said gently, why are you embarrassed? I like to hear it. As long as it's related to you, I like to hear it. Xia Ruofei smiled and said in a lonely tone, it's actually nothing much. It's nothing more than training and fighting. Our daily life is very monotonous, but we all enjoy it. Then why did you leave the army? Ling Qingxue asked in confusion. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, for some personal reasons. Forget it, let's not talk about this. It's getting late, let's go back. I still have to prepare lunch. Only then did Ling Qingxue realize that the 2 of them had been sitting there and chatting for almost 2 hours. Xia Ruofei held Ling Qingxue's hand and walked down. When they reached the bottom, Xia Ruofei was the first to jump down. Standing on the beach, he extended his hands to Ling Qingxue and said, come. I'll catch you. They were at a height of about 2 meters. Ling Qingxue felt a little scared instinctively. But when she saw Xia Ruofei's open arms and the warm smile on his face, she felt a sense of security. She smiled and nodded at Xia Ruofei before jumping off the rock. Xia Ruofei caught Ling Qingxue accurately. However, Ling Qingxue's jump seemed to be a little too strong, and the 2 of them were tightly hugging each other. Xia Ruofei could clearly feel 2 soft mounds pressing against his chest. His 2 hands were firmly pressed on Ling Qingxue's. Xia Ruofei could not help but feel his body stiffen. He quickly moved his hands away as if they were burning. Ling Qingxue's face turned red and she quickly let go of Xia Ruofei. Then, she glanced at Xia Ruofei and walked away with her head lowered. Xia Ruofei hurried to catch up with Ling Qingxue. The 2 of them didn't speak until they got into the pickup truck, and the awkward atmosphere was a little ambiguous. Pouted. 2103. Why are you acting dumb? I'm the one who's at a disadvantage, alright? After they got into the car, Ling Qingxue suddenly burst out laughing. Her face was red as she pouted. Why are you acting dumb? I'm the one who's at a disadvantage, alright? I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Xia Ruofei stuttered. As he explained. Who knows? Ling Qingxue said in a low voice. She then raised her head and said, I don't care, you have to take responsibility. Ah? Xia Ruofei was shocked. It can't be. Didn't I just accidentally touch that part? However, Xia Ruofei did not dare to say this out loud. Otherwise, he would be beaten to death by Ling Qingxue. What wonderful things are you thinking about? Ling Qingshui glanced at Xia Ruofei affectionately and said, I mean, you have to compensate me. Lunch must be a sumptuous meal. If I'm not satisfied. Humph. Xia Ruofei quickly said, don't worry. I'll definitely use all my skills. After saying this, Xia Ruofei felt that it was awkward and ambiguous. He quickly added, and I prepared a surprise for you. Oh, really? Hurry up and tell me. Ling Qingshui immediately couldn't hold back anymore and said. Xia Ruofei smiled mysteriously and said, since it's a surprise, you can't tell me in advance. You'll know when we get back. TSK. You're keeping me in suspense again. Ling Qingshui pouted and glared at Xia Ruofei in dissatisfaction. Xia Ruofei laughed and ignored Ling Qingshui. He started the car and drove back. After the ruckus just now, the awkward atmosphere between the two of them had disappeared. Moreover, the two of them had chatted for so long before, and they felt that the distance between their hearts had shortened a lot. Therefore, the journey back was filled with laughter and laughter. When they returned to the holiday villa, Ling Qingshui immediately pestered Xia Ruofei for a surprise. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I was going to take it out after dinner, but since you're in such a hurry, then go get it now. Wait for me here. After he finished speaking, Xia Ruofei ran upstairs. When he returned to his bedroom, Xia Ruofei locked the door. Then, he contacted the spirit map space and took out a pot of all-encompassing brocade. When he was cutting yesterday, he had specially left 2 pots of succulent mother plants. One pot was for Liang Qichao's white-skinned lunar boundary, and the other was for Ling Qingshui's all-encompassing brocade. The 2 pots of succulent mother plants did not undergo cutting this time. After being nourished by the spirit map space and the petal solution, they had already recovered and were growing very energetically. Wanxiang, also known as the 12 rolls of hairy men, had no stem. Its fleshy leaves were arranged in a loose lotus seat shape, and the leaves were slanted from the base, semi-circular in shape. As for the Wanxiang brocade, it was a variant of the Wanxiang brocade, with irregular stripes on its leaves. The rare thing about this pot of nature brocade was that it had both orange and pink mutated stripes. These 2 colored mutated stripes were extremely rare to begin with, and it was even rarer to have both of them on a body. Its value was no less than that of the top-grade ice lantern. Xia Ruofei used his mind to take out a watering can and watered the all-encompassing brocade with some water from the spatial pond. Then, he kept the watering can and went downstairs with the flower pot. Downstairs, Ling Qingshui was looking forward to it. When she saw Xia Ruofei coming down, she immediately ran over. When she saw the flower pot in Xia Ruofei's hand, her eyes lit up. Then, she couldn't move her eyes away and stared at the Wanxiang brocade for a long time before she said excitedly, dual-colored Wanxiang brocade? And they were orange and pink. Oh my God. Ruofei, where did you get so many high-quality goods? The ice lantern from last time was already very rare, and this time, you're bringing out such a rare dual-colored striped nature brocade. Ling Qingshui had always loved succulent plants, so much so that her admirers, including Liang Qichao, Lu Ping, Lu Mingho, and the others, had also begun to study succulents. Therefore, such a top-grade nature brocade was a fatal temptation to her. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, a present for you. How was it? Are you surprised enough? For me? Sure enough, Ling Qingshui's eyes revealed a look of pleasant surprise. This seems too expensive. It's at least a few $100,000. Xia Ruofei said deliberately, you don't want it? Then I'll take it back. With that, Xia Ruofei pretended to turn around and go upstairs. Ling Qingshui hurriedly snatched the pot of all-encompassing brocade and held it in her arms. Who said I didn't want it? There was no reason to take back something that had been given away. Humph. You little brat. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I've spent so much effort to prepare a gift for you, but in the end, it's still not good. You've actually become a petty person. Ling Qingshui's eyes flashed, with a hint of a smile. You talk too much. Hurry up and prepare your lunch. If you're not satisfied, I'm not leaving. Then, she hugged the flower pot and used her shoulder to push Xia Ruofei towards the kitchen. Xia Ruofei quickly said, don't push me, don't push me. I'll go now, all right? With that, Xia Ruofei fled into the kitchen. Ling Qingshui giggled as she looked at Xia Ruofei's back and muttered to herself, this guy is quite thoughtful. Ling Qingshui's heart was filled with sweetness. She held the flower pot in her hands and walked to the living room to sit down on the sofa. Her eyes fell on the all-creation brocade, and her eyes revealed an indescribable joy. Xia Ruofei had indeed given it his all to prepare a sumptuous lunch. The main ingredients were naturally Taoyuan vegetables from the spirit map space. There were also some meat dishes that he had bought from the supermarket when he went to Chongping County yesterday. When the two of them were eating, Xia Ruofei had prepared 7 to 8 dishes. With the unique ingredients, even though Xia Ruofei's cooking skills were only passable, the dishes he made still looked, smelled, and tasted great. Especially the ingredients, they were fresh and tender, which made people hungry. Xia Ruofei laid out the dishes in the dining room and called for her twice, before Ling Qingshui reluctantly put down the plate of all-creation brocade and went to the dining room to eat. However, the attraction of the peach garden vegetables quickly diverted Ling Qingshui's attention. It's so delicious. Ling Qingshui spoke as she ate, not caring about her image as a lady. Xia Ruofei smiled and gave Ling Qingshui some food. He said, eat slowly, no one here is snatching it from you. Yes, yes. You should eat too. Ling Qingshui said. Only then did Xia Ruofei pick up his bowl and start eating. He had been eating these vegetables every day, but he did not feel as strongly about it as Ling Qingshui. However, the delicious peach garden vegetables still greatly increased his appetite. Ling Qingshui picked up a small piece of cabbage and put it in her mouth. After chewing it carefully, she revealed a surprised expression and said, this little cabbage seems to be a little different from the other dishes. The taste is even more delicious, and the texture is much better. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, but he quickly remembered that the cabbage was planted in the spirit map space to test the effect of the petal solution. The cabbage seeds had been soaked in the diluted petal solution, so it might have undergone some kind of mutation. He also took a bite of the cabbage and put it in his mouth. Sure enough, it felt slightly different from ordinary vegetables from paradise. The crisp texture and the delicious taste that made one's teeth taste delicious were all memorable. Ling Qingshui put down her chopsticks and said, I don't think there's any cabbage among the vegetables you supply to our company, right? Tell me the truth, what's going on? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, what else could it be? This little cabbage is our latest developed species. We only brought a few samples over today. I was thinking of trying it out, but I didn't expect it to taste so good. Ling Qingshua's eyes lit up and she said, another new item. I don't care, you have to give priority to our company's supply of this little cabbage. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. This is really in the research and development stage. We've only brought a few samples today. Then when can we get the goods? Ling Qingxue persevered and asked, I don't need too much. Just like the other vegetables, 20 to 30 caddies a day shouldn't be a problem, right? At least 10 days. Xia Ruofei said after some thought. All right. 10 days it is. Ling Qingxue said, in 10 days, our company will be the first to receive this cabbage. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, don't worry. But let me make this clear first. The cabbages we ate today were cultivated under the careful care of the laboratory. The quality of the mass-produced products may be slightly worse than this. Xia Ruofei wanted to gradually plant them in the outside world. When the time came, the first batch of cabbage would be from the batch that was grown in the backyard. Although they had also been soaked in the petal solution, the outside environment was not like the spirit map space. The quality of the vegetables would definitely be reduced. He was also giving Ling Qingxue a heads up in case her expectations were too high. It doesn't matter. I know it won't be too bad. Ling Qingxue said, when I get back, I'll ask my father to change the contract and add the supply of cabbage. All right, you decide. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. He didn't even mention the price, and he was completely at ease with Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue was very satisfied with this lunch. After eating, the two of them went out for a walk to digest their food. The vegetables in the peach garden were simply too delicious, and Ling Qingxue was a little full. The two of them chatted as they walked. Ruofei, when are you going to start your vegetable base? Ling Qingxue asked, now that your business has started, if you don't build your vegetable base as soon as possible, it will still be a small business. I've been thinking about it, but I don't have any leads yet. Xia Ruofei said. Yup. Starting from zero is indeed a complicated thing, Ling Qingxue sighed. Then, she looked at the barren land in front of the villa, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Actually, this place is pretty good. You see, although the land in front of and behind your villa is deserted, it's very flat. If you use large machinery for construction, it won't be difficult to build a farm. This piece of land was at least 20 to 30 mu. The early stage was definitely enough. Moreover, there was the sea in front and a mountain forest behind. If they rented it together, it would not be a problem to develop fruit tree planting or marine breeding in the future. By the way, I saw an abandoned pond when I came here. It's okay to keep fish. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei's mind started to wander. He took a closer look and realized that it was true. Other than the fact that the land was overgrown with weeds and a little barren, it was the perfect place to build a vegetable base. And with the spiritual pond water and the petal solution, the barren land was not a problem at all. Moreover, there was a road next to it, so he didn't even have to worry about transportation problems. It was simply tailor-made. If they really took over this land, it would not be as simple as a vegetable base. Xia Ruofei had the spirit map space, and there were countless possibilities for his future development. Those priceless flowers, trees, the world's best food ingredients, extremely expensive medicinal herbs. All of these needed a base as a fulcrum. This place was undoubtedly very suitable as the starting point of his career. Qingxue, what you said makes sense. Xia Ruofei said excitedly, I'll find out where this land belongs to and find a way to rent it. N. Ling Qingxue was very happy that her idea had helped Xia Ruofei. She thought for a while and said, oh right, when you're doing construction work, you can directly look for Liang Qichao. His family is in the Real estate development business, so he has a construction team and construction machinery ready. When the time comes, ask him to find a designer to help you plan. All right. Xia Ruofei said happily, Qingxue, you're a lucky star. You've helped me solve a problem that has been bothering me for a long time. Ling Qingxue smiled and said, then you have to thank me properly. You owe me another meal. No. How about 2 meals? No problem. Xia Ruofei readily agreed. Whenever you want to eat Taoyuan vegetables, just come up. N. Ling Qingxue nodded happily. The two of them chatted as they walked. They walked around the villa and took a good look at the piece of land. Then, they walked back to the villa to check on Ling Qingxue. After all, she still had work to do, and it was time to leave. Back at the villa, Ling Qingxue went over and carefully carried the pot of nature brocade and walked out. Xia Ruofei wanted to help but couldn't he had to carry it himself. As she walked to the door, Ling Qingxue did not see the small aluminum alloy door sill at the door because of the flower pot blocking her view. She tripped on it and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Her whole body fell forward, and the pot of all nature brocade flew out of her hand. Xia Ruofei was right beside Ling Qingxue. His reaction speed was far beyond that of ordinary people. The moment Ling Qingxue tripped over the door frame, his body had already moved as fast as lightning. A hand firmly held the bottom of the flower pot, and then gently turned a circle, using the force, unloading technique of Tai Chi to stop the forward momentum of the flower pot. The flower pot seemed to be stuck to his palm. His other hand was tightly wrapped around Ling Qingxue's slender waist. Ling Qingxue's face was still filled with fear, but she realized that she did not fall. Instead, she was being held tightly in Xia Ruofei's arms. At this moment, her body was being pulled by Xia Ruofei, and she was leaning back slightly. Xia Ruofei was also leaning forward, and their faces were almost touching. Ling Qingxue's heart skipped a beat, and her face turned red. Under the warm winter sun, Xia Ruofei's face seemed to be covered with a layer of radiance. He asked with concern, "Are you all right?" However, Xia Ruofei did not realize how intimate their current position was. Ling Qingxue's heart was beating fast. She looked at Xia Ruofei's face, which was so close to her, and did something very bold. She reached out and held the back of Xia Ruofei's head, then pressed her tender red lips against Xia Ruofei's. No matter how fast Xia Ruofei's reaction was, he did not expect such a situation. He could not avoid it. He was stunned, as if he had been electrocuted. His eyes were wide open, and the two of them looked at each other at such a close distance. Xia Ruofei felt 2 wet and soft lips pressed against his own. It was a wonderful feeling, as if an electric current had passed through his body. However, this strange feeling didn't last long. Ling Qingxue quickly let go of him. At that moment, Ling Qingxue's pretty face was as red as a ripe apple. She was like a frightened deer. As she quickly walked towards the Porsche 911 that she had parked in the villa's yard, Xia Ruofei was still standing there like a statue. Ling Qingxue was walking halfway when she suddenly turned back. She looked shy and did not even dare to look at Xia Ruofei. She took the flower pot from Xia Ruofei's hand and got into the car as if she was escaping. Before Xia Ruofei could return to her senses, Ling Qingxue had already driven away. In her Porsche 911. Xia Ruofei touched his fragrant lips, still in a daze from what had happened. I was actually forced to kiss by this girl? Xia Ruofei felt like he was in a dream. After a while, he shouted in grief and indignation, Ling Qingxue. This is my first kiss. P.S. Today is Chinese Valentine's Day. I especially offer Brother Xia's first kiss. I wish the lovers a happy ending and that the single dog will get rid of his single soon. Steel Gun went on a date. 73, Chapter 71, Crazy Purchase _1 Xia Ruofei did not leave the villa for the next few days. He wasn't in a hurry to rent the land. He planned to wait for the cabbages in the backyard to ripen and confirmed that soaking the cabbages in the petal solution could greatly improve the quality of the vegetables. Of course, at the same time, it was also because he had to be busy with the sale of the succulents for the next few days. Now that he was alone, there were too many things to take care of. However, Xia Ruofei had been rather carefree these few days. After forcing a kiss on Xia Ruofei that day, Ling Qingxue seemed to be a little embarrassed. She did not even call him these few days. The person who came to pick up the food every morning had been replaced by a purchaser from Ling Ji's food and beverage department. Other than preparing the Taoyuan vegetables for Shijiang Moon Club and Ling Ji restaurant every day, Xia Ruofei would tend to the cabbage in the backyard, enter the spirit map space to harvest the vegetables at a fixed time, take care of the young fish in the fish pond, and the precious red arowana. On the second day after Ling Qingxue left, the cabbage seedlings had already reached the planting conditions. Xia Ruofei had already opened up 2 vegetable fields in the backyard. He planted the seedlings carefully in the vegetable field and watered them with normal tap water mixed with a small amount of petal solution every day. This was also to simulate the situation of large-scale planting in the future. Although there was a spring at the bottom of the spirit pond, the water in the spirit pond could not be used up endlessly. The space was already showing a thriving scene, and the peach garden vegetables could be harvested every day. In addition to the first 6 kinds of vegetables, the pumpkins, carrots, cabbages, and Chinese yam that were purchased later had also entered the harvest period. After expanding the planting, it was more than enough to supply Shijiangyue and Ling Ji restaurant. However, as the planting area expanded, Xia Ruofei felt a little strained. After all, the vegetables here grew very fast, and he was only one person. He was reaching his limit. If he expanded the scale, he would not be able to do it. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to plant his vegetables, fruits in the outside world as much as possible. The spirit map space would be used to grow valuable crops with high economic value, such as precious Chinese medicinal herbs and wood. Xia Ruofei had no intention of expanding the space fish pond. The fish inside were mainly for him and his friends to eat. At most, he would take out a small amount to sell as a premium product. If you want to make a lot of money, you still have to raise precious species, whether it's ornamental fish or edible fish. The high-end path is the king. The ecosystem in the fish pond had started to function normally. The small fish, shrimp, and plankton were growing very quickly in the spirit pool. The fish pond was now self-sufficient and did not need Xia Ruofei to feed it. In the past few days, the fry had obviously grown bigger. Grass carp grew quite fast. Usually, a 2-year-old fish could reach a weight of 1 or 2 catties, and a 3-year-old fish was already very big. The time flow in the space was 20 times faster than the outside world. 2 or 3 months in the space was equivalent to 3 or 4 years in the outside world. The red arowana was enjoying itself in the pond. Every day, Xia Ruofei would drip a few drops of the petal solution into the fish. It looked even more radiant. The red color on its gills was getting thicker. Its scales were tight and dense. Each piece was huge and there were signs of a second color. 4 days had passed in the outside world. Xia Ruofei realized that all the succulents had survived and had grown a lot. These seedlings were all qualified for long-distance transportation. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to put them on sale. This time, Xia Ruofei was familiar with the process and took a photo of the new succulent sapling. After taking the photos, Xia Ruofei carefully selected 20 pots of succulent seedlings to be used as mother plants to continue strengthening his succulent army. He arranged the remaining 160 pots of succulent seedlings in different categories, counted the number of each kind of succulent seedling, and recorded it. Then, he left the spirit map space with a thought. The next step was a series of tedious work, such as selecting the photos, uploading them, pricing, setting the inventory, and so on. It was already late at night when he was done. As they had already announced that the succulents would be put on the shelves at 8 a.m. the next day, Xia Ruofei did not rush to announce it. Instead, he washed up and went to bed. The next morning, Xia Ruofei first prepared the vegetables for both stores. After they had picked up the vegetables, he went to the computer in the bedroom upstairs and prepared to put the new batch of succulent seedlings on the shelf. Xia Ruofei didn't know that at the same time, many people in the country were staring at their computers, waiting for the 3-star Taoyuan Roti to release a new product. In Chengqing City, southern Yunnan province, a fat middle-aged man was staring at the computer screen. At this time, his phone on the table rang. Fatty's eyes didn't leave the screen. He picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. Hello. Old Huang. I'm not going today. I can't leave now. At this time, Fatty, who was habitually refreshing the web page, suddenly saw that the page had changed. He quickly said, "Let's not talk about it. I have important things to do. I'll contact you later." After saying that, he didn't even have time to press the hang-up button. He directly threw the phone to the side, and then nimbly moved the mouse to start choosing. Adding the shopping cart, the combined payment, and the settlement all took less than 2 minutes. Seeing that his order had appeared in the back end and was waiting to be sent out, the fat man heaved a long sigh of relief. He picked up the cup and took a big gulp of water. In Fengtian City of Liaodong Province, everyone had just started work. Some were leisurely reading a newspaper while sipping tea, while others quickly opened a novel website and began reading. A young man in his 20s did not even take off his bag. He sat in front of his computer and stared nervously at the Taoyuan butcher shop's page, constantly refreshing it. When the new goods were displayed, the young man quickly looked through them, and then, without hesitation, he chose a few of them and paid for them. Similar scenes were happening in many places across the country. 3 minutes later, a post appeared on Baidu Meat Tieba. The title was Taoyuan Meat Stall's new goods are on the shelves. Did you manage to grab them today? In the post, the original poster wrote, "Recently, the mysterious Taoyuan roti stall had been spamming the bar. The succulent seedlings sold in this new online store were all 1 in a million high-quality products, and everyone expressed their envy, jealousy, and hatred for the first batch of customers who bought the succulent seedlings. 5 days ago, Taoyuan Roti had announced that they would be releasing new goods at 8 a.m. today. Many of the forum members had sent out information posts, and the OP, who still had some spare money on hand, wanted to pick a pot of succulent seedlings to improve his image. The OP entered the online shop on time, but he hesitated for a moment whether to buy a tortoise shell peony or a white-skinned lunar boundary. After comparing it repeatedly for a while, it was sold out. This was a top-grade succulent seedling that was worth hundreds or even thousands of yuan, not some cabbage. There were clearly 20 to 30 pots in stock a minute ago, but they were all sold out in an instant. Can we still be friends happily? At the end of the post, the OP used a big crying emoji to express his feelings at the moment. Not long after this post was posted, the number of replies shot up. I didn't get it either. I was delayed by 3 minutes in parking the car downstairs. I'm crying. La 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 la. A basin of top-grade Wanxiang brocade is already in my hands. I look forward to the day I receive it. Previous poster, you're pulling aggro. Those who also slipped and didn't get it express strong indignation. There are so many rich people in China. It's like it's free. This shop is on fire. I didn't buy it, I didn't buy it, I didn't buy it. I'll say the sad thing 3 times. The shop owner is too despicable. Why did he have to do hunger marketing? Shopkeeper, come out now. I promise I won't beat you to death. There were too many monks and too few gruel. In the end, the majority of people didn't buy it. These people naturally left messages one after another, and those who bought it also began to share screenshots of their orders. They were having fun, and this post quickly became a hot post in the bar. Usually, when some businesses came to the meat bar to advertise, their posts would be locked by the owner. Only the post of Taoyuan Meat Shop was not locked. Instead, it was pinned to the top. Xia Ruofei naturally didn't know that his Taoyuan butcher shop had already caused so much discussion in the Tensho Tieba, a place where players gathered. He only saw that the number of orders in the back end of Taobao was rapidly increasing. This time, there were more than 160 pots of succulents of various species on sale, but they were all sold out in just 2 minutes. It was obvious that the buyers were waiting in front of the computer in advance and would start fighting when the time came. He earned 150,000 in 2 minutes? Xia Ruofei was dumbfounded. P.S. Here comes the second chapter. How was everyone's Chinese Valentine's Day? Single dogs can consider joining a book group. There are so many cute girls. Group number 300-769-830. Finally, I'd like to ask for clicks, favorites, and recommendations. My new book is still a seedling, and I need everyone's love. The succulent saplings produced by Taoyuan Butcher Shop were far more popular than Xia Ruofei had imagined. Many succulent players who had not bought them left comments in the online store, strongly requesting the store owner to replenish his stock. Xia Ruofei fell into deep thought. He felt that he should change the model a little in the future. The next time he cut, he would definitely cultivate more succulent seedlings. This time, he had reserved more than 20 pots to cultivate into the mother plant. When the next batch of products was put on the shelves, they couldn't put them all out in one go. They had to be separated into batches. Otherwise, they would have to wait for 10 to 20 days every time they ran out of stock, and the consumer's patience would soon be worn out. Moreover, the succulents would grow with every day they stayed in the medium. Xia Ruofei could definitely sell them at a higher price. However, it was already like this. No matter how capable Xia Ruofei was, it was impossible for him to produce new succulents. Hence, he could only put up another announcement to inform everyone that there would be a new round of sales in 15 days. Then, Xia Ruofei downloaded the express form template from SF Express's official website and filled in the order information one by one. Then, he printed the express form that he had retrieved last time and printed the order. Xia Ruofei took out a stack of printed orders, took out the spirit map scroll, and entered the space. He started to pack them according to the order information. More than 160 pots of succulents were divided into about 60 orders. Xia Ruofei had to work for more than 3 hours in the interspace before he could finish all of them. More than 60 paper boxes were tightly sealed. Every box was stuffed with shockproof foam strips, and the succulent plants inside were also tightly wrapped in bubble bags. A printed express delivery form was directly pasted on the outside of the box. After Xia Ruofei left the spirit map space, he kept the painting close to his body. Then, he went to the garage downstairs and took out all the boxes that he had packed. Then, Xia Ruofei called Shunfeng Express's Chongping County branch and asked them to send a car over as soon as possible. At the same time, he asked them to bring some blank express forms over. Today, he had used up more than half of the 100 express forms he had collected last time. By the time the express delivery company took away the boxes, the morning had passed. Xia Ruofei looked at the delivery company's small truck as it drove away. Thinking that he would be able to earn 150 to 160,000 yuan very soon, he was naturally in a good mood. After lunch, Xia Ruofei started to consider renting the surrounding villas. He thought that Wu Liqian's relative was able to get a piece of land here, probably because of Wu Liqian's relationship. That was why the other party was so forthright when he rented the house. It seemed that he had to ask Wu Liqian about this matter. After Xia Ruofei made up his mind, he took out his phone and called Wu Liqian. "Hello, little Xia." Wu Liqian answered the phone and said enthusiastically, "Sis Wu, you sound like you're on cloud 9. Are you going to be promoted soon?" Xia Ruofei asked half jokingly. Wu Liqian laughed and said, "I'm just a secretary, how high can I be promoted?" Then, Wu Liqian lowered her voice and said, "But there might be some changes in work recently. The boss's matter has basically been decided, and the organization has already spoken to him." Xia Ruofei was stunned. He didn't expect that his joke would hit the mark. Tian Huilan's promotion to the standing committee of the provincial party committee and the Three Mountain Police had always been popular. Now it seemed that this matter was already set in stone. Otherwise, no matter how good his personal relationship with the Tian family was, Wu Liqian would not have leaked such news. Xia Ruofei then thought of something else. Usually, when a leader was transferred out, the secretary wouldn't be taken away. In Tian Huilan's case, she was promoted on the spot. Logically, Wu Liqian could also follow Tian Huilan to the municipal party committee. However, from Wu Liqian's tone, it didn't seem to be as simple as transferring from the government to the municipal party committee. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and then smiled. Sis Wu, are you going to be released? Then I must congratulate you in advance. Wu Liqian was obviously in a good mood. She smiled and said, Yo. Your nose is quite sharp. They're really being released. Congratulations. Xia Ruofei quickly said, Sis Wu, is it convenient for you to reveal where you're going? Xia Ruofei knew that the mayor's secretary would not be too bad, especially since Tian Huilan had raised her rank on the spot. Sure enough, Wu Liqian smiled and said in a low voice, the organization is preparing to let me take on the position of deputy head of the Chongping district, but it hasn't been decided yet. Xia Ruofei immediately said, then I really have to congratulate you. Sis Wu, you'll be like a dragon entering the ocean, you can do whatever you want now. In general, the position arrangement of the mayor's secretary would be different according to the level of the secretary. Wu Liqian should be at the deputy level. At her level, there was a lot of attention paid to the position arrangement. An ordinary deputy position in the administrative bureau was naturally different from the deputy position in the county below. It was already a good arrangement to be appointed as a deputy county head, not to mention that Wu Liqian was also an executive deputy county head. She was directly promoted to the standing committee of the county party committee, which was naturally worthy of congratulations. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Wu Liqian's position was only a transition. With Tian Huilan's help in the city, it wouldn't be difficult for her to make achievements in the position of executive deputy county head. By then, she would naturally be adjusted to the main level and even have experience in holding a position at the grassroots. I'm counting on your blessings. Wu Liqian said with a smile, then asked, oh right, Xia, did you need something from me today? There's something I need to trouble you with. Xia Ruofei said, but if you want to take up a position in Chongping County, I don't know if it'll be convenient. What's the matter? First? Wu Liqian laughed. Even if I work in Chongping County, I still have connections with the municipal government, sis. Wu, you've misunderstood. Xia Ruofei said, I wanted to rent the land near this holiday villa to build a vegetable base. I wanted to ask you about the situation. Now that you're coming to Chongping County to take up a position, and it's at this time, I'm just afraid it'll be a little inconvenient. Wu Liqian laughed and said, so that's what it is. Xiao Xia, you're worrying too much. You want to invest in Chongping County and support our economic development. This is a good thing. What's so inconvenient about it? Sis Wu, you're getting into the situation pretty quickly. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, as expected of the mayor's secretary. You have a high level of insight. You bastard. If you dare to laugh at me again, I won't help you. Wu Liqian said angrily. Xia Ruofei quickly replied, I don't dare. In the future, my vegetable base will be in your Chongping County, and you will be my official. I wouldn't dare to laugh at you. Alright, let's not joke around anymore. The land you're talking about belongs to the Dongqing village of Jianggang town. Wu Liqian smiled and said, how about this, Xia? I'll talk to the people in charge of Jianggang town and give you a call. You can contact them directly. It'll be fine. Alright. I'm relieved to hear that. Xia Ruofei said happily, thank you, sis Wu. Not long after Xia Ruofei hung up the phone, Wu Liqian called back and told him that she had already contacted him. She asked him to go directly to Jianggang town's deputy mayor Wu and sent him his phone number through text message. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to call Deputy Mayor Wu, he received a call from Jiangyu's President Xing. It turned out that the Peach Blossom Company and the brand registration had been completed. Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. He was preparing to rent land and start the construction of the farm. The company was registered. Just like that. What a timely move. This way, he could directly rent the land under the company's name. Xia Ruofei immediately drove to the West River Moon Club and went to President Xing to get the company's registration materials, business license, and other things. President Xing's work was very meticulous. He had prepared the company's official seal, public account, and so on. Considering that Xia Ruofei had yet to start a business, he had put the company's registered address in an office building under his name. In the future, when Xia Ruofei had really built the company, he would just have to change the address again. Xia Ruofei expressed his gratitude to President Xing and returned the favor. He said that he could appropriately increase the supply of the paradise vegetables from next week. He had already expanded the planting in the interspace, and it would not be a problem to increase the supply by 10 to 20%. President Xing was overjoyed. He said that he wanted to treat Xia Ruofei to dinner and treat him well. However, Xia Ruofei still remembered the matter of renting land, so he declined tactfully. After signing a new supply agreement with the West River Moon Club under the name of the Paradise Corporation, Xia Ruofei left the West River Moon Club with the relevant documents of his company. Xia Ruofei found his pickup truck in the parking lot, but he was not in a hurry to drive. Instead, he took out his phone and called Deputy Mayor Wu. After the call was connected, a reserved voice came from the other end. "I'm Wu Gang, who's this?" "Is it Mayor Wu?" Xia Ruofei said, "I'm Xia Ruofei. Director Wu from the city government asked me to call you." Once Xia Ruofei said the words Director Wu, Deputy Mayor Wu immediately became enthusiastic and said, "So it's Mr. Xia." Hello. Director Wu has already told me about you. There won't be any problems. Mayor Wu, thank you very much, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Where? Mr. Xia is too polite. Wu Gang said humbly, after Director Wu's instructions, I immediately went to understand the situation. The land you mentioned is the collective land of Dongqing Village, and it has been barren for several years. You're willing to invest in a farm there to generate income for Dongqing Village and to support our town's economic development. We should thank you. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile. These government officials were really good at talking. The same thing could have two different results when it came to them. No matter which one it was, they could explain it clearly and logically, making people feel that it was really reasonable. The two of them made an appointment to go to the Dongqing Village Committee tomorrow morning to settle the land lease. Actually, Wu Gang could have just informed Dongqing Village and let Xia Ruofei go there by himself. However, this matter was personally handled by Wu Liqian. There were no secrets in the officialdom. Wu Gang had long heard that Wu Liqian was going to be demoted to the deputy head of Chongping County. When the time came, Wu Liqian would be his direct superior. So, Wu Gang did this to show that he valued her. The next day, after sending off the trucks of Shi Jiangyue and Ling Ji, Xia Ruofei drove to the village council of Dongqing Village, which was not far from the holiday villa. The deputy mayor of Jianggang town, Wu Gang, had arrived long ago. Wu Gang looked to be in his early 30s. He had a slicked back hairstyle and had a burly figure. He had the air of a leader. Beside Wu Gang stood a man in his 50s or 60s. He was wearing blue coarse clothes. His face, which had been eroded by the sea breeze, was dark and rough, and full of wrinkles. However, his eyes were very bright, revealing a sense of shrewdness and slyness. Once Xia Ruofei got out of the car, he quickly walked over and said, "Mayor Wu, I'm sorry for the delay." "It's all right, I just arrived," said Wu Gang with a smile. "Mr. Xia, let me introduce you. This is Ruan Fugue, the village director of Dongqing Village." "Old Ruan. This is Mr. Xia." Ruan Fugue quickly wiped his hands on his clothes and reached out to Xia Ruofei. "Mr. Xia, nice to meet you." Xia Ruofei shook hands with Ruan Fugue and smiled. "Uncle Ruan, Mayor Wu should have told you why I'm here, right? The mayor said that you're interested in renting the idle land in our village." "This is great news." Ruan Fugue said, "Come in, please. Let's talk at the village committee." The three of them walked into the village council building and Ruan Fugue quickly made tea for them. Then, he sat down and said, "Mr. Xia, I'm sure there's no problem with renting the land to you. It's idle now. However, a few years ago, we approved a piece of land for a house on that piece of land. A house has already been built on it, and the land you want is all around this house." Speaking of this, Ruan Fugue couldn't help but look at Wu Gang again. It was very likely that Wu Gang had helped Wu Liqian's relatives approve this piece of land. Xia Ruofei smiled. "That's not a problem. I'm living in that villa now. I'm planning to build a farm with that villa as the center." Ruan Fugue immediately heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Then there's no problem." Then, he stood up and took out a map. He pointed it out to Xia Ruofei and said, "Mr. Xia, this piece of land has been marked with a red line. We were planning to build a village farm, but the investment funds were not enough, so the project failed, but the land was also left there. Can you see if there's any problem with the designated area?" Xia Ruofei took the map and looked at it seriously. In the special forces, it was basic homework to recognize the map. Moreover, it was a military map that was many times more complicated than this simple map. Hence, Xia Ruofei easily found the location of his villa and compared it to the range of the red line. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Uncle Ruan, there is no problem if you go west to the seaside. As for the east, I'm also very interested in this mountain forest. I want to rent it together with my land. I wonder if the ownership belongs to the village?" Ruan Fugue immediately said, "That mountain forest belongs to the village. It's just a barren mountain. Some villagers wanted to develop it and plant fruit trees, but it seems that there is a problem with the soil. It is difficult for the fruit trees to survive, and even if they manage to grow, the fruits are sour and astringent, and can't be eaten at all. Mr. Xia, do you want to consider it again?" Xia Ruofei smiled. "It's all right. I have another use for this place." Ruan Fugue had reminded Xia Ruofei of his duty, but Xia Ruofei had to insist on it. If he lost money in the future, the town leaders wouldn't blame him. Therefore, he thought for a while and nodded. "Mr. Xia, since you insist on it, I'll rent it to you as well." Ruan Fugue couldn't help but rub his hands. He hesitated and said, "Mr. Xia, the market price is about 3,800 yuan per mu, but you're personally introduced by Mayor Wu. So, 3,500 yuan per mu." When he said this, Ruan Fugue sneaked a glance at Wu Gang, who hadn't said anything the entire time. He saw Wu Gang's brows furrow without a trace, so Ruan Fugue quickly changed his words and said, every mu. 3,300. No. What do you think of 3,200? At this moment, Wu Gang's expression had returned to normal. There was even a faint smile on his face. Ruan Fugue secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. It wasn't easy for him to be a village official. If the rent was too cheap, the villagers would definitely not do it. But if the rent was too expensive, the leader would not be satisfied. Fortunately, the price of 3,200 yuan was clearly acceptable to Wu Gang, and the village could barely accept it. Xia Ruofei had seen all of this. Before he came, he had also checked the rental price of land in Chongping County. In the coastal areas, this price was considered quite favorable. Hence, he nodded and said, sure. Ruan Fugue smiled and said, Mr. Xia, this is the price of the land. It's much cheaper to buy a mountain forest. The soil and water in our mountain forest are average, so 1,500 yuan per mu a year, is that okay? Xia Ruofei said readily, all right. We'll go with your price. Ruan Fugue said happily, as long as Mr. Xia is satisfied. This piece of land is a total of 28.3 mu, so let's take it as 28 mu. The annual rent is 89,600 yuan, and the mountain forest is about 15 mu, so the annual rent is 22,500 yuan. The total annual rent is 112,100 yuan. Is that okay? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but take another look at Ruan Fugue. This old man didn't look very good, but his brain worked very quickly. Although it was just simple math, he was indeed capable to be able to calculate it so quickly. To be able to become the village director, he definitely had some skill. No problem. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Uncle Ruan, I've even brought the company seal. Let's sign the contract. All right. Ruan Fugue quickly said. Then, he called the village accountant and asked him to come over immediately. There was a computer in the village council with the model contract of the previous rented land. He could just pull it out and modify the parameters. However, only the young accountants in the village council knew how to use a computer. At this time, Wu Gang, who had not clearly interfered with the negotiations, smiled and said, Lao Ruan, since Mr. Xia is planning to develop a farm in Dongqing village, should we extend the lease period? Ruan Fugue said, Mayor Wu, our lease is usually for 3 years, and in principle, it can't exceed 5 years. But since you've spoken, then what do you think about the contract lasting 8 years? Wu Gang smiled and looked at Xia Ruofei, asking for his opinion. Xia Ruofei also knew that Wu Gang was helping him. He immediately nodded and said, all right. Uncle Ruan, I can't take advantage of the village. If we sign an 8-year contract, the annual rent will be increased by 5% on the basis of the previous year. In addition, I hope to write a clause in the contract that our company will have the priority to lease the land under the same conditions when the contract expires. Ruan Fugue had thought that the 8-year lease would end immediately, so he felt a little heartache. When he heard Xia Ruofei suggest an increase in rent, he immediately smiled and said, no problem. Everyone waited for a while, and the village accountant arrived at the village council. There was a ready-made lease contract on the computer. After some changes to the rent, terms, and conditions, it was printed out directly and signed by both parties. Then, the seals of the Peach Blossom Company and the Dongqing Village Council were stamped, and the lease contract was considered to be in effect. After both parties kept the contract, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Mayor Wu. Uncle Ruan, I really have to thank you for this. How about this? Let's have lunch together and celebrate our successful cooperation." Ruan Fugui said, "Mr. Xia, you're helping our village develop its economy. If you want to eat, we'll treat you. Why don't you and Mayor Wu have a meal at my house? My wife's cooking skills are pretty good." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Uncle Ruan, I'll be taking root in our Dongqing village from now on. I'll have plenty of opportunities to come to your house for a meal. You can't fight with me for this meal today." Then, Xia Ruofei looked at Wu Gang and said, "Mayor Wu, I've already arranged the place. Do me a favor." Wu Gang smiled and said, "Since Mr. Xia is so enthusiastic, then Lao Ruan and I will have to trouble you." Seeing that Wu Gang had agreed, Ruan Fugui didn't refuse and agreed to Xia Ruofei's suggestion. Hence, the group of them left the house. Xia Ruofei drove his pickup truck and led the way. Ruan Fugui sat in Wu Gang's car and followed behind. The young village accountant was still sitting in Xia Ruofei's flying car. He had just rushed over from the beach to settle the contract. Xia Ruofei could not leave him behind when he was treating them to a meal. The place for dinner was the West River Moon Club. Other than that, Xia Ruofei was not familiar with any other places. Originally, Ling's restaurant would have been more suitable. However, after Ling Qingxue had forcefully stolen his first kiss, both of them had felt a little embarrassed. At this time, Xia Ruofei could not contact Ling Qingxue. The two cars headed straight for the city one after another. When they passed by the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, Xia Ruofei stopped and went in with the village accountant to transfer a year's rent to the Dongqing village's account. He also gave Ruan Fugui a calming pill. Xia Ruofei gave President Xing a call on the way and asked him to arrange a private room. When they arrived at the West River Moon Club, a beautiful female manager was already waiting at the entrance. She welcomed Xia Ruofei and the others in very respectfully. When had Ruan Fugui ever been to such a high-end place? On the way to the private room, he was like a grandmother who had entered the Grand View Garden. Even Wu Gang rarely had the chance to enter such a high-end club like Shijiangyu. Hence, Xia Ruofei's status in his heart had undoubtedly increased by a lot. President Xing had arranged a very luxurious private room for Xia Ruofei, and everything was ready. The dishes were served as soon as they were on the table. The dishes in the club were very exquisite. President Xing even arranged for 3 taoyuan vegetables, which were hard to find. When they heard the VIP manager introduce taoyuan vegetables, Wu Gang and the others were even more surprised. They repeatedly said that this meal was too grand, and they were somewhat flattered. When President Xing of the club came to propose a toast and was very polite to Xia Ruofei, the importance of Xia Ruofei in the hearts of Wu Gang and the others increased. Especially Wu Gang, who vaguely knew that Xia Ruofei had an antenna in the city. He reminded himself that in the future, Xia Ruofei would open a farm in his area, and there would be many opportunities to interact with him in the future. He must build a good relationship with Xia Ruofei. This meal was a happy one for both the host and the guest, and the cooperation between the two sides started very happily. Xia Ruofei personally sent Wu Gang and the others to the door and asked President Xing to arrange a room for him to rest. Jianjia had drunk a lot in the afternoon and he could not drive at the moment. Of course, when President Xing suggested to arrange for two girls to relax with him, Xia Ruofei firmly rejected it. He rested in the club room for the entire afternoon, and the smell of alcohol had completely dissipated. He then got up to say goodbye to President Xing, got his car, and went straight to Taoyuan meat stall. After lunch, he contacted Liang Qichao. He was going there to fulfill his promise to bring the white-skinned lunar patch to Liang Qichao, and he needed Liang Qichao's help with the farm construction. Before they reached the entrance of Taoyuan butcher shop, Xia Ruofei could see the impatient Liang Qichao standing by the roadside, looking forward to it. He couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that the white-skinned lunar boundary was very attractive to Liang Qichao. Xia Ruofei drove the car to Liang Qichao's side. Before the car even came to a complete stop, Liang Qichao opened the car door and sat in eagerly. He asked, "Are you au fait? Where's the white-skinned lunar realm?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "In the car. Let's talk inside." "Good, good, good," Liang Qichao said, then stuck his head out of the car window and shouted for the security guards to open the gate. Xia Ruofei drove directly to the three-story office building in the Immortal Meat stall and stopped. After getting out of the car, he went to the back of the car and took out the pot of white lunar boundary that he had taken out earlier. "Brother Liang, let's talk in your office," he said to Liang Qichao. Let's go," Liang Qichao said. He had been itching to get the white-skinned lunar plant. When they arrived at Liang Qichao's office, Xia Ruofei placed the white-skinned lunar basin on the coffee table and said with a smile, "This is the white-skinned lunar boundary I told you about last time. Let's see if it's good enough for you." The white-skinned lunar boundary was still kept in a plastic bag by Xia Ruofei. Liang Qichao couldn't wait to open the bag. When the white-skinned lunar boundary revealed its true appearance, Liang Qichao couldn't take his eyes off it. It was almost perfect, and its leaves were as beautiful as the misty rain. Liang Qichao was mesmerized by it. After a long while, he reluctantly looked away and said to Xia Ruofei, "Are you au fait? This white-skinned lunar boundary is simply perfect. I won't say anything else. If you can think of your brother Liang when there's something good, I'll remember this favor. I'll take this white-skinned lunar boundary. There's no reference price for a white-skinned lunar boundary of this grade, so I'll bid 150,000. I wonder if your friend is able to accept this price?" The last time, the ice lantern dew was sold for 250,000 yuan, but that was because Lu Minghe lost his mind during the auction and became a spendthrift. In fact, it was not worth that much. Liang Qichao had offered 150,000 for the white-skinned lunar realm because he thought it was as valuable as the ice lantern he had gotten last time. Of course, the friend that Liang Qichao mentioned did not exist. It was just an excuse. "No problem, I can make the decision." Xia Ruofei smiled. "That's great," Liang Qichao said happily, "thank you." "Are you au fait?" "I'll transfer the money to you directly," Liang Qichao said. "All right." Xia Ruofei replied readily, "There's no rush. We can go for a walk when we have the time." "That won't do," Liang Qichao said, "Friendship is friendship, and business is business. Money and goods must be settled." "Oh right. It's still the same account from last time, right?" After getting Xia Ruofei's confirmation, Liang Qichao immediately picked up the phone on his desk and gave instructions to the finance staff of the Immortal Meat stall. Then, he greeted Xia Ruofei warmly. Come, 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 have some tea. I just got my hands on some high-grade Tai Guanyin a few days ago. The two of them came to the coffee table and sat down. Liang Qichao skillfully picked up the tea set for Kung Fu tea and began to make tea. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Brother Liang, there's something I need your help with. Liang Qichao was brewing tea with his head lowered. He said without looking up, What is it? As long as Big Brother can do it, I'll definitely do it for you. I bought a piece of land in the suburbs, and I'm preparing to build a farm. Xia Ruofei said, I heard from Qingxue that your family is in the real estate business. You're familiar with the design and construction industry, so I would like to ask you to help me with the arrangements. Upon hearing this, Liang Qichao replied without thinking, No problem. Tomorrow, I'll arrange for the most capable manager in my dad's company to help you take a look. He was the one who helped with the planning and design of my immortal meat stall. It's not bad, right? That's great. Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. Thank you, Brother Liang. By the way, I'll also have to trouble you with the construction work. That's even less of a problem. We have our own construction team. Liang Qichao smiled and said, After the planning is done, if you think the budget is acceptable, I'll let the construction team in at any time. All right. I'm confident in Brother Liang. Xia Ruofei said happily, the fees and such will be based on the market price. You said it yourself. Business is business. Haha, sure. Liang Qichao said. The two of them continued to talk about the succulent plants. Liang Qichao was very interested in the high-quality seedlings of the Taoyuan meat workshop. But a young master like him naturally couldn't spend all his time on the internet, so he didn't make it in time for the release this time. He still regretted it a lot. Xia Ruofei smiled and said that he would ask his friend to save a few pots for him next time. While they were chatting, Liang Qichao's phone rang. He picked it up and said, Hey, yes, it's me, you found one? How big is it? Oh, only 70 centimeters? Or new material? Those basically didn't have any core. Not enough, far from enough. We all want at least 1 meter of old material, you have to work hard to look for it. Please. Oh, okay. Thank you. After hanging up the phone, Liang Qichao sighed and put his phone away. Brother Liang, what's the matter? Xia Ruofei asked. Hey. Don't even mention it, Liang Qichao shook his head and said, I've been looking for some gold Phoebe Zhenan material, but this wood is so rare that it's almost extinct. It's hard to find it. Phoebe Zhenan? Xia Ruofei's interest was piqued. I've heard of it too. It's very expensive, right? He asked. Isn't that so? Even a small bracelet costs more than 100,000 yuan. The whole piece is even more priceless, Liang Qichao smiled bitterly. But this time I only need the whole piece. You can't buy it even if you have the money. Then, Liang Qichao started to talk about the Phoebe Zhenan wood with Xia Ruofei. It turned out that the one who really needed the Phoebe Zhenan material was Liang Qichao's grandfather, who was also his father's uncle. The old man was an United States Chinese. He had left China for the United States when he was very young. After decades of hard work, he had earned a huge family business and had a high status in the United States. In fact, Liang Qichao's family business was quite big now, and the initial start, up capital, was provided by this old man. When people got old, they would start to think about their own funeral. The old man wanted to find a piece of Phoebesian non-material to make his own longevity material, which was also a coffin, so that he could use it when he was old and return to his roots. Besides, the old man had no children. Only Liang Qichao's father had a few relatives, so everyone was very concerned about this matter. The whole family started to search for the gold Phoebe would. This was because it was very likely that this would add a lot of points to the old man's mind. The most realistic thing was that the old man might even be biased in the future distribution of the inheritance. After explaining the whole situation, Liang Qichao asked tentatively, "Ruofei, does your friend who cultivates premium quality meat have any ideas? As long as the wood meets the requirements, the price is definitely not a problem." There was no correlation between the cultivation of meat and wood, so Liang Qichao was a little desperate. "Brother Liang, is this urgent?" Xia Ruofei asked after some thought. Liang Qichao laughed and said, "It's not urgent. After all, the old man's body is still strong. But even if it's not urgent, it's still urgent. My father is worried that his cousins will find it first." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile and said, "All right, I'll ask him later and ask him to keep an eye out for you." "All right, thank you, Ruofei," Liang Qichao said courteously. He didn't have much hope. At this moment, Xia Ruofei suddenly had an idea. 78 Farm Planning. 1. Brother Liang, the 70-centimeter tall Phoebesian non that you mentioned on the phone earlier, is it the wood that has been cut down, or is it a whole tree that is still alive? Xia Ruofei asked. Liang Qichao smiled and said, "Brother, strictly speaking, a living jinan is just Namu wood. The golden threads in the jinan are the crystals formed by the core of high-quality Nanmu after natural oxidation for more than 100 years. This is what we usually call old material. We're looking for old material for the old man's longevity material, so we must have old material. However, the Phoebesian non that my friend found really wasn't cut down. He found it by chance, so he called me to ask if I'm interested in it." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I didn't expect this Phoebesian non to be so particular about it." "Isn't that so?" Liang Qichao said, "I've been looking for wood for the old man these days. That's why I've been learning about this." Then he continued to introduce, in fact, after cutting down the Phoebesian non-wood and leaving it on the mountain for more than 3 years, it can be formed into a very good old Phoebesian non-material after natural weathering and drying to remove the edge material and wood properties. Unfortunately, even this kind of old material is very difficult to find because we want a whole 1 meter or more tree. 3 years of natural weathering? Xia Ruofei's expression changed. Then, he asked calmly, "Brother Liang, the growth of the Phoebesian non should be very slow, right?" "That's for sure. Why else would it be so rare?" Liang Qichao said, "It will take at least 50 to 60 years for the core to start growing, and the core growth process still needs another 50 to 100 years. Only when the core reaches 95% of the entire trunk will its material be in its best state." Then, Liang Qichao smiled and said, "So, although the orium can easily be sold for millions or tens of millions, it's impossible to make a fortune by planting it. After all the hard work, at least the great-grandchildren can enjoy the good fortune." Xia Ruofei also laughed, but his mind began to wander. It was extremely difficult to succeed in the outside world, but with the spirit map space, it did not seem as difficult as he had imagined. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and asked, Brother Liang, do you have any way to help me find some new material on the Phoebe Jinan? It doesn't need to be very big, it's best if it's a cord that has just been cut down. I want to get one for fun. That's not a big problem. You can buy it on the market. I've been looking for some old Phoebe Jinan materials recently, and I've made quite a few friends in this area. Liang Qichao smiled and said, how about this? I'll get someone to handle it later, and I'll get Manager Li to bring it to you tomorrow. Isn't he going to help you decide how to plan that piece of land? All right. Thank you, Brother Liang. Xia Ruofei said, it doesn't have to be too big. The size of a palm is enough. I just bought it for fun. I'll send you the money directly when the time comes. Liang Qichao replied readily, this small piece of new material isn't worth much. At most, it'll be 1,000 yuan. Just take it as a gift from me. I haven't even thanked you properly for helping me find such a good white-skinned lunar realm. Xia Ruofei didn't insist, because it really wasn't much money. After chatting with Liang Qichao for a while at the Immortal meat stall, Xia Ruofei left. He had originally wanted to look for Ling Qingxue. Since the company had already been registered, he could now sign an official agreement with Ling Gfnb. However, when he thought of the sudden kiss that day, Xia Ruofei still felt a little awkward. He thought about it and decided to forget about it. He planned to wait a few days. After returning to the holiday villa, Xia Ruofei entered the spirit map space to take a look. The boundless space was filled with a thriving scene. The vegetables and fruits were full of vitality. The baby fish in the pond had already grown to the length of 2 fingers. The red arowana had also grown a lot. Its scales had started to show a beautiful red color. Xia Ruofei believed that it would not be long before he would be able to harvest a red and precious red arowana. The next morning, Xia Ruofei had just finished delivering the day's vegetables to Shi Jiangyue and Ling Ji when he was welcomed by Manager Li, who was sent by Liang Qichao to help him with the farm planning. Manager Li was in his early 30s and had a thin figure. He wore a pair of glasses and looked refined. However, his skin was a little dark, perhaps because he had been working at the construction site all year round. As soon as they met, Manager Li shook Xia Ruofei's hand enthusiastically. At the same time, he gave Xia Ruofei the new material of Phoebe Jinan that Liang Qichao had gotten yesterday. Xia Ruofei only wanted a small piece, but Liang Qichao's piece was not only the size of a palm, but the size of a small basin. After Xia Ruofei expressed his gratitude, he moved the new Phoebe Jinan material into the villa. In fact, after leaving Manager Li's site, he had put the Phoebe Jinan into the spirit map space. Then, Xia Ruofei showed Manager Li the map of the land area in the contract for a while and then brought him to the site for inspection. As they walked, Xia Ruofei shared his thoughts with Manager Li. The flat land in front is designed for vegetable greenhouses, and a piece of land over there is reserved for cold storage in the future. Also, I'm planning to use the abandoned pond in front of us again, so we might need to clear the silt and renovate it. The mountains behind were prepared to plant fruit trees in the future, so they had to trim them together this time. Also, consider the roads in the park. Manager Li nodded as he listened, and at the same time, he quickly jotted down notes in his notebook. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, by the way, Manager Li, we need to design a unified irrigation system for the entire vegetable base. It will include greenhouses and orchards. Then, we will set the water tower on the top of the back hill. There's a river behind the mountain. We just need to use a few water pumps to transfer the water up. Alright, I'll remember this. Manager Li nodded and then asked, Mr. Xia, do you have any other requests? Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment. Also, we need to build a fence around the farm. Make it higher and have a security system. I'll give you a list of the relevant equipment later. Xia Ruofei was an expert in security. He thought that since he was going to do it, he should take the safety measures of the farm in one step. This was because if he continued to introduce high-quality vegetables, fruits, and other rare food and plants in the future, it might attract people with ulterior motives. All right. Manager Li replied, Mr. Xia, if there's nothing else, I'll go back and do an overall plan and budget first. I'll show it to you later. Alright, thank you for your hard work, Manager Li. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. After sending Manager Li off, Xia Ruofei immediately returned to the villa. After locking the door in his bedroom, he took out the spirit painting scroll and entered the medium. Yesterday at the Immortal Meat stall, he had talked about the gold Phoebe Nanmu with Liang Qichao. However, Xia Ruofei realized that it would be a waste if his spirit painting was just for growing vegetables and raising fish. It was time to plant some precious wood and medicinal herbs. Upgrading the Kasaya space required an immeasurable amount of money. The speed of making money now was beyond imagination to ordinary people, but Xia Ruofei still felt that it was too slow. In order to plant precious crops, Xia Ruofei was prepared to start with the golden Phoebe. However, before he could plant it, he still had important things to verify. He would need to use the new material of Phoebe Zhenan that Liang Qichao had given him. The so-called new material was the core of the high-quality Phoebe Zhenan wood that had just been cut down. It had not been naturally oxidized for a long time to form crystals, which were the gold threads in the gold silk Phoebe. The piece of material that Liang Qichao gave Xia Ruofei was new. Xia Ruofei picked up the piece of material and recalled the information he had found on his computer last night. Then, he took out the buckstrider and 888 military dagger and made a few strokes on the wood. After that, he decisively cut it. The Phoebe Zhenan's wood was very hard. However, Xia Ruofei's physical fitness had been greatly strengthened by absorbing the petals of the strange flower. Hence, he could still cut the wood into 3 pieces easily. The diluted petal solution from the previous seed soaking had not been poured out yet. Xia Ruofei soaked the 3 pieces of wood in the solution. Then, he left the medium and stayed outside for an hour or 2 before going back in. The 3 pieces of wood had been soaked in the liquid for 2 or 3 days, so the remaining flower petals in the liquid should have been completely absorbed. Xia Ruofei started to process the 3 pieces of wood. One of them was casually placed in the space. Xia Ruofei dug a hole in the second piece of land and buried it with soil. For the third piece, Xia Ruofei buried it in the mud at the bottom of the fish pond. Actually, Xia Ruofei's goal was very simple. He wanted to test how long it would take for a new material to form a golden thread crystal in the space. The first piece of wood was already in a natural state of oxidation. As for the other 2 pieces, Xia Ruofei had an idea when he saw that this piece of wood was relatively large. He wanted to try and see if he could form the ebony with gold silk, which was also known as the dark wood. Normally, wood would be buried underground or submerged in the water, and only after thousands of years would it become a high-quality ebony. Xia Ruofei wanted to see how long it would take for ebony to form in the spirit map space and the quality of the ebony. After everything was done, Xia Ruofei could only wait. He believed that the results would be good. The spirit map space had given him one surprise after another. This time would be no exception. For the next few days, Xia Ruofei did not go anywhere. He stayed in the villa. Other than preparing the vegetables for the two families, he practiced Tai Chi, took care of the cabbage in the backyard, or looked after the succulent plants and read arowana in the interspace. In the meantime, he harvested another strange flower petal. As usual, he absorbed one of them and stored the remaining 4. He had used up a few petals during this period of time for planting, and now he had a total of 9 petals. This was Xia Ruofei's most precious possession, besides the spirit painting. He carefully placed it in a preservation box and stored it in the medium. Most of the time, Xia Ruofei liked to move the rocking chair to the balcony and read documents. The information was about planting and cultivation, as well as some precious food, medicinal herbs, wood, and other information he had collected on the internet. He sorted out the information by category and printed them out. Xia Ruofei had been studying and planning for the future in his free time these days. On the 3rd day, Manager Li came to Xia Ruofei's holiday villa with the project plan and budget. The first thing Xia Ruofei looked at was the design rendering. It had to be said that Manager Li's standard was very high. From the design drawing, the whole farm layout was neat and tidy. On the entire piece of land in front of the villa, there were 8 vegetable greenhouses that were 10 meters long and 100 meters wide. There was a large fish pond further ahead. The rows of fruit trees on the mountain behind the villa were arranged neatly. The roads, which had obviously been optimized and calculated, connected the greenhouses, fish ponds, villas, and the back mountain. Landscape trees were also designed on both sides of the roads. It could be said that this design had presented an efficient and modern farm blueprint. Xia Ruofei then looked at the budget. He couldn't help but sweat a little. The design was good, but it was too costly. As for the vegetable greenhouse, Manager Li provided 2 plans. One was a relatively simple arched film greenhouse, which cost about 15,000 yuan. The other type was a modern multi-story greenhouse, which could be installed with internal and external shade systems, thermal insulation systems, automatic irrigation, fertilizer systems, etc. The cost per mu was as high as 100,000 yuan. In other words, if they used the second plan, one greenhouse would cost nearly 150,000 yuan, and 8 of them would cost 1.2 million yuan. This was only the cost of the greenhouse, including the land leveling, pond clearing, mountain renovation, road laying in the park, and soon, the total budget was about 2.2 million yuan. Even if they used a relatively simple greenhouse construction plan, it would still cost 1.12 million yuan. With Xia Ruofei's personality, he would naturally do his best. He currently had about 600,000 on hand, and the gap in funds was as high as 1.6 million. Xia Ruofei suddenly felt a headache coming on. He thought for a long time before saying to Manager Li, "Brother Li, I'll take care of the planning and budget. For now, I'll think about it." Manager Li could see Xia Ruofei's hesitation, but he knew that this Mr. Xia was young Master Liang's friend, so he did not dare to show any neglect. No problem, he said. "Mr. Xia, after you've considered it, or if you have any changes, please contact me at any time." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Sure. You've worked hard, Brother Li." He politely sent Manager Li off, then walked back to the villa. With the budget and plan books under his arm, they would definitely build it. This was something that was imperative. But, where did the money come from? Although he was not required to pay 2.2 million in one go, as the project progressed, the construction costs would have to be gradually settled. The construction of the farm would not take long, and his 600,000 yuan would not last long. The most important thing now was to get a sum of money. He needed at least 1 million yuan. With 1.6 million yuan in hand, he could basically last until the end of the construction. By then, with Xia Ruofei's current earning speed, it should not be a problem for him to pay the remaining 600,000 yuan. But where was he going to get this 1 million? Xia Ruofei furrowed his brows and thought for a long time. In the end, he decided on the jade. The last time he bought jade at the Spirit Jade House, Xia Ruofei had come into contact with stone gambling for the first time in his life. The strong stimulation of one knife for poor, one knife for rich, one knife for linen was still fresh in his memory. Originally, Xia Ruofei had no intention of gambling on stones. After all, no one in the world could see if there was jade hidden under the stone. If he, Xia Ruofei, kept bidding and the price rose every time he bought something, it would attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. Then, he would be in danger of exposing the spirit map. Therefore, he would rather start from a young age and slowly manage the Paradise brand. However, he was in urgent need of more than 1 million yuan this time. Xia Ruofei did not have any other ideas at the moment, so he could only think of a way to gamble on stones. As long as he was careful in the future and did not go or try to avoid stone gambling, it should not be too dangerous. After making up his mind, Xia Ruofei no longer hesitated. He got up, took his bank card and all the cash, and drove straight to the antique street of the Flowers and Birds Market in San Shan City. Xia Ruofei walked along the bustling antique street. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Lingyu House. Originally, Xia Ruofei did not plan to buy raw stones from Lingyu House. After all, there were a few other shops that sold raw jadeite stones in the antique street. However, when he saw a sign that read "New Batch of Dragon's Cave," high-quality raw stones hanging in the small shop of Spirit Jade House, he immediately changed his mind and decided to try his luck at Spirit Jade House. After all, the possibility of high-quality jade in the new raw stones was higher than the raw stones that had been selected by countless customers. Xia Ruofei muttered to himself and walked into Lingyu House. "Hello, Mr. Xia. Are you here to buy jade again?" A surprised voice was heard. Xia Ruofei took a closer look and realized that it was the waitress who had served him before. He smiled and nodded at her. "Is Boss Chen here?" Xia Ruofei asked. "It's here. Please have a cup of tea." "Here and wait a moment, I'll go in and call the boss," the waiter said enthusiastically. "All right, thank you for your trouble," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. After sitting in the reception area for a while, Xia Ruofei saw Boss Chen, who was wearing a dark blue tang suit, walk out with a big smile on his face. Boss Chen seemed to have a special preference for tang suits. "Brother Xia." Boss Chen extended his hand to Xia Ruofei enthusiastically. Xia Ruofei shook his hand and said, "Boss Chen, sorry to disturb you again." "Where? I can't even thank you." Enough for taking care of my business, brother Xia. Boss Chen said heartily, how is it? Are you here to buy jade again? Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded, I just happened to be doing something nearby, so I came to buy some jade. This time, it's still about 300,000 yuan. It'll be fine as long as the quality is similar to the last time. No problem. I just went to Myanmar a few days ago and bought a batch of jade. The quality is quite good. Boss Chen said, I'll get someone to prepare it immediately. Thank you for your trouble. Xia Ruofei said, by the way, Boss Chen, I just saw a sign at the door. Did your shop just bring in a new raw stone? Yeah. Boss Chen laughed. The main purpose of this trip to Myanmar was to bring in raw stones and buy some jade. The quality of this batch of raw stones was not bad. They were from Dragon's Cave. Why? Brother Xia, are you interested in joining us for some fun? I know nothing about stone gambling. Xia Ruofei replied noncommittally. What does it matter? Boss Chen said with a smile, no matter how knowledgeable a person is, he can't compete with heaven, defying luck. Brother Xia, your luck last time was really amazing. Then, let's get 2 pieces for fun? Xia Ruofei said, pretending to be moved. Of course. One look and I know that Brother Xia is a man of great destiny. Who knows, we might be able to get a huge increase in the price. Boss Chen said. All right then. Anyway, you guys still need some time to prepare the jade. So you're free anyway. Xia Ruofei said, then go and choose 2 pieces to play with. I hope Boss Chen has good words for me. Ha ha ha. I wish Brother Xia a swift victory. Boss Chen laughed heartily and said, let's go together. Boss Chen personally brought Xia Ruofei to the shop next door. It was noon, so there were not many people in the store. There were only 2 or 3 people picking raw stones. They all greeted Boss Chen when they saw him, and Boss Chen responded with a smile. Then, he turned to Xia Ruofei and said, Brother Xia, all the new raw stones are here. There's a price on each of them. You can choose whatever you want. If you choose it, I'll give you a 10% discount. Ha ha ha. There was even a discount. Then I won't be polite. Pick a few more pieces later, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he began to choose the raw stones. Boss Chen knew that customers usually did not want to be disturbed when they were choosing raw stones. So he did not go over, but walked to the side and sat down. The store was filled with rows of shelves, on which raw stones of different sizes were arranged. A price tag was placed next to each raw stone, and the price was marked according to the performance of the raw stone. It ranged from a few thousand to a few million. Xia Ruofei walked through the shelves, seemingly choosing randomly. He looked at the raw stones very quickly, and after a rough glance, he moved on to the next raw stone. At first, the few customers were secretly paying attention to Xia Ruofei. After all, he was personally accompanied by Boss Chen. However, when they saw Xia Ruofei's stance, they couldn't help but laugh in their hearts. So he was a rookie. He should be the kind of person who was stupid but had a lot of money. Otherwise, why would old Chen personally accompany him here? This was because people who played stone gambling all year round would be very careful when choosing raw stones, especially when they encountered raw stones with good appearance. They would carefully observe every detail and look at it over and over again. If the window was open, they would have used a strong flashlight to get closer and take a closer Look. People like Xia Ruofei, who only knew how to do things on a cursory basis, were clearly amateurs. However, these people, including Boss Chen, did not notice that Xia Ruofei seemed to touch every raw stone casually when he passed by. Of course, with Xia Ruofei's skills that he had trained in the special forces and the layers of shelves, it was easy for people not to notice the abnormality. Xia Ruofei had even clearly observed the positions of the few cameras in the store. Along the way, Xia Ruofei had checked more than half of the raw gemstones. Every time there was jade in the raw stone, the spirit map scroll hidden in his pocket would react. Based on the vibration of the painting, Xia Ruofei could roughly determine the value of the raw stone. So far, Xia Ruofei had not made any surprising discoveries. In fact, most of the raw stones couldn't make the spirit map scroll react at all, which meant that these raw stones were just stones without any jade. No wonder so many people went bankrupt from stone gambling. Xia Ruofei mumbled in his heart that the most expensive one among the raw stones in Xuanji that had no chance of producing jade was priced at more than 1,000,000 yuan. There were only about 10 raw gemstones that could make the spirit map scroll shake, but Xia Ruofei did not want any of them. Some of the paintings did not have much of a reaction, and the jade in the raw stones was not worth much money. Of course, this was relative to Xia Ruofei's needs. If it was an ordinary customer who was lucky enough to pick these raw stones, they could still make a small profit. Only a raw stone could cause a spirit painting to have a strong reaction. Xia Ruofei estimated that the value of the jade inside was at least 2 million. Unfortunately, the price of this huge raw stone had also reached 2.2 million. In other words, even if Xia Ruofei had the money to buy it, he would only make a small profit. This was not the result Xia Ruofei wanted. Xia Ruofei sighed and looked at the shelf on the other side. He could only hope that he could find the raw stones he wanted there. He strode to the other side of the shelf. Just as he passed by a pile of raw stones scattered in the corner of the shop, the spirit painting scroll in his arm suddenly vibrated. Xia Ruofei was stunned. He had not touched any of the raw gemstones, but the spirit painting scroll was vibrating on its own. What was going on? There had never been a situation where the origin stone spirit map had trembled on its own before he had even touched it. He quickly observed his surroundings and found that no one was paying attention to him. Then, he turned his gaze to the most suspicious pile of unremarkable raw gemstones. All this while, the painting would only react when Xia Ruofei touched the raw gemstones or jadeite. Now, the painting started to shake on its own. What did this mean? Xia Ruofei could only think of one possibility, and that was that there was something that the painting scroll urgently wanted in the pile of raw stones. It was very likely that this was a high-quality jade that could promote its evolution. Xia Ruofei's thoughts started to run wild, but his face remained expressionless. He walked over and squatted down casually, picking up the raw gemstones with ease. Boss Chen happened to look over and said with a smile, "Brother Xia, that pile of raw stones was prepared to be sent next door as a gift. There's nothing to see. If there aren't any that you'd like, there's still a lot of them here. You can come over and pick." In fact, he was just giving them a kind reminder. After all, this pile of raw gemstones was of very poor quality and had been picked by many customers before. It was impossible for anyone to want them in the shop, so he was going to take them as gifts. Xia Ruofei smiled and turned around. "Boss Chen, I buy raw stones more because I like them. Besides, isn't the raw stone that rose in price the last time a free gift from the neighbor? Boss Chen was stunned. For a moment, then he laughed and said, that makes sense. Brother Xia, you can pick whatever you like. I'll give you whatever you like. Xia Ruofei grinned and said, sure. Then I'll thank you first. After that, Xia Ruofei really squatted down and continued to pick the raw stones. Boss Chen only smiled and shook his head. He then started chatting with the familiar customers beside him. It was obvious that he did not care about the pile of raw stones at all. Xia Ruofei reached out to search. Throughout the entire process, the spirit map was shaking slightly. Xia Ruofei could even feel a trace of longing from the spirit map. When Xia Ruofei's hand touched a raw stone, the spirit painting scroll suddenly shook more violently. The intensity of the vibration was no less than the raw stone that was priced at more than 2 million. Xia Ruofei knew that it was definitely this stone. He looked at the black raw stone quietly and remembered its shape in his heart. Then, he continued to search. However, the spirit painting did not shake as violently as before. Xia Ruofei was sure that it was the black raw stone from earlier. However, he did not pick it up immediately. Instead, he stood up and walked to the other shelf. Brother Xia. Boss Chen laughed, there's nothing in that pile that you like, right? Xia Ruofei chuckled. I'll go over here and pick first. I'll come back later to get a piece no matter what. It's a free gift from Boss Chen anyway. Boss Chen laughed and said, no problem. You can pick a few more later. Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile and walked to another shelf. If he could not find a suitable raw stone here, Xia Ruofei could only buy one randomly and conveniently take the black gift. Xia Ruofei walked between the shelves with a relaxed expression. He looked like he was casually looking at the goods, but in fact, he did not miss a single raw stone. The situation on this shelf was similar to the previous one. There were not many raw stones that could cause the spirit map scroll to shake, and there was no violent reaction at all. Just as Xia Ruofei thought that he had to settle for the second best option, his hand brushed past a raw stone. The spirit painting scroll suddenly vibrated. Judging from the vibration, the jade contained in the raw stone should be worth at least 2 million yuan. Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and looked at the price tag next to the raw stone. 250,000 yuan. The price was also appropriate, so it was this. Xia Ruofei was excited. However, Xia Ruofei was still very calm. He did not take the raw stone immediately. Instead, he continued to choose raw stones as if nothing had happened. In the end, he randomly picked 2 raw stones that definitely did not have jade. Then, he took them to the counter for payment with this one that was priced at 250,000 yuan. Little brother, you've chosen? Boss Chen asked with a smile. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, yes. I don't know anything about it, so I'll just buy a few pieces based on my feelings. It feels good. Boss Chen laughed and said, brother, didn't you also make a big profit last time based on your feelings? This time it'll definitely rise greatly. Haha, then I'll be counting on your blessings. Xia Ruofei said. At this time, the shop assistant had finished calculating, including the 2 raw stones that Xia Ruofei had randomly picked up. It was a total of 400,000. Xia Ruofei paid with his card and said, Boss Chen, I'll have to trouble your master to help me cut the stone. Boss Chen nodded and turned around. Old Su, you Go and help Brother Xia cut the stone. Yes, boss. The master of cutting stones, Old Su, said quickly. Brother, Old Su is the most experienced stonecutter in our shop. Boss Chen smiled at Xia Ruofei and said, tell him how you want to solve it. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I'm just an amateur who knows nothing. How would I know how to solve it? Master Su, you can solve it based on your experience. If it really increases, I'll give you red packets. Master Su smiled and said, then I'll thank the boss first. With Xia Ruofei's permission, Master Su started to cut the stone. The one that cost 250000 yuan was the most expensive, so he put it aside first and picked one from the other two raw stones. He carefully observed it for a while and then fixed it on the stone cutter. The machine started to make noise, and the few customers in the shop also came over. As long as someone was cutting the stone, they would definitely be there to watch. Master Su operated the machine, and with a sharp grinding sound, a corner of the raw stone was cut off. Then, Master Su found some clean water to clean the cut surface. A series of sighs could be heard. There was no green in the Xia. Master Su was already used to this. He continued to adjust the angle and opened a new window. There was still no sign of green. After opening 3 windows in a row, Master Su fixed the raw stone in place and then cut it open at the waist. It was still all gray. It's broken. This raw stone is worth tens of thousands. This young man has made a loss, the spectators began to discuss. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei still had a faint smile on his face, as if losing tens of thousands of yuan was not a big deal. Boss Chen observed Xia Ruofei's expression and was even more certain that Xia Ruofei was a rich young master. Next, the process of cutting the second raw stone was similar. Master Su first cut a few windows. But when there was no green, he cut it directly. Naturally, this piece had also been cut. The onlookers sighed even louder. Some of them even looked at Xia Ruofei sympathetically. In just a short while, hundreds of thousands of yuan had gone down the drain. Of course, there were also some people who were gloating. Xia Ruofei's face was still as calm as an ancient well, without any fluctuations in emotion. Master Su saw that he had cut 2 pieces in a row and couldn't help but look at Xia Ruofei questioningly. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Master Su, please continue. There's still one more that hasn't been opened. Master Su didn't say anything. He nodded and began to carefully observe the 250000 yuan raw stone. This raw stone weighed more than 30 pounds and was about the size of a wash basin. However, its appearance was not very good, and there was a groove, like crack on the surface. Perhaps for this reason, the price was a little low. The onlookers shook their heads when they saw this raw stone. They felt that it was not as good as the previous 2 raw stones in all aspects, except that it was bigger than the previous 2. Everyone felt that this raw stone would probably be cut into pieces. At this time, Master Su had almost finished looking. He adjusted the angle of the machine, moved the raw stone up and fixed it in place, and then started the machine to cut along the crack. After a short while, the cracked stone skin was cut off into a very thin piece. The price of this raw stone was relatively high, so Master Su was relatively cautious. After removing the raw stone from the stone cutter, Master Su went to find clean water to clean the cut surface. In fact, no one, including Master Su himself, had much confidence in this stone. However, when the clear water washed over the cut surface, an intoxicating green color appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, the scene suddenly quieted down, and only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. It rose. And it was a huge increase. After a few seconds, the crowd started to stir. Boss Chen, who had been sitting next to them, couldn't help but stand up, his expression very interesting. Master Su's mouth was also slightly agape. He hurriedly wiped the cut carefully, so that everyone could see it more clearly. There was a hint of green on the palm-sized cut surface, with some white mist mixed in. However, it was obvious that the green was very pure. It should be Yanglu. I wonder how it's like to plant water. It shouldn't be too bad. This raw stone is only 250,000 yuan, it must have increased by a lot. Everyone was in a heated discussion. Boss Chen's expression changed slightly as he said, "Brother Xia, are you willing to sell this piece of material? I'll buy it back for 500,000 yuan. A 250,000 yuan raw stone's value had doubled just because a window was opened and a little green was revealed. This was the charm of stone gambling. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Boss Chen, you know I'm not short of money. Isn't stone gambling just for fun? Let's just open them all." First, Xia Ruofei knew very well that the value of the jade in this raw stone was definitely more than 500,000 yuan. Naturally, he would not sell it just like that. Boss Chen was a little disappointed, and the crowd also tried to persuade Xia Ruofei. "Little brother, 500,000 is enough. If we rub the stones again, we'll have nothing left if it collapses." "Yup. If you sell it for 500,000 yuan, you'll be able to make up for all the losses you've suffered earlier, and you'll even make a small profit. Not bad. Greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant." Xia Ruofei smiled and ignored the crowd. He motioned for Master Su to continue. It was already green, so he naturally couldn't cut it again. Master Su changed the grinding machine and began to rub the stone along the surface. Master Su was indeed an experienced master. His hands were very stable as he held the grinding wheel and slowly rubbed the surface of the stone. Everyone's eyes were focused on the raw stone. Except for the grinding sound of the grinding wheel and the raw stone, no one on the scene spoke. After more than half an hour, the raw stone was slowly unraveled by Master Su's hands, gradually revealing its true appearance. It was a whole piece of green jade, about the size of a volleyball. The green color was evenly distributed, and it looked full of vitality under the light. "You look very healthy. It's at least young green. But the water head is average, and the transparency isn't very high. It should be a dry green species. That's amazing. This little brother was only bought for 250,000 yuan. Yup. He struck it rich this time," everyone was discussing, and their words revealed their envy of Xia Ruofei. This was not the first time Xia Ruofei had seen an undiscovered piece of jade, but he was still attracted by its beauty. If he didn't need funds, he would definitely take it back and let the spirit map scroll absorb it. However, the construction of the farm was very important, so this piece of jade could only be sold. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not say anything because he knew that there would be people who wanted to buy it. Sure enough, after a few seconds of silence, a middle-aged fat man took the lead and said, "Little brother, I'm willing to pay 1.6 million for this piece of jade. Sell it to me." As soon as the fat, middle-aged man finished speaking, another old man with a Goatee immediately said, such a big piece of dried green, and it's only 1.6 million? You're bullying this little brother for not knowing, okay? I'll pay 1.8 million. 1.9 million, I'm taking it. Another person had joined the competition. Xia Ruofei stood at the side with a smile. He didn't even need to say anything. Everyone would naturally start bidding, and he only needed the highest bidder to win. Very quickly, the price had reached 2.1 million. The highest bidder was the little old man with the goatee. At this moment, Boss Chen, who had not participated in the bidding, suddenly said, I'll take the 2.1 million, his words stunned everyone. Someone had already bid 2.1 million. Even if he was the owner of Spirit Jade House, that raw stone already belonged to Xia Ruofei. Now that it was being sold as a raw material, there should be a first-come, first-served basis, right? However, Boston only paused for a moment before he continued, 2.1 million, plus the 300,000 yuan of jade in exchange for this piece of dry green material. Brother Xia, how is it? Previously, Xia Ruofei had asked for 300,000 yuan worth of jade, but he had not paid for it. Now, Boss Chen was using these jades as a bargaining chip, which was equivalent to a bid of 2.4 million yuan. 2.4 million? Boss Chen, isn't your price a little outrageous? The old man with the goatee said, aren't you afraid of losing money? Boss Chen smiled and said, Old Gu, most of the jade materials that Brother Xia wants are broken pieces, but this piece is a whole piece. I estimate that you can take out 28 to 29 bracelets. The rest of the materials can be used to make some small accessories. You should make a small profit. The goateed old man sighed. He knew that he couldn't beat Boss Chen, so he didn't plan to bid anymore. Xia Ruofei also knew when to stop. He smiled and said, Boss Chen, deal. Ha ha ha. Refreshing. Brother Xia, thank you. Boss Chen patted Xia Ruofei's shoulder and said. The onlookers shook their heads and sighed when they saw that they couldn't get the jade. Some people were envious of Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei had spent a total of 400,000 on the raw stones. He had earned 1.7 million just by reselling them. On top of that, he had also obtained a jade material worth 300,000. He had made a lot of money. Boss Chen was also a straightforward person. He immediately printed out a standard jade trade contract and signed it with Xia Ruofei. Then, he told the shop assistant to transfer the money to Xia Ruofei and kept the volleyball-sized dry green type jade. At this time, the shop assistant who was preparing the jade in the next shop brought over a bag of jade worth 300,000 yuan. Boss Chen personally handed it to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei checked it and confirmed that there was no problem. The deal was officially closed. Boss Chen, Xia Ruofei asked with a smile, you said that I can pick one or two stones from the pile over there. Does that still count? Boss Chen was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. Brother Xia, you've already earned 2 million yuan. Would you still be interested in those low-grade raw stones? Xia Ruofei laughed, who told you to give it to me for free? Who wouldn't want raw gemstones that don't cost money? No problem. Boss Chen laughed. Who asked me to spread the word? Brother Xia, you can pick whichever you like, or even a few more. Just take it as a thank you gift from me. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei no longer stood on ceremony. He walked over and pretended to rummage through the pile of raw stones. Then, he picked up the raw stone that could make the spirit painting scroll vibrate on its own and said, with a smile, "This will do." Boss Chen glanced at the raw stone and smiled. "All right. Brother Xia, do you need me to open this stone on the spot?" Boss Chen didn't care about this unremarkable raw stone at all. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I'll just take it. Otherwise, how embarrassing would it be if you didn't get anything? I'll go home and cut it myself." Boss Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then he said, "Brother Xia, you're the person with the best luck I've ever seen in stone gambling. I'm going to participate in the Myanmar public jade bid soon. Are you interested in accompanying me? I can pay you according to the highest standard of a stone gambling consultant." Xia Ruofei replied without even thinking, "I appreciate your kindness. Besides, Myanmar is a poor place with no pretty girls, so I'm too lazy to go and join in the fun." Xia Ruofei was cautious by nature. If he didn't need money urgently, he wouldn't have come to gamble again. Xia Ruofei naturally avoided the Myanmar public bid that Boss Chen had mentioned. Mr. Chen could tell that Xia Ruofei knew nothing about stone gambling. He attributed the two gains that Xia Ruofei had made to luck. In fact, Boss Chen had been in this business for more than 10 years and had seen similar situations like Xia Ruofei's, therefore, he did not suspect anything at all. Xia Ruofei's rejection was within his expectations. Why would a rich young master care about such a small reward? After chatting with Boss Chen for a while, Xia Ruofei left Spirit Jade House with the bag of jade. On the way back, Xia Ruofei could not suppress his excitement. This time, he had really returned with a full load. Besides, Xia Ruofei had a feeling that the biggest reward of this trip was not the 2 million yuan in cash, or the 300,000 yuan worth of jade. It was highly possible that the unraveled black raw stone was the biggest surprise of his trip. Now that there was no problem with the funds to build the farm, Xia Ruofei called Liang Qichao on the way and told him that they had decided to use Manager Li's plan and asked him to help arrange the construction team. Naturally, Liang Qichao didn't agree. He patted his chest and promised that he would hire the best construction team and the best workers to do this project. He also asked Manager Li to personally keep an eye on the construction site to ensure the quality of the project. Xia Ruofei said a few polite words and didn't talk much with him as he was still driving. He only said that he would buy him a drink next time to thank him and then hung up. After throwing the phone on the console, Xia Ruofei sped up. He couldn't wait to go home and study that unremarkable raw stone. At the villa in the suburbs, Xia Ruofei carried the jade and the raw stone and hurried upstairs. After locking the door and windows in his bedroom, he couldn't wait to take out the spirit painting and the black raw stone. As for the bag of jade that was worth 300,000 yuan, he threw it aside. With the previous two experiences, Xia Ruofei picked up the raw stone and communicated with the spiritual map. Of course, Xia Ruofei was also a little uncertain. After all, the previous spirit paintings had directly absorbed jade. The one in his hand was only a raw stone. It was still unknown whether it could absorb it. However, it was soon proven that his worries were unnecessary. The moment Xia Ruofei's mind connected with the spirit map, he felt a suction force. Then, the dark origin stone in his hand was sucked into the spirit map. It fell directly into the unfurled scroll and disappeared without a trace. Xia Ruofei didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. He couldn't wait to enter the spirit map space. In the next moment, Xia Ruofei appeared beside the spatial spirit pond. After the familiar dizziness passed, Xia Ruofei looked around and was stunned. The size of the space was still about 4 acres, and there was no change. He quickly looked at the nameless plant again. The corollas of the strange flower that he had just picked were still bare, and there were no new strange flowers growing. Could it be that the conditions for evolution had not been met after absorbing the raw stone? Xia Ruofei suddenly had this thought. But it didn't seem like it. This was because Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that after the spirit painting absorbed the black rough stone, the spiritual connection between him and the painting had clearly strengthened. As soon as he entered the space, Xia Ruofei could feel that the air in the space was fresher. It was as if the entire space was filled with a faint spiritual qi that nourished everything in the space. Xia Ruofei could feel that in such an environment, even without the change in time flow, the plants and animals would grow much faster than the outside world. All the signs indicated that the spirit map space had evolved. Could it be that the evolution was not complete enough? Xia Ruofei thought to himself. He thought of the bag of jade outside and immediately left the medium. He took out the bag of jade worth 300,000 yuan and the remaining piece of jade from the last evolution. Then, he would let the spirit map space absorb all the jades. This spirit painting scroll also didn't refuse anyone. It was like a bottomless pit. After a while, the jadeite worth more than 300,000 yuan was completely absorbed. Xia Ruofei returned to the medium. Unfortunately, the anticipated scene did not appear. The space was still about 4 mu, and the strange flowers did not regrow. Xia Ruofei walked back and forth in the medium unwillingly. When he left the spirit jade house, Xia Ruofei was full of hope that this dark origin stone would be able to evolve the spirit map space again. After all, this was the first time the spirit map space had vibrated on its own, and Xia Ruofei could feel that its anticipation was stronger than ever before. Xia Ruofei did not expect that after he took out the raw stone and let the scroll absorb it, he would obtain such an incomplete evolution. After absorbing more than 300,000 jade, there was still no change. Xia Ruofei left the spirit map space in frustration. After sitting on the bed in a daze for a while, Xia Ruofei picked up Gu Piao's painting and looked at it carefully. Then, he tried to connect to the spirit painting with his mind. After a few evolutions, Xia Ruofei's spiritual connection with the spirit map had become closer. Every blade of grass and tree in the spirit map space seemed to be right in front of Xia Ruofei. He used his spiritual sense to check every inch of it, hoping to find the reason why the evolution was incomplete. Xia Ruofei's mind was completely immersed in the space. He did not realize that while he was trying to establish a connection with the spirit map started to emit a green light. Xia Ruofei's mind was still scanning the spirit map, inch by inch, and the light from the spirit map scroll was getting brighter and brighter. After breaking through a critical point, the spirit painting suddenly floated in the air. It hovered in the air for a moment before it suddenly accelerated and shot straight towards Xia Ruofei's forehead like a bolt of lightning. Xia Ruofei's eyes were slightly closed as he communicated with the space telepathically. He was not on guard in the bedroom, which was a safe environment. Moreover, the speed of the spirit map was too fast. Everything happened in a flash, and the scroll had entered Xia Ruofei's forehead. Xia Ruofei suddenly felt a sharp pain. Then, he felt as if his head was about to be torn apart. Even though he had gone through hellish training in the special forces and had developed an extraordinary willpower, he could not help but scream. The unbearable pain continued. Xia Ruofei felt as if his head was going to explode. He held his head and rolled on the ground in pain. A minute later, Xia Ruofei's vision turned black and he passed out. After a long time, Xia Ruofei finally woke up. Everything that had happened was like a dream, but the pain was so deep that even Xia Ruofei, who had a strong will, could not help but shiver. However, at this moment, it seemed that nothing had happened. He checked his body and found that he was not missing any parts. Even the headache had disappeared. Without a trace. What had just happened? Xia Ruofei could not understand. At this time, his gaze inadvertently fell on the bed, and his expression changed drastically. The spirit painting that he had placed on his bed was nowhere to be seen. This spirit painting scroll could be said to be the foundation of Xia Ruofei's life. Without the magical space in the spirit painting scroll, everything would return to its original point. Xia Ruofei broke out in a cold sweat. He kept trying to recall what had just happened, trying to find the reason why the spirit map scroll had disappeared. At this moment, Xia Ruofei subconsciously lowered his head and revealed a shocked expression. He could not help but open his mouth wide. P.S. I'll be on Sanjiang recommendation this week. Please give me your Sanjiang tickets. Jidian's readers can get 1 ticket every day. It's free and is on the old website, Sanjiang channel. After getting it, the voting will also be on that channel page. It's a little troublesome. Thank you, everyone. Xia Ruofei suddenly realized that there was a faint mark on his right palm. It was the shape of an unrolled painting. The mark was very faint and could not be discovered if one did not look carefully. However, Xia Ruofei had been thinking about the spirit map scroll, so he noticed the mark at first glance. He raised his hand in surprise and examined it carefully. After examining every detail of the mark, he was even more certain that it was a spirit map scroll. Why did the spirit painting scroll disappear? And why did an identical imprint appear in his palm? Xia Ruofei could not help but frown. A moment later, a light bulb went off in Xia Ruofei's head. He could not help but pat his forehead. He realized that he had been too far away in his panic. If he wanted to find the location of the spirit map, the fastest way was not to use his eyes. Xia Ruofei immediately calmed down and used his mind to communicate with the spirit map. Sure enough, his mind instantly established a connection with the spirit map scroll, and this connection was much closer than before. Then, Xia Ruofei saw with his own eyes that the mark on his palm flashed slightly, and then the ancient spirit map scroll appeared in his hand out of thin air. Seeing this familiar picture, Xia Ruofei's heart settled. As he gradually calmed down, he began to think about everything that had just happened. The bone-piercing pain still left him with lingering fear. Xia Ruofei did not know what had happened, but it seemed like he had just absorbed the spirit painting into his body. Moreover, he could summon it at any time with a single thought. Xia Ruofei looked at the painting in his hand and an idea came to his mind. He immediately used his mind to communicate with the spirit painting scroll again, thinking of taking it back. As expected, the spirit painting scroll disappeared, and the faint mark appeared on his palm again. Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. He tried it a few times and was soon able to take out or put away the scroll with great familiarity. Xia Ruofei was now sure that the painting had merged with his body. This change surprised Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei had always been troubled by the issue of confidentiality. Although the possibility of his spirit painting being lost or stolen was very low as a special forces elite, covering up the spirit painting itself was a big problem. It was still fine since it was winter, and they were wearing thick clothes. It would be hard to find them if they were hidden close to their bodies. However, Xia Ruofei could not think of any good ideas in the summer. And now, all the problems were solved. The spirit painting scroll had been integrated into his body, and he could take it out at any time when he needed it. Usually, it was just a tiny mark on his palm. As long as Xia Ruofei paid more attention, it would be impossible to notice. This was really an unexpected surprise. Xia Ruofei summoned the spirit painting scroll from his palm and entered the space. After absorbing more than 300,000 yuan worth of jade, the size of the space did not change. It was still about 4 acres. The strange flower had not grown yet, but Xia Ruofei was in a good mood. He was even happier than the previous 2 space evolutions. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei could feel that the entire space was filled with a trace of spiritual energy. He felt relaxed and happy. The succulent plants, vegetables, and fruits also looked more energetic than before. It was clear that this evolution didn't upgrade the realm, but it brought great benefits. In the future, the growth of crops in the realm would definitely be faster, and with time flowing 20 times faster, the speed would be even more amazing. Xia Ruofei first picked the ripe vegetables in the medium and stored them properly. At the same time, he sowed and planted again. While doing these things, he was even more determined to focus his vegetable planting on the outside world. With the unique conditions in the Yingying space, he had to speed up his pace of making money and plant something more valuable. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei immediately went to check on the new material of the Fibizhinan. He had buried 2 of them, so he was checking the Fibizhinan wood that was naturally placed in the medium. Xia Ruofei looked at it carefully, and his face lit up. The surface of this piece of Fibizhinan wood already had traces of a crystalline substance. Under the light, it flickered. Although it was not a beautiful gold color, the speed was already quite amazing. Xia Ruofei had only placed this piece of Fibizhinan wood in the medium for 3 to 4 days. Under the speed of time that was 20 times faster than normal, it had only been 2 months at most. In the outside world, it would take at least half a year for natural oxidation to reach this level. This was enough to prove Xia Ruofei's judgment that it was absolutely feasible to plant gold silk nanmu in the medium. The next step was to find suitable high-quality nanmu trees to transplant. The 70-centimeter Fibizhinan that Liang Qichao mentioned was a good choice. Such a huge Fibizhinan had already formed its core and had a good foundation. In the spirit map space, with the flow of time 20 times faster and the killer flower petals, Xia Ruofei was confident that he could make it grow in a relatively short time even if the growth rate of the Fibizhinan was frighteningly slow. However, this matter had to be put on hold for a while, because Xia Ruofei did not have enough money. A 70-centimeter Fibizhinan tree would cost at least a few 100,000 yuan. Although Xia Ruofei had more than 2 million yuan in cash, he did not have much left after spending it on the farm. He could only give Liang Qichao a call to see if he could reserve this tree and trade with it after a while. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but sigh. By right, I'm already earning money far faster than the average person, so why do I always feel like I'm short of money? Thinking about the astronomical amount of jade needed to upgrade the realm, Xia Ruofei could not help but have a headache. However, he had to take things one step at a time, so he quickly adjusted his mentality. As for the remaining 2 pieces of Phoebe Jinan, Xia Ruofei did not dig them out to examine them because he already knew that it was better to let the 2 pieces of wood form into ebony under the most natural conditions. Xia Ruofei then went to check on the succulents and fish ponds. The succulent mother plant had basically recovered. In such an environment, it would take at most a few days for a new round of cutting breeding. The fish in the fish pond were growing very quickly. Xia Ruofei picked a grass carp randomly and weighed it in his hand. It was almost half a catty. This rate of growth was also quite astonishing. In the outside world, it would take about 2 to 3 years to raise grass carp, and it would take at least half a year for them to grow to about half a catty. However, in the medium, it had only taken 6 to 7 days to reach this weight. The red arowana was also swimming around in the small pond in high spirits. It should be experiencing the first time in its life that it had lost its hair. The red color on its scales was becoming more and more obvious, and it was growing very well. Xia Ruofei walked around the medium and then left, satisfied. The next day, the construction team sent by Liang Qichao officially entered the venue. The surroundings of the holiday villa were no longer as quiet as before. Large construction machinery was constantly working, and the construction site was a busy scene. As the chief supervisor of this project, Manager Li had been keeping an eye on the boss's son at the construction site and personally telling him that this project must be done with all his might without any flaws or slacking. It must be a model project, so Manager Li naturally did not dare to slack off. Xia Ruofei did not have anything else to do. He stood on the balcony on the 2nd floor of the villa and looked at the construction site. He thought that he would build his own farm here and become the birthplace of his career. He would be able to produce the best quality food and medicine continuously. He could not help but feel a sense of ambition. At this moment, Xia Ruofei saw an orange shadow from the corner of his eye. He turned around and saw a bright orange Porsche 911 driving into the villa's courtyard. Ling Qingxue, who was wearing a light yellow down jacket and a cute plush hat, got out of the car. She looked up at Xia Ruofei, who was on the 2nd floor balcony. The corners of her mouth slightly curved up into a beautiful arc, revealing a half-smile expression. She just tilted her head slightly and looked into Xia Ruofei's eyes. P.S. I'll be on Sanjiang recommendation this week. Please give me your Sanjiang tickets. Chidian's readers can get 1 ticket every day. It's free and is on the old website, Sanjiang channel. After getting it, the voting will also be on that channel page. It's a little troublesome. Thank you, everyone. Xia Ruofei jogged down to the courtyard of the villa. Ling Qingxue was still leaning on the Porsche. Under the afternoon sun, her face had a lazy expression, which made her look very charming. When Xia Ruofei saw her, he could not help but think of that sweet kiss from the other day. He greeted Ling Qingxue awkwardly. Qingxue, long time no see. Ling Qingxue looked at Xia Ruofei with a half-smile and asked, "Are you not going to contact me if I don't come to your house?" Xia Ruofei laughed drily and scratched his head. "Isn't this that day's? Don't mention what happened that day." Ling Qingxue's face turned red as she interrupted Xia Ruofei. "Okay, I won't mention it," Xia Ruofei said. "Qingxue, are you looking for me?" Ling Qingxue pursed her lips and said, "My father received news from President Xing that your company has been registered. Also, today, when our purchaser went back and reported that you were carrying out a large-scale construction project here, Comrade Ling couldn't sit still. Didn't he send me here to use my beauty to seduce you? So that you can sign the official contract with us as soon as possible." At the mention of the honey trap, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but burst out laughing. This laugh broke the awkward atmosphere between the two of them. Xia Ruofei also felt relieved and quickly said, "Of course. There's no problem with signing the contract. Even if you didn't come and look for me, I was prepared to go to your company to settle this matter in the next 2 days." Then, Xia Ruofei said, "Why don't we do it today? Are we going back to the city now?" Ling Qingxue chuckled and said, "There's no need to be in such a hurry, right? It's almost mealtime. Don't you understand that I'm here at this time?" Ling Qingxue paused for a moment, then said slowly, "I remember someone still owes me 2 meals. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "That's even more of a problem. I'm also preparing to cook. Let's go in and sit." Ling Qingxue cheered and went up to hold Xia Ruofei's arm. She stuck close to him and the two of them walked into the villa together. Xia Ruofei did not greet Ling Qingxue and just let her watch TV in the living room. He went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. The ingredients were naturally the vegetables from the spirit map space, and it would be fine to pair it with 1 or 2 meat dishes. Xia Ruofei had been cooking for himself these days, so he was more skilled. When he was preparing the meat dishes, Xia Ruofei suddenly thought of the grass carp in the fish pond in the interspace. The grass carp there were basically about half a catty, so it was very good to get 2 of them to braise or steam. However, the problem was that Ling Qingxue was in the living room. Outside, Xia Ruofei definitely could not enter the spirit map space to fish. At this moment, Xia Ruofei had an idea. Ever since the space evolved, he could directly take out items from the space through telepathy. In theory, he could also take out the grass fish directly. However, he had only taken ordinary items in the past, and the grass carp was constantly swimming in the spatial fish pond, so it might be very difficult to actually do it. However, Xia Ruofei still wanted to give it a try. Not only was it to add a dish for lunch, but he also wanted to test his own idea. Xia Ruofei looked around and saw that Ling Qingxue was focused on a variety show. Her long legs were placed on the coffee table, so she would not suddenly come to the kitchen. With a thought, the spirit painting appeared in Xia Ruofei's hand. He held the spirit map scroll in his hand and began to connect with the spirit map space. Every blade of grass and every tree in the space was clearly reflected in his mind. In the past, when he took something out, he only needed to lock his mind on the item he wanted to take, and then give an order, and the item would be taken out of the space. Hence, Xia Ruofei focused all his attention on the fish pond in the space. He quietly looked at a grass carp in the fish pond and was highly focused. However, the moment he gave the order, the grass carp wagged its tail and swam forward. It burrowed into a bush of seaweed and Xia Ruofei missed. However, Xia Ruofei was not discouraged. Instead, he persevered and tried again. This was indeed much harder than taking things out normally. Xia Ruofei tried 3 times in a row, but none of them succeeded. On the 4th attempt, Xia Ruofei finally found the right time. He locked his mind on a grass carp and gave the order. The next moment, a grass carp appeared out of thin air and landed on the sink. The grass carp was obviously confused about the situation. It didn't understand why it was swimming freely in the fish pond a moment ago, but the next moment, its environment had suddenly changed. Therefore, it was very flustered and flapped its tail in the sink, making a banging sound. Xia Ruofei quickly kept the spirit map space into his body and then threw the grass carp onto the anvil. He patted it flat with the knife and the grass carp immediately became dizzy and obediently lay on the anvil. Xia Ruofei went to the kitchen door and sneaked a look. Seeing that Ling Qingxue did not come over because of the commotion in the kitchen, he took out the spirit map space again and tried the same thing twice. Once again, he successfully took out a grass carp from the spacefish pond. Xia Ruofei was very satisfied. It was obvious that he had a closer connection with the spirit map space during this period of time. He was also more familiar with the use of the spirit map space. He deftly processed the two fish, and in a short while, 2 fragrant braised grass carp were out of the pot. The golden braised fish was sprinkled with tender green coriander, and a fragrance assailed the nose, making people's appetite increase. Very quickly, Xia Ruofei had prepared lunch. He served the dishes he had cooked, one by one. He had especially placed the plate of braised grass carp in the middle. Then, he brought out 2 more bowls of rice, before calling Ling Qingxue to wash her hands and eat. Ling Qingxue had eaten taoyuan vegetables a few times, so she naturally couldn't resist the temptation of good food. She immediately got up to wash her hands and sat at the table. What a sumptuous feast! Ling Qingxue exclaimed in surprise when she saw the dishes on the table. Then, she pretended to be mature and said, "Comrade Xia Ruofei, you did well this time." "Yup. It's worthy of praise." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "Thank you for your praise, Your Highness." "Your Ladyship, may I ask if we can eat now?" Ling Qingxue's expression changed, and she said sternly, "It's approved." "Little Feezy, serve Ben Gong my meal." "So you're treating me like a eunuch?" Xia Ruofei said angrily, "Do you think I won't cook for you next time?" Ling Qingxue giggled and begged for mercy. "I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. You're the emperor, okay? This is more like it." Xia Ruofei snorted. However, after thinking about it, he felt that it was a little inappropriate. He was the emperor, and Ling Qingxue was the empress. Wasn't this just a perfect couple? Xia Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue and saw that her face was also slightly red. She avoided his gaze and changed the topic. "Let's start. I'm here to try and see if your cooking has improved. I suggest you try this braised grass carp first," Xia Ruofei quickly said. "Oh? Is there anything special about it?" Ling Qingxue asked. Xia Ruofei smiled mysteriously and said, "Why don't you try it first and you'll know?" In fact, even he himself had never tried the taste of the grass carp produced by the spacefish pond, so he was also very excited about it. Ling Qingxue's interest was immediately piqued. Her chopsticks reached directly for the plate of braised grass carp, and she picked up a small piece of fish and put it in her mouth. "P.S. I'll be on Sanjiang recommendation this week. Please give me your Sanjiang tickets. Jidian's readers can get 1 ticket every day. It's free and is on the old website, Sanjiang channel. After getting it, the voting will also be on that channel page. It's a little troublesome. Thank you, everyone. It's delicious. And it has a unique taste." Ling Qingxue said in surprise, this fish meat is tender and delicious. There is no fishy smell at all, and it even has a faint fragrance. Ling Qingxue continued to ask, Ruofei, could this be another grass carp that you've developed with your new techniques? Our Lingji restaurant wants to make a reservation. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. We did use some of the new technology. However, we only kept a small amount. We kept it for ourselves. What about the future? Didn't you clear out the fish pond over there? You have to rear fish, right? Ling Qingxue didn't give up easily and continued to ask. In the future, we should do some aquatic farming, right? However, they might not raise grass carp. Xia Ruofei shrugged his shoulders and said, Qingxue, don't worry. If my peach blossom farm has a new ingredient, I'll definitely give priority to cooperating with Ling Ji. Food and beverage, okay? That's more like it. That's interesting. Ling Qingxue giggled. Let's eat. You're thinking about work even. When you're eating, aren't you tired? Xia Ruofei smiled. I'll eat a few more pieces of fish. This fish is too delicious. Don't snatch it from me. Ling Qingxue pouted. Okay, I won't fight with you. Xia Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue with a pampering gaze and said with a smile, don't let the fish bones get in your way. Ling Qingxue was too busy eating to answer Xia Ruofei's question. Seeing that Ling Qingxue was eating with relish, Xia Ruofei's heart was slightly moved. He found an excuse to get up and go to the kitchen. He quietly took out the spirit map scroll, then connected to the space with his mind. He concentrated his mind on the grass carp in the fish pond in the space. Perhaps it was because he had practiced a few times before, but Xia Ruofei was much more skilled now. It did not take long for him to successfully capture 4 grass carps. Xia Ruofei found 2 small buckets and put 2 grass carps in each bucket. He poured water into the buckets and kept them in the water. He put one of the buckets back into the medium and went back to the dining room to eat. Naturally, Ling Qingxue was very satisfied with the food. In fact, every time she ate a meal that Xia Ruofei made, she was very happy. On one hand, it was because the vegetables in Taoyuan were too delicious. More importantly, it was made by Xia Ruofei himself, so it had a special meaning. After the meal, Xia Ruofei took the initiative to go to Ling Qingxue's company to sign the official contract. Ling Qingxue had originally wanted Xia Ruofei to take her car there, and even said that she would send him back later. However, other than going to the Ling's restaurant to sign the contract, Xia Ruofei was also planning to visit Hu Zi's mother and Lin Xiao. Hence, he politely declined Ling Qingxue and decided to drive himself. Ling Qingxue pouted unhappily. However, when Xia Ruofei brought out the 2 grass carp from the kitchen as a gift, she immediately turned from displeasure to joy and became happy again. A girl's thoughts were sometimes so difficult to guess. Perhaps the 2 fish were nothing, even if they were extremely delicious. However, the fact that Xia Ruofei wanted to give her 2 fish meant something completely different to her. Xia Ruofei called manager Li over and exchanged a few words with him. Then, he and Ling Qingxue drove their own cars and left the holiday villa. The 2 of them drove to the Ling GF&B headquarters located in the Nantai district. Ling Qingxue informed her father, Ling Xiaotian, on the way. Ling Xiaotian was also very concerned and personally went to the first floor to welcome her. While they were waiting, Ling Xiaotian kept pacing back and forth in the lobby on the first floor, causing the front desk girl to feel nervous. When she saw that the person Ling Xiaotian was waiting for was actually a young and handsome lad, and this lad was even walking in with the little princess of Lingji, chatting and laughing, the fire of gossip in her heart instantly burned. Could he be the chairman's future son? In-law? Naturally, the front desk girl did not know that Ling Xiaotian placed so much importance on it. Because of the peach blossom vegetables that Xia Ruofei had. It was too important to the current Lingji restaurant. With the 100 caddies of Taoyuan vegetables sold every day, the business of the Lingji's flagship stores skyrocketed. The average turnover was 40% higher than before. Minghao Restaurant's rising momentum was suddenly suppressed. In some sense, Xia Ruofei was the savior of their company. Therefore, Ling Xiaotian also fully displayed the importance he placed on this matter. Not only did he personally go downstairs to welcome them, but he also gathered all the company's employees who were at least of the manager level and above and held a signing ceremony in the company's big meeting room. Even the staff in charge of the company's journal came over with a camera to take pictures and prepare to publish a special issue in the company's internal journal. Xia Ruofei was not used to such a grand reception. After signing the contract, he declined Ling Xiaotian's invitation to dinner and left in a hurry. However, Xia Ruofei did not go straight to Hu Zi's mother's house. Instead, he went to the seed sex headquarters. Taoyuan Farm's construction period would be completed in a month at most. By then, they would have to start large-scale planting. Xia Ruofei thought that since he was in the city, he might as well solve the problem of seeds first. When they arrived at the seed company, Xia Ruofei picked out more than 10 common vegetable seeds on the table. He ordered 5 kilograms of each. Before he came, he had roughly estimated that these seeds should be enough for the first round of sowing. Xia Ruofei had chosen the best seeds and spent 5,000 to 6,000 yuan on them. To the seed market department, he was a big customer. Therefore, the manager personally received them with a very warm attitude. After Xia Ruofei made the payment, the manager called for a few shop assistants to help Xia Ruofei move all the packaged seeds into the pickup truck. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to leave, he suddenly had an idea. He turned around and asked, "Manager, do you sell ginseng seeds here?" Xia Ruofei had long wanted to plant some valuable things in the realm, but he did not know what was more valuable. However, he knew about ginseng. He had been busy for a while and did not have time to spare. Since he was at the seed company today, Xia Ruofei decided to ask about the situation first. The manager was stunned for a moment and then said, "Sir, of course we have ginseng seeds here, but this season is not suitable for planting ginseng. Moreover, the survival rate of ginseng is very low, so it's not easy to artificially plant it." Ginseng seeds were not cheap, and the manager had only reminded Xia Ruofei out of good intentions. Xia Ruofei laughed. "It's okay. I'll just buy some and plant them for fun. What's the best ginseng seed you have here?" "Our company has authentic Changbai mountain ginseng seeds, but the price," the manager said. "The price doesn't matter, just give me half a caddy," Xia Ruofei said without even asking the price. "All right. Please wait a moment," the manager quickly said. After a while, Xia Ruofei left the seed company with a sealed plastic bag full of ginseng seeds. This half a caddy of seeds cost him more than 600 yuan, which was not cheap. However, Xia Ruofei naturally did not care about this small amount of money. Once these ginseng seeds were successfully planted in the origin space, the benefits would be more than 10 times or even 100 times. Xia Ruofei drove the pickup truck out of the seed company and came to a place with no one around. He parked the car and went to the back of the truck. He climbed into the back of the truck and fixed the cover on the back of the pickup truck. As long as one did not stick their head in to take a look, they would not be able to see what was going on inside the truck. Xia Ruofei kept all the vegetable and ginseng seeds into the spirit map space. Then, he took out the other small bucket with the grass carp and some paradise vegetables and placed them in the trunk. Then, Xia Ruofei returned to the driver's seat and continued to drive straight to Hu Zi's mother's house in the Forestry Bureau. P.S. I'll be on Sanjiang recommendation this week. Please give me your Sanjiang tickets. Jidian's readers can get 1 ticket every day. It's free and is on the old website, Sanjiang channel. After getting it, the voting will also be on that channel page. It's a little troublesome. Thank you, everyone. Xia Ruofei parked his car at the family area of the Forestry Bureau. He carried a small water bucket in one hand and a basket of peach garden vegetables in the other, to the door of Hu Zi's mother's house. On the 3rd floor. He put down the water bucket and knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened. Hu Zi's mother was very happy to see Xia Ruofei. Ruofei is here. Come in, Xia Ruofei bent down to pick up the water bucket and followed Hu Zi's mother into the house. Hu Zi's mother nagged, "You child. Just come. Why did he bring things? Aren't you treating Auntie as an outsider? Auntie, these are all vegetables that I grew myself. I also raised the fish with my friends. I brought them here for you and Shower to try." Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, "Auntie, how's your recovery?" Huer's mother said happily, "I'm feeling great now. I think he should have fully recovered. Ruofei, that medicine of yours is really godly." Xia Ruofei was placing the vegetables in the kitchen. He poked his head out and smiled. "Auntie, I made some Chinese medicine yesterday and brought it to you today. Please eat for a while longer." "I don't need to eat, right? I'm already fine." Hu Zi's mother said, "It must be expensive to make this medicine, right?" Xia Ruofei tidied up the vegetables and walked out of the kitchen. "It doesn't cost much. They're all common Chinese medicinal herbs." After he finished speaking, he took out the bottle of flower petal solution that he had prepared earlier and handed it to Hu Zi's mother. Then, he said, "Auntie, you can continue to take it even if you're well. This liquid doesn't have any side effects. Not only does it cure diseases, but it also has good health. You can drink it without worry." Woof. Ruofei, thank you for your hard work. Huer's mother nodded in response. "Shouldn't I be filial to you?" he asked. Xia Ruofei smiled and continued to ask, "Oh right, Auntie, is it Shower's winter break soon?" "I think there's still 2 to 3 weeks left," Hu Zi's mother said. "Oh. After the holidays, you and Shower can stay at my place for a while." Xia Ruofei said, "I've rented a small villa in Jianggang town. I've also bought some land to build a farm. The environment there is better than the city. Let's celebrate the new year together this year." "All right. I'll do the laundry and cook for you," Hu Zi's mother agreed happily. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. "Auntie, you don't have to do the laundry or cook. You can just enjoy your life." I can't stay idle. Isn't it good that I can help you? With something? Huzi's mother said. All right, we'll talk about it when the time comes, Xia Ruofei said helplessly. The two of them sat down and started to chat. Huzi's mother told her about her and Xiao's life, while Xia Ruofei picked out some of the things that he was busy with to tell Huzi's mother. The old and the young were having a good time chatting. When it was around 4 o'clock, Huzi's mother got up and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Xia Ruofei naturally had to stay for dinner. Otherwise, not only would Huzi's mother not agree, Lin Qiao would also not agree if she came back and found out. Xia Ruofei sat in the living room and watched TV. In no time, he could smell the alluring aroma of food coming from the kitchen. At this moment, the door opened. Xia Ruofei looked up and heard Lin Qiao's voice. Before he saw her. Mom. What delicious food did you make? It smells so good. As she spoke, she took a pair of slippers from the shoe rack at the door and changed into them. When she walked into the living room, she saw Xia Ruofei sitting on the sofa and smiling at her. Lin Qiao shrieked in surprise. She threw away her bag and pounced on him, shouting, "Brother Ruofei!" Xia Ruofei immediately felt a warm, fragrant, and soft jade in his arms. Lin Qiao hugged him tightly. The girls in the 3rd year of high school were not children anymore. Lin Qiao had developed well and her body had a faint fragrance. Xia Ruofei suddenly felt that it was a little too much for her. He quickly said, let go, no. Lin Qiao chuckled. After saying that, she hugged him even tighter. Xia Ruofei could only break away from her embarrassedly. If she hugged him any longer, his body would have a reaction. That would be embarrassing. Lin Qiao looked at Xia Ruofei and asked, Brother Ruofei, why didn't you come to see us for so long? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I was a little busy a while ago. So I'm here now. By the way, how are your studies? You didn't play any tricks, did you? What naughty? He's a good student. Lin Qiao said, your studies are good. The teachers are better than the teachers in our county middle school, and there are many top students among my classmates. I feel like I've improved a lot. That's good. Xia Ruofei said, study hard. When you get into college, I'll give you a big gift. There's even a gift to receive. Lin Qiao was overjoyed and quickly asked, can you tell me what the gift is? You'll know when the time comes. It's definitely a surprise, Xia Ruofei said mysteriously. So you have to work harder. You have to at least get into 211 school to get a present. Humph. Don't look down on me. Although my foundation is a little worse than my classmates, it's not impossible for me to get into the 211 exam with hard work. Lin Qiao puffed up her chest and said, Brother Ruofei, just wait for your wallet to bleed. I can't wait for that. Xia Ruofei laughed. At this moment, Huzi's mother popped her head out of the kitchen and said, Qiao, why do you keep pestering your brother Ruofei the moment you come back? Why aren't you changing your clothes? Get ready to wash your hands and eat. I know. Lin Qiao stuck out her tongue at Xia Ruofei and said. Soon, Lin Qiao went back to her room and changed into a cute pink cotton, padded jacket. Then, she ran to the living room and chatted with Xia Ruofei about school. She only stopped when Huzi's mother finished cooking and urged her to wash her hands. When Lin Qiao went to wash her hands, Huzi's mother said to Xia Ruofei, Qiao used to like to pester her brother and chat with him. Ever since Huzi left, she's rarely this happy. Thank you. Xia Ruofei saw that Hu Zi's mother's eyes were red and quickly said, Auntie, look at what you're saying. Hu Zi's sister is my sister. We're a family, what's there to be polite about? I'll come to visit you often in the future. Hu Zi's mother said, pleased, it's enough that you have this thought. Young people should be busy with their careers. Just come and visit when you're free. After Lin Qiao washed her hands, the three of them sat around the table and had dinner together. Hu Zi's mother's cooking skills were quite good, and the ingredients were all produced in the spirit map space. Qiao was amazed by how delicious the food was, especially the 2 grass carp. Even Hu Zi's mother was full of praise for the taste of the dish. Seeing the happy smiles on Hu Zi's mother and Qiao's faces, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but think of Hu Zi's face and the last words he had said when the bullet hit him. Are you Ruofei? Help me. Take care of my mom. And my younger sister, Hu Zi, don't worry. I'm here for everything, Xia Ruofei said in his heart. P.S. I'll be on Sanjiang recommendation this week. Please give me your Sanjiang tickets. Jidian's readers can get 1 ticket every day. It's free and is on the old website Sanjiang channel. After getting it, the voting is also on that channel page. It's a little troublesome. Thank you, everyone. At around 8 in the evening, Xia Ruofei finally bade farewell to Hu Zi's mother and Lin Qiao's reluctant gaze. When he drove back to the holiday villa, he saw that the construction site was still burning through the night. The entire construction site was brightly lit by several strong lights. Large construction machinery was still roaring, and many workers were busy on the construction site. In order to complete the project quickly, Liang Qichao had ordered the entire construction team to work in 3 shifts to ensure that it could be completed before the Spring Festival. Manager Li had already gone back to rest, and a deputy manager was taking his place. After Xia Ruofei parked the car, he went to the construction site and found the deputy manager. He asked about the progress of the project and thanked him for his hard work. Then, Xia Ruofei took out another 1,000 yuan and asked the deputy manager to send someone to drive to Chongping County to buy supper for the workers. The deputy manager had already been reminded by Manager Li that Xia Ruofei had a close relationship with Liang Qichao, so he thanked him repeatedly and patted his chest to assure him that he would ensure the quality and quantity and complete the construction task on time. Xia Ruofei chatted with him for a while and then returned to the villa. He returned to his bedroom and locked the door and windows. Then, he summoned the spirit map scroll and entered the medium. After taking a deep breath of the air in the space, which was fresher than the outside world, Xia Ruofei felt all his fatigue go away. The vegetable seeds and ginseng seeds that he had bought in the afternoon were neatly stacked on the space. Xia Ruofei's control of the spirit map space was getting better and better. He could store items directly into the space from the outside and also accurately control where they would appear in the space. The vegetable seeds were not needed for the time being. Xia Ruofei picked up the plastic bag containing the Changbai mountain ginseng seeds. Before this, Xia Ruofei had done some research on ginseng cultivation techniques. He felt that the information he found online was too complicated. Even if he followed the instructions strictly, the survival rate was very low. Therefore, he decided to do it his own way. This was also because he had great confidence in the spirit map space. He found a large plastic bucket and poured half of the space spirit pond water into it. Then, he took the preservation box containing the petals of the strange flower, which contained the 11 petals that had been stored over the past few days. Xia Ruofei picked up one of the flowers with a pair of tweezers and threw it into the plastic bucket. If these ginseng seeds could grow successfully, they would be worth a lot. Hence, Xia Ruofei had to spend a lot of money and used an entire flower petal. As soon as the flower petal entered the spiritual pond, it immediately melted without a trace. Xia Ruofei was still worried. He found a stick and stirred the flower petal solution in the plastic bucket evenly. Then, he opened the plastic bag and poured all the Changbai Mountain ginseng seeds into the plastic bucket. He began to soak them. Then, Xia Ruofei left the medium and allowed the seeds to absorb the essence of the petals. He went to the bathroom to take a shower. It was almost time, so he entered the space again. Xia Ruofei picked up all the ginseng seeds that had been soaked in the plastic bucket. He didn't do as the internet said, but instead, he found a piece of land on the periphery of the space. After the space evolved, there was a large amount of open land on the periphery, so he scattered the ginseng seeds. Then, he dug up some soil from the side and covered the seeds evenly. He didn't waste the small half bucket of solution. He poured it into the watering can and poured it all into the field. After that, Xia Ruofei decided not to take care of the ginseng anymore. He had already given the ginseng seeds the best conditions. If not all of them survived, then there must be a problem with the seeds themselves. Besides, Xia Ruofei did this because he wanted to simulate the wild environment to the greatest extent and improve the quality of the ginseng. Then, Xia Ruofei walked around the space. He picked the ripe vegetables and stored them. He checked the grass carps in the fish pond and the red arowana in the small pond. They were all growing very well. The oxidation level of the Phoebe Jinnan had increased again, and golden threads were already faintly visible. The mother succulent plant had been fully restored. The new succulent seedlings that were left in the pots had also grown to the point where they could be cut with the help of the unique environment and the petal solution. Xia Ruofei decided to start a new round of cutting the next day. However, this time, he had to make a good plan and split it into several batches. The batch of mother plants that had grown from the latest succulent seedlings would be placed in the last batch for cutting. In the next few days, other than providing food for Shi Jiangyu and Ling Ji, Xia Ruofei would walk around the construction site and check on the progress. In addition, he carried out a new round of cutting breeding on the succulent mother plant. After a few days of rest, he put the first batch of succulent seedlings on the internet for sale again. He also put up an announcement to inform all users that if there were no special circumstances in the future, the frequency of new updates would be reduced to once every 5 days. This news naturally attracted many high-end players to spread the news, and it quickly became a hot post on Baidu's succulent bar. Naturally, the sales were as hot as ever, and they were all sold out within a few minutes. After all the succulent seedlings were sold, Xia Ruofei would earn another 100,000 yuan. And this was only the first batch. In the future, there would be another batch every 5 days. In total, they would bring in 600,000 yuan a month. In addition to the 300,000 yuan from Taoyuan vegetables, Xia Ruofei could earn at least 1 million yuan a month from these two items. After making a rough estimate of his income, Xia Ruofei's mind started to wander again. Now, he had enough money to pay for the project. And he still had some balance. Moreover, the 2 million or so construction funds did not need to be paid in one go, but in installments. The rest of the payment would only be paid after the construction was completed. And the project was accepted. The entire construction would take about a month. And in this month, Xia Ruofei could earn another $1,000,000. He had set his mind on the 70 centimeters Phoebe Jianan tree that he had heard about last time. Now that the funds were basically guaranteed, it was better to buy it now, in case of any trouble. If this dragged on for a while, the Nanma would be cut down, or someone else would get there first. It would be difficult to find such a suitable Nanmu again. Hence, Xia Ruofei immediately gave Liang Qichao a call. "Are you au fait? Is there something you need?" Liang Qichao said enthusiastically, then asked, "Could there be a problem with the project?" No, brother Liang. The construction team you sent is very good, and Manager Li is very responsible. I don't have to worry about anything." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I'm looking for you today, because I need your help with another matter." "Oh? If there's anything you need, just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do it," Liang Qichao said. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "It's like this, brother Liang. Last time at your place, didn't we talk about Phoebe Jianan wood? You said that you found a 70 centimeters thick Phoebe Jianan wood when you asked someone to look for it. I want to ask you if you can help me contact it? I want to buy it." "Why are you suddenly interested in the Phoebe Jianan wood?" Liang Qichao asked with a smile. "I don't want it. It's a friend of mine." Xia Ruofei replied, "The friend who sold you the white-skinned lunar realm. When we were chatting today, I casually mentioned the Phoebe Jianan and he was very interested in it and wanted to buy it. At the crucial moment, this friend could save Xia Ruofei a lot of trouble." When Liang Qichao heard that it was Xia Ruofei's friend who had the highest quality of meat, he immediately regarded him with even more importance. He said, "So it's your friend who wants it? No problem. I'll contact them immediately. As long as they haven't sold it yet, it shouldn't be a big problem." The Phoebe Jianan was a rare tree species, so it was definitely not something that could be sold openly. However, Liang Qichao naturally had his own ways. Xia Ruofei continued, "Brother Liang, my friend wants to transplant the whole tree. If the tree has been cut down, he won't want it. Then I'll quickly ask." "This thing is very valuable," Liang Qichao said quickly. "The villagers might chop it up and sell it if they find out." Xia Ruofei said, "Okay. I'll have to trouble you then, brother Liang. You can make the decision for me and negotiate the fees." Liang Qichao was still thinking about this matter, so the two of them hung up the phone without talking much. After a while, Liang Qichao called. Xia Ruofei heard his excited voice. As soon as he answered the call, "Ruofei, I've asked around. That tree is still there." Then, he said with lingering fear, "But this matter is really mysterious. The villagers of that village are really preparing to secretly cut down the trees to exchange for money. Fortunately, I asked in time." "That's good." Xia Ruofei heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was glad that he had made this decision early. Liang Qichao continued, "I've talked about the price as well. They're insistent on 800,000. But the price is only slightly higher than the market price. It's still acceptable. After all, the price of the Phoebe Jianan is rising every day. It's definitely not a loss to buy it." Xia Ruofei said without hesitation, "I'll take it. Brother Liang, I'll transfer 800,000 yuan to your account immediately. Please help me deal with this matter. As for the transportation fees, I'll pay you back later. All right. Don't worry, leave it to me. That's right, Liang Qichao said. Send me your friend's address. I'll get them to send it over. Just pull him to my holiday villa. Xia Ruofei said, we'll handle the rest by ourselves. All right. Liang Qichao said. Precious trees like the Phoebe Jianan were not allowed to be sold in public. However, Liang Qichao had his own channels, so he agreed readily. He was quite happy to do Xia Ruofei's powerful friend a favor. After hanging up, Xia Ruofei immediately drove to Chongping County and transferred 800,000 yuan to Liang Qichao's company account. In the next few days, Xia Ruofei spent his time waiting. Other than going into the medium to take care of the succulent and red arowana, he would wander around the construction site. Xia Ruofei was filled with satisfaction as he watched his farm take shape day by day. Ling Qingxue had also come to look for Xia Ruofei twice. Since the last time they met, the first kiss storm seemed to have passed, and the two of them got along very naturally again. In front of Xia Ruofei, Ling Qingxue was like a completely different person from her usual cold self. Not only was she very talkative, but she also liked to smile very much. Xia Ruofei's one sentence would often make her tremble. Her smile was very infectious. When Xia Ruofei was with her, his mood unconsciously became happy. On the afternoon of the fifth day, the Phoebe Jianan wood that Xia Ruofei had been looking forward to finally arrived. A container truck drove to the entrance of the villa. A tall man in his late 20s alighted from the truck and shook hands with Xia Ruofei, who had come down to check on the situation. You must be Mr. Xia? Our President Liang asked me to bring this Namu to you. Xia Ruofei was overjoyed to hear this. He quickly asked Manager Li to find some workers to unload the thick Phoebe Jianan wood from the truck and place it in the villa's courtyard. Because this Namu was quite valuable, some small branches that were cut off for the convenience of transportation were also transported with the truck. The workers also unloaded the branches from the car. The tall man said to Xia Ruofei, Mr. Xia, this tree has already been transported for more than 3 days, so if you want to transplant it, you may have to hurry. This Namu did look a little listless. Many of its branches and leaves had already wilted, and it looked very dispirited. All right, thank you, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. The tall man said a few polite words and bade Xia Ruofei farewell. He got on the container truck and left the villa. Manager Li and the workers were all gathered around the Phoebe Jianan wood, looking at the thick tree with great curiosity and whispering. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and went back to the villa to lock the door. Then, he entered the spirit map space and fetched a bucket of spatial spirit pool water. He then resolutely took out a strange flower petal and put it into the water. Then, he left the space with the bucket. After keeping the painting, Xia Ruofei carried the bucket back to the yard. Manager Li urged the workers to go back to work. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and stopped Manager Li. Manager Li, everyone has been working hard these past few days, so let's not work overtime tonight and let everyone relax. It doesn't matter if the deadline is a day earlier or a day later. Actually, Xia Ruofei wanted to deal with the Phoebe Jianan wood at night. If there were people at the construction site all night, it would be inconvenient. Since Xia Ruofei had said so, Manager Li was naturally happy and relaxed. He repeatedly expressed his gratitude and went to the construction site to supervise the workers. Xia Ruofei locked the door and walked around the Namu with a bucket of water. He sprinkled the petal solution on the leaves and then poured the remaining half of the bucket on the roots of the Namu. He was finally relieved. He believed that with the petals of this strange flower, this Nanmu tree worth more than 800,000 yuan would not die before it was transplanted. Xia Ruofei returned to his bedroom upstairs and looked at the Namu in the yard from the balcony. For the time being, he could only leave it there. He could only start to work when the workers went back at night. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and entered the spirit map space in his bedroom. He carried a shovel and a hoe to the place where he had scattered the ginseng seeds. Now, the ginseng seeds had all sprouted, and they had grown into inch-long seedlings, scattered sparsely in the area. Xia Ruofei found an empty space next to the ginseng seedling and dug a big hole. He was going to plant the Phoebe Zhenan next to the ginseng. After the Phoebe Zhenan had survived, the area of the crown would be huge. By then, it would definitely be able to cover the ginseng's growing area and create better conditions for the shady ginseng to grow. All they could do now was wait. The workers left work in the evening, and the construction site soon quieted down. Xia Ruofei patiently waited until the second half of the night, when the workers on duty at the construction site were all asleep. He went downstairs to the courtyard. The Phoebe Zhenan tree, after being nourished by the petal solution, was much more energetic than when it was unloading the truck. Xia Ruofei summoned the spirit painting and placed it gently at the side. Then, he grabbed the Phoebe Zhenan wood with both hands and started to connect with the space. He was also very nervous after Ying obtained the space. He had never tried to send such a big guy into the space directly. Although the realm had evolved a few times and Xia Ruofei had been absorbing the petal solution continuously, his mental connection with the realm had become much closer. However, he was still not confident. However, Xia Ruofei had no other way out. He could only try. He took a deep breath, made up his mind, and sent a command to the space. P.S. I'll be on Sanjiang recommendation this week. Please give me your Sanjiang tickets. Jidian's readers can get one ticket every day. It's free and is on the old website, Sanjiang channel. After getting it, the voting will also be on that channel page. It's a little troublesome. Thank you, everyone. The 70-centimeter thick tree trembled at first, then disappeared into thin air with a swoosh. Xia Ruofei's face turned pale and his head was in so much pain that it felt like it was going to split open. It was as if thousands of needles were being inserted into his head at the same time. He felt as if his entire body had been hollowed out. His entire body swayed a few times and was on the verge of collapsing. This was a sign of mental exhaustion. Xia Ruofei quickly kept the painting in his palm. He held the wall with one hand and took out a bottle of mineral water from his pocket with the other. Inside was half a bottle of the spatial spirit pond water that Xia Ruofei had prepared in advance. It was filled with the petal solution. Xia Ruofei opened the bottle cap and gulped down half a bottle of water. Only then did he feel his energy slowly recovering. He had no doubt that if he didn't take the petal solution immediately, it would cause permanent damage to his brain. Xia Ruofei rested for a while before he fully recovered. He couldn't help but feel a lingering fear that Yu would really act according to her own abilities in the future. Today's actions were really a bit risky. However, Xia Ruofei believed that with the evolution of the realm and his continuous absorption of the petal solution, he would be able to easily transport the Nanmu in the near future. Xia Ruofei checked his condition and felt that there was no problem. He could feel that the overexertion this time had strengthened his connection with the space. However, Xia Ruofei did not dare to try again. He would rather improve gradually and steadily. He returned to the villa, went straight to the bedroom, and locked the door and windows. Then, he summoned the spirit painting from his palm and entered the space. When Xia Ruofei was sending the Phoebe Jinnan into the space, he could only control the position of its appearance as it was too big. After entering, Xia Ruofei took a look and felt very lucky. The Phoebe Jinnan would had basically fallen into the big pit that he had dug in advance according to his instructions, but it was slightly tilted. If it had fallen somewhere else, it would have crushed the things in the space and Xia Ruofei would have to move it back into the hole. Even in this situation, Xia Ruofei had to put in a lot of effort. He had even built a simple pulley mechanism to straighten the big tree. Xia Ruofei found a few thick wooden sticks to support the Phoebe Jinnan tree and then filled the hole with soil. Then, he poured some water from the spirit pond in his space and a bottle of petal solution that he had prepared. These few days, Xia Ruofei's flower petals had been used up very quickly. Now, he only had 6 petals left. However, these expenses were worth it. In the future, it would produce hundreds or thousands of times the benefits. Moreover, he could harvest 5 petals every 3 days. As long as he saved them, it would be enough. Xia Ruofei left the medium. When he was about to take a shower and sleep, he suddenly thought of the branches that he had cut off from the Phoebe Jinnan tree in the courtyard. He had an idea and quickly went downstairs to the courtyard. He kept all the branches into the spirit map space. Compared to the entire golden Phoebe Jinnan tree, collecting these branches was naturally as easy as blowing off dust. Then, Xia Ruofei returned to his bedroom and entered the medium again. He picked out the slightly larger branches one by one and counted more than 20. Then, Xia Ruofei dug a hole in the open space outside the interspace and inserted the selected branches into the soil one by one. Then, he got some water from the spiritual pond and watered them one by one. If it were in the outside world, the cutting would not have been successful. Even in the medium, Xia Ruofei was not confident, so he did not waste the precious petals. His idea was simple: those branches were lost anyway, and if 1 or 2 of them survived, it would be a profit for him. Even if none of them survived, he wouldn't lose anything. Xia Ruofei threw the remaining small leaves under the big Nanmu tree. They would soon rot and become nutrients for the Nanmu tree. It could be considered that the leaves had returned to their roots. For the next half a month, Xia Ruofei spent most of his time in the villa. Other than providing vegetables to the 2 families, he would walk around the construction site and take care of the various plants and animals in the interspace. During this period, Xia Ruofei carried out 3 more batches of cutting and breeding. Every 5 days, he would put new succulent seedlings on the internet to sell, but they would be sold out every time. Half a month in the outside world was almost a year in the medium. Now, the space was thriving. The Phoebe Jinnan tree had long survived and had even grown a circle. Now, it was full of leaves and branches. What surprised Xia Ruofei even more was that the 20 or so branches of the Phoebe Jinnan that had been casually planted in the soil of the space had all survived and were growing quite well. This also made Xia Ruofei re-evaluate the value of the spirit map space. The vegetables were picked one after another, needless to say. The fish in the space fish pond had grown to more than 3 caddies. Even if time was not taken into account, the growth rate was still quite amazing. The precious red arowana had already grown to nearly 40 centimeters, and its scales had all turned pure red. It was very pleasing to the eye as it swam in the small pond. This red arowana was a female and had basically reached the adult stage. In order to match the red arowana, Xia Ruofei even made a trip to the seafood market. He was quite lucky. There was a store that was selling a red arowana of similar size. Xia Ruofei spent more than 20,000 yuan to buy this fish. There were already 2 red arowana in the small fish pond in the space. However, the one that was let in later was not as good as his wife in terms of the purity of its scales or its spirit. However, Xia Ruofei believed that this male fish would grow better and better. In no time, the piece of Phoebe Jinan would placed in the space had also been completely oxidized. Beautiful golden threads appeared on the wood, and under the light, these golden threads connected together like golden clouds. It was obviously a top-grade piece of Phoebe Jinan wood. Just this small piece of material alone was worth at least 100,000 yuan. This gave Xia Ruofei more confidence in planting the Phoebe Jinan in the medium. In the outside world, Xia Ruofei's paradise farm had already taken shape. 8 huge modern film greenhouses were being built at the same time. The roads in the farm were also beginning to take shape, and the orchards in the back mountain were also being developed. The laying of various pipelines, the construction of fences, the greenery in the field, and the construction of fish ponds were all progressing steadily. At this rate, there would be no pressure to deliver it before the spring festival. There were more than 20 days until the spring festival. Xia Ruofei remembered that he had not visited Professor Tian for a long time and decided to go to the city. It was also a courtesy visit before the spring festival. So, after calling Professor Tian, he picked up some vegetables from the space, went to the fish pond in the space, and caught a few carps that weighed more than 1.5 kilograms. He then drove the pickup truck straight to Sanshan City. Xia Ruofei, who had been here once before, drove to Professor Tian's house with ease. He easily lifted the 20 to 30-pound vegetable basket in one hand and the koi tied with a straw rope in the other and came to the front of the courtyard. He put down the vegetable basket and rang the doorbell. After a short while, Xia Ruofei heard the sound of hurried footsteps. After the metal door opened, Xia Ruofei saw Tian Huilan's daughter, Lu Yu. After seeing Xia Ruofei, the joy on Lu Yu's face instantly turned into shock. After a while, she furrowed her brows and said, "Why are you here? P.S. I'll continue to ask for Sanjiang tickets. Jidian's readers can get 1 ticket every day. It's free and is on the old website, Sanjiang channel. After getting it, the voting will also be on that channel page. It's a little troublesome. Thank you, everyone. Readers can open the introduction page of any book with the new version, and you can still find the entrance to the Sanjiang channel in the navigation menu above." Xia Ruofei was even more confused and said, "Who else could it be? I'm here to see Professor Tian, then." Xia Ruofei also came to his senses. He smiled and said, "You're waiting for someone, right?" Lu Yu's mouth twitched, and she rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei. "What does it have to do with you?" Xia Ruofei thought to himself, "This girl is really hot-tempered. But I don't think I provoked her, so why does she look so bitter and hateful when she sees me? At this moment, Professor Tian's voice could be heard from inside. Is it little Xia? Come in quickly. Yu, what are you doing at the door? Quickly let little Xia in. Yu snorted softly and stepped aside unwillingly. Naturally, Xia Ruofei would not argue with a little girl. He gave her a friendly smile, reached out for the vegetable basket, and walked into the courtyard. The white-haired and spirited Professor Tian smiled as he came out and said, Little Xia, why did you bring so many things again? Didn't I tell you not to take anything from here the last time? The vegetables we grow and the fish we rear are not worth much. Xia Ruofei smiled and asked anxiously, Professor Tian, how's your health recently? Very good, Professor Tian said happily, after drinking the Chinese medicine you gave me, some of my minor illnesses have disappeared. I feel like I'm 10 years younger. Xia Ruofei saw that Professor Tian was indeed in a good mental state. His face was glowing and he walked with a gust of wind. It did not look like he had just walked past the gates of hell not long ago. He was happy for him. Professor Tian pulled Xia Ruofei to sit at the antique tea table in the corner of the living room. He took out his precious tea leaves and made a kung fu tea for her. As he poured the tea leaves into the purple clay teapot, he said with a smile, Little Xia, stay for lunch today. My younger daughter and son-in-law just came back from Hong Kong. In a while, Huilan will be coming over after work. Xia Ruofei glanced at Yu, who was huddling on the sofa in the living room and switching channels with the remote control in boredom. He roughly knew who she was waiting for. Professor Tian, I won't disturb your family's reunion, Xia Ruofei said. What are you saying? Professor Tian pretended to be angry and said, You came to visit me. How can I let you go without a meal? Besides, my younger daughter also knows about what happened last time. She kept saying that she wanted to thank you in person. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei could only agree with a bitter smile. Professor Tian was in a good mood today, probably because he had not seen his younger daughter for a long time. He was making tea and talking about his younger daughter with Xia Ruofei. Professor Tian's youngest daughter, Tian Huixin, was 35 years old. Her husband, Ma Jiming, was the only son of Hong Kong's richest man, Ma Xiong. Tian Huixin could be considered to have married into a rich family. However, she and Ma Jiming were classmates when they were studying in the United States. The two fell in love and got married in the United States. Ma Xiong was getting on in his years. Ma Jiming had inherited his father's business and was gradually taking control of the family business. Tian Huixin, on the other hand, had not gone out to work since she got pregnant. She had been living a life of supporting her husband and raising her child in Hong Kong all these years. The two of them chatted for a while, before the doorbell rang again. Yu cheered and jumped up from the sofa. She jogged out to open the door. Immediately after, Xia Ruofei heard Yu's surprised voice. Little aunt. Little uncle. You guys are here. Huan. Big sister missed you so much. Come, let big sister hug you. Xia Ruofei and Professor Tian also stood up and walked out. Before they reached the door, Yu and the rest had already entered. A charming young woman was walking in front, with a cute little girl who was about 4 or 5 years old in her arms. Behind her was a dressed middle-aged man who was about 36 or 37 years old. When the two of them saw Professor Tian, they shouted in unison, Dad. Professor Tian was also a little excited. He nodded and said, Jiming, Huixin, hurry up and go inside. The journey must have been tough, right? Fortunately, Hong Kong is not far from here. Ma Jiming replied with a respectful expression. Professor Tian then turned his gaze to the little girl in Tian Huixin's arms. With a loving expression, he said, Huan Huan. Tian Huixin gently patted Huan Huan and said, Call me Grandpa. Happily, Huan Huan did not react. She did not even look at Professor Tian. Her eyes were dull and listless as she stared at a small top in her hand. Still no improvement? Professor Tian's expression darkened. Tian. Huixin's eyes reddened. Ma Jiming saw that the atmosphere was a little heavy and wanted to change the topic. At this moment, he saw Xia Ruofei standing beside Professor Tian and quickly asked, Dad, this is, oh. Professor Tian laughed. I forgot to introduce you. Jiming, Huixin, this is the person who saved my life, little Xia. Xiao Xia, this is my daughter Tian Huixin and son, in La Ma Jiming. So you're Xia Sheng. Ma Jiming's attitude became more enthusiastic. He spoke in Mandarin with a strong Hong Kong accent. I heard about what happened last time. Thank you so much. Tian Huixin also showed a grateful expression and said, Thank you, Xia. Xia Ruofei smiled. Mr. Ma, Ms. Tian. You don't have to thank me. I've told Professor Tian and Mayor Tian before. It's really nothing. At this time, Professor Tian said, Come in and sit. Don't stand there and chat. The group of people arrived at the living room and took their seats. Huan Huan also got down from Tian Huixin's arms. She tiptoed to the corner of the living room and fiddled with the top. Every time the top started to spin, she would be very focused and stare at it without blinking. Lu Yu ran over and wanted to play with her, but no matter what she said, Huan Huan did not even look at Lu Yu. Xia Ruofei also realized that there was something wrong with this little girl. She had not said a word since she entered the room and did not respond to any external stimuli. However, this should be Ma Jiming and his wife's privacy, so Xia Ruofei did not ask. He could see the deep worry in Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin's eyes, and he knew that Huan Huan's problem was not small. Otherwise, with Ma Jiming's financial resources, how could he not even be able to solve the problem of his precious daughter? After the spinning top stopped, Huan Huan picked it up clumsily and tried to spin it again. However, she failed after several attempts. Huan Huan, I'll help you, Lu Yu said. After saying that, he took the spinning top from Huan Huan's hand. Before Lu Yu could spin the top, Huan Huan's head hit Lu Yu's stomach without any warning. Lu Yu was caught off guard and fell on her but on the floor. She grimaced in pain. Then, Huan Huan let out a hysterical scream. Tian Huixin quickly ran over and comforted Huan Huan in her arms. Professor Tian went over and helped Lu Yu up. Even in her mother's arms, Huan Huan was still screaming loudly. It took a long time before she gradually calmed down. Mr. Xia, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Ma Jiming sighed. When Xia Ruofei saw the tears in Tian Huixin's eyes, he couldn't help but feel sorry for her. He couldn't help but ask, Mr. Ma. If I may ask, Huan Huan, Ma Jiming glanced at his wife and daughter who were not far away and said with a sad face, to be honest, Huan Huan is Xingxing's child. P.S. I'll continue to ask for Sanjiang tickets. Jidian's readers can get one ticket every day. It's free and is on the old website, Sanjiang channel. After getting it, the voting will also be on that channel page. It's a little troublesome. Xingxing's child? Xia Ruofei repeated in confusion as he did not understand. Professor Tian sighed and said, "It's autism. We call it autism in China. It's a congenital nervous system disease. These children live in their own world. They generally have serious language and social barriers." "Grandpa, why are you saying so much?" Lu Yu complained in a low voice. "Xia is not an outsider," Professor Tian said nonchalantly. "What's there to hide?" Yes. "There's nothing I can't say," Ma Jiming quickly said. It could be seen that he still respected this father-in-law very much. Xia Ruofei said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry into your privacy. It's just that Huan is so cute." And her appearance, Tian Huixin hugged Huan and said with a bitter smile, "Children with autism look the same as ordinary children. In fact, many star children look cuter than ordinary children." Xia Ruofei looked at Huan, who was completely immersed in her own world, and asked, "This illness, is it very troublesome to treat?" Tian Huixin sighed. "Yes. At present, there is no medicine in the world that can treat autism. What can be done is to help the child master survival and social skills as much as possible through perceptual integration training and some other supplementary correction. However, Huan's condition is rather serious. Even though we've hired a top-notch special mentor, she still can't speak." At this point, Tian Huixin was a little choked up. She gently kissed Huan's pink and jade-like face and said with red eyes, "My greatest wish is to hear Huan call me mother in person while I'm still alive. Even if it's just once, I'm fine with that." After saying this, Tian Huixin couldn't help but sob. Huan, on the other hand, was completely unaware of her mother's sadness. She was still staring at the little top in her hand, and her head would shake from time to time, which was a sign of a serious imbalance in her senses. Ma Jiming walked over and gently put his arm around his wife's shoulder, comforting her in a low voice. Lu Yu glared at Xia Ruofei unhappily and said, "How can you be like this? Why are you asking so many questions? You made my aunt cry, Yu. How can you say that?" Professor Tian frowned and shouted. "It is," Lu Yu said indignantly, "Huan's matter is a sore spot for Auntie. Our family members won't take the initiative to mention it, but he keeps asking this and that. Isn't he rubbing salt in Auntie's wound? You should stop talking." Professor Tian glared at Lu Yu and said, Yu, it's all right." Ma Jiming quickly said. Xiaoxing only asked because he was concerned about Huan. Seeing that everyone in the family was speaking up for Xia Ruofei, Lu Yu snorted and sat on the sofa in a fit of pique. She was so angry that she stopped talking. Tian Huixin wiped her tears and said to Xia Ruofei, "Mr. Xia, I'm sorry to have embarrassed myself." Xia Ruofei also said awkwardly, "Mrs. Tian, I really don't mean to pry into your privacy. Actually, the reason why I want to know more is because I've learned a few ancient prescriptions, one of which is quite effective for nervous system diseases. So, I want to confirm the specific conditions of autism and see if I can help you." Tian Huixin only smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Xia, I appreciate your kindness. We can't even remember how many famous neurologists we've taken Huan to over the past few years. We've also seen many Chinese medicine doctors, but," hearing this, Professor Tian coughed a few times. Tian Huixin suddenly realized that her words were a little inappropriate, so she said Little awkwardly, Mr. Xia, don't misunderstand. I don't mean to doubt you, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, it's fine. Actually, I'm not confident myself. After all, that prescription has not been tested on an autistic patient. Naturally, Xia Ruofei did not have any ancient methods. He only felt a little sympathy for Huan when he saw that she was such a cute little girl, but she was living in her own world and did not care about the reactions of the outside world. Since it was a problem with the development of the nervous system, he felt that the petals of the strange flower might be helpful to her condition, so he took the initiative to mention it. If Tian Huixin had no intention of asking him to treat her, he would naturally not rush to do this. Professor. Tian was moved by Xia Ruofei's words and quickly asked, Xiao Xia, did the same person teach you the ancient prescription that you mentioned and the one that treated my illness and rejuvenated my body last time? Xia Ruofei smiled faintly. Yes. It's all recorded in an incomplete medical book that the old Chinese doctor left me. But I've never tried to treat people with autism. After Professor Tian received the confirmation, he said excitedly, then it's worth a try. After saying that, he turned to Tian Huixin and Ma Jiming and said, Huixin, Jiming, little Xiao's prescription is very magical. The last time I had a heart attack, it was very dangerous, and it was Xiao Xiao's Chinese medicine that saved my life. The doctor said that if I didn't take the right medicine in the early stages, I wouldn't have made it to the hospital. He paused for a moment before continuing. In addition, the Chinese medicine that Xiao Xia prescribed for me is also very effective. My legs that have been suffering from cold for decades have been completely cured. Tian Huixin and Ma Jiming looked at each other. Both of them were moved by Professor Tian's words. However, Tian Huixin had just declined Xia Ruofei's good intentions, so she was a little embarrassed to speak again. Xia Ruofei looked at the couple and smiled. Mr. Ma, Mrs. Tian, I'm very willing to try to help Huan. The side effects of Chinese medicine are very small. Even if there is no effect, the child will be fine. Ma Jiming finally made up his mind and said, Mr. Xia, I'll trouble you to treat my daughter. No matter if it's effective or not, we'll still thank you properly. Lu Yu, who was sulking, couldn't help but stand up and say, Little uncle, are you serious? Do you really believe that he can cure autism? Look at his age, does he look like he has great medical skills? He also said that he has no experience in treating people with autism. Yu, shut up. Professor Tian's face darkened as he rebuked. This is getting more and more outrageous. Xiao Xia has good intentions, and he's my savior. How can you be so rude? Grandpa. Lu Youjia said, we have to believe in science. Can science cure your grandfather's acute myocardial infarction? Could science have recuperated my body so well in such a short time? Science itself is a kind of superstition. Professor Tian said bluntly, China's traditional Chinese medicine is broad and profound. Who would dare to pat their chest and say that traditional Chinese medicine can't cure autism? Seeing this, Lu Yu shook her head helplessly. In her opinion, her grandfather must have been bewitched by Xia Ruofei to believe him so unconditionally. Professor Tian glared at Lu Yu again before turning to Xia Ruofei and saying, Xia, it's all my fault for not teaching Yu well. That's why she's so arrogant. Please don't take it to heart. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, she won tea. She's actually doing this for Huan's own good. Everyone's starting point is the same. Lu Yu pouted. It was obvious that this girl did not appreciate Xia Ruofei's kindness. However, Xia Ruofei did not mind. He just smiled and said, "Then I'll go to the pharmacy to get all the herbs I need, and then come back to boil the medicine." Okay. I'll leave it to you, Xiao Xia, Tian Huixin said quickly. Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile and walked out of the door. At this moment, Lu Yu also quickly followed. Yu, what are you doing? Professor Tian shouted. Huan. Lu Yu said without turning her head, I bought the medicine for Huan. I have to follow him. Let's see if he's up to any tricks. Nonsense, aren't you coming back? Professor Tian was furious. Xia Ruofei, however, did not seem to mind. He turned around and said, Professor Tian, it's fine. Since Lu Yu wants to follow, then let her follow. This, Professor Tian shook his head helplessly. He could not help but glare at Lu Yu. Xia Ruofei said to Lu Yu, then let's go. I'll try to get there as soon as possible. Lu Yu snorted softly and ignored Xia Ruofei. She followed Xia Ruofei out of the door. Soon, there was the sound of an engine. Xia Ruofei drove the pickup truck with the secretary's daughter, Lu Yu, and headed to the nearest Chinese medicine clinic. P.S. It's the last 2 or 3 days. I'll continue to ask for Sanjiang tickets. Jidian's readers can get 1 ticket every day. It's free and is on the old website, Sanjiang channel. After getting it, the voting will also be on that channel page. It's a little troublesome. The pickup truck drove through the campus. The 2 people in the car did not speak, and the atmosphere was very strange. Xia Ruofei glanced at Lu Yu from the corner of his eye. She sat in the front passenger seat, the seat belt wrapped around her chest, outlining her seductive curves. The lines of her face were very delicate. The winter sun shone through the car window, and her face seemed to be covered with a faint glow. However, Xia Ruofei did not feel the pressing aura of youth. Instead, he felt that the temperature in the car had dropped because of Lu Yu's presence. No matter how good-looking a face was, it would not be pleasant if it was sullen. This girl's resentment towards him was a little deep. What exactly did he do to make her unhappy? Xia Ruofei's heart was filled with question marks. When the car passed by the civil engineering school's main building, Xia Ruofei stepped on the brakes and stopped the car by the side of the road. Then, he opened the door and got out of the car. He walked straight into the building. Lu Yu didn't react for a moment. It was only after Xia Ruofei got out of the car that she quickly stuck her head out and shouted, Hey! Where are you going? Xia Ruofei said without turning his head, I have 3 urgent needs. I'm going in to use the bathroom. Do you want to join us? Lu Yu's face heated up. She spat and said, Bah! Vulgar. She saw that Xia Ruofei had already walked into the school building with an anxious look on his face. She couldn't help but kick them out of the front passenger seat and thought, what kind of person is this? Why did he go to the bathroom at this time instead of at home? Is he up to no good? Lu Yu had the intention to go in and see what Xia Ruofei was up to. However, she was shy. After all, if Xia Ruofei really went to the toilet, wouldn't she be in big trouble? So in the end, he didn't put it into practice and could only sulk in the front passenger seat. The waiting time always passed very slowly. After a few minutes, Xia Ruofei still had not appeared. Lu Yu gritted her teeth in hatred. Just when she thought that Xia Ruofei had fallen into the toilet, Xia Ruofei finally appeared at the entrance of the Teaching building. When Lu Yu saw Xia Ruofei walking over unhurriedly, she was furious. She couldn't help but stick her head out and mock, "You've been gone for a long time. Don't tell me you cleaned the toilet for the civil engineering college?" Xia Ruofei had a harmless smile on his face. He opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. "I'm sorry. I caught a cold yesterday and had a stomach ache. Sorry for making you wait." Lu Yu snorted with a cold face and ignored Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei chuckled and didn't think much of it. He started the car and drove out of the school. Naturally, he didn't really go to the toilet just now. He just went to find a quiet place in the teaching building to summon the spirit map scroll and took out a small, flat, stainless steel wine pot from his space. It was filled with a solution of flower petals that Xia Ruofei had prepared in advance. The amount of petals in the solution was about 1/3 of the total. Then, he used his mobile phone to search for some Chinese medicine formulas for nursing children with autism. He firmly remembered one of the formulas that had milder medicinal properties and was mainly for nursing. It took a lot of time to search for the information because Xia Ruofei had to make comparisons to ensure the accuracy and safety of the prescriptions. At the same time, he had to remember the ingredients, the amount, the dosage, and other information. After doing all this, Xia Ruofei deliberately walked out of the teaching building unhurriedly. After wasting so much time, Lu Yu was naturally impatient. Fortunately, on the way to the pharmacy, Xia Ruofei did not cause any more trouble. Otherwise, Lu Yu would really go crazy. There was a pharmacy at the Tongxing Hall, near Sanshan University. Xia Ruofei walked towards the pharmacy after parking the car. Lu Yu naturally followed him quickly. It was obvious that she was monitoring Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei didn't mind and told the shopkeeper a series of herbs, such as foxglove, poria cocos, mandrill, Chinese magnolias, etc. They were all common Chinese medicinal herbs. He even asked the shopkeeper to separate and pack these herbs. Just as the shop assistant went to prepare the medicinal ingredients, a pleasant voice rang out, "Yu Yu." Lu Yu turned her head and smiled happily. She called out, "Yaya. What are you doing here?" The girl named Yaya was wearing a short white down jacket and blue jeans. She was tall and slim. She had a standard and exquisite oval face and a pair of big, watery eyes. Yaya blushed and said in a low voice, "My stomach hurts, so I'm here to prescribe some Chinese medicine." This was a girl's problem. She saw that Lu Yu was with a young man and was naturally embarrassed to say it clearly. After she finished speaking, Yaya couldn't help but steal a glance at Xia Ruofei with a red face. It didn't matter if he didn't look, but with one look, Yaya's mouth opened slightly. Her face gradually showed a surprised expression as she stared at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel uncomfortable being stared at by a beautiful woman. Lu Yu was even more confused. Just as she was about to ask about the situation, Yaya had already walked directly to Xia Ruofei. "Big brother!" she cried out in surprise. "I've finally found you." Xia Ruofei was shocked. What was going on? Could it be that I have a long lost sister outside? Xia Ruofei's expression fell into Yu Yu's eyes. She asked, "Big brother, don't you remember me?" Lu Yu looked at Xia Ruofei and asked Yaya with a slight frown, "Yaya, what happened? Did this guy deceive your feelings?" "Don't be afraid, tell me, I'll help you teach him a lesson." "Hey! Lu Yu, don't spout nonsense," Xia Ruofei quickly said, I don't even know this lady. Yaya also blushed and said, Yu, how can you be so rude? She then looked at Xia Ruofei with her big eyes and said, Big brother, you really don't remember? More than 2 months ago. In the shanty town next to the Sanchon Square, Xia Ruofei suddenly realized what was going on and said, Hey, it's you. If you didn't remind me, I really wouldn't have remembered. By the way, is your leg all right? It turned out that this Yaya was the girl that Xia Ruofei had saved in the alley of the shanty town. It was also because of that injury that Xia Ruofei had flown back to the rented house to look for a first aid kit. The blood from her wound had dripped onto the spirit map scroll, and it had accidentally opened the spirit map space. Yaya said happily, Big brother, you finally remembered. My foot is fine. Thank you for that day. Liu said with a puzzled expression, What are you two talking about? Yaya happily grabbed Liyu's hand and said, Yu, didn't I tell you about the time I met a few hooligans in the shanty town next to the 3 Mountain Square? It was this big brother who helped me beat the hooligan away. In order to save me. He even cut his arm with a dagger. P.S. Today is the birthday of my fellow reader, Xingyun. I wish you a happy birthday. The role I promised you will be appearing soon. Consider it a late birthday present. It's the last 2 or 3 days. I'll continue to ask for a ticket to Sanjiang. Chidian's readers can get 1 ticket every day. It's free and is on the old website, Sanjiang channel. After getting it, the voting will also be on that channel page. It's a little troublesome. No way? Is there really such a coincidence? Are you sure you didn't get the wrong person? Liu asked. In disbelief. Yaya looked at Liu unhappily and said, Yu, do you really think I'm a child? How can you make a mistake? Then, Yaya looked at Xia Ruofei and asked, Big brother, what happened to the injury on your arm? Are you all right? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I've recovered a long time ago. By the way, you don't have to call me Big brother. Let me introduce myself, I'm Xia Ruofei. Big brother Xia. Yaya said happily, my name is Jiang Yu. I'm Yu's best friend and roommate in university. By the way, you guys, we're not close. Xia Ruofei and Liu said in unison. Jiang Yu looked at the tacit understanding between the two of them. And a smile appeared in her eyes. Liu immediately shouted, Yaya, what's with that expression? I'm really not familiar with him at all, don't think too much. Following that, Liu pulled Jiang Yu over and whispered into her ear, also. Even if he did save you, don't try to repay him with your body. I don't think this guy is a good person at all. Be careful not to suffer losses. Jiang Yu's face immediately turned red and she said in embarrassment, Yu, what are you talking about? What body? I'm going to scratch you if you say anything else. Although the two of them spoke softly, Xia Ruofei had absorbed so many petals of the strange flower that his hearing was far beyond ordinary people. He heard every word of their conversation and felt very embarrassed. Fortunately, the shop assistant had prepared all the medicinal herbs that Xia Ruofei needed and packed them according to Xia Ruofei's request. Xia Ruofei hurried over to pay and bought a dozen vacuum-sealed bags that were used to store the brewed Chinese medicine. Jiang Yu, he said to Jiang Yu, I have something urgent to attend to. I'll be leaving now. After saying that, he carried the wrapped Chinese medicinal herbs and said to Liu, let's go. Where are we going? Liu asked subconsciously. Xia Ruofei laughed. I've already bought the medicine. Of course, I'm going back. Ah. Oh. Lu. Yu was stunned for a moment before she said. The entire process of buying the medicine was very simple. It seemed to be a little different from what Lu Yu had imagined. Xia Ruofei didn't hide anything. He told her what herbs he needed and left immediately after he bought them. It could be said that other than meeting Jiang Yu by chance, there was nothing abnormal about her. At this moment, Xia Ruofei was almost at the entrance of the store. Lu Yu did not have the time to think too much. She informed Jiang Yu and hurriedly chased after her. Jiang Yu also chased after him and asked, "Brother Xia, when are you free? I wanted to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude." Xia Ruofei placed the herbs on the back seat of the pickup truck and opened the door to the driver's seat. He then turned to Jiang Yu and smiled. "Last time was just a small matter, you don't have to thank me." At this moment, Lu Yu had already gotten into the car. Xia Ruofei started the car and waved at Jiang Yu with a smile before stepping on the accelerator and driving away from the entrance of the pharmacy. Jiang Yu shouted from behind, "Hey! Brother Xia, please give me your number." However, before she could finish her sentence, the car had already driven away. Jiang Yu finally managed to find Xia Ruofei, but he ran away without even giving her his number. Naturally, she was in a bad mood. However, she quickly put on a bright smile and muttered to herself, "At least I know your name. Besides, you must know your phone number. I'll ask her for it later." Jiang Yu looked at the pickup truck that was driving further and further away and smiled. She then turned around and went back to the pharmacy to buy some medicine. In the pickup truck, Xia Ruofei was driving without any distractions. However, when Lu Yu turned to look at him for the third time, he finally could not help but ask, "Miss Lu, I don't think there are any flowers on my face. Right? Or have you finally discovered my handsome side?" Lu Yu snorted and said in disdain, "Tsk. You're daydreaming. I just wanted to see how different the soldier Yaya has been talking about for 2 months is." Then, Lu Yu said suspiciously, "I say, don't tell me you're lusting after Yaya's beauty and deliberately found someone to put on a show of a hero saving a beauty?" Xia Ruofei couldn't help but roll his eyes. He couldn't even be bothered to explain such a stupid question. This girl was really full of malice towards him. He didn't know if it was because of the conflicting 8 characters, but he didn't seem to have provoked her at all. Xia Ruofei criticized in his mind. Seeing that Xia Ruofei was ignoring her, Lu Yu lost interest in talking. The two of them returned to Professor Tian's building in silence. In the living room, Huan was still playing alone. Sometimes she would make some meaningless sounds, and sometimes she would suddenly stand up and walk around in circles on tiptoes. Seeing Xia Ruofei and Lu Yu enter, Professor Tian and the rest stood up to welcome them. Xia Ruofei took the initiative to show everyone the Chinese medicine packet in his hand. He smiled and said, "The medicine has been bought. I'll go brew the medicine now." "Xia Sheng, I'll have to trouble you," Ma Jiming said gratefully. Whether Xia Ruofei's medicine would be effective or not, at least he had good intentions. Ma Jiming and his wife were grateful to Xia Ruofei from the bottom of their hearts. As for the effects of the medicine, the two of them really didn't have much hope. With their family's financial resources, what famous doctor couldn't they hire? However, autism was a difficult medical problem in the world, and there was no way to completely cure it. "Professor Tian, I need a clay pot," Xia Ruofei said to Professor Tian. "There's one in the kitchen, follow me," Professor Tian said. Xia Ruofei followed Professor Tian to the kitchen. When they reached the door, he turned around and said to Lu Yu, who was trying to follow him, "Miss Lu, the process of brewing the medicine is very important. There can't be any interference, so, after he finished speaking, Xia Ruofei shrugged and looked at Lu Yu. Before Lu Yu could say anything, Professor Tian frowned and said, Yu, go to the living room and play with Huan. Xiao Xiao's prescription is so precious, of course it has to be kept a secret. What are you doing following us in? Lu Yu could only roll her eyes at Xia Ruofei. Then, she pouted and left the kitchen. Professor Tian found a clay pot for Xia Ruofei and told him how to use the gas stove. Then, he left the kitchen. Xia Ruofei put the herbs into the clay pot, added water, and then boiled the medicine on the gas stove. Before Xia Ruofei joined the military, he had brewed Chinese medicine for his grandfather when he was sick, so he was no stranger to it. The brewing process of Chinese medicine was a very boring waiting process. All they needed to do was to watch over the whole process and control the fire from time to time. During this process, Professor Tian and the others were very tactful and did not disturb Xia Ruofei in the kitchen. Xia Ruofei had mixed about 10 doses of medicine. After it was done, he poured the Chinese medicine into a ceramic soup pot. Then, he took out the small stainless steel wine pot and poured 1/3 of the solution of the petals of the strange flower into the medicinal soup. He stirred it well. The next step was to wait for the medicinal soup to cool down. It would take a long time to cool down such a big pot of medicinal soup, but Xia Ruofei had a way. He directly summoned the spirit map scroll from his body and then put the porcelain pot filled with medicinal soup into the spirit map space. After waiting in the kitchen for about 2 minutes, Xia Ruofei took out the ceramic soup pot again. As expected, after more than 40 minutes of cooling in the medium, the medicinal soup had already dropped to a temperature that was edible. Xia Ruofei first filled a small ceramic bowl with food. Then, he took out the vacuum-packed bag he had bought in the pharmacy, divided the medicinal liquid into 9 parts, sealed them, and put them in the refrigerator for storage. Then, he walked out of the kitchen with the bowl of medicinal soup. P.S. It's the last 2 or 3 days. I'll continue to ask for Sanjiang tickets. Qidian's readers can get 1 ticket every day. It's free and is on the old website, Sanjiang channel. After getting it, the voting will also be on that channel page. It's a little troublesome. Xia Ruofei walked into the living room with the medicinal soup and saw Tian Huilan in a business suit talking to Tian Huixin and her husband. He went up and greeted, Secretary Tian Huilan's official appointment had been made. She was now a member of the Southeast Provincial Party Committee and the secretary of the Sanshan Municipal Party Committee. This appointment would naturally be on the Southeast news. Everyone in Sanshan City knew about it, and Xia Ruofei was naturally aware of it. In fact, Wu Liqian had already taken up a position in Chongping County. She even gave Xia Ruofei a call and told him that if he needed anything in Chongping County in the future, he could call her on his personal phone. This was a clear sign of goodwill. Tian Huilan smiled gently and said, Little Xia, I heard from Huixin that you went to brew Chinese medicine for Huan. Thank you for your hard work. You're welcome. I'm not confident in this prescription either. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, but I really hope that I can help Huan. She's such a cute child. It'll be a pity if she's always like this. Tian Huilan sighed and nodded in agreement. Xia Ruofei said, by the way, the Chinese medicine is ready. Let Huan drink it once. I've made a total of 10 portions, and the other 9 have been stored in the refrigerator. You can just feed them 3 times a day. If this medicine is right, you should be able to see the effect in 3 days. Okay, thank you, little Xia. Tian Huixin replied. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, who was playing with Huan, secretly pouted. It was obvious that she didn't agree with Xia Ruofei's claim that it would take effect in 3 days. Chinese medicine itself took a longer time to take effect, and the treatment of autism had always been a long and drawn-out battle. The so-called effect in 3 days was basically a fantasy. In fact, even Tian Huixin, Tian Huilan, and Ma Jiming did not have high hopes for it. However, out of courtesy, they would not voice their doubts. After all, Xia Ruofei had good intentions. Professor Tian was the only one who was looking forward to Xia Ruofei's medicine. He said eagerly, Huixin, quickly feed the medicine to Huan. N. Tian Huixin replied. Then, she took the bowl of medicine from Xia Ruofei's hands, walked to Huan, and squatted down. She said gently, Huan, drink this medicine and you'll be better. Huan turned a deaf ear to him and did not look at Tian Huixin. Tian Huixin could only force a smile and bring the bowl of medicine closer to Huan. However, when Huan smelled the Chinese medicine, she immediately smacked the bowl in disgust. Fortunately, Tian Huixin was already very familiar with Huan's various actions, so she withdrew her hand in time and the medicinal soup did not spill out. She shook her head helplessly, then looked at her husband and said, Jiming, we can only force her to drink. Ma Jiming nodded with a bitter smile. He walked over and hugged Huan. Unlike other children, Huan didn't enjoy her parents' hugs very much. She seemed to be very repulsed, constantly struggling in Ma Jiming's arms. Mr. Ma, Ms. Tian, why don't you let me try? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but ask. You? Even my little aunt and uncle can't do anything about it. How can you make Huan take the medicine obediently? Lu Yu couldn't help but mock when she heard this. Xiao Xia, Huan. She's a little out of control, Tian Huixin said, feeling troubled. Besides, she can't understand what the adults are saying. I'm afraid, Xia Ruofei smiled gently and said, I'll try. If it really doesn't work, you can pour the medicine down. Tian Huixin thought for a moment, then nodded and said, all right, I'll have to trouble you then. Xia Ruofei took the bowl of soup from Tian Huixin's hands and squatted down in front of Huan. He said with a pleasant expression, Huan. Although Huan raised her head to look at Xia Ruofei, her eyes were still very distant. She did not look at Xia Ruofei and quickly lowered her head to play with her spinning top. Xia Ruofei noticed that Huan seemed to like rotating objects very much. When he was searching for the prescription for autism, he also saw that many children with autism had this characteristic. He took out a coin from his pocket and flicked it gently. The coin immediately began to spin quickly on the ground. Sure enough, Huan's eyes fell on the coin and she reached out her small hand to grab it. Xia Ruofei picked up the coin before she could. Without a second thought, Huan snatched the coin from Xia Ruofei's hand. Xia Ruofei flipped his hand and opened his palm. The coin had disappeared. In fact, Xia Ruofei had quickly caught the coin between his fingers. As long as Huan flipped her hand over Xia Ruofei's palm, she would see it. However, Xia Ruofei's Actions were so fast that not only Huan, but even the adults present could not see the mystery behind it. Huan looked confused. Xia Ruofei flipped his hand and opened his palm. The coin appeared in his palm again. A pure smile appeared on Huan's face. She seemed to be amused by this interesting little magic trick. She reached out her little hand to take the coin. Xia Ruofei shook his hand and said, Huan, drink the medicine. I'll make the coin appear for you, okay, he said. Huan blinked her eyes. She did not understand what Xia Ruofei was saying. Xia Ruofei pointed at the bowl of medicine and said, You'll get coins if you drink the medicine. After he finished speaking, Xia Ruofei opened and closed his right hand again. The coin appeared and disappeared in a flash. Huan was so amused that she could not help but giggle. The couple, Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin, were dumbfounded. It was the first time they had seen someone who could make their daughter so happy. A professional correction teacher might have some special methods to make Huan follow the instructions, but they would not be able to attract Huan's attention so quickly. Lu Yu's face was full of disdain at first, but now, her eyes slowly widened and she revealed a look of disbelief. Huan finally looked at the bowl of medicine. Xia Ruofei used his right hand to perform magic and brought the bowl closer to Huan's mouth. Surprisingly, Huan did not refuse. She took a small sip and frowned. The Chinese medicine tasted a little bitter, but after mixing it with the petal solution, the bitter taste was reduced a lot. It did not seem to be unacceptable. Hence, Xia Ruofei mustered up his courage and used this simple magic trick to tease Huan while feeding her half a bowl of medicinal soup. The living room was very quiet. It was only after Huan had finished drinking all the medicine that Tian Huixin came over with a look of surprise and took the empty bowl. She said, Little Xia, you're really good at this. Xia Xing. Ma Jiming also said happily, if it weren't for the fact that you knew nothing about autism, I would have thought that you were a professional special teaching teacher. Actually, I'm just giving it a try. Maybe Huan and I hit it off. Xia Ruofei said humbly. As if to confirm Xia Ruofei's words, Huan, who had just taken her medicine, immediately pounced over and forcefully pried on Xia Ruofei's fingers, trying to find the coin. Her pink little face kept rubbing against Xia Ruofei's body as if Xia Ruofei had a natural affinity that made her want to get close to him. This scene made everyone burst into laughter, and Tian Huixin's eyes were clearly still filled with tears. As a mother of an autistic child, her journey had been too difficult. Every little improvement in Huan could make Tian Huixin cry with joy. Although they had just taken the medicine once, and the effects were still unknown, Tian Huixin and Ma Jiming still felt a glimmer of hope for some reason. Huan kept pestering Xia Ruofei, and Xia Ruofei liked this little girl who was as fair as a porcelain doll. He sat on the living room floor and played with her. Xia Ruofei's prescription was to calm the nerves. With the help of the flower petal solution, Huan quickly became sleepy and fell asleep on Xia Ruofei's lap. Xia Ruofei carefully picked up Huan and passed her to Tian Huixin. He said softly, It's probably the effect of Chinese medicine. Let her sleep first. After she wakes up, feed her something and then take the medicine. Thank you, little Xia. Tian Huixin said sincerely. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, You're welcome. Take Huan to the bedroom. Tian Huixin carefully took Huan and carried her to the bedroom upstairs. Xia Ruofei tidied up his clothes and walked to the sofa in the living room. Lu Yu, who was standing at the side, looked at Xia Ruofei with a complicated expression. This man, who had left a bad impression on her from the start, had become a little unpredictable in her eyes. P.S. It's the last 2 days, I'll continue to ask for Sanjiang tickets. Jidian's readers can get 1 ticket every day. It's free and is on the old website, Sanjiang channel. After getting it, the voting will also be on that channel page. It's a little troublesome. After settling Huan in the bedroom, Tian Huixin went downstairs to prepare lunch with Tian Huilan. Meanwhile, Ma Jiming accompanied Professor Tian as he made tea and chatted with Xia Ruofei. Lu, you didn't stay in the living room either. She went to the kitchen to chat with her youngest aunt, Tian Huixin, who she hadn't seen in a long time, and then ran upstairs to see Huan. Very quickly, the Tian sisters had prepared lunch. Huan was still sleeping, so everyone went to the dining room to eat. This was the second time that Xia Ruofei had the privilege of being personally cooked by the secretary. He was much calmer than the first time. During lunch, Professor Tian and Ma Jiming frequently toasted Xia Ruofei, especially Professor Tian. His daughter and son-in-law had returned from Hong Kong, and his granddaughter's autism had always been stone cold, so he was especially happy to see a glimmer of hope. There were very few things that soldiers could not drink. Xia Ruofei had been in the army for a few years. From being drunk from a bottle of beer when he first joined the army, he could drink 2 caddies of white wine by the time he retired. Therefore, he did not reject anyone. Among the 3 men, he drank the most, but he was the most sober. Even the Tian sisters, Tian Huilan and Tian Huixin, gave Xia Ruofei a toast. Naturally, everyone was full of praise for the peach garden vegetables that Xia Ruofei had brought, especially the taste of the carp. Even a young master from a wealthy family like Ma Jiming could not help but praise it. Although Lu Yu was eating quietly, it was rare that she did not glare at Xia Ruofei and go head-to-head with him. There were a few times when she couldn't help but secretly look at Xia Ruofei. However, when Xia Ruofei looked over, she quickly looked away. After the meal, Xia Ruofei chatted with Professor Tian and the others for a while and told them about the precautions for taking the rest of the herbal soup. He thought that the family had finally reunited after a long time and it would be inappropriate to disturb them. He got up and was ready to leave. At this moment, footsteps could be heard coming from the stairs. Everyone looked up. It turned out that little Huan had already woken up and had gotten up to go downstairs. Tian Huixin quickly stood up and went over to welcome her. However, before she could hug Huan nimbly twisted under her arms and ran directly to Xia Ruofei. Her big, watery eyes sized Xia Ruofei up with curiosity and shyness. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He could clearly feel that Huan's eyes were different from that in the morning. There seemed to be a hint of liveliness in them. Xia Ruofei knew that the petal solution was probably working. He was secretly happy. It seemed that his guess was right. Although autism showed social and language barriers, it was still a problem with the development of the nervous system. As long as it was a physical problem, the petal solution had almost no flaws. It had been tried and tested. Xia Ruofei's face revealed a kind smile as he squatted down and looked at Huan. Sure enough, although Huan subconsciously avoided his gaze, she still maintained eye contact with him for a second or two. Tian Huixin and the others also walked over. Tian Huixin, in particular, was very sensitive to this scene. She couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hands, her eyes filled with tears. Xia Ruofei gently held little Huan's cute little hand and said with a smile, Huan, call me uncle. Huan hesitated for a moment. Xia Ruofei looked at her encouragingly and said, call me uncle. Huan slowly opened her mouth and said with some difficulty, Phew. Tian Huixin suddenly burst into tears, and even Ma Jiming's eyes couldn't help but turn red. Huan was almost 5 years old, but this was the first time she had truly spoken since she was born. Although she could speak before, it was all meaningless syllables. This time, although his pronunciation was still unclear, it was very obvious that he was responding to Xia Ruofei's request and was trying hard to say the word uncle. The fire of hope was burning in the hearts of Ma Jiming and his wife. Such an obvious improvement was like crossing a huge threshold. The two of them understood Huan's situation the best. They were sure that Xia Ruofei's Chinese medicine had a decisive effect. Although it sounded like a fantasy that a single dose of medicine had such an effect, the two of them believed it without a doubt. Xia Ruofei gave Huan a thumbs up and encouraged her, Huan, you're awesome. Then, Xia Ruofei held Huan's shoulders and turned her to Tian Huixin. He pointed at Tian Huixin and said to Huan, call mommy. Tian Huixin gently bit her lower lip and looked at her daughter very nervously. She felt that her heart was about to jump out of her chest. What made her feel gratified was that Huan's eyes met with hers, and there was an obvious sense of intimacy. The next moment, Huan finally opened her mouth, Mom. Tian Huixin's tears rolled down her face as she hugged Huan tightly in her arms. Her body trembled uncontrollably as she sobbed, my good daughter. Mommy has been waiting for this day. Ma Jiming couldn't help but go forward and hug his wife and daughter. His eyes were also filled with tears. Only Huan still had a confused expression on her face. She didn't understand why her parents were so excited. Tian Huilan's eyes were also wet. She gently wiped her tears and said to Xia Ruofei, Xiao Xia, thank you so much. Xia, you've helped our family so much, thank you, Professor Tian said excitedly. You looked at Xia Ruofei, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. She opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She walked over and consoled little aunt in a soft voice. Xia Ruofei waited for them to calm down before he said, Mr. Ma, Ms. Tian, it seems that my prescription is right. I believe that Huan's condition should be greatly improved after the treatment. However, she still has to start learning the language from the beginning. She's only 4 years old now, so it shouldn't be too late. I know. Tian Huixin said excitedly. The doctor said that if the problem with the nervous system can be solved, the problem of social disorder will naturally not exist, and the ability to speak can also be restored very quickly. The language barrier of people with autism was mainly due to problems with their nervous system, resulting in a lack of learning and understanding ability in this area. Once the root of the problem with the nervous system was solved, they only needed to learn to speak like normal children, which was not a very difficult thing to do. Ma Jiming was also very excited. Xia Sheng, you're really a divine doctor. You've saved Huan's fate and also saved our family. Thank you. Mr. Ma, you're welcome. Xia Ruofei smiled. Whether my prescription is effective or not, we'll only know after the entire course of treatment. It'll definitely be effective. It'll definitely be effective. Ma Jiming said, I've only taken one dose of the medicine, and the effect is immediate. If I take 10 doses of medicine in a row, the effect will definitely be more obvious. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, I hope so too. Huan is so cute. She should have a happy childhood like a normal child and not be immersed in her own lonely world. By the way, Mr. Ma, please keep my treatment of Huan a secret. Xia Ruofei said, firstly, the medicine has not been tested. Secondly, I'm not qualified to practice medicine. Besides, I like peace and quiet. If word gets out that a bunch of patients are coming to my door, I really don't know how to deal with them. Okay. Don't worry, we won't tell anyone. Ma Jiming answered. Now, whatever Xia Ruofei said was treated as a golden rule. Naturally, he would not go against it. Okay, then I'll take my leave first. Xia Ruofei said, you can call me anytime to let me know about Huan's situation. If the effect is good, I'll prepare the medicine for the second course of treatment. After 3 courses, it should be almost done. 3 courses of treatment were basically the amount of a whole petal of the wondrous flower. Unless it was a particularly serious illness, it would definitely be cured. Just as Feng Yang was about to walk out of the door, Lu Yu suddenly called out to him, Xia Ruofei. Wait a minute, P.S., yay. The China women's team won. Did everyone watch the Olympic final? It was truly stirring the qi and returning to the bowels. Yu, Professor Tian frowned and called out. He subconsciously felt that Lu Yu was about to cause trouble again. From the start, Lu Yu seemed to be on bad terms with Xia Ruofei. No matter how she looked at Xia Ruofei, she did not like him. Xia Ruofei turned around and looked at Lu Yu. He smiled and asked, What's wrong? What's the matter? Lu Yu bit her lower lip gently. After a while, she finally said, I was prejudiced against you before and my attitude wasn't very good. I apologize. Xia Ruofei was a little surprised, but he quickly came back to his senses. He smiled and said, It's okay, I didn't take it to heart. When Lu Yu saw Xia Ruofei's smile, she felt that Xia Ruofei didn't seem to care. She couldn't help but grit her teeth. However, she didn't show it and continued, Can you stay for the afternoon? Huan likes to hang out with you, and she'll have to take her medicine again later. If you're there, we'll know what's going on, don't worry, the Chinese medicine is not dangerous, Xia Ruofei smiled. I didn't mean it that way, don't misunderstand. Lu Yu quickly said, I just want you to stay for half a day more, to accompany Huan. This will be good for her recovery. Lu Yu looked at Xia Ruofei and tried her best to make her facial expression gentler. However, she was already gnashing her teeth in hatred. This stinky fellow, I've already lowered myself to beg you, yet you're still trying to make things difficult for me. You're really annoying. Lu Yu was truly concerned about her cousin Huan. She had always been at odds with Xia Ruofei, and she had almost lowered her voice just now. Xia Ruofei saw the anticipation in Tian Huixin's and Ma Jiming's eyes. He couldn't help but secretly sigh. He looked at Professor Tian and asked with a smile, Professor Tian, will this disturb your family reunion? Xiao Xia, we're so happy that you're willing to stay and accompany Huan. Professor Tian said quickly. Yes. Xia Xing, Huan is very close to you. Please stay and accompany her. Ma Jiming also said quickly. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and nodded. All right. Then. I don't have anything to do today, so I'll go back in the evening. Lu Yu's gaze was a little complicated, but she still said softly, thank you. You're welcome, Xia Ruofei said calmly. I also like little Huan and hope that she can recover as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei returned to the living room and knelt down in front of Huan. He said gently, Huan, let me show you another magic trick, okay? Huan now understood that it was difficult for her master to speak. After thinking about it seriously, she revealed an extremely innocent smile and nodded heavily. Soon, Xia Ruofei was playing with Huan. She would giggle from time to time and was like a different person from before. Tian Huixin brought over Huan's lunch. Just as she was about to feed her, Xia Ruofei quietly stopped Tian Huixin and tried to encourage Huan to eat by herself. To his surprise, Huan really started to pick up a small spoon and eat by herself. Although her movements were still a little clumsy and her fine control of her hands had some problems, causing her to spill a lot of rice and soup, this was still a very gratifying improvement. Huan rested for a while after her meal. Xia Ruofei heated up the second dose of Chinese medicine and brought it over. This time, it was even smoother than the last time. She finished half a bowl of medicine in a few mouthfuls and then pestered Xia Ruofei to play games. It was the first time that Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin had seen their daughter so clingy. They had been sick for a long time, so they knew a lot about autism. They naturally knew what a happy change this was, and they were both very excited. Little Huan was tired again after playing for a while. This time, she fell asleep on the floor. Tian Huixin carefully carried Huan upstairs to rest. After such a long time, Xia Ruofei's lunch was almost over, and Huan had already gone to bed, so he took his leave at the right time. Professor Tian's family, including Tian, Huilan and Lu Yu, all stood up to send Xia Ruofei to the door. Ma Jiming even held Xia Ruofei's hand and said many words of thanks. As she watched Xia Ruofei drive away in the pickup truck, Tian Huixin could not suppress the excitement in her heart. She had never dared to think that a normal trip home would bring them a ray of hope in their despair. Jiming, no matter how much Huan recovers this time, we must thank little Xia, Tian Huixin said to her husband. Ma Jiming nodded in agreement and said, yes, the consultation fee for Xiaxing must not be low. Tian Huilan laughed. Jiming, I can tell that Xia really loves Huan. He's definitely not treating Huan for the money. Big sister, we know about this, Ma Jiming said, but from our point of view, we still have to express our feelings. Professor Tian knew that his son-in-law had a net worth of tens of billions. Money was nothing to him. Thus, he smiled and said, it's fine to pay the consultation fee, it's natural to spend money to see a doctor. Besides, Xiaoxia's prescription is so precious. Previously, Professor Tian trusted Xia Ruofei unconditionally. Some people did not think so. But now, no one thought so anymore. Huan's change today made everyone not dare to underestimate Xia Ruofei's medical skills. By the way, Jiming, little Xia is starting her own business now. She should be developing in the planting and breeding industry in the future. Don't you also have a few Michelin star restaurants in Hong Kong? Professor Tian continued. In the future, you can also help Xia in her career. Of course, of course. Ma Jiming quickly replied after hearing that. Rich people naturally cared about their health the most. Xia Ruofei had first pulled Professor Tian back from the brink of death due to acute myocardial infarction. This time, he even had a solution to the world's difficult medical problem of autism. His medical skills had already been recognized by Ma Jiming from the bottom of his heart. If he could be on good terms with someone like Xia Ruofei by helping out in the business, Ma Jiming would be more than happy to do so. Naturally, Xia Ruofei did not know about the discussion between Ma Jiming and the others. After he left Sanshan University, he drove straight to the holiday villa in the suburbs. Soon, the car went out of the urban area and turned into National Highway 306. Just then, Xia Ruofei's phone rang. He was wearing a pair of jeans today, and his phone was in his pocket. He was in a driving position, so his pants were a little tight. Xia Ruofei held the steering wheel with one hand and lifted his butt slightly. He took out his phone from his pocket with the other. This position was a little awkward. At this moment, Xia Ruofei suddenly saw a black shadow rush out from the side of the car. Even though he had excellent reflexes, he only had time to step on the brakes and subconsciously turn left to avoid it. However, Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that the front right side of the car had hit something. His heart skipped a beat as he realized that he might have hit someone. P.S. From today onwards, this is the most important recommendation for the new book. Steel Gun is here to ask for more votes from brothers and sisters who are reading this book. Those who don't have it, please do so. The results of this book will depend on this last push before it is published, please. Please. Xia Ruofei quickly got out of the car to check and saw a black dog lying by the wheel, wailing. One of its front legs was obviously twisted, and there was a lot of blood coming out of its head. It seemed to be seriously injured. At first, Xia Ruofei felt relieved. Fortunately, he did not bump into anyone. But at the same time, he was a little worried. The dog was dirty and scarred. It was obvious that it was a stray dog. Although it was the dog that suddenly ran out from the side of the road and hit his car, the dog was so seriously injured now. If he ran away, it would probably die. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and felt that it was a life after all. He would not be able to live without it. So, he walked over and squatted down to carefully examine the dog's injury. The black dog saw Xia Ruofei coming over and showed a vigilant look. It struggled and bared its teeth at Xia Ruofei. Unfortunately, it was too seriously injured. As soon as it opened its mouth, blood foam flowed out. It did not look threatening at all. Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you, Xia Ruofei said gently. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and gently stroked the black dog's back. Perhaps it felt Xia Ruofei's kindness, the hostility in the black dog's eyes gradually faded. Its body curled up slightly and kept trembling. It was obvious that it did not have long to live. Xia Ruofei quickly summoned the spirit painting and took out a bottle of flower petal solution. Now, Xia Ruofei would always keep a few bottles of petal solution in his storage space in case of emergency. One of the petals was mixed into the spatial spirit pond water and was split into 3 bottles. Xia Ruofei pried open the black dog's mouth and poured in 1/4 of the petal solution. The black dog's body suddenly trembled, and it seemed to be much more energetic than before. The color in its eyes gradually disappeared, and it slowly returned. Xia Ruofei was already used to this. He took out a first aid kit from the space and treated the black dog's wound with great familiarity. After the black dog drank the petal solution, it no longer had any wariness towards Xia Ruofei. Instead, it showed some intimacy and allowed Xia Ruofei to treat its injuries. After cleaning and disinfecting the small wounds, Xia Ruofei took out a splints from the first aid kit and said to the black dog, "It might hurt a little, bear with it." The black dog naturally did not understand what he was saying, but it revealed a very human, confused expression. Xia Ruofei smiled and reached out to feel the black dog's broken leg. Then, he used force to fix the broken bone. The black dog whined in pain, but it seemed to know that Xia Ruofei was helping it, so other than the pain, it did not have any other extreme reaction. Xia Ruofei skillfully used a splint to fix the broken leg of the black dog. Then, he poured some flower petal solution on the broken leg. The black dog immediately felt a cooling sensation and the pain was greatly reduced. It could not help but let out a comfortable cry and used its nose to rub against Xia Ruofei's hand, acting very affectionately. Xia Ruofei thought, the spiritual qi in the spirit map space is rich, so it should be very beneficial for the black dog's recovery. He gently picked up the black dog and sent it into the spirit map space with a thought. At the same time, Xia Ruofei used his mind to check the situation. In the space, the black dog seemed to be a little stunned by the sudden change in its surroundings, and it looked around nervously. However, the environment in the interspace was far better than the outside world. Very soon, the black dog was no longer nervous. It laid on the ground in a very comfortable position with its eyes slightly closed, as if it had fallen asleep. Only then did Xia Ruofei put the painting away in his body. Just as he was about to get into the car, the phone in his pocket rang again. He had bumped into the black dog just to answer this call. After that, he had been busy treating the black dog, so his phone rang for a while before it stopped. He didn't expect the person who called him to be so persistent. After a while, he called again. Xia Ruofei took out his phone and saw that it was his classmate of 6 years, Guanping. Guanping was a real estate agent. Previously, Xia Ruofei was in a hurry to sell the house to treat Hu Zi's mother's illness. Through Guanping, he managed to sell the house in a very short time. Ling Qingxue had also found the address of the group rental apartment that Xia Ruofei had rented at that time. Through Guanping, Xia Ruofei picked up the phone and asked, "Guanping, what's up? Why didn't you pick up the phone?" Guanping said teasingly, "Don't tell me you're having fun with the campus bell, Ling." "What are you saying?" "What campus bell, Ling?" Xia Ruofei said guiltily. "Acting. Are you still pretending?" Guanping laughed out loud. Ling Qingxue, the campus bell, even took the initiative to ask me for your address. It's really hard for a girl to woo a guy. Guanping. If you have something to say, say it. Why are you always talking about Ling Qingxue? Xia Ruofei said, "Don't tell me you're interested in her." "Of course I'm interesting. She's rich and has long legs, who wouldn't like her?" Guan Ping laughed, "It's a pity that he's only interested in you. As a brother, I can only wash my face with tears to fulfill your wish." "Nonsense." Xia Ruofei laughed and scolded him. "Are you okay or not? I'm hanging up. If there's nothing else, I still have to drive." Don T, Don T, Don T, there's something. Guanping quickly asked, "Are you free tomorrow night? Yuan Lily is going to get engaged, and she wants to invite our classmates for a gathering before the engagement. This year is exactly 10 years after she graduated from junior high school." Yuan Lily? An image of a young girl appeared in Xia Ruofei's mind. She's getting engaged? Time really flies. Yuan Lily was Xia Ruofei and Guanping's junior high school classmate. At that time, she was the kind of person who didn't show off. However, if she could take the initiative to invite them to a class reunion, she must have been doing well. Many things could happen in 10 years. It's not that fast for a girl to get engaged at the age of 24. Guanping teased, "You're almost done talking with the campus belle, so you can get engaged. Don't hold him up." Seeing that Guanping was talking about Ling Qingshui again, Xia Ruofei quickly changed the topic and asked, "Are there many students attending tomorrow night?" Xia Ruofei joined the army after graduating from high school. He had almost no contact with his middle school classmates, and he could not even remember their names. At most 10 or 20. Many of them have gone abroad, and some are working in other places. Guanping said, "I've been hanging out in Sanshan and I've been in contact with my classmates the most." "So," Yuan Lily asked, "me to do my best to help out with the arrangements." Sanshan City was a famous hometown for overseas immigrants. Almost every family had relatives overseas, and many people went overseas to work or study. Then, Xia Ruofei hesitated. He had almost cut off all contact with his middle school classmates, and they must have been very unfamiliar with each other after not seeing each other for 10 years. In fact, such a gathering was actually quite boring. "Ruofei, you should participate. I don't have much to talk about with my classmates who are doing well, so just take it as being my companion." Guanping advised, "That's right, little Fatty has also confirmed that he will be participating." Fatty's name was Peng Hao. When they were in middle school, he and Guanping were Xia Ruofei's closest classmates. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "All right then. Send me the time and place on WeChat later. Pick me up at my company tomorrow at 6. Guanping laughed. "I'll hitch a ride from you." "No problem." Xia Ruofei agreed readily. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei continued to drive back to the holiday villa. He went straight upstairs, to his bedroom and took out the spirit map scroll from his palm. He wanted to go in and see how the injured black dog had recovered. P.S. It's being strongly recommended. Please give me your recommendation votes. Calculating the time, a few hours should have passed in the space. Xia Ruofei estimated that the black dog's injuries should have recovered by now. Sure enough, when he entered the medium, he found that the black dog was no longer dejected. The small wounds on its body had already formed scabs, and only the fracture of its front leg had not recovered so quickly. At this time, it was limping in front of the spacefish pond, and in front of it was the pair of red arowana. Xia Ruofei broke out in a cold sweat. He was afraid that the red arowana would be frightened or hurt, so he quickly shouted and ran over. When the black dog heard Xia Ruofei's voice, it immediately limped towards him and wagged its tail at Xia Ruofei. Its eyes were filled with affection. Xia Ruofei took a closer look and realized that the black dog was indeed much more energetic. The most obvious change was that its fur had become glossy and smooth, and it no longer looked like it was in dire straits. Xia Ruofei did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the black dog's eyes were especially lively, as if they had a trace of intelligence. The black dog ran to Xia Ruofei's side and stuck out its tongue to lick Xia Ruofei's feet. It kept wagging its tail at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "Are you hungry?" He was just asking casually, but the black dog's tail wagged even more happily. It even barked twice, as if it was answering Xia Ruofei's question. "Hey! You can understand what I'm saying?" Xia Ruofei was curious. If you're hungry, you can wag your tail. If you're not, you can wag your tail, Xia Ruofei was just making a passing remark. He did not expect the black dog, who was wagging its tail, to stop immediately. It wagged its tail and then stopped again. It looked at Xia Ruofei with eager eyes. You can really understand? Xia Ruofei found it unbelievable. Everyone knew that dogs could communicate with humans, but Xia Ruofei had never heard of dogs being able to communicate with humans to this extent. He felt that it might be a coincidence. So he did a few more tests and found that as long as the problem was slightly simpler, the black dog would be able to respond correctly. It could indeed understand what he said. Seeing that Xia Ruofei was enjoying it, the black dog couldn't help but whine a few times in grievance. Xia Ruofei finally reacted and laughed. I know. I'll get you something to eat right away. Just wait. With that, Xia Ruofei ran to the side of the pond and used the net to catch 2 grass carps. His control of the spirit map space had far exceeded what it used to be. He could even control the animals in the space to a certain extent with his mind, so catching fish was rather easy for him. Xia Ruofei threw the grass carp on the ground. The grass carp was still jumping around in panic. The black dog had already pounced on it to tease it. It had been drooling at the fish in the pond just now, but it was too far to help. Xia Ruofei realized that even though the black dog was still a little crippled, its speed was already very fast. It was like a gust of wind when it dashed out. For an ordinary dog to be able to understand human nature, Xia Ruofei knew that it was most likely the magical effect of the petals of the strange flower and the spirit map space. In the beginning, Xia Ruofei was worried that the fish bones would get stuck in the black dog's mouth. He did not expect the dog to be so smart. The big fish bones were removed when it was eating, and the small one swallowed it directly. In a short while, the 2 fish were finished. The fish produced in the realm was delicious. The black dog was still not satisfied and kept barking at Xia Ruofei. What a greedy dog, Xia Ruofei laughed and scolded. However, there were a lot of fish in the boundless space and they could reproduce by themselves. Xia Ruofei could not finish all of them, so he did not feel bad for a few fish. He ran over and caught 2 more and threw them to the black dog. After the 2 fish were finished, the black dog laid down beside Xia Ruofei's feet in satisfaction. Xia Ruofei knelt down and gently stroked the black dog's glossy fur. The black dog seemed to be enjoying it and squinted its eyes. It's fate that I met you today. You'll follow me from now on. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, but I have to give you a name first. What should I call you? Wang Kai? Big Black? The black dog lifted its eyelids and smacked its lips a few times, as if it was disdainful of Xia Ruofei's naming sense. It does seem a little uncouth. Xia Ruofei scratched his head awkwardly. After a moment of silence, he said, I see that you're so fast. Why don't we call you Lightning? Isn't that a cool name? The black dog opened its eyes and wagged its tail at Xia Ruofei, barking. Xia Ruofei knew that this meant that he agreed, so he smiled and said, all right then. I'll call you Lightning from now on. I didn't expect you to be such a prideful guy. It's not enough if the name isn't flashy enough. Lightning shook its head with a blank look on its face. It was obvious that the sentence was too complicated for it to understand with its intelligence. However, its limited spirituality still made it very dependent and intimate with Xia Ruofei. After Xia Ruofei and Lightning played for a while in the interspace, they prepared to go out and prepare dinner. Before he left, he had given it some thought. It was definitely not possible to let Lightning stay in the space. The time flow here was 20 times faster than the outside world. Staying here would be equivalent to quickly consuming Lightning's life. However, Lightning's injuries had not fully healed yet, so it was naturally the most suitable time to stay in the space. Hence, Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said to Lightning, "Lightning, stay here for a while, but there are some places you must not go, understand?" Xia Ruofei then LED Lightning around the space, pointing out the vegetable fields, fish ponds, and golden nanmu trees to it. He especially emphasized the small fish pond where the red arowana was, the spiritual pond in the space, and the unnamed plant that produced the exotic flower. Next, Xia Ruofei fished out more than 10 fish from the medium and used the spiritual pond water to grow them in the big wooden barrel used to soak seeds. He told Lightning to eat the fish if it was hungry. Xia Ruofei then left the spirit map space. Before he left, Xia Ruofei fed Lightning a few mouthfuls of the petal solution and applied some on its injured leg. However, Xia Ruofei was still a little worried. When he was outside, he continued to pay attention to the situation in the space. He realized that Lightning was very obedient. Although it was wandering in the space, it would not go near the few restricted areas that he had pointed out. After observing for a while, Xia Ruofei finally felt at ease. Xia Ruofei went to the kitchen to prepare dinner and took a shower. He then surfed the internet in his room for a while. He estimated that a few days had passed in the interspace before he summoned the spirit painting and used his mind to check the situation inside the painting. Sure enough, Lightning seemed to have fully recovered. It was running around happily in the space, and there were only 1 or 2 space grass carp left in the wooden bucket. The vegetable field, the spiritual pool, the fish pond, and the nameless plant were all intact. Obviously, Lightning was following his instructions strictly. With a thought, Xia Ruofei moved the Lightning out of the spirit map space. Lightning was a little confused by the sudden change in its surroundings. The air outside was much worse than the air in the space, which made it unhappy. However, when it saw Xia Ruofei, it immediately pounced on him in surprise. It wagged its tail around Xia Ruofei, trying to please him. Although Xia Ruofei had only been outside for a few hours, it felt like it had not seen its master for a few days. It felt like they had finally met again after a long time. Xia Ruofei stroked its smooth fur and smiled. "Lightning, this will be your home from now on." Woof. 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 Lightning called out happily and licked Xia Ruofei's hand affectionately. Xia Ruofei brought Lightning downstairs and turned on the heater in the guest room. He told Lightning to rest in this room for the night and told it to go to the yard to relieve itself. Such a simple order was not difficult for Lightning, who had intelligence, to understand. She could only make do with it tonight. Tomorrow, she would ask the construction team to help build a kennel in the yard, so that Lightning could have her own room. Xia Ruofei played with Lightning for a while, before letting it stay in the guest room on the first floor. Then, he went back to his bedroom to rest. The next morning, Xia Ruofei first prepared the vegetables for Shijiangyu Club and Lingji restaurant. After the purchasing staff from both restaurants transported the vegetables away, he prepared a simple breakfast. The workers at the construction site were almost at work. Xia Ruofei found manager Li and asked him to Find 2 carpenters to build a big kennel in the corner of the villa's yard. Lightning was very satisfied with its new home and wagged its tail at Xia Ruofei. After settling the issue of Lightning's accommodation, Xia Ruofei brought it around the villa again, marking out its sphere of influence. In the future, Lightning would have to shoulder the heavy responsibility of guarding the house. Xia Ruofei checked on the progress of the construction site and went to the backyard to cook the cabbage. Soon, he had a leisurely day. At around 4 o'clock, Xia Ruofei explained to Lightning and drove away from the villa, heading straight for Sanshan City. After picking Guanping up from the real estate agency he worked for, Xia Ruofei found out that Yuan Lily had set the meeting place to be at their alma mater, the second high school of Xuanji Sanshan. What's the situation? How did you run to second middle school to meet up? Xia Ruofei asked as he drove. Yuan Lily said that she wanted to visit the old place again. I guess they will be there in a few afternoons. Guanping laughed and said, we're just working adults. We can only gather at this time and then go to the hotel together. A visit to an old place? Xia Ruofei laughed. How long has it been since Yuan Lily last came back to the 3 mountains? I heard that she went abroad to study and then stayed in the United States to work. Guanping said, this time, I'm going out again after the engagement. Understood. Xia Ruofei nodded. Sanshan Second High School was not far from Guanping Company. It did not take long for Xia Ruofei to reach the school. Having studied here for so many years, Xia Ruofei was naturally familiar with the terrain here. He quickly found a parking space and parked the car. Then, the 2 of them strolled towards number 2 middle school. When they arrived at the entrance of number 2 middle school, they saw a group of people walking out of the campus. Surrounded by the crowd was a woman in her late 20s. She was dressed very fashionably and even had light makeup on her face. She was Yuan Lily, who was treating them today. Xia Ruofei could still vaguely remember Yuan Lily's appearance when she was in middle school. In comparison, she had indeed changed a lot. However, her outer appearance was still the same as before. If they met on the street, Xia Ruofei might not be able to recognize her. Seeing the 2 of them, Yuan Lily showed a smile and said, Guanping, you guys really came at the right time. The office workers can't help it. Guanping laughed and said, I didn't delay anything, did I? That's true. Yuan Lily smiled and turned to Xia Ruofei. You're Xia Ruofei, right? You haven't changed much from back then. Yuan Lily, congratulations. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Thank you. Yuan Lily said with a faint smile on her face. At this moment, the other students came forward to greet him. One of the chubby boys punched Xia Ruofei's chest and scolded him jokingly, Xia Ruofei, I heard that you've been back for 2 to 3 months and you still haven't come to find me. Do you not see me as your brother anymore? This person was Peng Hao, Xia Ruofei's good friend in junior high school. Xia Ruofei had been in the army for 7 years and had basically cut off all contact with his junior high classmates. After he returned from the army, he had no intention of contacting his classmates at all because of his terminal illness. After he obtained the spirit map space, he focused on his career development. Xia Ruofei hugged Peng Hao and said with a smile, little fatty, you're becoming more and more horizontal. I should call you fatty now, right? You, this fellow, are you rubbing it in? Peng Hao's small eyes widened as he chided with a smile. The other students also came up too. Greet Xia Ruofei, especially the female students. They looked at Xia Ruofei with sparks in their eyes. These classmates in Sanshan City were more or less in contact with each other. However, Xia Ruofei had joined the army after graduating from high school, and there had been no news of him ever since. Hence, he was a little mysterious to his classmates. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei had absorbed a lot of petals from the exotic flowers. His entire aura had changed slightly, and there was a faint sense of affinity. This was one of the main reasons why little Huan was willing to get close to Xia Ruofei. In addition, Xia Ruofei's appearance was not bad, so the eyes of the single female students were shining. Suddenly, Xia Ruofei became the focus of everyone's attention. He was not used to it, and could only pretend to be polite to the students who had a vague impression of him. At this moment, a voice rang out, "Haha, Ruofei, it's been 10 years since we last met. You're still so popular." Xia Ruofei turned around and saw a male student. He was wearing a suit and his leather shoes were as shiny as his hair. He looked like a groom. However, the fake smile on his face lacked some sincerity. Xia Ruofei quickly tried to recall and then asked with uncertainty, "You are Lu Hang, class monitor Lu? I thought you didn't remember me." "Haha, not bad, not bad. You can still remember," Lu Hang said with a smile. Lu Hang was the class monitor of Xia Ruofei's third year of junior high. At that time, Xia Ruofei was the sports committee member and also a member of the class committee. However, they had never been on good terms. In the third year of junior high, Xia Ruofei often skipped self-study at night to go out and play basketball. Lu Hang had snitched on him a lot. Hence, Xia Ruofei could recall his name after a while. Forget anyone but the class monitor. Xia Ruofei laughed when he saw Lu Hang's confused look. "Haha, Ruofei, I heard that you didn't do well in the college entrance examination that year, so you went straight to the army?" Lu Hang asked. Xia Ruofei smiled faintly. "That's right. I didn't get in. I didn't want to study either. So, I went to the army. Actually, being a soldier isn't bad. It's a good way to train people," Lu Hang said. Then, he immediately changed the topic and deliberately showed a puzzled look. "But as far as I know, there are people who retired from the army for 2 years, 5 years, and 8 years. Why did you come back after 7 years? Did you make any mistakes in the army?" Xia Ruofei frowned when he heard that. However, before he could say anything, Peng Hao, who was beside him, said, "Unhappily, Lu Hang, what do you mean? Can't Ruofei leave the army earlier?" Lu Hang spread his hands innocently and said, "I didn't mean anything else. I'm just concerned about Xia Ruofei. If there was any stain in the army, the file would have to be brought to the local area. My dad works in the Civil Affairs Bureau, so he has some say in this. If Ruofei really gets punished, it's best to think of a way to get rid of it, or it'll affect her future." Xia Ruofei could tell that Lu Hang was probably unhappy that Jian Jia was the former class monitor after he became the center of attention. After all, he had always been the center of attention. That was why he deliberately spoke ill of Xia Ruofei and secretly showed off his father's power. Of course, it could also be that Lu Hang did not like Xia Ruofei because of the grudges they had in school. However, Xia Ruofei felt that Lu Hang's behavior was ridiculous. He had no intention of competing for the limelight, but Lu Hang treated him as a threat. How petty. Pang Hao's eyes widened as he said, do you look like you're going to help Ruofei? You, chubby boy, that's enough, Xia Ruofei interrupted Pang Hao. And looked at Lu Heng. Thank you for your concern, class monitor. I'll look for you if I need anything. MMH. You don't have to be polite with me. Lu Heng said with a fake smile on his face. At the same time, he looked at the students around him with a sense of superiority. Xia Ruofei looked at him indifferently. And then turned to Yuan Lily. He asked with a smile, oh right, why don't I see your fiancé? Yuan Lily could tell that Lu Heng and Xia Ruofei did not get along. As the host, she was thinking about how to resolve the awkwardness. Seeing that Xia Ruofei had changed the topic, she immediately smiled and said, my husband is still in New York. He's very busy with his investment bank work, so he could only rush back on the day of the engagement. Today is just a small gathering between us classmates, and it's also my bachelor party. We'll hold our wedding in the United States. So it's like this. It's not easy for successful people like you, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. What successful person? I'm just trying to make a living abroad, Yuan Lily said. Humbly, then continued, by the way, since everyone is here, let's not stand here and talk. Let's go to the hotel. Yes, yes, yes. Let's talk at the hotel. Lu Heng immediately said, my car can fit 4 people. Lily, you can sit in my car. All right. Yuan Lily said with a smile. I came in Ruofei's car, let's get in his car later. Guanping said. Hearing that, Pang Hao immediately said, Ruofei, you're driving. Then I'll take your car too. Lu Heng was stunned for a moment and then asked, Ruofei, you just left the army and you're already buying a car? I've been working for more than 3 years, and I only bought a Toyota Rueji last year. Sigh, I spend a lot, so I can't save money. By the way, what car did you buy? He asked. Great Wall pickup truck, Xia Ruofei said with a faint smile. A pickup? Lu Heng showed an exaggerated expression and said, who still drives a pickup truck these days? Ruofei, you're not joking with me, right? What's there to joke about? Xia Ruofei shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, I think the pickup is quite convenient. It's also very practical for work. What? Lu Heng immediately asked. Ruofei, have you settled your work? Where do you work? Why do you need a pickup? Xia Ruofei felt that Lu Heng was really annoying. However, since it was Yuan Lily's treat today, he did not want to make the atmosphere too stiff. So, after thinking for a while, he said, I didn't plan to settle down. I'm now planting my own vegetables in the suburbs. Grow vegetables? You went to suburbs to be a farmer? Lu Heng's expression was very exaggerated. Why didn't you come to me earlier? My dad is the chief of the Civil Affairs Bureau, so our family can help with the resettlement after retirement. I think it's good to start your own business. Xia Ruofei said with a slight frown, his face showing a trace of impatience. Lu Heng showed a look of understanding and said, that's true. The placement of retired soldiers is worse than that of changed military officers. Moreover, you have a high school diploma, so it's not easy for you to be authorized. So you don't have to settle down, it's actually quite wise to get more retirement fees. Besides, it's not a bad time to grow vegetables. If you work hard, it's not a problem to earn a few thousand yuan a month. He seemed to be thinking for Xia Ruofei, but in fact, he was belittling Xia Ruofei. Guanping and Pang Hao couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing this, Yuan Lily quickly said, "Let's not chat here. Who else is driving? Let's split up and go to the hotel." Another two students who had driven over also tried to smooth things over and invited everyone to sit in their cars. There were only 12 or 13 people in the group, so 4 cars were naturally more than enough. Lu Heng's words seemed to have an effect. The girls who were very friendly to Xia Ruofei did not ask to ride in his car after hearing that he was a vegetable farmer. In the end, only Guan Ping and Peng Hao were in Xia Ruofei's pickup truck. Along the way, Guan Ping and Peng Hao criticized Lu Heng for being unkind. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, did not take it to heart. In his eyes, Lu Heng's sense of superiority was not worth mentioning at all. In fact, it was very ridiculous. Very quickly, Xia Ruofei followed the car in front and arrived at a restaurant by the Min River. Xia Ruofei looked at the sign. This restaurant was called Hong Tian Restaurant. Xia Ruofei, who had grown up in Sanshan City, had heard of it. It was considered a long-standing brand that specialized in authentic Min cuisine. As Xia Ruofei's car was the last to enter, he was led to a parking lot further away. When Xia Ruofei parked the car and walked into the restaurant with Peng Hao and Guan Ping, they heard Lu Heng's loud voice. "What are you guys doing? I clearly said on the phone that I want to book Lakshmi Pavilion, and now that my guests have arrived, you're telling me that Lakshmi Pavilion has already been booked?" Lu Heng slapped the front desk angrily. The front desk manager carefully explained, "Supervisor Lu, I'm really sorry. After I received your call, I immediately went to the front desk to confirm the reservation. However, Lakshmi Pavilion has indeed been reserved. So, I arranged for you to go to Ru E Pavilion, which is opposite. I also sent you a text message." A text message? Lu Heng immediately took out his mobile phone. Sure enough, there was a text message from the manager. He had been visiting the campus of number 2 middle school with Yuan Lily and the others just now, so he did not notice the text message. "I don't care about your text messages." Lu Heng closed his phone and said, "We only get together once every 10 years, and you arranged a trashy room like the Rui Pavilion for me? Do you still want to keep your hotel? Go and coordinate a change of private room for me immediately. I'm determined to get this Lakshmi Pavilion tonight." Xia Ruofei and the other two walked forward. Guan Ping pulled over a familiar classmate and asked, "What's the situation?" Through the student's story, Xia Ruofei and the other two finally understood the general situation. It turned out that Lu Heng had volunteered to book a restaurant for Yuan Lily today. When they arrived at Hong Tian Restaurant, the front desk manager told him that the private room of Ji Xiang Pavilion that he had wanted had been reserved. He also sent a text message to Lu Heng to inform him of the matter. At the same time, the front desk manager also adjusted the layout of the Rui Pavilion private room for Lu Heng, which was exactly the same as Lakshmi Pavilion. However, Lu Heng was determined to find Lakshmi Pavilion, so he made a scene in the lobby of the restaurant. "Since the layout is the same, what's there to make a fuss about?" Xia Ruofei asked in confusion. The student smiled bitterly. "The layout is the same, but Lakshmi Pavilion is a private room by the river. You can see the river view when you eat, but you can only see the hotel parking lot in Rui Pavilion. And the class monitor may feel that she has lost face." Xia Ruofei was speechless. Wasn't this a little too pretentious? Although the hotel was at fault, it was just a meal, so they should be more understanding of each other. Besides, he had informed her immediately. It was just that she didn't notice the message. Section Chief Liu, this. The customer over there made a reservation first. It's not easy for us to coordinate, the front desk manager said awkwardly. Seeing that, Yuan Lily also said, Lu Heng, why don't we forget about it? Isn't it the same if we get together as classmates in any private room? Xia Ruofei also smiled. I agree. It's a rare gathering. It's a happy occasion. There's no need to spoil the mood over such a small matter. When Yuan Lily spoke, Lu Heng's face only darkened a little. But when he heard Xia Ruofei echo her words, he immediately frowned and said impatiently, Xia Ruofei, don't talk nonsense. Was this a small matter? When have I, Lu Heng, ever suffered such vexation? If you can't even book a private room you want, will you be able to enjoy this meal? Xia Ruofei pursed his lips and laughed silently. Lu Heng really thought he was a pushover. Just now, Yuan Lily had the same opinion, but he did not say anything. However, once Xia Ruofei opened his mouth, he immediately scolded him. However, since Yuan Lily was treating them to dinner today, Xia Ruofei did not want to make the atmosphere too stiff. He used his eyes to stop Peng Hao and Guan Ping, who were about to flip out. He simply stood at the side with his arms crossed and watched the show. Since Lu Heng wanted to be in the limelight, he would let him perform to his heart's content. In Xia Ruofei's eyes, Lu Heng was no different from a clown. Lu Heng raised his head and said to the front desk manager, since you can't make the decision, then go and call your store manager he over. The front desk manager said with a strange expression, I'm sorry, Section Chief Liu, but branch manager he left his job a few days ago. Lu Heng was choked up. His expression was as if he was constipated. At this time, another female student said, Manager, why don't you tell us who booked Lakshmi Pavilion? Let's talk to him about changing rooms, okay? Lu Heng's eyes immediately lit up and said, yes, yes, yes. Tell me, who made the decision for Lakshmi Pavilion? I'll call him personally. I don't believe that Lu Heng's face doesn't work in the Three Mountains. Class monitor, it seems that you've been doing well in the system these past few years. Isn't that so? How many years has class monitor Lu been in the company? He's already a section chief. Who would dare to not give face to Section Chief Liu? The few classmates were all complimenting him. Lu Heng was obviously very pleased. He glanced at Xia Ruofei, intentionally or otherwise, with a sense of superiority. The front desk manager hesitated for a moment. It was definitely against the rules to disclose the customer's information. But Lu Heng was obviously not willing to let it go. Moreover, the person who made the reservation at Lakshmi Pavilion was also a person in the system, so she made a decision after weighing the pros and cons section. Chief Liu, Lakshmi Pavilion has been booked in advance by Section Chief Hao from the Provincial Civil Affairs Department. The front desk manager said carefully, why don't you discuss this with him? However, please don't say that I leaked the information, it's against the rules. Lu Heng's proud look froze when he heard that. What kind of international joke is this? To discuss with Section Chief Hao of the Provincial Department about changing rooms? My old man is only a section chief in the District Civil Affairs Bureau, and he has to be polite to the section chief of the provincial department. I'm just a small section chief, and you want me to give orders to the section chief of the provincial department? Lu Heng really hated this gentle front desk manager now. If she had told him earlier that Lakshmi Pavilion was reserved by Section Chief Zhou, he would definitely have gone with the flow. Now that she had said it in front of so many students, wasn't it impossible to back down? Everyone had been in society for a long time, so they had the ability to read people's expressions. Therefore, when the little fatty Peng Hao saw Lu Heng's expression, he almost could not hold back his laughter. Guan Ping was annoyed by Lu Heng's condescending tone. When he spoke to Xia Ruofei, so he said directly, "Class monitor Lu, quickly go and talk to this section chief Zhou and ask him to obediently give up the private room." Hearing this, Peng Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Yup. The problem with the box is related to our class monitor Lu's face. It's no small matter. Xia Ruofei smiled as he watched the show from the side, a warm current flowing through his heart. Xia Ruofei could tell that Guan Ping and Peng Hao were not doing very well. Lu Heng, on the other hand, obviously had a certain amount of power. However, the two of them were willing to offend Lu Heng just to help him get back at him. Their friendship from their middle school days had not diminished in the slightest. Lu Heng's face turned red as he glared at Peng Hao and Guan Ping with hatred. It was obvious that he hated both of them along with Xia Ruofei. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Yuan Lily quickly tried to smooth things over. "Lu Heng, let's forget it. Since they booked it first, let's change to another room. It's the same no matter where we are." Lu Heng heaved a sigh of relief. Although he had slapped himself in the face, at least he had a way out. He quickly said, "All right. After all, first come, first served. Since you, the master, don't mind, I have no objections." Either, the few students who had just praised Lu Heng now had strange expressions on their faces. The class reunion hadn't even started, but the atmosphere had already become quite strange. Just as everyone was about to head to the elevator, a surprised voice suddenly came from the door. "Mr. Xia, are you here to eat?" Xia Ruofei and the others stopped and turned around. They saw a curvaceous and charming young woman in a black professional suit walking over with a warm smile. The person was the new procurement manager of Ling Ji F&B. When Xia Ruofei first provided paradise vegetables to Ling Ji F&B, it was Ling Qingxue who personally brought her to Xia Ruofei's villa. "So it's Big Sister Sue. You're here to eat too?" Xia Ruofei smiled and greeted him. Then, she said jokingly, "Isn't your own company in the F&B industry? Why is the fertile water still flowing into the fields of others?" "Mr. Xia, you're so funny. Didn't Qingxue tell you?" Manager Su chuckled. "The Hong Tian restaurant has been acquired by our Ling GF&B, and it's now a fully owned subsidiary of us that specializes in Min cuisine." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be dumbfounded. After a while, he smiled bitterly and said, "No way? What a coincidence. I'm just having a meal and I'm in your territory." At this time, a man in a suit and leather shoes hurried over and said, "Manager Su, welcome to our shop for inspection and guidance. We would also like to thank the head office for your care and concern for Hong Tian restaurant. We have been looking forward to this batch of Taoyuan vegetables. I've been looking forward to this day." Manager Su smiled apologetically at Xia Ruofei before turning to the man in the suit and said, "Store manager Lin, Taoyuan vegetables are in the car outside. You can have them. Move to the back kitchen. Also, Mr. Ling told me to check the purchasing records of the other branches. Please get them ready, I still have something to deal with here." All right. Branch manager Lin said hurriedly. He handed it over to the front desk manager and quietly gave a few instructions to have the people below move the vegetables and prepare the accounts. He himself stood somewhat cautiously on the side, urging the head company's department manager to come to the branch. That was the imperial envoy. He had to be served carefully. When Manager Su faced Xia Ruofei, his facial expression immediately became very gentle and respectful. "Mr. Xia," she asked, "if I may ask, is this a gathering of friends?" "Oh. It's our 10th graduation anniversary, so we're all going to have a meal together," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. After that, Xia Ruofei introduced Manager Su to the students. Manager Su nodded enthusiastically to everyone. When Xia Ruofei's middle school classmates heard that this bitch was actually the famous Ling Jizaf and B procurement department manager, and that the new branch manager of Hongtian restaurant was also respectful to her, yet she was so polite in front of Xia Ruofei, they immediately looked at Xia Ruofei in a different light. Lu Heng's face turned red and white. He did not expect Xia Ruofei, who called himself a vegetable farmer, to have such a big reputation. Compared to his previous poor performance, he really wanted to find a hole to hide in. "Mr. Xia, when I came in just now, I saw that you two didn't seem to be happy." Manager Su asked, "Is there something wrong with the service?" As soon as Manager Su said this, branch manager Lin, who was next to him, suddenly became nervous. "It's nothing." Xia Ruofei smiled faintly. "However, the private room we wanted has already been booked in advance. We were just discussing the change of private rooms." "Oh?" When Manager Su heard this, he immediately turned to Manager Lin and said, "Manager Lin, prepare the top floor's Linjiang Pavilion for Mr. Xia and the others immediately." When branch manager Lin heard that, he was stunned for a moment, then said hesitantly, "Manager Su, Linjiang Pavilion is CEO Ling's private room." This, as it turned out, Ling Xiaotian, who was from the Three Mountains, had a special liking for Min cuisine. In terms of the degree of authentic Min cuisine, the large-scale Ling Ji restaurant chain could not be compared to the decades-old Hongtian restaurant. Therefore, after Ling Xiaotian had acquired Hongtian restaurant, he had specially ordered people to renovate a large private room on the top floor. This private room was reserved for Ling Xiaotian's personal use, and was not open for business. So, even though Manager Su had spoken, branch manager Lin still felt that it was very difficult for Wan. After all, Manager Su was only a department manager at the head office, but the Linjiang Pavilion was the private room of the boss of the company. Manager Su frowned and said, "What's wrong with President Ling's private room?" Mr. Xia was CEO Ling's esteemed guest, so of course, he had to open the best private room to receive him. "Why don't you give President Ling a call and ask for instructions?" Branch manager Lin's forehead was covered in sweat, and he quickly said, I don't dare. I'll arrange it immediately." He also secretly scolded himself for being out of his mind. Since Manager Su had already spoken, he would just do as she said. Anyway, if President Ling really wanted to blame someone, she would be the one to take responsibility. But now, the private room had to be opened, and he had offended her for no reason. Manager Su nodded expressionlessly. Then, he turned to Xia Ruofei and smiled. "Mr. Xia, I'm really sorry. The people below don't know your identity. I've already ordered them to move you to the top floor, Linjiang Pavilion." Xia Ruofei could feel the strange looks from the students around him. He could not help but smile bitterly. "Big sister, Su. There's no need for that. We don't have many people, so the Rui Pavilion is fine. That won't do. Manager Su said seriously, if CEO Ling finds out that we have neglected you, I can't bear the blame. Well. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and turned to Yuan Lily. Yuan Lily, since Manager Su is so polite, shall we change to another room? Sure, let's take advantage of you. Yuan Lily nodded with a smile. When branch manager Lin heard that, he quickly led the way and led Xia Ruofei and the others to the exclusive elevator of the private room. In Linjiang Pavilion, they went directly to the top floor. The Linjiang Pavilion private room was located above the auspicious Pavilion and the Rui Pavilion. It was as large as the two private rooms combined and was very spacious. Facing the river were two full glass curtains, allowing one to enjoy the 270-degree view of the river with no dead angle. The luxurious decorations in the room made Xia Ruofei's junior high school classmates feel like they were in a grand view garden. A thick white wool carpet covered the entire room, and against the wall was an antique pure oak museum shelf, on which was a dazzling collection. In front of the shelf was a row of luxurious handmade Netherlands sheepskin couches, and an exquisite tea set was placed on the marble coffee table. On one side of the glass wall, there was a large, luxurious round table. On top of the round table, there was a bright crystal lamp. The hanging ornament swayed gently in the breeze, reflecting a blurred light. The glass window on the curtain wall was half open, and as the river wind blew, the tassel, like gauze curtain, gently swayed, making people feel relaxed and happy. Every detail in the private room was done to the extreme. There was clearly a Western luxury and a Chinese classical, but the two completely different styles were harmonious in this place, making people feel that there was no sense of disharmony. Even Lu Heng, who was self-proclaimed to be knowledgeable, could not help but click his tongue when he entered the room. He had been to this restaurant many times, but he had never known that there was such an extremely luxurious room hidden on the top floor. Manager Su personally made tea for everyone, and store manager Lin became an errand boy, directing the youngest and prettiest waitresses in the store to get busy. After chatting for a while, everyone went to the round table and took their seats. Manager Su also tactfully took his leave. The students were all curious about Xia Ruofei. Yuan Lily took the lead and asked with a smile, Xia Ruofei, we're all thanks to you today. This was definitely the treatment of a top VIP. Tell me the truth, what do you do? Why does the famous Ling Ji restaurant have to be so polite to you? Yes, 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 if you dare to hide anything, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. Peng Hao also joined in the fun, the fat on his face jiggling as he laughed, looking very comical. The other students also echoed. Only Lu Heng lowered his head slightly, and his face was frighteningly gloomy. Xia Ruofei forced a smile and said, didn't I already tell everyone? Actually, I'm just a vegetable farmer, tisk. Who would believe that? Peng Hao shouted, students, do you believe me? I don't believe it. Xia Ruofei's classmates all laughed. At this moment, the restaurant's branch manager Lin personally came in with a dish. He had a warm smile on his face, but there was a heartache in his eyes that could not be hidden, making his smile seem a little bitter. Mr. Xia, distinguished guests, this is our store's latest Taoyuan vegetable series. Please enjoy. Branch manager Lin tried to make his voice sound calmer and forced a smile. His intestines were about to turn green from regret. Although he had followed manager Su's instructions to open the private room in Linjiang Pavilion, he still felt very uneasy. After much thought, he couldn't help but sneak out and call Ling Xiaotian to report the matter. He did not expect that once Ling Xiaotian heard that it was Xia Ruofei, he would immediately order him to do his best to ensure the service and that all expenses tonight would be free. This was not a big deal. Ling Xiaotian was the boss anyway, and the loss of the bill was not his own money. However, what Ling Xiaotian ordered next made store manager Lin want to cry but had no tears. Ling Xiaotian had asked him to prepare taoyuan vegetables for Xia Ruofei's table, and to serve each dish. Recently, the Paradise brand vegetables of the Lingji restaurant chain had become their well-known signboard. Many gluttons from other places came to try it, bringing a lot of popularity to the Lingji restaurant. Branch manager Lin had also applied for many days before he managed to snatch a few caddies of shares from several flagship stores in the city to Hongtian restaurant. He had originally wanted to use taoyuan vegetables to boost his sales. He did not expect that Ling Xiaotian would give half of his daily share to Xia Ruofei's table with just one sentence. Moreover, it was provided for free. However, he didn't dare to disobey the big boss's orders. He could only tell the kitchen to hurry up and cook with a sad face. Xia Ruofei's classmates did not feel anything. Although many of them had heard of the taoyuan vegetables, they did not have a direct understanding of their value. Even Yuan Lily thought it was Xia Ruofei who had arranged the menu. Only Lu Hang's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard the words taoyuan vegetables. He often went out to socialize, so he naturally knew about the recently famous taoyuan vegetables. Moreover, he even went to Lingji restaurant to try it out. However, he didn't get what he wanted even after 2 visits. Now that Paradise vegetables was too popular, unless he had an internal relationship, he would still need to make a reservation many days in advance to go to Lingji restaurant. He was just a small section chief of the district civil affairs bureau, so he did not have that much face. He did not expect Xia Ruofei to have such power even though he did not show off. Lu Hang could not help but secretly look at Xia Ruofei, who was still calm and collected. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. "Thank you, branch manager Lin," Xia Ruofei said with a gentle smile. Then, he said to Yuan Lily and the others, "Students, let's try the cooking of the chef of Hongtian restaurant." It was a dish of fried spinach. The green spinach looked particularly attractive on the white porcelain plate. The appearance of the Paradise vegetables had always been excellent, and it was very easy to arouse people's appetite. Everyone responded one after another. Everyone picked up a piece of spinach and put it in their mouths, even Lu Hang. After tasting it, everyone's expression became rich and colorful. After chewing and swallowing, they couldn't stop praising the taste of the Paradise vegetables. A few days ago, a colleague ate Paradise vegetables at Lingji restaurant and bragged about it to us after he came back. "I finally got to taste it today," Guanping said excitedly. "I can only say that I've wronged that colleague. He wasn't bragging at all, it was really delicious. I've been hearing people talking about taoyuan vegetables these days. I only realized how delicious they are after I tried them today." Pang Hao also said. A female classmate said remorsefully, I actually forgot to take a picture and post it on my moments. It's not easy to eat Paradise vegetables, so I'd be letting myself down if I didn't post it on my moments to show off." This female student's words immediately resonated with several other students. Everyone felt that it was a pity because there was not much of the spinach left. At this moment, store manager Lin hurriedly said, "Dear distinguished guests, there are 5 more dishes. All of them are high-quality vegetables from paradise. You can take as many photos as you want." "Oh, really? That's great, that's great. Don't move. Let's talk after I'm done taking the photos." Same beat, same beat. Xia Ruofei found it funny that his classmates were so excited. He smiled at branch manager Lin and said, "Branch manager Lin, I'll have to trouble you. Please convey my gratitude to President Ling." "You're welcome," branch manager Lin said quickly. "I'll go to the kitchen to rush you. Please wait a moment." With that, store manager Lin bowed slightly to the crowd and left the private room. As soon as store manager Lin left, these middle school students focused their attention on Xia Ruofei. If the incident in the private room just now had surprised them, then the Taoyuan vegetables had really shocked them. Xia Ruofei had always wanted to keep a low profile, but things just happened to be so coincidental. Today, Yuan Lily was treating him to dinner, so he didn't want to overshadow the host. He raised his glass with a smile and said, "Students, don't forget today's main topic. I suggest that we all give a toast to Yuan Lily and wish her a happy marriage." "Good. Congratulations. Come, cheers." Yuan Lily raised her cup and said with a smile, "Thank you, Ruofei." "Thank you, everyone." Everyone drank a glass of wine together. After a while, the remaining Taoyuan brand vegetables were served one by one. Everyone naturally took pictures from various angles and then ate together. Even though Xia Ruofei had intentionally led the topic to Yuan Lily, he still inevitably became the focus of the crowd. Even Yuan Lily herself had specially toasted Xia Ruofei several times. After everyone entered society, it was inevitable that they would become more realistic than before. In comparison, Xia Ruofei, who had been in the army for 7 years, did not have the aura of a profiteer. He had always been indifferent to money. Of course, this was also because he had a killing weapon, like the spirit map scroll, so he didn't have to worry about money. They had enjoyed the luxurious Riverview suite, the red wine that Ling Xiaotian had secretly stashed away, and the vegetables that were as popular as the sun in the sky. Xia Ruofei's junior high school classmates were naturally quite satisfied. Only Lu Heng was silent throughout the whole process. Even when he was tasting the delicious Taoyuan vegetables, he was absent-minded and looked at his phone from time to time. Guan Ping, who was sitting beside Xia Ruofei, nudged him and whispered, "You're pretty fast, kid. He's even meeting his parents." Xia Ruofei was confused and asked, "What parent-teacher meeting? What parent-teacher meeting? You're still pretending, aren't you?" Guan Ping smiled mysteriously and said, "Didn't you go back with the school bell to meet her parents? President Ling is so good to you. Tonight's arrangement is simply meticulous." Xia Ruofei felt as if 10 million alpacas had just run over him. What the hell was this? Initially, Guan Ping had thought that Xia Ruofei had received such preferential treatment at a subsidiary branch of the Ling Ji restaurant because his relationship with Ling Qingshui had been confirmed, and that he had already become the future son-in-law of Ling Xiaotian. Seeing Xia Ruofei's speechless expression, Guan Ping chuckled and said in a low voice, all right. Don't pretend to be innocent. I'm still a loyal friend, haven't I been keeping your secret? Protect your sister." "I really didn't," Xia Ruofei said as if he had said it. He smiled bitterly and helplessly. Forget it. You can think however you want, Xia Ruofei did not even have the strength to explain. If Guanping misunderstood, he could only let him be. When everyone was almost done eating, Yuan Lily quietly got up and went out. After a short while, she returned to the private room with a bitter smile and said, Ruofei, you're too polite. What's wrong? Xia Ruofei asked, confused. I just went to settle the bill, but they said you've already paid. Yuan Lily reproached, I'm treating my classmates to a meal before my engagement. How can I let you pay for it? How much did this meal cost? I'll transfer it to you later. I didn't, Xia Ruofei smiled helplessly. He thought for a moment and understood the reason. He said, I understand. Yuan Lily, don't worry about this. I have a good relationship with the owner of this restaurant. I guess he told me to give you a free meal. How can we do that? I'll just give you the money. Yuan Lily said. The problem is that I didn't spend any money, Xia Ruofei shrugged helplessly. I'll just pretend that you're paying for this meal. It doesn't matter who's paying. What's important is that we can get together, right? Yuan Lily wanted to insist on her opinion, but her classmates also tried to persuade her. Some people said that Xia Ruofei had stolen the limelight from Yuan Lily, but most of them were just joking. At this time, Lu Heng said, Yuan Lily, Xia Ruofei is right. It's most important to have fun together. Besides, a meal doesn't cost much. You don't have to be so formal. This meal isn't cheap, Yuan Lily said with a bitter smile. Let's not talk about those high-end seafood. Although I haven't been back in the country for long, I know how popular Taoyuan vegetables are in Sanshan City. One dish costs at least a few hundred yuan. Not to mention that so many dishes were served today. Even if other people have money, they can't get to eat it. Yuan Lily, don't argue with us. At most, when your fiancé returns to China, he can treat us to a meal. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Heng said, let's take it as Xia Ruofei treating us today. How about this, since Yuan Lily has returned to China and we can get together as classmates, I'll arrange the next program. Supervisor Liu, there's still another program coming up, Peng Hao asked with a smile. Of course, the nightlife has just begun. Lu Heng said, I'll take everyone to a good place later. Ordinary people can't even enter the gate. Oh, really? Then we'll have to take a good look. Guanping also said jokingly, class monitor, there's no problem with the box this time, right? Previously, Lu Heng had been acting weird towards Xia Ruofei. As Xia Ruofei's good brothers, Guanping and Peng Hao, could not stand it. Now that Lu Heng, who had been sulking the entire night, was acting arrogantly again, Guanping could not help but want to give him a blow. What do you know? They're on a membership system. Lu Heng said disdainfully, members will have a private room at any time. Then, Lu Heng turned to Yuan Lily and said, Yuan Lily, Xia Ruofei was the host for the meal just now. Now, I'll be the host to celebrate with you. You're not going to reject me, are you? Of course we have to give our class monitor face, Yuan Lily said with a smile. We don't have to spend any money anyway. Don't you agree? The students laughed and agreed with Yuan Lily, while Xia Ruofei could only smile bitterly in his heart. The atmosphere of the class reunion had changed a long time ago, but it would not be good to leave halfway, so he could only go with them. He could imagine that Lu Heng must be trying to show off and beat him, but he felt that such a comparison was too childish. Everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, so Lu Heng took everyone to the next scene. So, the group left Hongtian restaurant. Lu Heng found a few substitute drivers and drove them straight to the city center. Xia Ruofei sat in the passenger's seat and felt that the road was familiar. When they arrived at the parking lot, Lu Heng led a group of students to the scenic area of Sanfengqi Street. Xia Ruofei could not help but have a strange look on his face. Sure enough, after a while, Lu Heng led everyone to the entrance of the West River Moon Club. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but rub his forehead. What was going on today? Why? Was it not Lingji Restaurant but Shijiang Moon Club? Can't we just have a gathering with our classmates in a low-key manner? Lu Heng directly went up to the man in black at the door and said, "Young Master Li used his membership card to help me book a private room in the Plum Blossom Hall. He had already informed your manager." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but shake his head. Lu Heng didn't even have Shijiang Yue's membership card. He even asked someone to reserve a private room to show off. He really didn't know how strong this guy's vanity was. Xia Ruofei reached into his pocket and squeezed the platinum card. After some thought, he put it back. The man in black had a cold expression on his face. After confirming with the people inside through the walkie-talkie, he nodded and let them in. Lu Heng led Yuan Lily and the others into the courtyard of the club. Immediately, a tall waiter in a cheongsam came forward and led them to the private room. Lu Heng introduced proudly, "This Shijiang Moon Club is not a place that just anyone can enter. Even I don't have a membership card here, but I have a good friend who is a silver member here. Today, I asked him to book a private room for me, so that everyone can see the life of the upper class." The students were dazzled by the splendid decorations in the club. Lu Heng continued to boast, "I often come here to eat with young Master Li. Almost every time he came, he would meet celebrities. He heard that Heavenly King Lu would invite his friends to Sanshan for his concert. If you're lucky, you might even meet your idol." Lu Heng's vanity was greatly satisfied when he saw his classmates' envious looks. He looked at Xia Ruofei as if he was showing off his strength, but Xia Ruofei still looked indifferent. This lowered his sense of achievement by a lot. Soon, they arrived at the lobby of the club. Xia Ruofei immediately saw the charming and graceful lobby manager. Coincidentally, the lobby manager also looked over. When she saw Xia Ruofei, she was stunned for a moment before her eyes widened. However, before she could speak, Xia Ruofei shook his head discreetly and gave her a look. The lobby manager immediately understood and smiled at Xia Ruofei. He did not go forward to disturb him. However, when Xia Ruofei and the rest followed the female receptionist through the lobby and walked to the Plum Blossom Hall, the lobby manager immediately walked to the side and gave President Xing a call. "President Xing, Mr. Xia just came to the clubhouse," the lobby manager said respectfully. "Brother Xia is here? Why didn't he give me a call in advance?" President Xing was a little surprised and immediately said, "Little Meng, you must take good care of Brother Xia. The noble hall is empty tonight, right? I'll arrange it for Brother Xia." President Xing, "Mr. Xia came with some friends. He doesn't want me to disturb him," the lobby manager reported. "I see." President Xing pondered for a moment and said, "Then find out which private room they are in and give them a bottle of good wine in the name of the club. I'll go back now. We'll talk about it when I'm back." "All right, President Xing." The lobby manager replied respectfully. After the phone call, she immediately paid more attention to Xia Ruofei. She knew that President Xing was playing cards at a friend's house tonight. She didn't expect that once he heard that Xia Ruofei was coming, he would immediately put down his game and rush back. How much did he value Xia Ruofei? She immediately beckoned for a service staff and asked her to find out which private room Xia Ruofei and the others were in while she personally went to the warehouse to pick the wine. Xia Ruofei and the rest soon arrived at the Plum Blossom Hall. The Plum Blossom Hall was not big. After Xia Ruofei and a dozen people went in, it seemed a little crowded. It was obvious that Lu Heng's reputation was limited. However, any private room in the West River Moon Club was quite exquisite. Such a medium-sized private room, whether it was the luxuriousness of the facilities, the professional sound system, or even every detail, was naturally more than a little better than the average nightclub or KTV. Come on, everyone, feel free to sit. Lu Heng greeted everyone with a smug expression. Then, he asked the waiter to order some drinks, fruit platters, snacks, and so on. In fact, if the club's VIP members came to spend money, they didn't need to order themselves. The club would naturally arrange everything. Make yourself at home. Those who want to sing, sing. Those who want to play cards, play. The club even has a special sauna room and gym that are all free to use. Whoever is interested, you can go there directly. Lu Heng said as if he was the host. Apart from Yuan Lily, who lived abroad, the rest of the students who came to the party were basically working in Sanshan. It was their first time at a top club like Shijianyue, so they were naturally a little reserved. Therefore, none of them used the other free facilities of the club. Instead, they sat together. Some of them started singing, while others gathered to play cards. Some of them even played dice, just like in the ordinary KTV rooms. At this time, the door of the private room was knocked open, and a beautiful and tall waitress came in with a bottle of red wine in both hands. She bowed slightly and said, "Dear guests, this is a gift from the club. It's a 1985 Berthus red wine." A gift? 85 Petrus? After all, Yuan Lily lived abroad. Hearing that, she immediately said in surprise, "A bottle is at least $1,500. No way. What kind of wine was this that was so expensive?" "Lily, are you sure you're not mistaken? 1,500 yuan for a bottle of wine? US dollars? Oh my God, this wine is worth 1 square meter of a house in the center of Sanshan City." The waiter did not look down on Xia Ruofei and his classmates, because they looked like they had not seen the world. He smiled and said, "This is indeed a 1985 Berthus. It was directly imported by our club from its original place, Bordeaux." In fact, everyone was just shocked by the price Yuan Lily had mentioned. They didn't really doubt the authenticity of the red wine. Lu Heng was a little confused at first, but he quickly reacted and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha. It must be because of young Master Li, he was a silver member of the club. He booked the private room himself, so it's normal for them to give him a bottle of red wine." His face was glowing. This time, he had shown his face and made a fortune. When he spoke of young Master Li, he felt a sense of honor. Lu Heng said in his heart, "Young Master Li is so kind. I have to thank him when I get back." What should I give him? If it was too cheap, it wouldn't be worth it. As Xia Ruofei had hinted when he entered the room, the lobby manager did not give any special instructions to the waiter. Hence, she did not know what was going on. She brought the red wine to Lu Heng and asked him to check the label. Lu Heng waved his hand. There's no need to look. You can't possibly fool young Master Li's guests with fake wine, right? The waitress didn't know who young Master Li was, but her professionalism made her smile. After getting Lu Heng's consent, she opened the wine with a wine opener, poured a little into the wine glass, and asked Lu Heng to try it. This time, Lu Heng didn't refuse Ying's attention. He loved doing this. He pretended to take the wine glass, but he finished it in one gulp. Then he closed his eyes and said after a while, "Good wine." Lu Heng had been brewing his emotions for a long time. But he did not say anything solid. Moreover, his one-gulp posture was quite like the state of a drinking contest in a food stall. The waiter almost could not help but laugh. Lu Heng was not aware of it. He shouted, "Hurry up and pour some for each of them. Everyone, try this $1,500 red wine." "Yes, sir," the waiter said respectfully. After everyone's wine was poured, Lu Heng said, "Come, come, come. Let's have a taste. It's not easy to get such good red wine." He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. As a section chief in the unit, he had to entertain a lot of people, but he had never tasted red wine that was worth tens of thousands of yuan. Let me tell you, young Master Li is the only one who has a lot of influence. For ordinary people, they might not even sell this rare red wine even if they pay for it, let alone give it to them. Lu Heng continued to brag about the young Master Li who made him proud. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into the young Master Li who had a huge reputation. He had the pride of pointing out the country in front of his junior high school classmates and felt that he had completely surpassed Xia Ruofei. He did not know that Xia Ruofei was looking at him as if he was a clown. However, these students naturally had to say some words of flattery, which made Lu Heng's face even more radiant. He felt that he had finally gotten back at them, and his heart was extremely happy. After everyone had played for a while, the door of the private room was pushed open again. Before the person arrived, a forthright voice was heard, "Ha ha ha. Brother Xia, why didn't you give me a call before you came to my club?" "Don't be so polite," Xia Ruofei could not help but smile bitterly. Sure enough, the next moment, Xia Ruofei saw the chubby President Xing appear at the door with a smile on his face. Beside him was the charming young woman, the lobby manager. Although Yuan Lily and the others didn't know the identity of President Xing, they could tell that he was an extraordinary man at first glance, so they all stopped their entertainment and even stopped singing. President Xing looked at Xia Ruofei and said with a smile, "Brother Xia, this Plum Blossom Hall is too simple and crude. I've already had people prepare the honorable hall. Would you and your friend please move there?" Xia Ruofei stood up with a bitter smile on his face and said, "President Xing, I'm here today to eat and drink with my classmates, you don't have to be so polite. Actually, this private room is quite good." Then, Xia Ruofei introduced her to Yuan Lily and the others, "Students, this is Boss Xing from the West River Moon Club. President Xing, these are my middle school classmates. Today can be considered our 10th graduation anniversary gathering." "Hello, everyone," President Xing said with a smile, then he gestured to the lobby manager. The lobby manager immediately handed over a wine glass. It was a small red wine glass, about 3 taels in capacity, and filled with white wine. Everyone here is Brother Xia's friend, so you're my friend as well. President Xing raised his glass and said, "Today, you've come to my West River Moon Club. It's our fault for not being able to host you well. This glass of wine is for everyone, as an apology. You guys do as you please, I'll do it." After saying that, President Xing raised his head and drank the entire glass of white wine. Then, without changing his expression, he showed the bottom of the glass to everyone. When Xia Ruofei's classmates heard that the fat man in front of them was the boss of the top class club that Lu Heng had praised to the heavens, and that President Xing actually attached so much importance to Xia Ruofei and toasted everyone with a big glass of white wine the moment he arrived, they all stood up and drank. Only Lu Heng's reaction was half a beat slower. His face was red and white, and his brain was still in a state of shock. It was as if he had lost his ability to think. He just raised his glass and drank with his classmates mechanically. President Xing did not notice Lu Heng. In fact, all his politeness and thoughtfulness were directed at Xia Ruofei. All his attention was naturally on Xia Ruofei. "Brother Xia," President Xing asked. With a smile, "I asked little Meng to send you a bottle of wine just now. Are you satisfied with it?" The private room suddenly became very quiet, and Lu Heng's face was even redder. He wanted to find a hole in the ground and hide in it. It was so embarrassing. He had no idea how to face his classmates, who were just flattering him. Xia Ruofei was not surprised at all. He smiled and said, "It's a very good red wine." "President Xing, you're very thoughtful. It's good that Brother Xia likes it." President Xing laughed and then asked, "You really don't need to change to another private room?" "There's really no need for that. Plum Blossom Hall is fine. Thank you, President Xing," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "All right." President Xing didn't force her and just said straightforwardly, "All the expenses for tonight are free. Everyone, eat and drink to your heart's content. I won't disturb your class reunion." "Thank you, President Xing," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. President Xing gave everyone another toast and then politely took his leave. After he left, the atmosphere in the private room became a little strange. Everyone still heard Lu Heng's bragging. And young Master Li, who was said to be extremely awesome. Now that the truth was out, Lu Heng's previous showing off had undoubtedly become a big joke. Lu Heng's face was the ugliest. He lowered his head for a long time before forcing a smile and saying, I'm not feeling well, so I'll go back first. Everyone, take your time." After he finished speaking, he left the room as if he was escaping. He did not dare to look at Xia Ruofei again. Compared to Lu Heng's sorry state, Xia Ruofei was much calmer. Whether it was when Lu Heng was bragging before or now, he always had a calm expression. After Lu Heng left, the awkward atmosphere in the room was swept away, and everyone became lively. Xia Ruofei had successfully stolen the spotlight again and became the focus of the crowd. Even Yuan Lily, who was supposed to be the main character, was very curious. Ruofei, tell me the truth. What do you do?" Yuan Lily said with a smile. The students also joined in. "Yep. Even the boss of the West River Moon Club is so polite to you, and you still say you're a vegetable farmer? You're even hiding it from your old classmate. That's not very nice." Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, everyone. I'm not lying to you. I'm just a vegetable farmer. I'm not lying. The only Reason I know President Xing and President Ling is because they bought my vegetables. Is it really that simple? It's that simple. I swear, Xia Ruofei said. Since when did vegetable suppliers become so awesome? What kind of vegetables are you selling? Guanping laughed as he said this. He then asked, suspiciously, It can't be that peach blossom. Vegetables, right? Xia Ruofei smiled non-committally. No way. Peng Hao exclaimed. Was it really Taoyuan vegetables? Ruofei, you're really awesome. It hasn't been long since he returned from the military. And you've already created such a heaven-defying product. The students were also amazed. They had just tasted paradise vegetables and knew how popular it was in Rome City. They didn't expect the supplier of paradise vegetables to be among them, and it was even the most inconspicuous looking Xia Ruofei. Naturally, many people came to Xia Ruofei for a drink. Even though he was a good drinker, he had to leave the private room by using the excuse of peeing. In fact, drinking was not the most important thing. He was not used to the compliments. Xia Ruofei could not understand why Lu Heng was so keen on being in the limelight. Actually, there was a bathroom in the private room, but Xia Ruofei still went outside. Not long after Xia Ruofei left, Peng Hao also stood up and left the private room. Ying had drunk too much tonight, so he wanted to go out for some fresh air. Walking out of the private room, the wind from the central air conditioner in the corridor made Peng Hao feel a little dizzy. He looked up at the sign and walked to the bathroom with heavy steps. As he passed by the door of a private room, Peng Hao felt his head spinning. He stood still and leaned against the wall, wanting to catch his breath. At this moment, the door of the private room was opened as a 25-year-old man walked out, with his arm around the slim waist of a gorgeously dressed woman. The woman was holding a wine glass in her hand and was feeding the man wine with a coquettish smile. The two of them didn't look at where they were going and bumped into Peng Hao. Caught off guard, Peng Hao's entire body fell to the floor. Although the corridor was also covered with a thick carpet, Peng Hao was also in a sorry state after the fall. Although the man and woman did not fall, they were also frightened. The woman poured the glass of red wine in her hand onto the man's expensive suit. The red wine on his white suit was particularly eye-catching. The woman shrieked in fear, while the man's expression was even more unsightly. He strode over to Peng Hao, who was still in a daze from the fall, and cursed, "Don't you have eyes when you walk? Don't you know that a good dog doesn't block the way?" The man in white was called Deng Ming. He was the son of a deputy mayor of Sanshan City. Although Deputy Mayor Deng was not a regular person and his ranking in the government was relatively low, he was still a big shot in Sanshan City. Relying on his father's connections, Child Deng opened a consulting company in Sanshan City and became the boss behind the scenes. The so-called consulting company, to put it bluntly, was to help some people settle bidding, approval, and other things that ordinary people would find difficult to do, but he could do it easily. He made money quite quickly. Today, Deng Ming was singing in a private room with a few friends, and his evil fire was aroused by the private room princess beside him. He was about to bring her upstairs to vent his fire, but he didn't expect to bump into Peng Hao as soon as he went out. Moreover, his expensive zilly suit was stained with a large wine stain. It was basically useless now. How could Deng Ming not be angry? Peng Hao, who was the one who was knocked down, naturally couldn't hold back his anger when He heard Dang Ming's unpleasant words. He stood up and said, "How can you be so unreasonable? You were the ones who bumped into me, so how is it my fault now?" "Bullshit." Dang Ming was furious. "Am I as blind as you? You're such a big fat man standing here, how can I not see you crash into me? You." Peng Hao was so angry that he couldn't speak. He had never seen such an unreasonable person before. He had clearly knocked into someone, but not only did he not apologize, he even made a false accusation against the other party. "You what? Do you know how much my suit costs?" Dang Ming looked at Peng Hao contemptuously and said, $8,000. Now that the clothes are ruined, you better compensate me. You've gone crazy thinking about money. Peng Hao was so angry that he laughed. "You want me to compensate you? You should count yourself lucky that I didn't ask you for compensation. Damn fatty, are you trying to cheat?" The flirtatious private room princess immediately said, "Why don't you find out who young Master Deng is? You want to leave without paying for dirtying his clothes?" The glass of red wine had spilled on Dang Ming's body from her hands. If she did not catch Peng Hao, Dang Ming would probably take his anger out on her later, so she spared no effort to help him. "You're simply unreasonable," Peng Hao said angrily. Then, he turned around and was about to leave. He didn't want to continue pestering such rude and unreasonable people. It was better to leave immediately. He knew that these two people would never apologize even if he continued to pester them. And how could Dang Ming let Peng Hao go so easily? He grabbed Peng Hao's clothes and said, "Motherfucker. You still dare to run? If you don't pay up today, don't even think about going anywhere." Even if Peng Hao was a clay bodhisattva, he would still be a little angry. He flung Dang Ming's hand away and glared at him. "What's wrong?" He wanted to fight. "Come on. Who's afraid of who?" Although Peng Hao was fat, he was tall and big. Dang Ming's small body, which had been hollowed out by wine and women, was naturally not his opponent. Dang Ming took a step back and shouted toward the private room, "Yi Lin Yun, are you dead? Hurry up and come out." The door of the private room opened, and a young man in a black suit with a cold face walked out. At the same time, a few men with disheveled clothes and reeking of alcohol also came out. They were all Dang Ming's scoundrels. The young man in the black suit had no expression on his well-defined face. He stood straight like a javelin and exuded a cold aura. He was obviously someone who had experienced life and death battles and had seen blood. He walked to Dang Ming's side and asked, "Boss, what's your order?" Dang Ming stretched out his hand and pointed at Peng Hao. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Go. Beat him up. Beat him up so badly that even his mother won't be able to recognize him." Yi Lin Yun didn't move. He calmly said, "Boss, my duty is to protect your safety, not to act as a fighter. I can't do anything illegal." When Dang Ming heard this, he was even more furious. He turned his head and cursed, "Yi Lin Yun, is your brain damaged? You're my bodyguard, and I'm the one paying your salary. Now that I'm being bullied, what's wrong with letting you go and teach him a lesson?" "Sorry, boss. If this person threatens your personal safety, I'll definitely take action." Yi Lin Yun replied neither obsequiously nor haughtily, "But you want me to beat up an ordinary person? This is an order outside the scope of the contract. I refuse to execute it." Dang Ming squinted his eyes and looked at Yi Lin Yun for a few seconds. Yi Lingyun's expression did not change. He stood upright beside him and did not avoid his murderous gaze. I don't want to waste my breath on you, Dang Ming said coldly. I'll give you two choices. First, go and cripple that damn fatty immediately. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Second, get the fuck out of my sight right now. Yi Lingyun was also very straightforward. He took 2 steps back and said, I can't go against my own principles. I choose the second option. A few of Dang Ming's scoundrels immediately burst into laughter, and someone even whistled. Young Master Dang, your bodyguard has quite the personality. Haha, this kid is a bit of a tiger. You can't even tell who the boss is, young Master Dang. I'll introduce you to a few bodyguards later. They'll definitely be much more obedient than this bejeweled weapon. Dang Ming was so angry that he laughed out loud. He nodded and said, all right, Yi Lingyun, you're fired. You can get lost now. Also, I'll tell my friends that in the future, even if you can get a job as a security guard in Sanshan City, I'll take your last name, let alone be a bodyguard. The vengeful Dang Ming was disobeyed by his bodyguard in front of so many friends. Naturally, he hated Yi Lingyun to the extreme. Yi Lingyun remained expressionless and said calmly, Mr. Dang, it's not a problem to fire me. It's your business how you want to shut me out. But I've worked for you for 7 days. According to the contract, my monthly salary is 20,000 yuan. You have to pay me 5,000 yuan. If you pay me, I'll leave. You still dare to ask me for money? Dang. Ming was so angry that he laughed. Are you out of your mind? Yi Lingyun's expression turned cold as he exuded a chilly aura. He took a step forward and stared into Dang Ming's eyes as he spoke word by word, Are you sure you want to renege on your debt? Dang Ming's heart tightened for no reason. He recalled the scene when Yi Lingyun easily knocked down more than a dozen burly men when he was applying for the job. He knew that his small body was not even enough to deal with Yi Lingyun's finger. Moreover, after 6 or 7 days of contact with Yi Lingyun, Dang Ming knew that Yi Lingyun was a man of few words, but he had definitely seen blood and was the kind of person who was ruthless. When such a person pushed him into a corner, he would do anything. He was a person of status, and there was no need to compete with such a desperado. At the thought of this, Dang Ming pretended to be magnanimous and waved his hand. Forget it, it's just 5,000 yuan. I'll give it to you, just treat it as a beggar. Hey, you guys, stop watching. Who brought cash? Give me 5,000 yuan first. Dang Ming said to a few of his scoundrels. Although these people used their cards most of the time when they came out to play, they would more or less bring some cash with them. Very quickly, they had gathered 5,000 yuan. Dang Ming passed the 5,000 yuan to Yi Lingyun and said in disgust, I'll give you the money, so don't bother me anymore. Get lost. Yi Lingyun took the money and meticulously counted it twice. After confirming that there was no mistake, he put it in his pocket and turned to walk out of the club without any unnecessary words. At this moment, a voice rang out, how lively. Did I miss something good? When Pang Hao heard this voice, his uneasy heart immediately settled down. Yi Lingyun, who was walking out, heard the familiar voice. He trembled and turned around. He saw a smile in Xia Ruofei's eyes as he looked back at him. Yi Lingyun's cold face was filled with excitement. With a look of disbelief, he shouted, Instructor Xia. Xia Ruofei smiled at Yi Lingyun and walked over. He flicked his finger, and a half-smoked cigarette accurately flew to the extinguished area on top of the trash can. It was inserted into the small hole, and the cigarette end was immersed in the water, making a sizzling sound. Xia Ruofei walked to Peng Hao's side and said, with a smile, "Little fatty, what happened? I didn't even finish a cigarette before I was attracted by your loud voice." In fact, Xia Ruofei had arrived earlier than this. While Deng Ming and Peng Hao were tugging at him, he had already reached the corner of the corridor. However, when he saw Yi Lingyun, he stopped in his tracks. He wanted to see how Yi Lingyun would handle this. Obviously, Xia Ruofei was satisfied with Yi Lingyun's choice. Xia Ruofei and Yi Lingyun had known each other for 5 years. At that time, he was a first-term sergeant, which was a corporal after the military rank reform, while Yi Lingyun was a new soldier who had just joined the army for a few months. At that time, Xia Ruofei was already an official member of the Lone Wolf Assault Team. Yi Lingyun was a member of the training team and the only private in the entire training team. A first-year recruit could participate in the selection of the Lone Wolf Assault Team. It could be seen that Yi Lingyun's military quality was very strong. That training camp lasted for 3 months, and the elimination process was carried out every day. Xia Ruofei was one of the instructors and class monitors of this training team. Although Yi Lingyun managed to survive until the 3rd month and became one of the last 2 eliminated members, he was still selected by the special forces of the military region as if he had received a treasure. If he could stay in the Lone Wolf Commando selection training for the 3rd month, he would definitely be qualified to be the backbone of an ordinary special forces unit. After 3 months of interaction, Xia Ruofei and Yi Lingyun were naturally very familiar with each other. In the following years, the two often crossed paths in work and even fought together several times in actual military exercises. Yi Lingyun was extremely respectful to the instructor who had brought him into the special forces. In fact, he had always regarded Xia Ruofei as his idol and goal. Xia Ruofei was also very surprised that he would run into Yi Lingyun in Sanshan City. Based on his understanding of Yi Lingyun, this talented warrior would be like a fish in water in the special forces. He would stay in the special forces for a long time and might even become a sergeant in the future. How did he suddenly leave the army and become a private bodyguard? Xia Ruofei's heart was also filled with questions, but now was obviously not the time to reminisce. He planned to ask Yi Lingyun what was going on after he came down. Peng Hao explained what had just happened to Xia Ruofei. "Are you hurt?" Xia Ruofei glanced at Deng Ming nonchalantly and asked Peng Hao. "I'm fine." Peng Hao grinned. "It's just that they won't let us go. He said I dirted his high-end suit and wanted me to pay $8,000. Xia Ruofei nodded and looked at Yi Lingyun. "Xiao Yi, is this your boss?" "1 minute ago, I was. Now, I'm not," Yi Lingyun said. "I know." Xia Ruofei shrugged. Then, he stared at Deng Ming and said indifferently, "Apologize to my friend." Deng Ming had been holding back his anger for a long time. He immediately shouted, "Who the hell are you? Why are you acting like a big-tailed wolf? And you want me to apologize? I'll fuck you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Lingyun suddenly moved. Deng Ming only felt a blur in front of his eyes. Before he could even look down on Yi Lingyun's movements, Yi Lingyun was already in front of him. His hand was like an iron pincher, gripping his throat. Following that, Deng Ming heard Yi Lingyun's cold voice, Dang Ming, watch your mouth. If you dare to disrespect Instructor Xia again, I'll break your neck. Yi. Ling Yun, are you crazy? Dang Ming was so frightened that he started wailing. You dare to attack me? Don't you know who my dad is? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. This person actually doesn't know who his father is. Don't ask us about this. If you really can tea, you can ask your neighbor Uncle Wang. No. It should be Uncle Song from next door. Pang Hao couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. Even Dang Ming's scoundrel friends almost couldn't hold back their laughter. Only Yi Lin Yun remained indifferent. I don't care who your father is. I only know that I'll teach whoever disrespects Instructor Xia a lesson. In the shadow of the corner of the corridor, the head of security of the West River Moon Club, Shen Hu, had been closely watching the situation here. The guests in the club were all people of status. Under normal circumstances, when there was a conflict, the club would not immediately step in. After all, both sides had strong backgrounds, and it was easy for the club to be at odds with both sides. Only when the conflict escalated and reached an irreconcilable stage would the club step in to mediate. Therefore, after Shen Hu received the report, he had been here for a while. However, he had been hiding in the dark and observing closely. Now that he saw Yi Lingyun suddenly attacking Dang Ming, Shen Hu's expression changed slightly. He was ready to go out and separate the two parties in the conflict and then find a way to appease them. Just as he turned the corner, he suddenly saw Xia Ruofei's figure. His face froze and he pulled his foot back. Then, he quickly took out his phone and called President Xing. Tiger, what's the situation? President Xing asked. Boss, it seems a little complicated. Shen Hu hesitated for a moment before saying, I just saw Mr. Xia. He seems to be on the opposite side of young Master Deng. What? President Xing also frowned. What's the situation now? Not good. It seems like both sides are about to fight, Shen Hu said. President Xing, what should we do? President Xing fell into deep thought. Xia Ruofei was his strategic partner and had a close relationship with Tian Huilan's family. President Xing naturally wanted to rope him in. But Deng Ming was not to be trifled with either. The deputy mayor's son could be considered a rich second generation in Sanshan City. Furthermore, this kind of rich kid had always been incapable of achieving anything, so it was definitely not wise to offend him. President Zhang's brain was spinning rapidly. Suddenly, he had an idea and quickly said, Tiger, you don't have to worry about this. Just stand there and watch. Unless there's a bloody conflict, you don't have to do anything. Then, President Xing hung up the phone and turned to the lobby manager next to him. Xiaomeng, isn't Mayor Wu of Chongping holding a banquet for his old colleagues at the Bright Moon Hall? Go and report this to her immediately. Be quick. President Xing, is this appropriate? Little Dream hesitated. He was the son of the deputy mayor. Why would County Head Wu do this? You don't need to worry about that. President Xing said, let's go now. Remember to mention Brother Xiao's name. Oh, okay, Little Dream didn't dare to say anything more and quickly ran out. The two sides were already in a state of mutual hostility. Xia Ruofei had a faint smile on his face as he said, Little Yi, let him go first. Yes. Instructor Xia. Yi Linyun replied. Then, he looked at Deng Ming coldly and released his hand. Deng Ming was breathing in the fresh air while rubbing his neck with his hands, looking at Yi Lingyun with a venomous look. However, Yi Lingyun turned a blind eye and walked directly behind Xia Ruofei, staring coldly at Deng Ming and his gang. Deng Ming looked at Yi Lingyun with a little fear. He estimated that he and a few of his scoundrels were not enough to deal with Yi Lingyun alone, especially when Yi Lingyun's ruthlessness made him feel scared. Therefore, he also had the intention to retreat. In any case, as long as they were in Sanshan City's territory, young Master Deng would be able to find out the background of those people. When the time came, he would just casually say something, and there would be plenty of ways to deal with them. There was no need to risk his life now. After making up his mind, Deng Ming snorted and said, "Damn fatty, you're lucky. I'll let you off today. Brothers, let's go back and continue drinking," Deng Ming said to his scoundrel friends. After he finished speaking, he looked deeply at Xia Ruofei and the other two. He did not hide the hatred in his heart at all. Then, he turned around and walked towards the private room. "Stop." Xia Ruofei's lips curled into a cold smile. "Did I say you could leave?" Deng Ming stood still and slowly turned around. He stared at Xia Ruofei viciously and said, "I didn't ask this damn fatty to compensate me. Do you think I'm too easy to talk to? Go out and find out who I am first. Even if you're taking advantage of me, you still have to find a good partner. You knocked down my friend, insulted him, and even asked him to pay for it. I just want you to apologize, and you're taking advantage of me?" Xia Ruofei said sarcastically, "I really don't know who you are. However, I've traveled the world with reason. It doesn't matter who you are." This was Xia Ruofei's temper. If others opened their hearts to him, he would also open his heart to others. Peng Hao had been his good friend for many years and had stood up for him many times during the class reunion. Naturally, Xia Ruofei saw him as a brother. Since Peng Hao had been wronged, Xia Ruofei would definitely help him get back at him. As for Deng Ming's identity, to be honest, he really didn't care. Deng Ming gritted his teeth. "I forgot to remind you." Xia Ruofei rudely interrupted Deng Ming's words. "If you keep saying I'm your father, I can't guarantee that I won't make your face swell. First, you. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me?" Deng Ming's eyes were spitting fire as he said, "Don't think that you're great just because you're skilled. There are some people you can't afford to offend." Yi Lingyun was enough to make Deng Ming afraid. Since Yi Lingyun called this fair and clean-looking young man an instructor, his skills must be no worse than Yi Lingyun's. This was also an important reason why Deng Ming had been suppressing his anger. Otherwise, with his temper, he would have already called his scoundrels to gang up on him and give him a beating. "You talk too much nonsense." Xia Ruofei pouted and said, "I'll give you two choices. 1. Apologize to my friend. 2. I'll beat you up until you apologize to my friend. You can choose." Xia Ruofei's tone was exactly the same as Deng Ming's when he spoke to Yi Lingyun. In fact, he was even more arrogant than Deng Ming. Deng Ming was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He glared at Xia Ruofei fiercely and panted as he said, "Good, you have guts. I'll play with you to the end today." He then turned around and said, "Dahua, call old Jing from West River Moon. Tell him that if he continues to play dead, I'll bring people here tomorrow to seal off this damn club of his. Chongqing, call Ah Biao and tell him that I told him to come over with his men." Tell him that if he doesn't show up in 10 minutes, he can forget about staying in the Three Mountains. Dang Ming looked at Xia Ruofei ferociously and said, "Come on. If you have the guts, try and touch my finger." Ruofei, forget it, forget it," Peng Hao said from the side. He could tell that Dang Ming had a powerful background. If this matter was blown out of proportion, Xia Ruofei would definitely be implicated. As a brother, he naturally did not want to see such a thing happen. Dang Ming sneered and said, "Now you're scared? I'm telling you, it's too late. Come and hit me if you dare." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "I've seen people proposing to me. I've never thought that someone would ask for a beating. There's really no such thing as the most despicable, only even more despicable." As soon as he finished speaking, he exerted a little force on his feet and his whole body shot out like lightning. He arrived in front of Dang Ming almost instantly. Then, 2 crisp slaps sounded. Dang Ming stood in place in a daze, even forgetting the burning pain on his face. He didn't expect Xia Ruofei to hit him without any hesitation. Yi Lingyun, on the other hand, was watching Xia Ruofei's back. Xia Ruofei's speed just now had made his eyes light up, and his heart was filled with admiration. "You keep calling me your father. Whose father are you?" Xia Ruofei said coldly, "I did remind you, but your pig brain doesn't have a good memory." Dang Ming's eyes were bloodshot. He had been slapped in the face by Xia Ruofei in front of so many friends. It was a great humiliation. "Motherfucker. Go all out with him. Let's attack together," Dang Ming shouted. Just as Dang Ming's scoundrels were about to rush forward, a cold voice rang out, "Stop." Wu Liqian, the new deputy head of Chongping County, was wearing a fitting suit and walked quickly between the 2 groups of people. She was slightly out of breath, and there was a little sweat on her bun. It was obvious that she had rushed over quickly. Wu Liqian had some alcohol that night, so her face was white with a tinge of red. When she panted, her full chest rose and fell, adding a bit of mature charm to her. Dang Ming looked at Wu Liqian's perky breasts greedily, and said, "So it's County Head Wu." Wu Liqian had previously been Tian Huilan's secretary for a long time, and Tian Huilan's position at the time was the mayor. She was Dang Ming's colleague, so Dang Ming naturally knew Wu Liqian. Wu Liqian glanced at Dang Ming indifferently and nodded slightly, but her attitude was obviously very calm. Then, she looked at Xia Ruofei and asked with a frown, "Ruofei, what's going on?" "Sis Wu, you're here too." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "My friend was bumped into by Mr. Dang. Not only did he not apologize, but he also insulted my friend. I'm trying to reason with him." "Xiao Dang, is that so?" Wu Liqian asked with a frown. "So you know this kid?" "Mayor Wu," Dang Ming immediately said. "Things were not as he said. It was that fat guy who hit me. Look, my clothes are all stained with red wine. And you saw it too, that kid hit me first." He glared at Xia Ruofei and continued, "County Head Wu, since you know him, then please uphold justice. Now, it's me, Dang Ming, who got hit by him. Tell me what to do." "You're quite good at twisting the truth." Xia Ruofei smiled. Then, he pointed at the top of Dang Ming's head and said, "Do you see what that is?" "A surveillance camera. Let's go check the surveillance footage now. If my friend really hit you, I'll pay for your suit and give you an explanation for hitting you." Then, Xia Ruofei paused, stared at Dang Ming, and said coldly, "If it's like what My friend said that you're the one who knocked him down and made a false accusation. What do you say? I think this is a good idea. Wu Liqian smiled and asked, Xiao Dang, what do you think? The surveillance cameras won't lie. If Ruofei's friend is in the wrong, I won't help him. Dang Ming was immediately at a loss for words. He knew very well who was right and who was wrong. After hemming and hawing for a while, Dang Ming said, I drank some wine just now, so I can't really remember. But even if I accidentally touched that fatty, so what? Does that mean he can hit people as he wishes? When it comes to you, it's called accidentally? Xia Ruofei sneered. What a double standard. You were begging me to hit you just now. You, Dang Ming was furious. County Head Wu, you've seen his attitude. It's not that I'm not giving you face. Chongqing, call the police. Didn't he say that there were surveillance cameras? There's irrefutable evidence that he hit me. Just now. All right. The long-haired young man behind Dang Ming grinned and took out his phone to call the police. Wu Liqian frowned and said, Xiao Dang, there's no need to call the police. It's just a little friction. Why make a mountain out of a molehill? Then, Wu Liqian said to Xia Ruofei, Ruofei, it's not right for Xiao Dang to bump into your friend, but you've already vented your anger just now. Can you give Sis Wu some face and let this matter go? Xia Ruofei shrugged his shoulders indifferently and said, since Sis Wu has spoken, of course. I have no problem with that. Peng He wasn't injured anyway. Dang Ming, on the other hand, had been slapped twice. His molars must have loosened. Xia Ruofei didn't hold back at all. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Dang Ming sneered, County Head Wu, aren't you being too obvious with your bias? I, Dang Ming, have never suffered such a big loss in my life. Just a little friction and you call it that? Evergreen. What are you doing? Aren't you going to call the police? Dang Ming said to the long-haired young man with a frown. Obviously, he was not going to give Wu Liqian any face. Seeing this, Wu Liqian's expression turned cold and she said indifferently, Xiao Dang, you should reconsider. It's a waste of police resources to call the police over such a small matter. Then, she paused for a moment before she said meaningfully, by the way, I heard that you have a big investment project in Chongqing County. I want to thank you for your support in the economic development of Chongqing. The threat in his words was already very obvious, so Wu Liqian didn't continue to make it clear. She just looked at Dang Ming quietly. Dang Ming, who had an unforgiving look on his face, immediately frowned when he heard this. The look in his eyes as he looked at Wu Liqian became complicated, and his mind was spinning rapidly. He had indeed invested a few million yuan in a project in Chongqing County a few days ago. Wu Liqian's words carried a faint threat. And Dang Ming immediately became vigilant. Could it be that she really dared to cause trouble for my project? Dang Ming said in his heart. He quickly analyzed the situation and was very depressed to find that Wu Liqian seemed to really have the confidence. Behind her stood Tian Huilan, a member of the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee and the leader of the Three Mountains, while his father was only a deputy mayor who was ranked at the bottom. If Wu Liqian really wanted to stand up for him, his father, the deputy mayor, might not be able to do anything. A county official was not as good as the current one. No matter how powerful deputy Mayor Deng was, he couldn't directly interfere with the deputy county head of Chongqing County, especially when the deputy county head had such a terrifying background. After weighing the pros and cons, the expression on Deng Ming's face changed again. And again. In the end, he said with great unwillingness, "County Head Wu, since you've stepped in, I'll give you face. Let's end this matter here." Wu Liqian finally smiled and said, "Thank you, Xiao Deng." Deng Ming looked at Xia Ruofei and the rest with a dark expression, then said to his scoundrel friends, "Let's go." Wu Liqian pondered for a moment and said, "Xiao Deng, wait a minute. Let's talk in private. Do you have any other instructions, Mayor Wu?" Deng Ming asked, frowning. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Wu Liqian's use of his project in Chongqing County as a threat. Wu Liqian smiled and motioned for Deng Ming to follow her. When they arrived at a place where no one was around, Wu Liqian said in a low voice, "Xiao Deng, I really hope that today's matter will end here. You know what I mean. County Head Wu, isn't that all?" Deng Ming asked. "I've already followed your instructions and endured being slapped in the face. What else do you want?" When he spoke, the hatred in his eyes was obvious. Wu Liqian knew that a pampered man like him would definitely use all kinds of means to deal with Xia Ruofei. He would also make it so that no one could find any evidence that he was the one who did it. The reason why she called Deng Ming to the side was to help Xia Ruofei solve the problem. Therefore, Wu Liqian said to Deng Ming with a meaningful tone, "If that's the case, that's naturally the best. Xiao Deng, I just wanted to give you a reminder. There's no other meaning. By the way, Secretary Tian also admires Ruofei very much. There are some things that you have to consider carefully before doing." Deng Ming's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard Wu Liqian's words. Wu Liqian didn't do much. She patted Deng Ming's shoulder and walked toward Xia Ruofei. Deng Ming stood in a daze for a moment before he called his friends to return to the private room. Xia Ruofei smiled and said to Wu Liqian, "Sis Wu, thank you for helping me out." "It's nothing, Wu," Liqian said with a smile. "By the way, this Deng Ming is the son of the government's deputy mayor Deng. He's a bit extreme, so if he comes looking for trouble with you again in the future, you must tell me, and I'll help you to coordinate." "All right. Thank you so much, Sis Wu," Xia Ruofei said. I still have a few old colleagues over there, so I'll go back first," Wu Liqian said with a smile. Wu Liqian did not hesitate to help Xia Ruofei today, even if it might offend Deputy Mayor Deng. She was very clear about Xia Ruofei's position in the Tian family. On this trip back to the Three Mountains, Wu Liqian had also gone to Tian Huilan to report her work. Tian Huilan had also mentioned that Xia Ruofei was running a farm in Chongqing County. Although she had not explicitly instructed Wu Liqian to take care of him, her meaning was clear. Based on Wu Liqian's understanding of Tian Huilan, Xia Ruofei's position in her heart was definitely not a small one. As Tian Huilan's most trusted subordinate, Wu Liqian naturally had to support Xia Ruofei. After Wu Liqian left, Xia Ruofei said to Peng Hao, "Little fatty, I'm leaving too. You tell Yuan Lily and the others." "Ah? You're leaving just like that?" Peng Hao said in surprise, "They're still waiting to offer you a toast." Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "I can't drink anymore. Please help me apologize to Yuan Lily. Tell her that I have something to do. I'll go back first. By the way, you have my number. We'll contact each other later." "All right then." Peng Hao said, "Ruofei, thank you for today. We're brothers, no need to be so polite." Xia Ruofei patted Pang Hao's shoulder and said, "Ling Yun, let's go," he said to Yi Ling Yun. "Yes. Instructor Xia." Yi Ling Yun replied. The two of them walked side by side toward the elevator, while Pang Hao returned to the private room. In Deng Ming's private room, his gang of scoundrels were adding fuel to the fire with one sentence after another. "Young Master Deng. Today's matter is too depressing." "Yup. We can't just let it go like this. Who's that kid? How arrogant. I'll ask Ah Biao to bring a few people to deal with him." Deng Ming was a little annoyed by the people's words. He waved his hand and frowned. All right, let me think about it. "Young Master Deng, you're not going to just take this lying down, are you? What did that female county head say to you to make you so afraid?" "She said that the kid is very close to Secretary Tian. But I think she's probably bluffing," Deng Ming said after taking a deep puff of his cigarette. "Absolutely. I've never heard of him in Sanshan City. How could he know Secretary Tian? She's using the tiger's skin as a banner." "Young Master Deng. I think so too." Deng Ming nodded. "Ah Hua, find someone to investigate this kid's background and find out who he is." "All right." Ah Hua grinned. Deng Ming threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped on it. "He better have some background, otherwise I'll definitely teach him an unforgettable lesson." Xia Ruofei and Yi Ling Yun walked out of the West River Moon Club side by side and arrived at the parking lot outside the 3rd Workshop and 7th Street. "You didn't drink, right?" Xia Ruofei asked. "No, I didn't tea." "All right then, you drive," Xia Ruofei said as he threw the car keys to Yi Ling Yun. "Yes." Yi Ling Yun didn't say much and didn't ask where Xia Ruofei was going. He just took the keys and started the pickup. Xia Ruofei set the navigation route back to Taoyuan Farm on his phone and clipped his phone on the stand above the central console. Yi Ling Yun nodded in understanding and drove the pickup truck forward according to the navigation. Xia Ruofei passed another cigarette to Yi Ling Yun and took one for himself. The two of them smoked without saying a word and the car was silent. Xia Ruofei stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray when the car was on the highway. He asked, "Ling Yun, tell me, why did you suddenly retire from the military when you were doing well? And you've even become someone's personal bodyguard. This isn't your style." "Instructor Xia, I'm sorry to have disappointed you," Yi Ling Yun said in a low voice. "That's nothing. Didn't I leave the army myself? What right do I have to criticize you?" Xia Ruofei laughed at himself and said, "And I believe you must have your own difficulties." Xia Ruofei knew very well that Yi Ling Yun was born to be a Special Forces soldier. From a local youth to a qualified Special Forces soldier, it only took him 6 months. In less than 2 years, he had grown into the backbone of the Special Forces. His natural sensitivity to the Special Forces and his love for the army were unquestionable. As Yi Ling Yun drove, he revealed a reminiscing expression and told Xia Ruofei about his retirement. It turned out that Yi Ling Yun was planning to stay in the team this year. The Special Forces needed a backbone like him. Even if there was only one sergeant transfer quota this year, they would definitely give him one. However, just as Yi Ling Yun was training hard for the officer promotion examination, his father was found to have late-stage dystocia. Yi Ling Yun was the only son in the family, and his mother passed away from lung cancer when he was born. For many years, his father did not remarry and raised him alone. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety could not be both at once. Yi Lingyun's family savings were quickly used up. Although his comrades from the special forces also organized donations, and even the leaders of the army group personally sent him some money, cancer treatment was like a bottomless pit. The money was not enough at all. The most important thing was that there was no one to take care of his seriously ill father. After an intense mental struggle, Yi Lingyun, as the only son in his family, finally decided to apply for retirement. He wanted to bid farewell to his beloved Green Army uniform and the Green Army camp that was a straight line plus a square. He knew about his family's special circumstances and the Army's special affairs. It was not time for him to leave the army yet, but he was allowed to leave in advance. Yi Lingyun did his best to take care of his seriously ill father when he got home. Even if his father wanted to give up on treatment after knowing his condition, Yi Lingyun would not allow it. He had spent all his retirement allowance and sold everything in his family. He also had a huge debt. In the end, Yi Lingyun couldn't save his father. Not long ago, his father had left. After burying his father, Yi Lingyun took a train to the south and arrived at Sanshan City. He hoped to earn money as soon as possible to pay off the 100,000 yuan he borrowed from his relatives and friends. However, he had been in the army for more than 4 years, and all he had learned was killing. He didn't have a college degree, so he was rejected time and time again. Fortunately, he was quite lucky. When he went to Deng Ming's company to apply for a security guard job, he was recruited as a private bodyguard by Deng Ming due to his good skills. His monthly salary was 20,000 yuan. He had only worked for a week, but because of today's incident, he was directly kicked out of the house by Deng Ming. After Yi Lingyun finished, he continued, "Instructor Xia, your comrades already know that you're sick." At that time everyone was discussing how to find time to visit you at the military general hospital. I didn't expect you to leave the army so soon. Oh right, your illness. How's the situation? Xia Ruofei smiled. I've tried Chinese medicine after I came back. It's quite effective. There shouldn't be any major problems. Oh, really? That's great. Yi Lingyun, who always had a cold face, couldn't help but show a happy expression. Lingyun, what are your plans for the future? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. I haven't thought about it yet, I'll just take it one step at a time. Yi Lingyun said, I owe 140 to 150,000 yuan for my father's treatment. I'll definitely find a job and work hard to earn money first. I'll think about other things after I pay off the money. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, work. For me. We brothers, in arms know each other very well, it's better than being bodyguards for a private boss. Instructor Xia, Yi Lingyun was a little surprised. After all, Xia Ruofei had just retired from the military for a few months and was so seriously ill. It was probably a problem for him to support himself. Xia Ruofei smiled. I started my own business after I retired from the military. I have my own farm now. If you don't mind, you can come and work with me. Of course I'm willing to. Yi Lingyun said, then hesitated before continuing, but Instructor Xia, I don't know anything other than what I learned in the army. With your skills, you don't need me to be your bodyguard. I don't need it, but the company does. Xia Ruofei laughed. You'll be fully responsible for the company's security in the future. I'll give you a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, is there a problem? Yi Lingyun subconsciously puffed out his chest and said, no problem, instructor. But 20,000 a month is too high, he hesitated. What's so high about 20,000 yuan a month for our special forces elites? Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, the company is still in its infancy. I'll give you a raise when it's developed well. The head of security at Paradise Corporation should at least have an annual salary of 1 million. No need, instructor. Xia. 20,000 a month is already a lot, Yi Lingyun chuckled. As the two of them spoke, Yi Lingyun had already driven to the holiday villa in Chongping County according to the navigation. Looking at the construction site that was in full swing, Yi Lingyun asked, instructor, is this your farm? Xia Ruofei nodded and said, it should be finished before the spring festival. You can work for me in peace from now on. We brothers will conquer the world together. Yes. Instructor. Yi Lingyun's tone was also a little excited. Xia Ruofei smiled. Lingyun, we've already left the army. We're no longer soldiers. You don't have to call me Instructor Xia anymore. Just call me Brother Xia. Oh. Okay. Brother. Brother Xia. Yi Lingyun said. He was clearly not used to this new form of address. Xia Ruofei used the remote control to open the villa's courtyard gate. Yi Lingyun drove the car into the villa's courtyard and parked it. The two of them got out of the car. In the corner of the yard, Lightning heard the sound and immediately came out of its kennel. It threw itself in front of Xia Ruofei affectionately and looked at Yi Lingyun with vigilance. Xia Ruofei pointed at Yi Lingyun. Lightning, he's my brother. We're on the same side. You're not allowed to be so fierce, you know? Lightning was already very understanding. It immediately wagged its tail at Yi Lingyun, obviously trying to please him. Xia Ruofei smiled and patted Lightning's head, telling it to go back to its nest. Then, he brought Yi Lingyun to a guest room on the first floor. He opened the cabinet and took out a brand new quilt and mattress. Lingyun, you can stay at my house for the time being. Sure, Brother Xia. Yi Lingyun scratched his head and said with a smile, this is my first time living in a big villa, work hard, and you'll be able to buy your own big villa soon. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, alright, you can go and wash up first. Thank you, Brother Xia. Xia Ruofei went upstairs to his bedroom. After carefully locking the door, he summoned the spirit painting scroll from his palm and took out a small travel bag. The bag was filled with stacks of cash from the vegetable transactions with Shijiangyu and Lingji restaurant. Xia Ruofei, who had the spirit map space, did not deposit the money in the bank, but kept it in the spirit map space. It was much safer than a bank. Xia Ruofei counted 150000 and put it in a big plastic bag. Then, he went to the bathroom to take a shower before he took the money and went downstairs. When Xia Ruofei arrived at the guest room on the first floor, Yi Lingyun had already finished bathing. When he saw Xia Ruofei, he quickly stood up and called out, Brother Xia. Xia Ruofei smiled and handed the plastic bag to Yi Lingyun. Take it. What? Yi Lingyun subconsciously took the plastic bag. When he saw the stacks of 100 yuan bills inside, he put the plastic bag down as if he had been electrocuted. Brother Xia, why are you giving me so much money? Use this money to pay off your debt first. Xia Ruofei said. No way. Yi Lingyun quickly said, Brother Xia, I haven't even done a day's work. How can I take so much of your money? This is not appropriate. I didn't give you this money for free. Xia Ruofei said, I'll take it as an advance payment. This. Yi Lingyun was troubled. What's this and that? Xia Ruofei said angrily, what's wrong with a soldier being so wishy? Washy? I told you to take it, so just take it. Yes. Yi Lingyun puffed out his chest and said, then. Thank you, Brother Xia. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded, yes, rest early. Go pay the money back tomorrow. Then come back and work in peace. Okay, Yi Lingyun said. He then asked, Brother Xia, what exactly do I do? Xia Ruofei laughed. The company has just been established. Are you afraid that there's no work? Hee hee. I'm getting such a high salary. I'll feel bad if I don't work, Yi Lingyun scratched his head. Don't worry. There's a lot of things waiting for you to do. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, the first task is to set up the security system of the entire farm. I've made a list before and asked the construction company to help purchase the equipment. Your first task is to ensure the quality of the security equipment. The second is to supervise the installation and debugging process. There can't be any problems. Don't worry, Brother Xia. Yi Lingyun puffed out his chest and said, I promise to complete the mission. Yi Lingyun was definitely an expert in this job, so he was full of confidence, just like how he expressed his determination to his leader in the army. Xia Ruofei smiled and patted Yi Lingyun's shoulder. Of course I'm not worried about you. Alright, let's rest. With that, Xia Ruofei left Yi Lingyun's room and returned to his bedroom upstairs. The next morning, Xia Ruofei passed the car keys to Yi Lingyun and asked him to go to the bank in the city to return the money he owed. Meanwhile, Xia Ruofei completed the transaction of the vegetables supplied to the two families and then went to the construction site for a round of inspection. The main project of the entire farm was basically completed. Now, the workers were mainly doing some equipment debugging of the greenhouse, the laying of road pipelines, the installation of the farm fence, the greenery of the field area, and other finishing work. As Xia Ruofei patrolled, he was also calculating in his heart. Although it was a spur of the moment decision to recruit Yi Lingyun yesterday, it also served as a reminder to Xia Ruofei that it was time for him to recruit some people. The company's structure wasn't urgent, but the farm workers had become a priority. He couldn't take care of such a big farm alone, could he? If that was the case, he might as well plant it in the spirit map space. The experimental planting of the cabbage in the backyard was very successful. After soaking it in the petal solution, the growth rate of the cabbage in the outside world was much faster than that of ordinary species. Moreover, the taste was similar to that of the ordinary space vegetables from before, completely meeting the requirements of mass production. Xia Ruofei's initial plan was to plant these common vegetables and fruits in the outside world. His main goal was to spread the brand paradise. The precious food, herbs, trees, flowers, and the like were mainly grown in the space. The rarer something was, the more expensive it would be. It was impossible to get a lot of these high-end species at one time. Even if they were planted in the space, it was relatively easy to cover up if they took out a small amount each time. Therefore, there was no need to plant these things in the outside world. Planting them in the realm would undoubtedly increase the efficiency and quality. In fact, Xia Ruofei's spirit map space already had a lot of precious crops. The Phoebe Jinan, the ginseng, from the Changbai Mountains, and the pair of red arowana would all bring him great benefits in the future. Xia Ruofei did not want to delay the recruitment any longer. After Yi Lingyun completed the transaction, Xia Ruofei brought him to Manager Li, who was supervising the construction site. He introduced Yi Lingyun to him and asked Yi Lingyun to check the security system, install, and test it. Then, Xia Ruofei drove the pickup truck away from the farm. On the way, he gave the secretary of the Dongqing village, Wan Fugui, a call and explained that he was looking for people. He also said that if there were suitable candidates in the village, he would give priority to the recruitment. Wan Fugui was overjoyed when he heard that. He quickly said that there must be villagers who met the requirements. In this small coastal fishing village, many young people had gone out to do business or work, while many of the older generation lived in the village. Many of them were old and could no longer go out to sea to fish, so they could only idle at home. These people were actually not too old, so they would have no problem working on the farm. Not only were these people fishermen, but many of them were also experienced farmers. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei immediately expressed that he would rush over immediately and asked Wan Fugui to inform the villagers that those who were interested could go to the village council. When Xia Ruofei drove to the village committee of Dongqing, Wan Fugui had already gathered many villagers to wait. The moment Xia Ruofei got out of the car, he released a puff of smoke and instantly won the villagers' favor. Wan Fugui lit up the Zhonghua cigarette that Xia Ruofei had given him and took a deep breath before saying, "Boss Xia is here to hire workers today. Let's welcome Boss Xia's speech." The villagers applauded. Xia Ruofei smiled and pressed his hands down. "Everyone, I'm sure you already know that I rented a piece of collective land in our village to open a farm, so we're considered to be from the same village." The villagers immediately laughed out loud. They felt that this boss was quite good and didn't put on any airs. Xia Ruofei continued, "Since we're family, I won't beat around the bush. I'll get straight to the point. For the first batch, I'm going to recruit 15 workers. The main work will be in the field, such as planting vegetables, fertilizing, raising fish, and so on. My requirements are that they are hardworking, honest, and have farming experience. If you have any questions, you can ask me now." Boss Xia, an old farmer in his 50s, raised his hand like a primary school student and asked, "How much are you paying?" Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "A normal worker's monthly salary is 5,000 yuan. There are 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. In the future, it can be increased according to the farm's performance and personal performance. In addition, there will be bonuses during the holidays." The moment they heard that the salary was raised to 5,000, the villagers became even more interested. One of them immediately asked, "There are 5 insurances and 1 fund? Wouldn't that be the same as the white-collared workers in the city?" "Boss Xia, is your bag full of food and accommodation?" Xia Ruofei smiled. "Lunch is provided on the farm. We have an 8-hour working system. Everyone works during the day and can go home at night. If they had to live on the farm, it was fine. I'll just ask them to build a staff dormitory later." "But don't you want to go home and hug your wives?" Xia Ruofei's words immediately attracted a burst of laughter. Everyone's impression of this young boss Xia became even better. Then, more people asked a lot of questions, and Xia Ruofei answered them patiently. When he saw that everyone had understood, he smiled and said, "All right, those who are interested in the job can go to Uncle Juan to sign up. If you have any specialties, you must write them down." I'll give you priority. As soon as Xia Ruofei finished speaking, the villagers immediately surrounded Ruan Fugue and his wife. Most of the villagers were idle at home. Now, they could earn 5,000 a month by working on the farm, and they only had to work during the day. The various benefits that Xia Ruofei had promised were also very good. These conditions were too tempting. Who would not want to do it? Fugue, register mine first. I know how to. Rear abalones. There's me. I've been farming for more than 10 years, how can you people who go out to fish every day compare to me? Fugue, remember me. The villagers didn't know how to line up, so they just swarmed up, making Ruan Fugue flustered and constantly shouting to maintain order. Xia Ruofei looked at the heated scene in front of him and smiled. He walked to the side, lit a cigarette, and started smoking leisurely. The villagers quickly finished registering, and about 30 to 40 people had applied for the job. Xia Ruofei took the stack of information and said, "Everyone, please wait outside for a moment. Those whose names are called, please enter. I have a few simple questions to ask." Boss Xia, is this the interview that everyone is talking about? A villager asked. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Almost. I just want to know how everyone is doing." With that, Xia Ruofei gestured to Ruan Fugue, and the two of them walked into the village council. The villagers were waiting nervously at the door. Xia Ruofei's offer was so good that everyone naturally wanted to get hired. Actually, Xia Ruofei avoided the crowd, mainly because he wanted to hear Ruan Fugue's advice. After being the party secretary for so many years, Ruan Fugue knew the villagers very well and would definitely understand the situation the best. He could not say anything in front of the villagers, but he would not offend anyone if he said it in the village committee. Xia Ruofei directly asked Ruan Fugue to help him choose first. First of all, he would not want people with bad conduct. Xia Ruofei would also not consider those who liked to play tricks and did not put in much effort. In addition, those with special skills in certain areas would be given priority. The last time they had rented the land, Ruan Fugue already knew that Xia Ruofei had a powerful background. Later on, Xia Ruofei had even brought them to eat at the West River Moon Club, which had broadened his horizons. Thus, he didn't dare to hide anything from Xia Ruofei. The preliminary screening was completed very quickly. Then, Xia Ruofei called the villagers in for an interview one by one. It was nothing more than to ask about their personal situation, how old they were, how many people were in their family, and what their specialties were. The interview process was completed quickly. With Ruan Fugue's opinion, Xia Ruofei decided on the list of 15 people. He walked out of the village council with the name list and announced the results of the recruitment to the villagers. The villagers who were chosen were naturally overjoyed, while those who were not were somewhat disappointed. Xia Ruofei smiled. Don't be discouraged. Our farm will continue to expand production in the future. When we need to recruit workers in the future, we will give priority to our Dongqing village. I hope that everyone will be enthusiastic about applying. Under the envious gazes of the villagers, the 15 villagers who had been chosen stayed behind, while the others gradually dispersed. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "All right, everyone is now my employee at Taoyuan Farm. Tomorrow, everyone will go to the farm to sign the employment contract. Then, you can officially start work." I'll start too. Pay you today. Boss, let's go work today. I heard from Secretary Ruan that your farm is in the middle of construction, so you'll definitely need manpower. One of the villagers rubbed his hands and laughed. We don't feel good if we don't work and get paid. Xia Ruofei's new employees all agreed. These villagers were really simple. Their simple concept was to get paid according to work. Since the salary was calculated today, they had to work for the boss today. Otherwise, they wouldn't take the reward for no work. Xia Ruofei laughed. There's a construction team for construction. Everyone, go back and settle your family matters today. You can come back tomorrow to sign the contract. This? All right. Thank you, boss. The new employees went home happily. Xia Ruofei expressed his gratitude to Ruan Fugue and drove away from the village committee. After returning to the villa, Xia Ruofei gave Ling Qingxue a call and asked her to send him a copy of the employment contract for Ling GFNB. Then, he made some changes based on the actual situation of Taoyuan farm and printed 15 copies. After she was done, Xia Ruofei saw that there was nothing else to do, so she picked up her phone and gave Peng Hao a call. Are you Ruofei? Little fatty, did you guys have fun last night? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Very good. President Xing later got someone to send over a lot of fruit platters and snacks. Peng Hao said, you're the one who ran away at the last minute. The ladies in the class expressed strong indignation and requested that you treat us next time to make up for it. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, sure. No problem. Oh right, Lil Fatty, he asked, there were so many people yesterday, so it wasn't convenient for me to ask you. What's your job now? What good job can a third-rate university graduate like me have? Peng Hao smiled bitterly. I've been working as a salesman in an insurance company for the past 2 years. How's the treatment? Xia Ruofei asked. The base salary is so low that it's outrageous. I can only barely make a living by relying on business commissions. Peng Hao said, that's why I have to run the business as I can. Sigh. Anyway, let's just mix around first. Xia Ruofei teased, little fatty, you sound like you're living in deep water and fire. However, I'm very curious about the fact that you can still maintain such a chubby body despite the pressure of life. This little brother really admires you. Your sister. Peng Hao laughed and scolded, you're rubbing it in, aren't you? Haha, Xia Ruofei laughed happily. Then, he asked, seriously, what are your plans for the future? I'd be lying if I said I didn't have any thoughts. Peng Hao said, I kind of regret playing games all day long when I was in college and neglecting my studies. Although the school is average, many of my hard-working classmates are doing well. Peng Hao paused for a moment before continuing. I majored in finance in university, so I'm studying now. I'm preparing to get an accountant's certificate. I'm thinking of changing my career in the future if I have the chance. What future are you waiting for? Come to my company. Xia Ruofei said directly, you're just in time for finance. I'm lacking an accountant. When the company's structure is ready, you'll be the financial director. Ah? Are you Ruofei? You're not joking, right? Peng Hao asked hesitantly, unable to react in time. Little fatty, can I joke about this? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, being the finance director of Paradise Corporation is better than being an insurance agent, right? Xia Ruofei had called Peng Hao with the intention of recruiting him. That was why he wanted to know about Peng Hao's current situation. If Peng Hao was doing well, Xia Ruofei would not have mentioned it. However, since Peng Hao was not satisfied with his current situation, Xia Ruofei decided to pull him in without any hesitation. When Xia Ruofei used people, ability was one thing, but he valued character more. Peng Hao had been his good brother in junior high. After getting to know him the day before, he knew that the little fatty's character was still the same as it had been in the past. He had not changed at all. He could be said to be from the bottom of society, but in order to stand up for Xia Ruofei, he did not hesitate to go against Lu Hang, the son of a government official. This was also an important reason why Xia Ruofei trusted him. Peng Hao naturally knew the name of the Paradise Corporation by now. He said, "Of course I'm happy. But Ruofei, I haven't even passed the accountant's exam yet. If I go to your company, you can take your time to learn if you're not familiar with the business. Besides, aren't you already preparing for the exam?" Xia Ruofei said without hesitation, "It doesn't matter to me whether I have a certificate or not. The key is that an important position like finance must be filled by a brother that I can trust." Peng Hao was also very touched when he heard this. He immediately said, "All right, Ruofei, just because of what you said, I'll resign. In a while. Don't worry, I'll make sure everything is in order. If there's any mistake, you'll fire me immediately." "It's not that serious," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Okay, I won't say more. I'll send you the location on WeChat later. Come over first thing in the morning." "Alright, see you tomorrow." The next morning, Yi Lingyun went straight to the construction site. The security equipment he ordered had arrived that day, and he was going to get busy. After Xia Ruofei sent the 2 vegetable trucks away, he saw Peng Hao and the 15 new employees who had been recruited yesterday arriving at the villa almost at the same time. "Good morning, boss." "Hello, boss Xia." The new employees all greeted Xia Ruofei and looked around from time to time. They were very surprised by the modern farm. Xia Ruofei smiled and greeted them. Then, he walked over to Peng Hao and said, "Little fatty, you're early. The opportunity to make a meteoric rise is right in front of us," Peng Hao said with a chuckle. "How could it not come early? You brat." Xia Ruofei lightly punched Peng Hao's chest and said, "Wait for a moment. I have to deal with some things." "All right." Xia Ruofei asked Peng Hao to bring a small table to the courtyard from the living room. Then, he took out the contract that he had printed in advance. Some of the new employees were literate. Although they couldn't fully understand the contract, they could still understand the benefits and treatment. Therefore, everyone quickly signed the contract and pressed their thumbprints. Xia Ruofei also signed and stamped the contract with his company's seal. This employment contract was officially in effect. Initially, Xia Ruofei wanted to give the new employees a few more days off. After all, there was still some work to be done on the farm. A few days' worth of salary was nothing to him. However, these simple fishermen and farmers didn't do anything. In their minds, they were paid to do things. Xia Ruofei had no choice but to let them help out at the construction site. This way, they could more or less improve their work efficiency. After handing the new employees over to Manager Li, who was supervising the construction site, Xia Ruofei handed all the things from the company's finance department, including the account details, the finance seal, and bank transfers to Peng Hao. At this stage, Peng Hao's job was to properly organize the finances of Paradise Corporation, including creating a payroll for new employees and settling the construction funds with the construction party in stages. The settlement of Lingji Food and Drink and Shijiang Moon Club should also be gradually changed to public transfers. This was enough to keep Pang Hao busy for a while. Xia Ruofei decided to give him 5,000 yuan to buy a decent desktop in the city. Then, he would let Pang Hao use the other guest room on the first floor as the finance department's office. Just like that, everyone was busy with their own things, but Xia Ruofei had a lot of free time. On the morning of the third day, Xia Ruofei was playing with lightning in the villa's courtyard when Yi Lingyun suddenly appeared at the door and said, "Brother Xia, there are 2 cars over there. They seem to be looking for you." "Oh?" Xia Ruofei stood up and walked out of the mansion. Yi Lingyun followed closely behind him. In the distance, a black Mercedes-Benz and a silver Mercedes-Benz business car drove over one after another. The car drove straight to the entrance of the courtyard. The door of the Mercedes-Benz opened, and a few capable young men in black suits quickly got out of the car. Xia Ruofei could tell at a glance that these men in black suits were very agile and were definitely trained. He couldn't help but frown. However, when the electric door of the MPV slowly opened with 2 beeps, Xia Ruofei's brows immediately relaxed. This was because he saw Tian Huixin carrying Huan Huan and getting out of the car first, followed by Ma Jiming. Lu Yu also came out of the car. When Huan Huan saw Xia Ruofei from afar, she immediately broke free from Tian Huixin's arms and ran towards Xia Ruofei with a happy and innocent smile. "Uncle!" Huan Huan shouted happily from afar. This time, his pronunciation was much clearer than it was a few days ago. A gentle smile appeared on Xia Ruofei's face. He squatted down and opened his arms. Huan Huan jumped into his arms and rubbed her pink face against Xia Ruofei's. "Huan Huan, did you miss Uncle?" Xia Ruofei asked as he hugged Huan Huan. "I really want to." Huan Huan answered very seriously. "How much did you miss me?" Huan Huan tilted her head and thought for a moment. She then opened her arms and gestured, "I did think so." After that, the adults who followed them all laughed happily. Even Lu Yu had a rare smile on her face. Xia Ruofei stood up with Huan Huan in his arms and greeted them, "Mr. Ma, Ms. Tian, Lu Yu, how are you?" "Xia Sheng, the environment of your farm is not bad." Ma Jiming smiled and said, "It seems that you're doing very well in your career." Tian Huixin also smiled and greeted Xia Ruofei. Lu Yu also nodded at Xia Ruofei in greeting. Her expression was much gentler than before. She no longer looked like Xia Ruofei owed her a few $1,000,000. She even had a slight smile on her face. It was obvious that her impression of Xia Ruofei had changed greatly. Xia Ruofei smiled and said to Ma Jiming, "It's just a small fight, it's not enough to catch Mr. Ma's eyes." Then he pinched Huan Huan's little face and asked, "By the way, Mr. Ma, Ms. Tian, has Huan Huan finished her medicine? How's the situation?" "Little Xia, the effect of your Chinese medicine is very obvious," Tian Huixin said excitedly. "That's right, Xia Sheng. You're a godly doctor." Ma Jiming was also very excited. "We're here to thank you." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Come. Let's talk inside." Yi Lingyun was dumbfounded. He had never heard of Instructor Xia having medical skills, and it seemed like he was very good at it. But why did Instructor Xia always go to the health team when he had a headache in the army? He must have taken a fancy to a beautiful female soldier in the health team. Yi Lingyun guessed in his heart. Xia Ruofei naturally didn't know that the quiet Yi Lingyun's heart was also burning with the flames of gossip. He led the group into the villa's courtyard. Ma Jiming's bodyguards in black stayed outside the courtyard. Seeing so many people coming in, Lightning, who had been lying there lazily in the sun, suddenly got up. It glanced at the crowd with vigilance and made a whimpering sound. Lightning, these are my guests. Don't be rude. Xia Ruofei was worried that Lightning would scare people, so he quickly shouted. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Lightning immediately resumed its languidness. It glanced at the crowd indifferently, then strolled to the other side of the courtyard where there was more sunlight. It lay down comfortably and continued to bask in the sun. When Huan saw Lightning, whose fur was as smooth as silk, she was elated. She pointed at Lightning with her pink little finger and shouted, "Doggy! Doggy, Huan, that dog's name is Lightning." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Do you want to play with Lightning?" "I want to," Huan said without hesitation. "All right." Xia Ruofei placed Huan on the ground and said with a smile, "Go." Little Xia, this, Tian Huixin, couldn't help but worry about the Lightning. It had been very fierce just now. Xia Ruofei smiled. "Madam Tian, don't be afraid. Lightning is very gentle." Then, Xia Ruofei said, "Lightning, play with Huan. Don't scare her, okay?" Lightning raised its eyelids and slowly wagged its tail, indicating that it understood. Huan ran to Lightning happily and stroked its smooth fur. Tian Huixin's heart almost jumped out of her throat. However, Lightning seemed to enjoy it. She closed her eyes slightly and let Huan touch her. It even gently touched Huan with its nose, looking quite docile. The more Huan played, the happier she became. In the end, she simply put her arms around Lightning's neck and mumbled something to Lightning. She was trying to remind Lightning that her language skills were still worse than those of other children her age. Tian Huixin looked at it for a while before she slowly relaxed. Xia Ruofei left Yi Lingyun in the courtyard to look after Huan while he brought Ma Jiming, his wife, and Lu Yu into the villa. Everyone took their seats in the living room. Xia Ruofei made tea for the three of them, then sat down and said with a smile, "It seems like Huan's condition has improved greatly." Tian Huixin excitedly nodded and said, "That's right, little Xia. Huan's condition improved a little every time she took the medicine. It was like a dream to us." Tian Huixin glanced at her daughter, who was playing happily with Lightning in the yard, and continued, "Huan's eyes are fine now. She can look into adults' eyes, and she can listen to us seriously. She can even communicate normally. It's just that she needs time to recover her language function." As she spoke, Tian Huixin's eyes turned red again. She had been worried sick about her daughter for the past few years and had experienced countless times of hope, disappointment, and even despair. Now that Huan had changed so much, it was hard to describe the feelings she had. Ma Jiming put his arm around his wife's shoulder and patted her gently, saying, "Xia Sheng. We took Huan to do a long-range dynamic encephalog yesterday, and the results were very normal. The epileptic waves that had always existed before have all disappeared. The doctor said that this is an important sign that the brain nervous system has returned to normal." "That's great," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Huan was a cute little girl, but she had always lived in her own world. Now that she had recovered, Xia Ruofei was naturally happy for her from the bottom of his heart. "I'll prepare another course of Chinese medicine today to consolidate the effects." Xia Ruofei said, I think the problem will be completely solved after 1 or 2 more treatments. Xia Sheng, I can't. Thank you enough. Ma Jiming said as he held Xia Ruofei's hand tightly. Then, Ma Jiming took out a check from the inner pocket of his suit and handed it to Xia Ruofei. He said, Xia Sheng, I know that you didn't treat Huan for money, but this is a gift from the Ma family. You must accept it. Xia Ruofei took the check and saw that it was $1,000,000 Chinese dollars. He pondered for a while and said with a smile without being pretentious, all right, then I won't stand on ceremony. After that, he put the check away. In Xia Ruofei's opinion, 1,000,000 yuan for a complete petal of a strange flower was not too expensive. When Lu Yu saw this, she muttered in her heart, this fellow was truly impolite, not even rejecting the offer. However, even though she said that in her heart, Lu Yu realized that she did not feel disgusted by Xia Ruofei's behavior like she did in the past. On the contrary, she felt that he was a genuine person and not pretentious. She didn't even realize that her impression of Xia Ruofei had changed. Xia Ruofei said, you guys stay here and play with Huan for a while. I'll go to the county's traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy to get some medicine and boil it. When the time comes, you can just bring it back and keep it in the cold storage. All right. Sorry to trouble you, Xia Sheng. Ma Jiming quickly said. Xia Ruofei looked at Lu Yu and asked with a smile, young Miss Lu, do you want to come with me to buy medicine today? Lu Yu's pretty face heated up slightly. And she said, I'm too lazy to follow. What if you're going to go to that? I'll have to wait for you for a long time. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. He picked up the car keys on the coffee table and walked out. At this moment, Ma Jiming's phone suddenly rang urgently. Hello? Ma Jiming said in Cantonese. No one knew what the person on the other end of the phone said, but Ma Jiming's face suddenly changed and he asked hurriedly, what? How did this happen? My dad's been in good health. Is he in danger? Hurry up and tell me. Okay, I know. Although Xia Ruofei did not understand Cantonese, he could tell that something major had happened when he saw Ma Jiming's expression change. Hence, he also stopped in his tracks and looked at Ma Jiming. Tian Huixin waited for Ma Jiming to hang up the phone and immediately asked anxiously, Jiming, what's wrong with Dad? Ma Jiming was a little dejected, and his eyes were a little red. He calmed his emotions and said to Tian Huixin, Father. He had a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. He's in a deep coma, Tian Huixin reached out and covered her mouth. After a long while, she muttered, how could this be? Father. He's always been in good health, Huixin, we have to return to the port immediately. Dean Qin said that Dad's condition. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for long. The plane sent by my family has already applied for a return flight. It's now on its way to Sanshan. Let's go to the airport now. Ma Jiming said with a sad expression. All right. Let's go. Tian Huixin was also a little flustered. Although her father-in-law had gradually begun to delegate power to Ma Jiming, he was still the pillar of the family business. If her father-in-law was no longer around, Ma Jiming would immediately face a situation of internal and external difficulties. Ma Jiming gently wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and said to Xia Ruofei, Xia Sheng, I'm sorry. My father had a sudden Cerebral hemorrhage and we have to rush back to Hong Kong immediately. I'll have to trouble you next time too. Treat Huan Huan. Oh, I'm fine, Xia Ruofei said, you guys should go back. The old man's matter is more important. All right, he said. Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin walked out. Tian Huixin went to the courtyard and picked up Huan Huan, who was still not done playing. Everyone walked out of the courtyard together. Naturally, Xia Ruofei sent them all the way to the door. At this moment, Lu Yu suddenly looked at Xia Ruofei and asked, Xia Ruofei, do you have any way to save my uncle's father? Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin immediately stopped in their tracks and looked at Xia Ruofei with hope. Just now, they had been so worried that all they could think of was to get back to Hong Kong as soon as possible. After Lu Yu's question, Ma Jiming and his wife immediately remembered that Xia Ruofei's medical skills were very brilliant. Anyone with a little medical knowledge would know how dangerous Professor Tian's acute myocardial infarction was, not to mention Huan Huan's autism. This was a world-class medical problem. But Xia Ruofei had successfully solved it. On the phone, Dean Qin of his family's private hospital had basically announced that his father, Ma Xiong, had no hope. Ma Jiming was in a hurry to go back. On one hand, he wanted to see his father one last time. On the other hand, he wanted to go back to stabilize his situation and prepare for the various pressures from inside and outside the family after Ma Xiong's death. It was as if he had found a life-saving straw and placed all his hopes on Xia Ruofei. The couple looked at Xia Ruofei intently, hoping that he would nod. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. Chinese medicine does have a way to treat cerebral hemorrhage. However, it also needs to be analyzed in detail. I haven't seen the patient yet and I don't know the condition at all. I can't make any guarantees. When Lu Yu heard this, she immediately said, Xia Ruofei, please help auntie and uncle. We don't need your guarantee, we just need to try our best. When Lu Yu spoke, she looked at Xia Ruofei with her big, watery eyes. Xia Sheng, if it's convenient for you, please come back to Hong Kong with us, Ma Jiming quickly said. We'll be very grateful regardless of whether the treatment is successful or not. Xia Ruofei was not against treating Ma Xiong's illness. He had a good impression of this well-known rich man. He was also familiar with the inspirational story of Ma Xiong's poor self when he was young. Moreover, helping the Ma family would definitely be of great help to his career in the future. However, Xia Ruofei did not know how serious Ma Xiong's condition was, so he was hesitant. He thought for a moment and said, it's fine if you want me to go with you. But I don't have a Hong Kong and Macau pass. A pass was required to go to Hong Kong. Even if it was an urgent application, it would take 5 to 7 working days. By then, it would be too late. I'll get my mom to coordinate it immediately. Lu Yu said without hesitation, you guys go to the airport first. Leave the Hong Kong and Macau pass to me. Xiao Xia, Tian Huixin looked at Xia Ruofei with pleading eyes. Xia Ruofei no longer hesitated. He nodded and said, all right. I'll go with you. But you'll have to wait for me for 2 minutes. With that, Xia Ruofei returned to the villa and entered the garage. The garage door was locked every morning, except for when he was carrying the vegetables. Xia Ruofei summoned the spirit painting scroll in the garage. Then, he took 5 days' worth of vegetables each for the 2 restaurants and placed them on both sides. Then, he took out a small suitcase from his space and put a few clothes in it. He then dragged the suitcase out of the villa. From Ma Jiming and the others' point of view, Xia Ruofei must have gone into the house to pack his luggage. Xia Ruofei gave Yi Lingyun some instructions, mainly about Shi Jianyue and Ling's restaurant, coming over to pick up the vegetables. He also entrusted him with the farm's construction site. In the end, Xia Ruofei also gave Yi Lingyun the keys to the villa and the pickup truck. Then, Xia Ruofei also gave some instructions to Lightning. He wanted it to listen to Yi Lingyun's words when he was out for a few days. Time was of the essence. After Xia Ruofei quickly settled these matters, he followed Ma Jiming's family into the Mercedes-Benz business car. Lu Yu, on the other hand, took the Mercedes-Benz that Ma Jiming's bodyguard drove back to the city. On the way to the airport in the business car, Xia Ruofei called President Xing and Ling Qingxue respectively, telling them that he was going out for a few days and that the Taoyuan vegetables to be supplied for the next 5 days had been prepared in advance. He asked them to send a car over to transport them immediately. Both families had their own cold storage, so it was not a big problem to keep the vegetables for a few days. In the end, Xia Ruofei sent Yi Lingyun's contact information to the two of them. When Ling Qingxue heard that Xia Ruofei was going out, she asked about the situation out of concern. However, this was Ma Jiming's family's private matter, so it was not convenient for Xia Ruofei to say too much. He only said that he had an emergency and had to be away for a few days so that she could rest assured. The airport was also in Chongping County, so it took about half an hour for the car to arrive at Chongping Airport, which was located by the sea. This time, the Ma family had sent a private jet to pick them up, so Xia Ruofei and the others did not take the normal passageway. Instead, they came to a small building next to the main terminal. There was a passageway for private jets. As soon as they arrived at the airport, Lu Yu called to tell them that Xia Ruofei's Hong Kong and Macau pass was settled. The secretary had personally come forward. This could no longer be described as efficient. 10 minutes ago, Xia Ruofei had sent the required documents to Lu Yu in the car. The entire set of documents had been completed in less than half an hour. Ma Jiming's bodyguards took Xia Ruofei's Hong Kong and Macau pass and drove to the airport. Xia Ruofei and the rest could only wait. Fortunately, the private jet from Hong Kong had yet to land, so it was not a waste of time. It was about a 50-minute drive from the city, but from the time Lu Yu called to the time when the bodyguards rushed to the private plane terminal, it only took about half an hour. It was estimated that these few brothers had also been running with all their might along the way. Xia Ruofei received a brand new Hong Kong and Macau pass and immediately went through a simple security check with Ma Jiming's family of 3. They entered the private plane terminal's restricted area. There was a limited number of passengers on the plane, so the bodyguards did not follow them in. They were taking the fastest civil flight back to the port. Xia Ruofei and the rest went to the designated parking spot on the tarmac and waited. After a short while, they saw a jet business plane much smaller than a passenger airliner slowly approaching from the distance and quickly and steadily landing on the runway. The plane quickly left the runway and glided along the runway to Xia Ruofei and the others. As soon as the plane stopped, a flight attendant immediately opened the cabin door and lowered the accommodation ladder. Then, he quickly walked down and stood respectfully beside the plane. As time was of the essence, the beautiful flight attendant immediately closed the cabin door after Xia Ruofei and the rest boarded the plane. As soon as everyone sat down and fastened their Seat belts, the captain's voice came through the radio, telling everyone that the plane was about to slide to the runway again. From the moment they landed to the time they got on their computers and slid out again, not a single minute was wasted. The Gulfstream business jet waited at the runway for 2 to 3 minutes before it was granted permission to take off. The plane slowly turned and began to add take-off thrust after it was aligned with the runway. Xia Ruofei suddenly felt a push on his back. The scenery outside the porthole was rapidly passing by, and the plane was rapidly increasing its speed. Soon, Xia Ruofei felt the plane's body shake slightly. The plane jumped up lightly and flew into the sky. When Xia Ruofei was in the army, he had taken military transport planes and attack helicopters. However, this was his first time taking such a high-end business plane. He could not help but look around curiously. This Gulfstream G660 was also a high-end product among the private planes. The cabin was decorated extremely luxuriously, with full, wrapped leather seats, spacious sitting space, and dazzling multimedia facilities. Everything was beyond the reach of ordinary civil aviation first-class cabins. This was the life of the rich. It was convenient, fast, and traveling was more of an enjoyment. Xia Ruofei said in his heart, one day, I will buy a plane like this. He had been in the army for 7 years and had risked his life for the country. It was time to enjoy life after he retired. Ma Jiming and his wife were both worried. Only Huan, who was still young, seemed very happy because Xia Ruofei was also on the plane. The Gulfstream plane's cruising altitude was 40,000 feet, which was 30,000 feet higher than the general civil aircraft. Cruising in the stable stratosphere, the plane naturally did not have any bumps. About an hour later, the plane began to descend slowly and soon landed at Hong Kong International Airport. The plane taxied to the parking lot, and a luxurious Toyota Nanny car was already waiting there. The MA family even coordinated with the immigration officers to quickly handle the entry procedures for Xia Ruofei on the tarmac. Then, the group got into the Toyota. Xia Ruofei thought that the car was heading straight for the hospital. Unexpectedly, the car did not leave the airport. Instead, it was led by the guide car to the helipad on the other side of the airport. The private helicopter arranged by the MA family had already started its engine, and the group got on the helicopter again. The helicopter quickly took off and flew toward the southwest of Hong Kong. On the plane, Ma Jiming explained a little. Xia Ruofei then realized that they had arranged this to avoid the traffic during the peak hour and to reach the hospital faster. Looking out the window at Hong Kong's bright lights and listening to the roaring helicopter engine, Xia Ruofei could not help but sigh with emotion about the life of the rich. Soon, the plane landed on the tarmac on the roof of a hospital building. The hospital was owned by the MA family's Hengfeng Group and was one of the most high-end private hospitals in Hong Kong. It had the best medical conditions in Asia. Xia Ruofei and the others got off the helicopter. The MA family members were already waiting on the tarmac. He led them directly to the elevator on the 8th floor, to the TICU. Hengfeng Hospital's director and other people were gathered outside the ICU. The big boss of Qin Zhuan Group was on the verge of death. They were naturally very nervous. Other than a group of doctors in white coats, there was also a group of people who were dressed in a way that showed that they were either rich or powerful. They gathered outside the ICU and waited. These people had different expressions on their faces. Some were anxious, some were looking forward to it, and some were even gloating over his misfortune. As soon as Ma Jiming's group appeared, the people who were gathered at the entrance of the ICU all went up to them. Hengfeng Hospital's director was an old man with white hair. Before he could say anything, Ma Jiming asked anxiously, "Dean Qin, how's my dad doing?" Dean Qin frowned and said, "Young Master Ming, Mr. Ma's condition doesn't look good. He's in a deep coma now and has lost a lot of blood. He has symptoms of intracranial hypertension and his cornea reflex has almost disappeared. You have to be mentally prepared." The two of them conversed in Cantonese. As it involved the patient's condition, Tian Huixin quietly translated it for Xia Ruofei to speak Mandarin. Ma Jiming's eyes suddenly turned red. He asked, "Dean Qin, is there really no other way?" Dean Qin shook his head and said, "Mr. Ma is already so old, and his cerebral herniation has been here for a long time, so he's no longer in the condition for surgery. Conservative treatment is basically useless for such a serious condition." Ma Jiming's body swayed, and he almost fainted. He reached out to hold the wall and took a few deep breaths before he recovered. "Young Ming, you have to hang in there. Uncle is blessed by the heavens, he'll definitely be fine. Second uncle is sick now. Hengfeng still needs you to support it." The relatives next to him all tried to comfort Ma Jiming. Although Ma Xiong only had one son, Ma Jiming, his family was still very big. Ma Xiong had a total of 6 siblings, and most of the people present today were Ma Jiming's cousins. However, even though these people were saying words of comfort, they did not have too much sadness on their faces. This was how rich families were like. Hengfeng Group was founded by Ma Xiong, but most of his relatives held important positions in the group. Many of them even controlled some of the high-quality assets of Hengfeng. Now that the Hengfeng Group's head, Ma Xiong, was about to die, many people's thoughts had already turned to how to split the family property. Ma Jiming turned his head abruptly and looked at Xia Ruofei with hope. He asked, "Xia Sheng, you must have a way to save my daddy, right?" "Mr. Ma, I can give it a try, but I can't guarantee the result," Xia Ruofei said calmly. "Thank you. Thank you." Ma Jiming quickly said, "Mr. Xia, I'll leave it to you. No matter what the result is, I will thank you properly." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "There's no time to lose, Mr. Ma. I need to prepare some Chinese medicine immediately. Please send me to the nearest Chinese medicine shop. Our Hengfeng Hospital has a Chinese medicine room." Ma Jiming quickly said, "Dean Qin, take Xia Sheng to the Chinese medicine room immediately. No matter what herbs he needs, you must prepare them immediately." At this moment, an elegant middle-aged lady looked at Xia Ruofei suspiciously and asked with a frown, "Ming, who is he?" This middle-aged lady was called Ma Jia, and she was the daughter of Ma Jiming's uncle. She was also working at Hengfeng Group, and her position in the group was second only to Ma Jiming. Ma Jiming slightly frowned and said, "Sister Quan, this is Xia Sheng, an expert I invited from the mainland." "An expert?" Ma Su raised his head slightly and glanced at Xia Ruofei. He sneered. "Could it be that this little brat knows sorcery? This is the first time I've seen such a young mage." "Sister Quan, don't talk nonsense." Ma Jiming quickly said, "Xia Sheng is a brilliant Chinese medicine doctor. He's such a young Chinese medicine doctor." Ma Jia cried out exaggeratedly, "Ming, you're not being tricked, are you? We understand that you're concerned about second uncle's illness, but you can't be so ridiculous." "What kind of medical skills can a young child know? Ma Jia had been speaking to Ma Jiming in broken Mandarin. It was obvious that she had deliberately said it for Xia Ruofei to hear. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Xia Ruofei and said loudly on purpose, Ming, there are too many scammers in the mainland, you have to be careful. There are some scammers who specifically target rich people like you. Tian Huixin couldn't help but frown when she heard this. Ma Jia's words were really too harsh. Ma Jia then pretended to misspeak and covered her mouth, saying, Sister in law, don't misunderstand. I'm not talking about you. Tian Huixin was from the mainland, so Ma Jia obviously had a hidden meaning in her words and deliberately said it for Tian Huixin. Tian Huixin looked at Xia Ruofei, who was beside her. Seeing that he was still calm and collected, she felt a little more at ease. Then she frowned and said, Sister Quan, Xiao Xia is my father's good friend. She is also an important guest that Jiming and I have invited. Please be more polite. Ma Jia's eyes widened exaggeratedly and said, Sister in law, I'm doing this for you, Jiming, and Hengfeng. What if Ming Zai gets too worried and gets cheated of a large sum of money to treat second uncle's illness? That would be Hengfeng's loss. Hengfeng was founded by Mei Xiong. Although he had distributed a small number of shares to the younger generation of the family, the majority of the shares were controlled by him and Ma Jiming. And Ma Jia's words made it sound like she was the master of Hengfeng. Ma Jiming suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart and said, Sister Quan, don't say any more. My dad's condition is so critical that every minute is dangerous. I'm going to ask Mr. Xia to treat Dad immediately. It's settled. After he finished speaking, Ma Jiming saw that Ma Jia was still preparing to speak, so he directly added another sentence, the one lying in the ward is my father. I'll be responsible for any problems that arise. Then, Ma Jiming looked at Xia Ruofei sincerely and said, Xia Sheng, sorry to trouble you. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Director Qin of Hengfeng Hospital quickly led the way and was ready to take Xia Ruofei to the Chinese medicine room. When Xia Ruofei passed by Ma Jia, a playful smile appeared on his face. He stopped and looked at her, Big sister. Let me give you a sentence. The brain is a good thing. Ma Jia was somewhat baffled by these nonsensical words and asked impatiently, What did you say? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, A brain is a good thing, I hope. You have one too. Then, Xia Ruofei followed Dean Qin. Ma Su was stunned for a moment, but when he came back to his senses, he was furious and screamed, Damn you! You dare to say I'm brainless? Xia Ruofei stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at Ma Jia coldly. His bone, chilling gaze caused Ma Su's heart to turn cold. Xia Ruofei's cold-killing intent disappeared as soon as it was released. Then, he said indifferently, the patient is Mr. Ma's father, and I'm the doctor that Mr. Ma invited. Do you think anyone with a brain would jump out and talk big at this time? He paused for a moment, and before Ma Jia could say anything, he continued, Also, you'd better put away your inexplicable sense of superiority, especially your mouth full of vulgarities. That will only expose your lack of manners. With that, Xia Ruofei left quickly without looking back. Ma Jia was so angry that her whole body trembled. She asked loudly behind her, If you can't cure second uncle's illness, what will you say? Xia Ruofei turned around again and laughed, What a joke. When did I promise that I could cure it? Hengfeng Hospital had so many brain experts and first-class medical facilities in Asia, but they were all helpless. Why do I have to be cured? Even Mr. M.A. didn't say anything. What right do you have to point fingers? After that, Xia Ruofei ignored the unreasonable woman and quickly followed Dean Qin, disappearing around the corner. Ma Jiming frowned slightly and looked at Ma Jia thoughtfully. He didn't pay attention to her, but took his wife and daughter to the long bench next to him and sat down. He had placed all his hopes on Xia Ruofei. All he could do now was wait. Since Ma Jiming valued Xia Ruofei so much, Dean Qin naturally did not dare to neglect him. He respectfully led Xia Ruofei to the elevator and to the Chinese medicine room on the first floor. Then he asked, "Mr. Xia, we've arrived at the Chinese medicine room. What can I do for you?" "Dean Qin, I'll have to trouble you," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Please ask the staff to leave. I can make the medicine myself. It won't take up any of your time." "No problem, no problem," Dean Qin quickly said. Dean Qin wouldn't say anything even if he closed the Chinese medicine room for a whole day, let alone a few minutes. He followed Xia Ruofei's instructions and called for the staff to come out. Then, he respectfully invited Xia Ruofei into the pharmacy. Xia Ruofei walked in and took a look. Hangfeng Hospital was indeed powerful. Rows of neat cabinets were filled with small drawers, and each drawer was labeled. It was a spectacular sight. Even the provincial hospital of Chinese medicine might not be as big as this pharmacy. Xia Ruofei had already checked and memorized a prescription for calming the mind and nourishing the brain. This prescription naturally couldn't cure a cerebral hemorrhage, but taking it would definitely not be bad for the body. Xia Ruofei didn't take the herbs according to the prescription. Instead, he took more than 40 kinds of herbs. Besides the 7 or 8 herbs he needed, the rest were just for cover. The Qingqing pharmacy had surveillance cameras. Xia Ruofei had always been cautious. Xia Ruofei walked out of the pharmacy with a big tray of Chinese medicine. Dean Qin immediately came up to them, but he knew how to avoid suspicion, so he didn't look at the herbs. "Mr. Xia, have you gathered all the medicinal herbs?" Dean Qin asked. You have quite a wide range of medicinal herbs here." Xia Ruofei smiled and continued to ask, "Is there a place to boil medicine?" Yes, it's just next door. Please follow me," Dean Qin quickly said. The room where the medicine was being brewed had already been cleared, so Dean Qin walked him to the door and stopped. Xia Ruofei locked the door and checked that there were no surveillance cameras in the room. He was finally relieved. He skillfully found the herbs he needed from the tray and started to brew the medicinal soup. P.S. This book will be officially released tomorrow, and there will be a third update later. Tomorrow at 12 noon sharp, Steel Spear would like to ask for subscriptions and guaranteed monthly votes in advance. Once again, thank you, brothers and sisters, for your full support for the past 2 months. This is the last chapter of the public page. It will be on the shelves at 12 noon tomorrow. Steel Gun would like to ask for your subscriptions and monthly votes in advance. Thank you, everyone. Hangfeng Hospital's traditional Chinese medicine clinic was very professional. It had all the necessary facilities to decoct Chinese medicine. There was a charcoal stove, a clay pot, and unrooted water that was stored in a specially pure water bucket. Xia Ruofei put the herbs into the clay pot, added an appropriate amount of rootless water, and started to boil the medicine. The process of boiling the medicine was very boring, but he could not be distracted at all times. Although it was just a medicine to Fool the public, Xia Ruofei still followed the procedures listed on the internet strictly and spent more than half an hour to boil the medicine. He poured the medicinal soup into a porcelain bowl that was specially used to store Chinese medicine. Then, he poured the remaining unused medicinal herbs and the dregs into the furnace and burned them all. In this way, even the most brilliant Chinese medicine doctor would not be able to find out the specific prescription of his medicine. Xia Ruofei checked again vigilantly. After confirming that it was safe, he summoned the spirit painting and took out the preservation box from the medium. After a few days of accumulation, he had 13 petals now. This was under the condition that Xia Ruofei increased the frequency of using petals to 2 every 3 days. Otherwise, he could have saved more. Although the amount of exotic flower petals would increase greatly after the farm started operating, and there might even be a situation where they would be short of money, Xia Ruofei still insisted on strengthening himself. After experiencing the torture of the terminal illness, Xia Ruofei was very clear-headed and realized that only the improvement of his personal strength was real. Otherwise, everything else was just floating clouds. Xia Ruofei used a pair of tweezers to carefully pick up one of the blue petals and put it into the medicinal soup. The flower petals dissolved into the medicinal soup without a sound. He stirred the medicinal soup with a spoon and did the same thing as last time. He placed the porcelain bowl into the spirit map space and used the difference in the flow of time to cool down the medicinal soup in a few minutes. Xia Ruofei took out the medicine that had cooled down from the medium and kept the painting in his body. Then, he walked out of the room with the porcelain bowl. Ding Qin had been waiting outside the door for more than half an hour. He didn't even sit down, he was anxiously pacing back and forth. Ding Qin quickly walked over when he saw Xia Ruofei. Mr. Xia, is everything settled? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Ding Qin, let's go to the ICU. Okay, thank you. Ding Qin quickly said. The two of them hurried to the elevator. A cerebral hemorrhage was a very dangerous disease, especially since Ma Xiong had fallen into a deep coma so quickly. Under such circumstances, the death rate was more than 90%, and they all died within a few hours to a few days, so the two of them felt a sense of urgency. As soon as he saw Xia Ruofei and Ding Qin, Ma Jiming immediately walked up to them. Most of Ma Jiming's relatives were watching from a distance with complicated expressions. Ma Jia, who had been spitting shit just now, even sneered and looked at Xia Ruofei with disdain. In fact, not to mention Ma Jia and these relatives, even Ding Qin and the hospital's brain experts also felt that Ma Jiming was desperate. With such serious symptoms of cerebral hemorrhage, he could die at any time. How could Chinese medicine be effective? Xia Sheng, Ma Jiming shouted. The medicine is ready, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, there's no time to waste. Let's give it to old master. Ma immediately. Okay, Ma Jiming quickly said. He personally accompanied Xia Ruofei and entered the ICU under Ding Qin's guidance. Everyone put on sterile clothes and went through a full set of disinfection procedures before they finally entered Ma Xiong's ward. This was the first time that Ma Jiming had seen his father since he returned to Hong Kong. The white-haired Ma Xiong was lying on the hospital bed with his eyes closed. He looked extremely haggard. His body was connected to all kinds of wires, and advanced medical equipment monitored his body's various indicators at all times. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but take a few more glances at the skinny old man on the bed. He couldn't associate him with the tycoon who was famous in the business world of Hong Kong. Ma Xiong started from scratch and accumulated tens of billions of assets after decades of hard work. He was the king of jewelry in Hong Kong. At the same time, the Hengfeng Group founded by Ma Xiong had been involved in many industries, such as food and beverage, medical care, and finance in recent years. It was a true business kingdom. However, such a business giant still seemed so vulnerable in the face of a sudden illness. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel the fragility of life. So what if he was rich? If the king of hell wants you to die at midnight, you really won't live to see 5. Daddy, Ma Jiming's voice was a little choked. Master Ming, Mr. Ma, is in a deep coma. He doesn't respond to external stimuli, Dean Qin said in a low voice. Xia Ruofei carefully placed the medicine on the bedside table and said, "There's no time to waste. We'll feed the medicine to old Mr. Ma immediately." Mr. Xia, Mr. Ma doesn't have any swallowing reaction, Dean Qin quickly said. Should we perform a gastric intubation? It was also very important to be careful when administering medicine to a patient in a deep coma. This was because a normal person would let the food enter their esophagus through swallowing, but there would be no swallowing reaction in a patient in a deep coma. The amount of Chinese medicine was relatively large. If it was taken directly, the success rate would be very low, and it was even likely to choke the lungs. However, if intubation was needed, the patient would suffer because the catheter usually entered through the nostril and was directly placed into the stomach. The process was naturally very painful. Of course, unconscious patients generally wouldn't feel this kind of pain. Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment. Not for now. Let's try it in small amounts first. If it really doesn't work, we'll intubate again. Ah? This, Dean Qin was shocked. Mr. Xia, this is too dangerous. No. Dean Qin didn't expect Xia Ruofei to make such a layman's decision. He didn't have any hope for Chinese medicine to begin with, and now Xia Ruofei's decision made him even more suspicious of Xia Ruofei's medical skills. That was because Xia Ruofei did not even know what was common sense. If it wasn't for Ma Jiming, Dean Qin would have scolded him. Ma Jiming said without thinking, Dean Qin, listen to Xia Xing. This. All right. Dean Qin sighed and spoke. This was the case with private hospitals. They were the young owners, so they had the final say. Professionalism was useless. Dean Qin stood aside and watched as Xia Ruofei made a scene. Xia Ruofei lifted the head of the bed and scooped a small amount of the medicine. He gestured for Ma Jiming to come over and help hold Ma Xiong. Then, he held Ma Xiong's jaw and used a little force to make Ma Xiong's mouth open a slit. He used his other hand to hold the soup spoon and put the small amount of medicinal soup into Ma Xiong's mouth bit by bit. Dean Qin shook his head. Xia Ruofei's actions were too unprofessional. However, Xia Ruofei was still very calm. After feeding her a small mouthful, he waited for a while before scooping up a large spoonful and preparing to feed her a second mouthful. Dean Qin almost couldn't help but stop eating. It didn't matter if the first mouthful was small, but the second mouthful was full. If Xia Ruofei continued to mess around, the patient would be in danger. However, to Dean Qin's surprise, Xia Ruofei successfully fed him the entire spoonful of medicinal soup and quickly scooped another spoonful. Dean Qin took a closer look. When Xia Ruofei was feeding him the medicine, Ma Xiong's throat was obviously swallowing. Dean Qin's eyes almost popped out. What was going on? Why would Ma Xiong, who was in a deep coma, suddenly have a swallowing reaction? Could it be that his coma index has increased? Dean Qin pounced on the devices that were monitoring Ma Xiong's vital signs. 1. Steel Spear's first book, Rebirth, Long Wind and Waves, was released on May 28, 2006 on Qidian Chinese website. He remembered that the domain name at that time was still CMFU. It had been going around for more than 10 years, during which he had suspended writing for a period of time due to work reasons. Later, he followed his old team to write 4.6 million words super top grade popinjay in the creation world. This time, he finally released a new book on Qidian. Speaking of which, Steel Gun could be considered an old driver of Qidian. However, 10 years had passed, and everything had changed. That's why Steel Gun wrote his new book with the mentality of a newbie. Just like what I signed on QQ, not impetuous, not slacking off, not forgetting his original heart. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, God, Level Farm had been released on Qidian for nearly 2 months. After its new book period, it would welcome an important moment to be put on the shelves the next day. If a new book was a process of accumulating popularity, then putting it on the shelves was a test of the new book's results. Subscription and monthly votes were undoubtedly the two most important indicators. At this moment, Steel Spear was both excited and nervous. They were excited because their 2 months of hard work was finally beginning to pay off, while they were nervous because of the uncertainty of the results after the publication. A book, a few months of preparation time, a lot of effort. Steel Spear couldn't help but worry about the gains and losses. Therefore, today, Steel Spear didn't complain or stir up emotions. He only sincerely asked for help. Please support the original reading. Every word in a book was the blood, sweat, and tears of the author. To you, a chapter is only a few cents, and you might finish it in a few minutes, but to the author, it's a few hours of hard thinking and thousands of times typing on the keyboard. Let's take a monthly update of 200,000 words. And 5 points for 1,000 words. This is the highest price on Qidian, as an example. If you want to support the original book, you only need to pay 10 yuan a month, which is an average of 30 cents a day. If it was a high V with 3 points per 1,000 words, it would only cost 6 yuan a month, an average of 20 cents a day. From time to time, Qidian would also engage in top-up discounts, which would further reduce the cost. With the price of goods skyrocketing, this amount of money was not even enough to buy a pack of cigarettes. And the authors had to rely on this 32 cents a day to make a tower of sand and earn their living. Steel Gun believed that most of his readers would not care about a few cents. However, a considerable number of people felt that it was troublesome to top up money. After all, it was not difficult to find free resources on the internet. However, if everyone read the so-called free resources, how would the authors who couldn't earn any royalties support their writing to complete millions of words? If the author could not continue writing, it would damage the interests of all the readers who loved the book. Wasn't it a simple logic? Moreover, after Yuwen Group had integrated all the resources, it was really not troublesome to top up. QQ Wallet, WeChat Wallet, Alipay. You could choose from all kinds of channels. A red packet that you randomly grab on WeChat can be topped up with Qidian coins, and you can read many VIP chapters. Back to the matter of a new book being published, the number of chapter subscriptions in 24 hours was a benchmark for a book to a large extent. It determined how high the book could reach and how much potential it had. Without a doubt, if the 24-hour subscription data was extremely low, it would be a devastating blow to the author's confidence. Hence, Steele Gunn once again implored everyone to subscribe and support his VIP chapter as soon as possible. On the first day of release, Gunn's Loot would update 6 chapters. In the new month, many brothers and sisters have guaranteed monthly votes. Steele Gunn also hopes to have some achievements on the monthly votes ranking. If you're satisfied with watching tomorrow, please support Steele Gunn with your monthly votes. We'll see you at noon tomorrow. Seeking first order, seeking guaranteed monthly tickets. When Dean Sheen saw the breathing, heartbeat, blood pressure, pulse, and other indicators on the ECG monitor were stable, he felt like he was in a dream. He had been a doctor for decades, but he had never seen such a magical or even strange thing. Meanwhile, Xia Ruofei was still feeding Ma Xiong the medicine. The reason he didn't ask Dean Sheen to intubate Ma Xiong was because he had a lot of confidence in the petals of the flower. He had absorbed the petals before, so he didn't need to consume them. He could directly use his body to touch the petals and they would be absorbed into his body. Although the petals had dissolved into the medicinal soup, their basic attributes should not change. Hence, when Xia Ruofei fed Ma Xiong a small spoonful for the first time, his body had already absorbed the contents of the petals before the medicine entered his stomach. As Xia Ruofei continued to feed him the medicine, Ma Xiong's body continued to absorb the components of the petals of the wondrous flower. In fact, he had already recovered from his deep coma and started to subconsciously swallow. As he continued to drink the medicinal soup, Ma Xiong's physical condition naturally began to recover quickly. Xia Ruofei had used an entire petal of the strange flower when he saw that his condition was so serious. Ma Jiming saw Dean Sheen's big reaction, and he couldn't help but ask nervously, "Dean Sheen, what's wrong? Did Daddy Master Ming, Mr. Ma's vital signs are stabilizing. This is unbelievable," Dean Sheen said excitedly. Dean Sheen's decades of medical experience was completely overturned by this iron-like fact. Does this mean that Daddy will wake up soon? Ma Jiming was overjoyed upon hearing this and asked, "Dean Sheen, is my dad okay?" "Well." Dean Sheen smiled bitterly and said, "Such a serious cerebral hemorrhage will leave some after effects." He looked at Xia Ruofei. When he said this, not very confident. Ma Xiong was basically a death sentence in the medical world, but Xia Ruofei had saved him from death's door with a dose of medicine. This kind of medical skill was simply unpredictable. Who knew if there would be more miracles? After effects? Ma Jiming quickly asked after hearing that. Will there be any side effects? Dean Sheen thought for a bit and said, "It's hard to say. The structure of the brain is too complicated. There are still too many unsolved mysteries about the brain for modern human science, Dean Sheen, just tell me directly. What kind of side effects will there be under normal circumstances?" Ma Jiming frowned and asked. "It depends on the degree of brain damage. The most serious case is to become a vegetable," Dean Sheen said. Many patients with cerebral hemorrhage have stable vital signs after the acute stage, but they remain in a coma for a long time. They might never wake up. Dean Sheen paused and said, "If the patient is in a better condition, he might be able to wake up, but he might suffer from hemiplegia, loss of language function, or memory damage. All of these are hard to say." Ma Jiming's face became very serious, and Dean Sheen tried to comfort him. "Young Master Ming, Perhaps Mr. Ma is a lucky man and will recover? Don't think too much about it. Originally. For someone like Mr. Ma, who fell into a deep coma in such a short period of time, the death rate was as high as 95%. Isn't it developing in a good direction now? We can only think of it this way, Ma Jiming said dejectedly. At this moment, Xia Ruofei had already finished the bowl of medicine for Ma Xiong. He placed the bowl on the bedside table and said, "There won't be any side effects." What? Ma Jiming was stunned. "Don't worry so much, there won't be any side effects," Xia Ruofei said with certainty. "How is that possible?" Dean Qin couldn't help but exclaim, "Mr. Ma's brain damage is more serious. Many injuries are irreversible. How can there be no sequelae?" These words were blurted out by him, and he realized that it was a little inappropriate. After he finished speaking, he quickly explained, "Master Ming, it's not that I don't want Mr. Ma to be well, but," Ma Jiming waved his hand. He did not mind Dean Qin's slip of the tongue. Instead, he looked at Xia Ruofei excitedly and asked, "Xia Xing, really? Will my dad really not have any side effects?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Won't we know when we wait and see? Let's just wait here for a while. Old Master Ma should be waking up soon." What a joke, a whole strange flower petal could even cure his Lou Gehrig's disease, and the treatment this time had already seen the results. How could there be any sequelae? Are you saying that my daddy will wake up soon? Ma Jiming asked in surprise. Dean Qin's eyes were wide open, as if he had heard a fantasy story. If Ma Xiong didn't drink the medicine and his vital signs didn't stabilize immediately, Dean Qin would think that Xia Ruofei was a liar, and a bad liar. However, he was not sure now, especially when he saw how certain Xia Ruofei was. Xia Ruofei smiled and did not explain further. He pulled a chair over and sat down first. Dean Qin and Ma Jiming were staring at Ma Xiong nervously. Ma Jiming was full of hope, while Dean Qin had mixed feelings. His rationality told him that it was impossible, but deep down, he wanted to witness the great medical miracle with his own eyes. 3 minutes had passed. These 3 minutes were as difficult for Ma Jiming as 3 years. He squatted in front of the hospital bed and looked at his father without blinking. Suddenly, Ma Xiong's fingers moved slightly. Ma Jiming stood up all of a sudden. He rubbed his eyes hard, afraid that it was an illusion. However, Ma Xiong's fingers moved again. This time, all 5 of his fingers were clenched into a fist. Ma Jiming pounced on Ma Xiong excitedly and grabbed his hand. He shouted softly, "Daddy! Daddy!" Dean Qin's mouth was wide open, and he couldn't believe his eyes. Ma Xiong's eyelids twitched and he opened his eyes with difficulty. When he saw Ma Jiming for the first time, he asked, very weakly, "What about me? Where was this place? Didn't you go back to the mainland with Huixin? Daddy, you suddenly fainted at home. I rushed back after receiving a call from the mainland. You scared me to death, you know," Ma Jiming said, with tears streaming down his face. "Isn't Daddy fine now?" Ma Xiong said with a smile. "Young Master Ming, Mr. Ma's current condition is the best for him to control his emotions," Dean Qin quickly said. Okay. Ma Jiming quickly said, "Daddy, you just rest well. You must be calm." Ma Xiong smiled and looked at Dean Qin. He said, "Dean Qin, thank you for your hard work, Mr. Ma, I'm sorry." Dean Qin quickly said, Our skills are limited, and we can't do anything about your condition. The one who really saved you is this Mr. Xia. The second chapter, please subscribe. Ma Xiong had noticed Xia Ruofei a long time ago, but he was too young to think that she was Dean Qin's assistant. Ma Xiong was shocked by Dean Qin's words. He quickly stood up and said to Xia Ruofei, so it's Xia Xing who used the hand of rejuvenation. I'm sorry for being impolite. Xia Ruofei stepped forward to support Ma Xiong. He smiled and said, Old Mr. Ma, you're still very weak. Don't mind these formalities. Quickly lie down and rest. No problem. I'm feeling great now. Ma Xiong asked, may I know which leading medical expert Mr. Xia is studying under? Ma Jiming said from the side, Daddy, Xia Xing is a very skilled Chinese medicine doctor. Even my father-in-law's acute myocardial infarction was saved in time by Xia Xing. I'm the one who invited him to treat you. Ma Jiming originally wanted to say that Huan's autism was basically cured by Xia Ruofei. However, considering Ma Xiong's physical condition, he was worried that he would be too emotional, so he changed his words at the last minute. I see, Ma Xiong said, Mr. Xia, thank you so much, Xia. Ruofei smiled. You're welcome, old Mr. Ma. You're still very weak. You can rest here for the night and be discharged tomorrow morning. We won't disturb you any longer, Xia Ruofei then gestured to Ma Jiming and Dean Qin, and the three of them walked out together. Xia Ruofei said as he walked, Mr. Ma, I hope you can keep the fact that I'm treating old Mr. Ma a secret. I don't want to be too shocking. All right. Ma Jiming quickly said, Dean Qin, you have to tell the doctors and nurses about this. Tell them not to say anything when they go out. Also, don't make a big fuss when my dad gets discharged tomorrow. We'll leave quietly, and after a while, we'll announce that my dad's condition is stable and he's resting at home. Yes, Master Ming, Dean Qin said. The two of them had no doubts about Xia Ruofei's words that Ma Xiong would be discharged the next morning. In fact, even if Xia Ruofei said that he was actually Superman who wore his underwear on the outside, the two of them would probably believe him without a doubt. What he had witnessed today was too shocking. The three of them talked as they left the ICU. As soon as they appeared at the door, their relatives, who had different thoughts, surrounded them. Seeing Ma Jiming's red eyes, Ma Jia immediately exclaimed, Ming, is second uncle's condition not good? Didn't I say that this mainlander was a liar? How much money did he cheat you of? We'll call the police immediately. Ma Jiming pulled a long face and said seriously, Horse deputy, if you dare to speak rudely to Xiaoxing again, don't blame me for not acknowledging you as my cousin. After he finished speaking, Ma Jiming no longer paid attention to Ma Jia. Instead, he looked around and said loudly, everyone, disperse. Go back to work in the company. My dad's condition has stabilized and he's out of the critical stage. Ma Jia was dumbfounded. She had arrived at the hospital earlier than Ma Jiming, so she was very clear about Ma Xiong's condition. The doctor had clearly said that it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to last more than a day. How could his condition have stabilized so quickly and even past the critical period? How is this possible? Ma Jia cried out. Ma Jiming suddenly turned his head and stared at Ma Jia, as if he could see through her heart. He stared at Ma Jia until she looked away guiltily. Ma Jiming then asked meaningfully, Sister Quan, do you really want something to happen to my dad? How could that be? Ma Jia quickly replied. You've misunderstood me, Ming. I. I'm just, Ma Jiming snorted softly. Without waiting for Ma Jia to finish speaking, he directly walked toward his wife, Tian Huixin, and his daughter, Huan Huan. Is Daddy all right? Tian Huixin asked. Don't worry. Ma Jiming nodded and said, you know Xiaxing's medical skills. Tian Huixin smiled and nodded. Then, she squatted down and said to Huan Huan, let's invite Uncle Xia to our house, okay? Huan Huan immediately clapped her hands happily and said, all right. Xiao Xia, stay at our house tonight. Tian Huixin smiled and said, Huan Huan likes you so much. I also want you to play with her more. All right. Then I'll have to trouble you, Xia Ruofei smiled. I won't disturb you. Ma Jiming said happily, we can't wait to welcome you. The three of them left the hospital with Huan Huan. Ma Jia and her relatives looked at each other in dismay. Ma Jiming's family and Xia Ruofei were sent to Mei Xiong's mansion on Qianshui Bay Road by a Toyota. Xia Ruofei's eyes were opened. The mansion covered an area of nearly 20,000 square feet and was located in the Shallow Bay, also known as the Eastern Hawaii, so its value could be imagined. Compared to this luxurious mansion with a tennis court in the front and a swimming pool in the back, Xia Ruofei's holiday villa in Sanshan City was simply too shabby. Naturally, the happiest person was Huan Huan when Xia Ruofei arrived. She kept playing with Xia Ruofei and laughed happily from time to time. The servants at home had never seen the young miss like this before. In the past, Huan Huan was always immersed in her own world and basically ignored others. Even when she was with Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin, she was not as close as other children. It was already late when they got home. After dinner, Huan Huan kept pestering Xia Ruofei to play games. Tian Huixin urged her several times before she reluctantly went to take a shower and sleep. Xia Ruofei also returned to the guest room that Tian Huixin had arranged for him. The next morning, Ma Jiming rushed to the hospital to pick up Mei Xiong from the hospital. Before he was discharged, Dean Qin personally arranged for Mei Xiong to do a thorough examination. The results shocked Dean Qin again. A series of brain CT and MRI results showed that the ruptured blood vessels in Mei Xiong's brain had been completely repaired. Not only that, but all the previous bleeding had also been naturally absorbed. Even some parts of his body that had suffered irreversible damage had miraculously recovered. In other words, Mei Xiong was a completely healthy person now, even healthier than before he fell sick. Dean Qin felt like he had wasted all his years of studying medicine. Everything that had happened yesterday had completely overturned his understanding of medicine. Dean Qin's medical skills were very high, and his love for medicine was beyond doubt. It was because of this that his heart felt like it was being scratched by a kitten. He really wanted to get to know Xia Ruofei and discuss the treatment with him in depth. Xia Ruofei only used one dose of medicine during the entire treatment to save the patient with a cerebral hemorrhage. It was a perfect recovery. This was definitely unprecedented. If the results were summed up, it would not be a problem to win the Nobel Prize in medicine. However, Ma Jiming knew that Xia Ruofei did not like to be disturbed, so he naturally rejected Dean Qin's request. Not only that, but he also repeatedly told Dean Qin to keep his mouth shut. Dean Qin could only helplessly watch Ma Xiong and his son get into the car and leave. He felt like he had missed a great medical breakthrough, and he was quite unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Not only that, but he also had to keep his mouth shut. Otherwise, he would not be able to keep his current job, let alone make a breakthrough in his medical research. Ma Xiong was also anxious to return home. After the results came out, Ma Xiong finally realized how serious his illness was yesterday. Without Xia Ruofei, he would have died. Ma Jiming also told him that Xia Ruofei had cured Huan's autism, which made him even more excited. Huan was the pearl in his palm. Therefore, Ma Xiong, the tycoon of Hong Kong, was thinking about how to thank Xia Ruofei. Please subscribe. Xia Ruofei was playing with Huan in the garden when the Maybach 62s that Ma Xiong and Ma Jiming were in slowly drove into the mansion on Shallow Water Bay Road. Huan sat on the swing while Xia Ruofei pushed the swing from behind. As the swing went higher and higher, Huan kept chuckling. Tian Huixin stood at the side and watched this scene, a knowing smile appearing on her face. Xia Ruofei saw the Maybach stop in front of the building. He held on to the swing and said to Huan, your grandfather is back. Let's go. Oh, Huan pouted. She was having a good time, but she was suddenly stopped, so she was a little unhappy. Xia Ruofei laughed and walked to the front. He picked up Huan and walked towards the front of the building. At this moment, Ma Xiong and Ma Jiming had already gotten off the car and were walking over. Mr. Xia, I'll never forget the kindness of saving my life. Ma Xiong extended his hand to Xia Ruofei from afar. Xia Ruofei held Huan with one hand and shook Ma Xiong's hand with the other. He smiled and said, "It's good that old Mr. Ma is fine." Then, Xia Ruofei reached out and gently pinched Huan's little face. He said, Huan, quickly call Grandpa. Ma Xiong was also looking at Huan nervously. Huan was no longer the autistic girl she was before. Her eyes were bright, and she looked at Ma Xiong before she called out in her baby voice, "Hello, Grandpa." Ma Xiong felt comforted and said, Good. My good granddaughter, this business giant was no different from an ordinary old man at this time. His eyes were even a little red. Seeing that his precious granddaughter had recovered, he was also excited. Daddy, you have to control your emotions. You can't be too excited, Ma Jiming quickly said. What's there to be afraid of with Mr. Xia here? Ma Xiong said nonchalantly. The couple, Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin, couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. Wasn't that so? With a miracle doctor like Xia Ruofei here, they would not be afraid even if something happened. Ma Xiong continued, besides, you've seen the results of today's examination. Not only has my brain fully recovered, but my blood pressure has also been controlled. I'm very healthy now. The main cause of the cerebral hemorrhage was Ma Xiong's high blood pressure. Xia Ruofei's medicine the day before had not only cured his brain damage and blood clots, but also greatly relieved his high blood pressure. Yup. Xia Xing's medical skills are really amazing. Ma Jiming sighed and said, Xia, we owe you a big favor for treating Huan's illness. Now, you've saved my daddy's life. I don't even know how to thank you, Xia Ruofei smiled. You don't have to be so polite. Besides, didn't you pay for the treatment? Xia, that's just a small token of our appreciation. It's not worth mentioning compared to your great kindness. Ma Jiming quickly said. Xia Ruofei smiled and did not continue the conversation. The reason why he treated Huan was entirely out of his love for this cute little girl. He agreed to come to Hong Kong this time because the Ma family could help him in his career in the future. However, the more important reason seemed to be that Ma Xiong was Huan's grandfather and Lu Yu had asked him for help. Ma Xiong's check up at the hospital took a long time, so it was time for dinner after everyone sat in the garden and chatted. This was the first meal that Ma Xiong would have after returning home from his illness. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei was there, so it was very grand. Ma Xiong's wife had passed away, so only Ma Xiong, Ma Jiming, his wife, Huan, and Xia Ruofei were eating in the exquisitely decorated and spacious dining room. There was a long dining table with exquisite pure silver tableware placed neatly on it. After everyone was seated, the butler instructed the servants to start serving the dishes. The first dish served was ordinary looking Italy. The servants pushed the small cart briskly and placed a bowl of spaghetti in front of everyone. Then, a white man in a white chef's uniform and a tall hat walked up with a plate. The plate was filled with a layer of rice, and on top of the rice were 2 goose egg-sized things that looked like potatoes. As soon as the plate was served, Xia Ruofei immediately smelled a strong but indescribable fragrance. It seemed to have the fragrance of soil and tree roots. "Mr. Xia," Ma Xiong said with a smile, "I just bought these 2 pieces of white truffles 2 days ago. I fell sick before I could eat them. I'd like to invite you to enjoy them with me today." Ma Xiong gestured to the white chef, and the chef immediately brought the plate to Xia Ruofei's side. He put the plate down gently and picked up a piece of truffle from the plate. Then, he took out something that looked like a bottle opener and a plane. The chef skillfully peeled off pieces of white truffle that were as thin as paper and covered Xia Ruofei's Italy. Upon close contact, the unique fragrance became even more intense. The cut white truffle had marble-like lines on the surface, looking very beautiful. Soon, the chef added many pieces of white truffle to everyone's plate. However, because the truffle was very thin, they didn't even finish one piece. Ma Xiong picked up the plate and took a deep breath of the rich fragrance. He looked intoxicated. Ma Xiong was also a glutton, so he was very particular about food. He smiled and said, "Xia Sheng, this white truffle is known as the white gold on the dining table. In Europe and America, it's considered one of the 3 most precious treasures along with caviar and foie gras. These 2 pieces are the best white truffle from the Alba region in Italy. I spent 1.8 million Hong Kong dollars to buy them 3 days ago, and then they were directly flown here. It has been less than 4 days since they were harvested, so now is the best time to eat them. Try them." Xia Ruofei was shocked when he heard that. The 2 pieces of potatoes cost 1.8 million Hong Kong dollars. That was too extravagant. Xia Ruofei took a bite. He did not know how to describe the taste in words. The texture was naturally very fresh and the fragrance was very unique. When paired with the clear and fragrant Italy white wine, Altavilla di la Corte, it had an indescribable unique flavor. "Old Master Ma, is this white truffle really that valuable?" Xia Ruofei said, "Can you give me a detailed introduction?" Ma Xiong laughed and said, "The price of white truffle is at least $3,000 per pound. This kind of high-quality white truffle from the Alba region is even more priceless. The auction price can even reach tens of thousands of US dollars per pound. The heavier the weight of a single white truffle, the higher the price." The reason for such a high price is very simple. It has a unique taste, is rare in production, and cannot be cultivated by man. After listening to Ma Xiong's endless introduction, Xia Ruofei finally understood that truffles were a type of fungi growing in the soil under oak or beech trees. Due to the high requirements for humidity, climate, tree species, and soil, it was basically impossible to cultivate. Only truffle hunters, and specially trained hounds, could find them, so the price had always been high. Truffles had always been a favorite on the Western dining table. Countless people were attracted to its charming fragrance, and there was a huge demand for it every year. White truffle was the most precious of all truffles. Even in a good year, the world's production of white truffle was only about 3 tons, so the price could be imagined. In fact, truffles and wormgrass were surprisingly similar. They were both the results of fungi conversion, the representatives of expensive and luxurious natural nourishments, and both had excellent functions. Therefore, there was a saying that the East ate wormgrass, while the West ate truffles. Hearing Ma Xiong's words, Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. This kind of top-grade ingredient was really promising. Others might not be able to cultivate it, but he could. White truffle in the chef's hand, and wanted to snatch it away and throw it into the spirit map space. He almost couldn't help but ask Ma Xiong for the remaining half truffle. However, Xia Ruofei knew that he couldn't be so impulsive. Otherwise, it would be too suspicious. After the white truffle was picked, it would not be preserved for more than a week. If he didn't eat it, what was he going to do? Hence, Xia Ruofei waited until the luncheon was over. Every dish of this meal used top-quality ingredients, and several dishes were accompanied by precious white truffle. Even if it was a very ordinary dish, the taste of white truffle would immediately change dramatically. This made Xia Ruofei even more determined to develop his white truffle plantation business. After the meal, Xia Ruofei reminisced and said, "Mr. Ma, this white truffle is really impressive and memorable." Xia Sheng, that's what every customer who has tasted the high-quality white truffle would say, Ma Xiong laughed. Xia Ruofei deliberately put on a bitter face and said, "Old Mr. Ma, you've brought me harm. I can't taste anything after I go back." Seeing Xia Ruofei's high opinion of the white truffle, Ma Xiong was very happy. He laughed and said, "Xia Sheng, this is easy. This is the season for truffles. I'll immediately order my men Italy to buy it and then fly it directly to the 3 mountains so that you can taste the freshest truffles." Xia Ruofei was shocked and quickly said, "No, it's too precious. But since you're familiar with it, I'd like to trouble you to help me buy a batch of high-quality truffles." "A batch?" Ma Xiong asked in shock. "I don't need a lot, just 1 or 2 kilograms." Xia Ruofei was a little embarrassed as he said, "I'll eat a portion for myself. I'm planning to give some to the elders." "No problem," Ma Xiong said straightforwardly. Xia Ruofei said happily, "Thank you. I'll pay for it, Xia Sheng, let's not talk about the money." Ma Xiong waved his hand and interrupted Xia Ruofei. "I don't even know how to repay you for saving my life. Besides, you should know that this small amount of money is nothing to me. Just give me a chance to express my sincerity." Xia Ruofei thought for a while and smiled, "Sure. I'll have to trouble you then." Ma Xiong invited Xia Ruofei to stay in Hong Kong for a few more days, but Xia Ruofei was still worried about his company, so he declined politely. He stayed at the Ma family's house for a day and prepared a course of Chinese medicine for Huan Huan. This time, he added 2/3 of the petals of the exotic flower. This way, Huan would be able to recover completely after the course of treatment. That day, Ma Jiming didn't go to work. Instead, he brought his wife and daughter to tour Hong Kong with Xia Ruofei. In the evening, Ma Jiming and his wife brought Huan along with Xia Ruofei on Ma Xiong's Sunseeker luxury yacht for a night tour of Hong Kong. They enjoyed the beautiful night view of Hong Kong. The next day, Ma Jiming's family personally sent Xia Ruofei to the airport. They used Ma Xiong's private jet, a Gulfstream 650, to send Xia Ruofei back to Sanshan City. Xia Ruofei also enjoyed the luxurious charter flight service. Not only that, but he also had a check of 5 million Chinese dollars in his arms. This was the consultation fee for Ma Xiong's treatment. Xia Ruofei had made a special trip to Hong Kong for this and had even used a precious flower petal. Hence, he did not reject it and accepted it. In addition to the 1 million they had paid for Huan's medical fees, Xia Ruofei had already made 6 million Chinese dollars, which was several times more than what he had earned from stone gambling, growing vegetables, and selling meat. Private planes, luxury cars, yachts, mansions. Xia Ruofei had experienced the life of the top rich people personally this time. He was greatly touched. Although he did not expect to become a rich man in one go or become as rich as Ma Xiong, Xia Ruofei at least had a direction to work towards and an intuitive understanding of the future. After returning to Sanshan, they quickly cleared the customs through the private jet passageway. When they came out of the special terminal building, a Mercedes-Benz car from Hengfeng Group's office in Sanshan was already waiting there. Xia Ruofei asked the driver to send him to Sanshan City. He went to the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China to cash out the 2 checks. 1 million yuan was deposited into the company's account to pay for the next stage of the workers' salaries and the rest of the project funds. With this 1 million yuan, it was basically enough for last year. Xia Ruofei deposited the remaining 5 million into his card. He was going to buy another batch of jade before the spring festival and was looking forward to the spirit map space being upgraded again. Then, Xia Ruofei went to the headquarters of the Lingji restaurant to look for Ling Qingsui and gave her the small gift he had bought in Hong Kong. Although a Cartier crystal necklace worth 100,000 yuan was not considered a luxury to the little princess of the Lingji cosmetics store, Ling Qingsui was still pleasantly surprised. This was the first time Xia Ruofei had bought jewelry for her, so it had a different meaning. Ling Qingxue's face was red and her eyes were filled with tenderness. She bit her lower lip lightly and looked around to make sure no one was around. Then, she quickly stood on her tiptoes and gave Xia Ruofei a light kiss on the cheek. She then ran back to the Ling Ji headquarters building with a red face. Xia Ruofei touched his cheek that had been suddenly attacked again and grinned. This girl was getting bolder and bolder. She even dared to be so bold in front of her own company. However, Xia Ruofei had originally wanted to invite Ling Qingsui for lunch. However, Ling Qingshui's sudden attack had naturally ruined his plan for lunch. Xia Ruofei lifted his head and looked at the Ling Ji building with a smile. At this moment, his phone rang with a WeChat notification. Xia Ruofei took it out and saw that it was a message from Ling Qingsui. "Are you Ruofei? Thank you. I'm very happy, this girl," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. He didn't hesitate and immediately sent Ling Qingsui a kiss emoji of a big cat. Ever since he recovered from his terminal illness, Xia Ruofei's attitude towards Ling Qingsui had changed. Although they did not break the ice, Xia Ruofei enjoyed this little ambiguous relationship very much. Ling Qingshui quickly replied with an emoji of an iron hammer. Hitting the head. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Since Ling Qingshui's lunch plan was ruined, Xia Ruofei went to Huzi's mother's house. It was almost lunchtime, so he could freeload a meal there and bring the gifts for Huzi's mother and Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao was on winter vacation, so she stayed at home. Naturally, he was overjoyed to see Xia Ruofei. Especially when they saw the gifts that Xia Ruofei had brought from Hong Kong. They were so excited that they cheered. Xia Ruofei had prepared some nutritional supplements for Huzi's mother, and Lin Qiao had a set of Dior cosmetics and an authentic Disney doll. Lin Qiao was a big girl now, so she could use some cosmetics. As for the doll, Xia Ruofei had bought it when he was at Disneyland in Hong Kong with Ma Jiming's family. Lin Qiao really liked it and played with it for a long time. She didn't even put it down when she was eating. After having a heartwarming lunch with Huzi's mother and Lin Qiao, Xia Ruofei bade them farewell and left. As there was still some unfinished work on the farm, the construction site was still in a mess. Xia Ruofei promised the two that he would come and pick them up a few days before the spring festival. After leaving Lin Qiao's house, Xia Ruofei took a taxi back to Taoyuan Farm. Yi Lingyun and Peng Hao were both busy with their own matters. When they saw Xia Ruofei return, they came over to report the progress of their work. The security system was all in place. Yi Lingyun had personally inspected it. Now, the installation and debugging work was going on in an orderly manner. With Yi Lingyun watching over the scene, Xia Ruofei was very assured. Peng Hao had also managed the finance department's work in an orderly manner. The 15 newly recruited workers had all applied for their salary cards and could be paid directly through the bank. At the same time, the communication with the construction team was also done well, and the construction money was paid to the other party in batches and sufficient amounts. Xia Ruofei was very satisfied with everyone's work. He estimated that in another 5 or 6 days, the entire Taoyuan farm would be ready for use. In the next few days, Xia Ruofei resumed his daily routine. Other than patrolling the construction site, he would read books, surf the internet, go out for a walk with Lightning, or take care of all kinds of plants and crops in the space. During this period, he completed another batch of succulent plants cutting. At the same time, he put the matured succulent seedlings on the shelves for sale, earning him another 100,000 yuan. On the third day, Xia Ruofei suddenly received a call. Hello. Are you Mr. Xia? I'm Xia Ruofei, who are you? Xia Ruofei asked. Hello, Mr. Xia. I'm the manager of Hengfeng Group's office in Sanshan. My surname is Huang. The person on the other end of the line said, Chairman M.A. of our group's board of directors has something to pass to you. May I know if it's convenient for you to receive it now? Xia Ruofei knew that the truffles M.A. Xiong had bought for him had arrived. He quickly said, I'm free anytime. I'll send you the address. Come over now. All right. After Xia Ruofei sent the address to manager Huang, about half an hour later, a black SUV with a fierce design drove up to the entrance of the villa.